It was a spring day. Everything felt new and fresh. Birds were singing in the trees, and flowers were blooming. The warm sunlight made it a perfect time for a stroll. There was a big spring banquet at the princess's mansion, with many noble sons and daughters attending. Everyone was enjoying themselves when suddenly, there was a commotion. Someone has fallen into the water. People started shouting. 2 young men had fallen into the pond. One was extremely handsome, like a stunning peony flower, while the other was more ordinary, though still good-looking. Everyone recognized them as sons from the shunned marquis household. While people panicked, trying to find someone to save them, the 5th prince jumped into the water without hesitation. People were alarmed. The 5th prince was of noble status, and if something happened to him, it would be a disaster. The prince swam straight to one of the young men and pulled him to safety, but it wasn't the beautiful one. It was his brother. The handsome one was left behind, shocked and cold. A servant was desperately trying to get help for him, but nobody paid attention. Then, another man in white robes jumped in and saved the young man who had been left in the water. I noticed how relieved the young man looked once he was safely in the man's arms. The beautiful young man thanked the stranger for saving his life. He was pale and weak, but the man just waved it off, not saying much. As the servants took him away, I could tell he wanted to say something more, but he was too exhausted. I stood by, watching everything unfold. As everyone left, my mind wandered. This world was strange, and it felt like I was in some poorly designed story. The young man who had been left in the water, it was odd that no one wanted to save him. He was supposed to be the villain of this story, while his brother was favored by fate. I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. It seemed unfair that just because he was in the way of the main characters, he was labeled the villain. His life was more tragic than evil. The story behind his family and the prince's marriage made it clear. They were just using him for his wealth. I sighed. This world had a funny way of defining villains. The system informed me that in this world, I'm a scholar, still named Chu Songfeng. It carefully explained my background. Born to a farming family, my father passed away early, and I was recognized as talented by an old scholar who took me as a student without charging fees. I excelled in my studies, becoming a talented scholar at a young age. By the age of 19, I had passed the imperial exam and became a jurin, a respected status. I had a bright future, but life wasn't without hardships. My mother passed away when I was 14, but she died peacefully, knowing I had grown into a capable person. The old scholar who taught me also passed shortly after I became a jurin, leaving me mostly alone, except for his young grandson. I had a secret, though since childhood, I've had a stutter. Over time, I learned to hide it by speaking very little, earning me the nickname of the mute scholar. I feared that if anyone discovered my stutter, my career as an official would be ruined. Even though I've kept this hidden, the world line I now find myself in suggests that my life won't be as smooth as the original story portrays. The system explained that the current emperor and his favored one, Qi MANHUA, ruled poorly, leading to corruption and unrest. They caused the downfall of loyal officials, leading to invasions by foreign tribes. I was one of the few who stayed loyal to the country, even dying in defense of the capital when the emperor and his court fled. I couldn't believe how ridiculous this world's storyline was, filled with deceit and mismanagement. The original text described things differently, casting Qi MANHUA as a villain who manipulated events. But now, I see it's the opposite. The so-called hero and his followers were the real problem. The system suggested I continue with the imperial exams, rise to power, and support a new chosen one for the throne. However, I wasn't thrilled with the idea of being someone's lackey. After some thought, I decided that instead of becoming the emperor, I'd prefer the role of a national advisor, guiding from the sidelines with wisdom and authority. As I made this decision, the system was hesitant but ultimately accepted my choice. I knew I could do more than just follow the expected path. I would change the course of this world, ensuring that things were set right. Summer Nanny thought highly of me, Chu Songfeng, much more than the 5th prince. She couldn't forget how the prince ignored Qi Yuezhao and saved Qi MANHUA instead. Both she and Xiasang despised the prince and fully supported Qi Yuezhao's desire to break off the engagement. In her eyes, even royalty could be worthless, and she feared her young master might suffer the same fate as her former lady, who married into a noble family but died tragically. Qi Yuezhao appeared to be in a good position as a marquis son and the fifth prince's fiancée, but Summer Nanny knew the people around him were dangerous. She hoped the engagement would end soon, fearing the prince's future mistreatment. She even began planning to find a kind and decent man for Qi Yuezhao. When Qi Yuezhao fell into the water, nobody dared to help, fearing the fifth prince, except for me. Summer Nanny admired my courage, talent, and the fact that I was poor. She thought I'd be a perfect match for her wealthy but vulnerable young master. Qi Yuezhao, impressed after hearing her praise, wasn't thinking that far ahead. He just wanted to break off the engagement, even if it meant giving up a lot of money. He knew his father didn't care about him, and he had no one left to rely on except distant relatives who only wanted his wealth. He dreamed of becoming a successful businessman like his grandfather, confident he could rebuild his family's fortune if he had to. Later, I returned to my run-down straw hut and found it in an even worse state than I remembered. The roof had a huge hole, and the place was falling apart. As I stood there, lost in thought, the old scholar's grandson, Shun Hachong, came running to greet me. Seeing the boy living alone in such poor conditions made me feel guilty. I realized how little money I had left. Just as I was reflecting on my situation, there was a knock at the door. A wealthy woman entered with servants, thanking me for saving Qi Yuezhao. Summer Nanny, who was with them, looked me over and seemed to approve. She saw that I was kind, talented, and a perfect match to become Qi Yuezhao's husband. Summer Nanny liked me, Chu Songfeng, but she didn't show it openly since I was just one of the potential candidates she was considering for Qi Yuezhao. She and the others were confident the engagement with the fifth prince would end soon. Lately, the empress consort had been showing her disdain for Qi Yuezhao more openly, likely because Yuezhao's family only had money but no real influence. In her mind, the empress would agree to the engagement's end, especially since Qi Yuezhao was offering money and politely requesting to break it off. While Summer Nanny spoke to me, I couldn't help but glance at the tray of gold behind her. The memory of pulling Qi Yuezhao from the water flashed in my mind, and now I realized they were here to offer thanks. This was exactly what I needed. Summer Nanny smiled as she revealed the gold, thanking me on behalf of her young master. The sight of so much gold lighting up the shabby room stunned Shin Hachong, the old scholar's grandson, who had never seen so much wealth in his life. I accepted the gold without hesitation. I really needed it after all. I didn't even know where my next meal would come from. After Summer Nanny and her entourage left, Shun Hachong still couldn't believe it, hugging the gold and dreaming about eating meat at every meal. I couldn't help but smile at his excitement. We agreed to fix up the house with the money, though I assured him the house would somehow repair itself. He was confused but followed me when I decided we should go out and buy some supplies. As we wandered through the town, buying clothes and other essentials, I couldn't help but think about Qi Yuezhao. For some reason, saving him left a strong impression on me, even though I had seen plenty of beautiful people in my time. There was something about him that drew me in, and I found myself thinking about him more than I should. Eventually, we arrived at a famous tea house, Fuha Lu, where scholars gathered to share poetry and ideas. To my surprise, I was recognized by a few people there, but I kept my interactions short. I just wanted a good meal. Upstairs, a young man noticed me and seemed amused, realizing I was the one who had saved the fifth prince's fiancée. He sent a guard to invite me up to dine with him, and though I didn't recognize him, I agreed to the invitation. In the private room, a man dressed in a bright blue robe sat casually, playing with a jade pendant. He was clearly a pampered and carefree noble. I immediately recognized him as the sixth prince. Although he wasn't as favored as the fifth prince, his mother came from a powerful family, giving him substantial influence. While he had the potential to compete for the throne, he chose to live a carefree life, seemingly uninterested in politics. Despite his playful nature, the sixth prince was a major antagonist in the original story, eventually involving himself in the battle for the throne. I politely thanked him for inviting me to the meal, treating this encounter simply as a free dinner. The sixth prince was amused and nonchalantly called for food to be served. He then turned his attention back to me, openly sizing me up. It seemed he understood why the fifth prince was so furious lately. Apparently, I looked more impressive than the prince, which probably bothered him. The sixth prince even commented on how I seemed more refined and dignified than his brother. As we ate, the sixth prince brought up the event of me saving Qi Yuezhao. He spoke highly of Qi Yuezhao's beauty, comparing him to the most famous beauties in the capital. I responded briefly, agreeing that Qi Yuezhao was indeed a remarkable person. Sensing my reserved reaction, the prince teased me, suggesting that saving such a beautiful person must have made my heart race. He seemed to enjoy talking about romantic affairs, likely trying to provoke a reaction. However, while the prince chatted away, my mind wandered. I remembered how in the original story, several key antagonists, including the sixth prince, were connected to Qi Yuezhao's tragic fate. Many of the struggles that the story's protagonists faced came from people who sought revenge for Qi Yuezhao's death, making him a central figure in the chaos that unfolded. The sixth prince, oblivious to my thoughts, continued to boast, but I kept my responses minimal. He even joked that others called me the mute scholar for being so quiet. My young companion, Shen Hachong, quietly defended me, saying it wasn't true. I simply patted his head and told him to continue eating. At one point, I decided to explain. It's not that I talk little, I said, but that I can't speak carelessly. The prince looked intrigued, so I elaborated. Words can have power. If everything I said came true, what do you think the world would be like? The sixth prince was confused, thinking I was speaking nonsense. He laughed, asking if my words could truly have such power. I responded calmly, more or less. After we finished eating, I stood up to leave with Shen Hachong. Before going, I glanced at the sixth prince and cryptically said, "Even iron trees can bloom." The sixth prince seemed puzzled by my words, but didn't take them seriously. As we left, I saw him order his servants to bring the decorative iron tree from the table back to his palace. It seemed my words had piqued his curiosity, even if he didn't fully believe them. The two men were sneaking behind the tall trees. The shorter man looked around and couldn't help but said, "Brother, let's forget it." He suppressed his voice for fear of being heard. "This is the Jiren master. We stole his things. When the time comes, what are you afraid of? Even if he is a Jiren, he can't open his eyes. How could he know that it was us who stole it?" The tall man didn't take it seriously. The two of them were small gangsters. They usually made a living through petty theft. They usually went to the casino to have fun. If they still had money after leaving the casino, they would go have a good meal and drink some wine. It's like this. Some time ago, a family moved here. The elder of that family was actually a civil servant, and I heard that he was still studying in the Imperial College. He was a big shot. The tall man thought about it for a long time. He calculated that there were still 3,000 nails in the broken ship. No matter how poor this person was, he was still better than the paupers living nearby. Not to mention that he saw a few well-dressed people walking out today. That guy must have money in his hands. There is no technical content in entering this small shabby house. The reason why no one has cared about it is because the master of this family is a Jiren. He is a person who can be an official. Even if he is not an official, he is not ordinary people like them. Comparable. If you steal something from him, it will be a disaster if you get caught. However, the tall man had really lost badly recently and owed a large amount of debt, so he gritted his teeth and decided to take a risk. As long as no one knew that they had stolen it, they would not be caught even if they reported it to the official. If he doesn't get some money to repay the debt, he might not even be able to keep his right hand. When it was a little late, there were even fewer people in this remote place, which was already uninhabited, and the two of them started to move in a sneaky way. The short man took out a slender wire, twisted it a few times, and inserted it into the eye of the iron lock. With a click sound, the lock opened. He put the lock in his pocket and gently pushed the door open. With a creak, the small room had a clear view, and the short man let out a light sigh. The things in this small shabby room looked pretty good. The tall man's eyes lit up. The cabinets and beds inside looked pretty good. At least they weren't something they could afford. As expected, this Jiren still had some money. The short man was a little puzzled. These things are not cheap. With this money, it is better to rent a better house. Who knows, these people may have different ideas from us. That's true. The short man nodded, and the two immediately started searching in the house. After searching for a while, They found nothing. The tall man walked towards the cloth bag on the bed. I don't have much expectations in my heart. If this was something valuable, it wouldn't be displayed here so blatantly. It's so conspicuous that you can see it as soon as you come in. Unexpectedly, the bright yellow light hit his face, and he said with uncontrollable joy, "This is gold. And it's quite heavy, so it's a lot of money." He grinned. "Now I'm prosperous." The short man also looked at the bag of gold intently and muttered, "My dear, they all say that officials are rich, but I didn't expect that you can be so rich before you even start working as an official. No wonder everyone wants to be an official." The two tied up their bags and took a few furtive glances outside to make sure there was someone there, then rushed out with a heavy bag of gold. I was afraid that if I moved too slowly, I would be unlucky and be seen. After returning to his home, the tall man put down the bundle he was holding tightly in his arms. The short man also came over and rubbed his hands excitedly. "Brother, we will be rich now." "Yes." The tall man's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out his hand and untied the baggage. Unexpectedly, the golden gold turned into several stones. He couldn't believe it. He turned the stone over and over again and was sure that it was just a bag of stones, without even a speck of gold. Brother, what's going on? Where's the gold?" The short man trembled, thinking that they might have hit a ghost. They had clearly seen that it was a bag of gold, but now it was turned into stone. No matter how dizzy one is, it is impossible to mistake a stone for gold. The tall man was also a little panicked. After thinking about it, he didn't know which link had gone wrong. Could it be that it's really a ghost? As soon as Chu Songfeng came back with Shinhachang's eyes widened. He rubbed his eyes with his little hands to make sure that he was not dazzled. This large mahogany carved cabinet, this large and soft bed, and the roof with a big hole in it. Not to mention repaired now, the quality is much better than before. Just by looking at it, you can tell that the craftsmen working on it are very skilled. After a while, he turned around and looked at Chu Songfeng. "Second uncle, these. Chu Songfeng smiled but did not explain. "Don't be afraid. Do you believe what my second uncle said?" Shinhachang nodded. He naturally believed in his second uncle. "These are gifts from heaven and earth. Because my second uncle figured it out. What kind of official should I be? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to be a national teacher? A gift from heaven and earth?" Shinhachang still wanted to ask more questions, but Chu Songfeng stopped talking. The little boy thought again and again. Just now his second uncle said it was because he had figured it out. Why would he have these things after he figured it out? He has a precocious personality and is already very sensible at a young age. But after all, he is still a 7-year-old child and his thinking is still wild and unconstrained. Chu Songfeng rarely spoke before, and he was concise no matter what he said, but he has spoken a lot in the past 2 days. Is it because of that? Have you figured it out? Shinhachang's black and white pupils gradually brightened up, and he didn't know what was going on in his mind. The gold was scattered randomly on the bed, and Chu Songfeng was a little surprised. A thief really came to visit. This gold had been wrapped tightly in cloth by Shinhachang before. Even if there was no place to hide it, he would not dare to let so much money lie there in plain sight. Now that the piece of cloth has disappeared, the gold is still there. Obviously, someone had planned on it before. "Ah, what a mistake," Chu Songfeng thought, before he only said that no one could take away the money, but he did not mention the loss of a piece of cloth, even though it was a rag. But this thief is really brave. In fact, Chu Songfeng is not worried about anyone coming to steal. After all, he is still a civil servant. Moreover, there are still candidates with a bright future. As for the Imperial College, is it something that ordinary people can study? After studying in the Imperial College, one is equivalent to becoming a disciple of the emperor, and one will surely become an official in the future. Not to mention, looking at his poor appearance, stealing from him would be worse than stealing from those merchants and landlords with small assets. You have to be so lucid to do this. Chu Songfeng took out the silver he found from the gold ingot he used when going out, and gave 20 taels to the aunt next door, and asked someone to cook for their uncle and nephew. The aunt looked at Chu Songfeng strangely several times, and said that this man had changed his gender. She did not suspect that there was something wrong with the source of Chu Songfeng's money. Isn't it easy to make money by lifting people up? Even copying books costs a lot of money. But before, Chu Songfeng loved buying books so much that he was struggling. Now that Chu Songfeng had taken out a large amount of money, he just sighed that this scholar finally knew how to make money, and just knowing how to study was not enough. She happily accepted the money, which was a lot of money for her family. In the next few days, she had meat every meal, which made Shen Hachang's belly full, and she felt that her life was extremely happy now. After a few days passed so peacefully, Chu Songfeng received an invitation to a cultural gathering. He could stay at Zhuangzi on the outskirts of the capital for 3 days and 2 nights. It felt quite interesting, so Chu Songfeng took Shen Hachang with him. The night they just left, someone came to the house, and it was the 2 brothers who had left carrying a bag of stones. The short man was more scared than last time. Before, he was only afraid of Jiren's identity, but this time he was afraid of ghosts and gods. His voice trembled. "Brother, why don't we just forget it? You can't steal the things that belong to people." He felt that it was because they had no respect for the master of Jiren that happened to them. The tall man's face is a little white, and he has a bit of a sneer. He has been chased and hiding these days. If he doesn't have money to repay his debt, he will be finished. Although he could also visit other houses, the last time he saw the gold made him miss it a lot. With a God-given opportunity, Na Jiren took his nephew out. Doesn't this mean that God is supporting him in taking that money? The moonlight was hazy, and this time the tall man found the money deep in the cabinet. He looked again and again to make sure it was gold. He scratched it with his knife and gold powder fell on his hand. The short man was guarding the door and did not dare to go inside. He urged, "Brother, let's go quickly." His eyes rolled. "I always feel like there's something evil here." The tall man put the gold away, took another piece and put it in a specially sewn pocket on his chest, then turned around and said, "Let's go." The 2 of them ran away in the night and could only see vague figures. The uncle next door happened to be up at night. He wiped his eyes and couldn't see anything again. He just thought he was dazzled. The boss of the gambling house who was lending money was called Mr. Chen. He walked around. His fat body shook a few times and said impatiently, "You 2 brothers know how to hide. I have to go out personally to catch you, right?" The tall man smiled flatteringly and said, "That's right, Master Chen. I'm going out to find money to pay you back to Master Chi." He patted the cloth bag in his arms and said, "I made a lot of money this time. I have to go to Mr. Chin's place to play more games later." Mr. Chin was puzzled that this boy had actually made a fortune, but he didn't feel anything at all. For such a rotten gambler, all the money would end up in his pocket. He immediately softened his expression and said, "If you had told me earlier, I knew you were a promising person. However, brothers have to settle accounts openly. You need to settle my accounts first. Then I will arrange for you to play tricks with me. Guaranteed to be interesting." The tall man breathed a sigh of relief. He was really unlucky. He was caught just after he came out. In the middle of the night, these debt collectors were still standing guard. But when I think about the fact that I have already received the money, even if I pay off the debt, there is still a lot left over. I am really prosperous this time. He opened the cloth bag, but saw stones again. He rummaged around frantically, his hands moving faster and faster, his eyes looking crazy. How could it be? How could it be? My gold, my gold. Master Chin's face suddenly turned cold. "You are brave enough to dare to play tricks on me." No, Master Chin, this was really gold just now. I don't know why, but it turned into stone. He was kicked to the ground by Master Chin's thugs, and he crawled to Master Chin to plead for mercy. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he said, yes, this piece must be gold." He put his hand into his chest pocket and touched something hard. He waited a moment, thinking that this must be gold. He just looked at it again and then put it in. Unexpectedly, when the thing was taken out, it turned out to be another stone. Mr. Chun lost his patience. "Since you don't have the money to pay back, just keep your hand." He looked at the short man again. "Or, you have money to pay off your brother's debt." The short man was already in a huge panic. He didn't listen to Master Chun at all, but shouted, "There is a ghost! There is a ghost!" The tall man also suddenly realized that there must be a ghost, and a ghost covering his eyes is a ghost covering his eyes. Master Chun kicked the man away and said to his men, "Leave him one hand." After that, he left, still muttering in his mind. When did these two brothers go crazy? It was a waste of the money he lent, but the interest was high, so he didn't lose. Only the screams and panicked voices kept saying, "There is a ghost." "Brother Chu." The man's face was full of smiles. "Brother Chu, aren't you going to compose a poem?" Usually, when Brother Chu makes a move, it must be stunning and admirable. He then looked at the person who was composing a poem in the pavilion, with his eyes lowered, obviously showing some disdain. This guy prides himself on his talent, but he doesn't know that there are mountains beyond the mountains. In front of Brother Chu, he is just doing what he does, which makes people laugh out loud. Chu Songfeng glanced casually, raised the teacup and took a sip. Good tea, good tea. Just like this guy, if you are not convinced, why don't you do it yourself? If you encourage him to do it, you really think he is a fool. Neither he nor Chu Songfeng, who was immersed in knowledge and food, could do this. People are just self-sufficient nerds, not fools. Seeing that Chu Songfeng ignored him, the man became a little anxious. "Brother Chu, why don't you show off your literary talent? That guy is not 1/10 as good as you, but he is pretending and boasting here. It does attract attention. A group of ignorant people are here to admire and worship him, but they don't know that the real talented person is not him." Chu Songfeng glanced at him. "You are indeed talented. I can't say that he is stunningly talented, but others still have ink in their stomachs. They are better than this guy. I really feel that the other person is not good enough. Why don't you do it yourself? You don't know that you can't compare. Besides, that talented man is the son of the Jingzhaoyin family. If he is really a poor scholar, wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death if he goes up to slap someone in the face? There is no grievance or grudge. Why would he do that? If Brother Bai thinks he's a little behind, how about he go out and write a poem himself?" Shu Shengbai was surprised at first. When did Chu Songfeng talk so much? In the past, I could not wait to spit out each word one by one. Then he noticed the content and immediately became angry with embarrassment, with a blushing face. "I have good intentions. If Brother Chu doesn't appreciate it, forget it. Why bother fooling me?" Chu Songfeng chuckled. "So you know, Scholar Bai? What's going on with Chu Songfeng? I couldn't speak before, and even worse now." He snorted coldly and walked away. Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows, watched him leave, lowered his head and took a sip of tea, and then ate some snacks. Shin Hachang enjoyed eating even more. His cheeks were bulging like a squirrel. His favorite thing was to follow his second uncle to eat at such gatherings. These people are so rich, and the food they eat is delicious. This original owner is really a talent. Chu Songfeng sighed again. He was a free man. Attending a party, he not only had good food, drink, and fun, but also showed off his literary talent and stole the show. Not a penny was spent, and he was admired and admired by those who came and went. Although there were a few jealous villains, the methods were cheap and it was innocuous. Moreover, he has quite a lot of connections. He attends many gatherings of young men, and he can also go to gatherings of wealthy and aristocratic families. Even at the eldest princess's last spring banquet, it was quite remarkable that he, a scholar with no foundation and still poor, could go. He is born to be an official. If the destined son of this world was not so capable that he could destroy the country and his family, sooner or later the original owner would be able to find a powerful minister to do it. Just as I was thinking about it, the organizer of this cultural gathering came. He was the third son of the Minister of Rights. He always admired those talented people, and Chu Songfeng liked him very much. "Brother Chu, are you not being treated well? I'll ask my servant to bring it to you if you need anything." "No need." Chu Songfeng refused. The third young master's thoughts were written on his face, and he wanted him to write poems. But Chu Songfeng didn't like this. So what if he wrote a poem and attracted a lot of applause? He has no intention of becoming an official. If the imperial preceptor is also an official, just treat what he just said as nothing. The third young master of Shangshu talked to him for a while, hinting that it was time for him to start creating, but Chu Songfeng blocked him lukewarmly. The third young master of the Shangshu family had no choice but to talk back, which made people sigh. This Chu Songfeng is really arrogant. A poor man with only a few talents dared to look coldly at the young master of the Shangshu family. However, the third young master of Shangshu didn't think too much. He really liked the poems written by Chu Songfeng. Although he was embarrassed and a little angry, it was not serious. He just ignored Chu Songfeng later. Chu Songfeng sat for a while and couldn't bear the thought of people looking for him from time to time, so he thought of going outside for a walk. Shin Hachong was holding the snacks and was reluctant to let go, so he stayed to eat. This child is like a little adult, very shrewd. Chu Songfeng is not worried about him. Besides, this scholar loves reputation and will not embarrass a child. Qi Yuezhao was walking in the peach forest, with a pretty face like a hibiscus shining on the moon. A peach branch fell just beside his face. The peach blossoms in full bloom made his skin color whiter. It was really the so-called peach blossoms on a human face. Xiasang said depressedly, "That fifth prince is really shameless." Qi Yuezhao immediately asked him to keep his voice down. "The fifth prince is not something we can discuss. But it's really too much." Xiasang pursed her lips and did not dare to mention the fifth prince again, so she only used him instead. His mother is the same. She is not satisfied with half the money, she wants it all. On the surface, she pretends to be like Guanyin, as if there are more people. "My heart is so greedy that I can't bear to look at it. I'm afraid it's all black." Qi Yuezhao didn't refute. He thought the same in his heart. Fortunately, the mother and son were wealthy people, but they were both shady and greedy. He just wanted to break off the engagement, and he also promised to give concubine Chen half of his family property even if the engagement was broken off. In name, he also said that it was a gift specially left to her by his mother after applauding concubine Chen. It was considered very appropriate, but concubine Chen refused, saying that she would only recognize him as the princess and no one else could come. She seems to be a good mother-in-law, but in fact, she didn't even mention the incident of Qi Yuezhao falling into the water, let alone letting the fifth prince get scolded. Later, Qi Yuezhao asked to see him again, but it was difficult to see anyone. Today, the fifth prince asked him to go to the ancient pavilion on the mountain to explain clearly, so that he could mention the issue of breaking off the engagement. It's just that the fifth prince didn't seem to understand people's words. He just expressed his deep feelings, saying that he only loved Qi Yuezhao in his life, and Qi Manhua was good. It was just because he was Qi Yuezhao's brother, so he took some care of him. Xia Sang sighed several times in his heart. Who didn't know that his young master and Qi Manhua had always been at odds with each other, even from this powerful family in the capital? After all, the earth-shattering love between Shund Ho and Bai Yueguang was a big deal at the time, and everyone knew how Miss Li's family died. If she hadn't asked Shund Ho to bring that witch to the door while she was pregnant, and she was holding a pair of twins, Miss Li wouldn't have been so angry that she gave birth prematurely and hurt her body. Later, he repeatedly made Miss Li angry and made it difficult for her to even take good care of her body. It is ridiculous to say that Qi Manhua was taken more care of because of Qi Yuezhao. However, the fifth prince was very good at talking to himself. He did not give Qi Yuezhao a chance to talk back, which made Qi Yuezhao very angry. In the end, he only had a cold face. Let the fifth prince break off the engagement with him and let Qi Manhua be with him instead. This would be a perfect match, a God-given marriage. Why isn't it a God-given marriage? Because they were meeting the fifth prince, Qi Yuezhao's carriage and driver were still at the bottom of the mountain and had not gone up the mountain. He and Xia Sang were walking slowly at the moment, pretending to be out for an outing. In the ancient pavilion on the mountain, the fifth prince's handsome face was livid. Qi Yuezhao was so shameless. What was his identity? What was Qi Yuezhao's identity? Qi Yuezhao dared to face him, and Qi Yuezhao didn't even think about it. He was worthy of the position of the fifth prince's concubine. Although he was the direct brother of the Marquis of Shund had no real power. Her mother was a merchant, and she was destined to be the future fifth prince's concubine. The smell of copper made people pour into it. He also doesn't know how to please people, so he has a face in vain. It's a pity that he has such good looks. The guard stepped forward respectfully. "Your Highness, the arrangements have been made." The fifth prince then snorted, and his face softened slightly. He didn't like Qi Yuezhao at all. If it weren't for his dowry and his peerless beauty, The fifth prince wouldn't bother to talk to her. But Qi Weizhao now insists on breaking off the engagement, and he and his mother have tried to persuade him to stay, but they can't get him back. If he breaks off the engagement, the huge dowry will be gone. The fifth prince was still a little reluctant to part with his beauty, but when he thought about how he was picked up by a man when he went into the water that day, he felt angry. His person was picked up by an outsider, and he was held in the water. Wasn't he being taken advantage of? So cheap. What is the difference between this and being dirty? If he is obedient, knows his faults, and keeps himself humble, the fifth prince will not be intolerable, so there is no harm in accepting him reluctantly. But Qi Weizhao was so high-spirited that he didn't feel ashamed to forget about what happened that day, and even used the topic to make use of it, wanting to break off the engagement. The fifth prince didn't dislike him yet, but he did. Anyway, if he dies, the money will belong to his father and shunned marquis. Manhua has said that when the time comes, the family will treat it as his dowry and marry into the fifth prince's house. It will still be in his hands after all. Xia Sang screamed, "Master, run quickly." Several masked men emerged from the peach forest, the swords in their hands shining with silver light, and they looked at the two men eagerly. The two of them immediately wanted to run away, but they were surrounded. Xia Sang protected Qi Yuezhao, desperately realizing that his young master might not be able to escape. Qi Yuezhao's thoughts changed and he understood. He never expected that the dignified prince would resort to such despicable methods. Tianhuang nobles, princes and grandsons are really ridiculous. Facing dozens of killers, how could their two weak brothers escape? This made the fifth prince worried and sent so many people here, for fear that they would run away. The leading man in black walked towards Qi Yuezhao step by step. Xia Sang was already crying, and Qi Yuezhao was also desperate. Suddenly, a clear and cold voice sounded. "It's not good to bully two brothers like this." A tall man walked out of the forest, Qiong Lin Yushu, with a dignified appearance, thick black eyebrows raised slightly, and suddenly smiled at Qi Yuezhao. Qi Yuezhao suddenly remembered that this person was Chu Songfeng who had rescued him from the water that day. He looked sad. Unexpectedly, he saw his savior again in this situation. However, this time, the benefactor could not save him. On the contrary, he would be implicated by him. The leading man in black realized that someone had discovered it and was unambiguous, planning to deal with the nosy guy as well. Seeing that this man was dressed in ordinary clothes, he was obviously not a noble person. It would be no trouble to kill an ordinary scholar. He waved his hand, and the killers surrounded Chu Songfeng. Qi Yuezhao was silent for a moment, knowing that the three of them were doomed now. Only two of them died, but now another person was involved. Fierce hatred burst out in his heart. Why did the dignified fifth prince refuse to let him go? He should have figured it out a long time ago. The fifth prince was a vindictive, mean, and unkind person. In order to calculate the dowry his mother had prepared for him, anything can be done. Such a person is a prince. How can such a person be worthy of becoming an emperor? When he saw the killer, he immediately pulled out the jade hairpin on his head and held it tightly in his hands. If he survived the disaster this time, he would definitely make the arrogant fifth prince regret his greed for the rest of his life. Chu Songfeng glanced at these killers without any fear or flinching and said, "Do you know? Killing is an unkind thing. Especially when you do evil things for evil people, you will be burdened with sins." However, the assassins in front of them were all specially prepared by the fifth prince. They were ruthless and did not talk much, and they were unwilling to listen to the nagging of the scholar in front of them. It was really ridiculous. If you told the assassins this, it would be strange that they would listen. "If you still want to kill us, you will be struck by lightning." Chu Songfeng seemed to be reminding him, but when the gossip made people speechless, the leading man in black thought he was verbose and asked his men to kill him quickly. But just as the killer raised his sword, intending to strike at Chu Songfeng, he heard a loud noise from the sky, and thunder struck him straight with a purple light. When the dazzling light dissipated, the killer had fallen to the ground. His clothes had been damaged, and only some strips of cloth were left hanging. His skin was scorched black, and the serious parts had turned into charcoal. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. But looking at the situation, even if he is still alive, he will not live long. The other living killers were frightened for a moment and looked at Chu Songfeng with doubts in their eyes. Could it be that this scholar was really right? Thunder in the day is unbelievable. The leading man in black looked at Chu Songfeng in panic. Chu Songfeng smiled slightly and said nothing. He did not believe in evil and ordered in a hoarse voice, "Kill him." Under his command, the killers stepped forward hesitantly. With a roaring sound, several more purple thunders fell from the sky, and several more charred bodies appeared on the ground. The killers no longer dare to think of killing Chu Songfeng at this time. This guy is not a human at all. Could it be that they have met a god? If a ghost is afraid of thunder, how could he be like him and make the day thunder at will? Looking up at the sky is clear and clear. The sun is shining brightly, but the thunder just now is not an illusion. The leader already has the intention of retreating. As a professional killer, even Tianhuang Guizhou can do it without retreating. But this may not be a human being. They turned around and tried to flee, but Chu Songfeng said in a slightly cold voice, "Don't do the wrong thing again, everyone. You have committed too many sins and are already entangled in all kinds of sins. If you do the wrong thing again, you will surely die on the spot and go to the 18th level of Hades. Even if you are reincarnated, you will be reborn as pigs and dogs." The fleeing killers were startled, but did not dare to stay and ran away quickly. Chu Songfeng didn't care. Anyway, if they committed more sins, they would die. Even if they didn't commit more sins, they wouldn't live long, unless they became great good people and sacrificed themselves for others, then they would have a chance of living a long life. It would be their luck if they could live a few more days. After death, they would go to the underworld, which would not be comfortable at all. Xia Sang was dumbfounded. When he saw Chu Songfeng turned his head to look at him and the young master, he screamed subconsciously. It was Qi Yuezhao who protected him behind himself and interrupted him. Qi Yuezhao's face was filled with gratitude, because his emotions had been fluctuating greatly for a period of time, and his blood was surging, and at this moment, his face was covered with red clouds. "Thank you, sir, for saving us, master and servant." He mentioned casually, "You saved me last time, too. I am so grateful for your saving my life twice. If you can be of any use to me, I will spare no effort to do it for you. I am grateful to you." Chu Songfeng didn't say anything. His eyes stayed on Qi Yuezhao's face, which was as delicate as a beautiful girl. Qi Yuezhao couldn't help biting his lip, but immediately restrained himself. Why did this Mr. Chu keep staring at him? Was there something wrong with him? If Chu Songfeng hadn't saved him twice, he would have felt that he had offended someone, and that was why that person was so unhappy with him. Being looked at by that gaze, he felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't help but say, "Master Chu." The voice was as melodious as the sound of gold and jade. Chu Songfeng couldn't help but feel his heart palpitating when he heard his name from his mouth. He was wrong. It turned out that he was really such a superficial person. He actually fell in love with someone he had only met twice. Chu Songfeng decided almost instantly that he wanted to pursue Qi Yuezhao. After all these years, he still didn't have a wife, and his two good brothers already had children, which made him a laughing stock. Chu Songfeng didn't take it seriously before, but now he feels that it is very important. How can he, a dignified sword master, be laughed at as a single dog? Marriage is a big deal, and we must take it seriously. We will get married when we return. The wedding will be held in Xianming. The Liuli Palace is beautiful and very suitable for marriage. As for settling down, we will live wherever the wife likes. It's okay, it's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it. After he finished speaking, he was silent for a while, then said, "I'll take you. You guys go back. It's too dangerous." Qi Yuezhao was indeed still afraid. What if Chu Songfeng left, and those people came back? What if the fifth prince had a backup plan? So he nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Chu." "Yes." Chu Songfeng replied hesitantly, and after a while, he said a little unnaturally, "My name is Chu Songfeng. You can just call me by my name." The man's dark eyes were bottomless, and even his expression was cold and indifferent. He looked down at Qi Yuezhao with great majesty. Although Qi Yuezhao didn't know what Chu Songfeng's purpose was, he still said flatteringly, Thank you, Songfeng. He called out to her in a friendly manner, quietly drawing the two of them closer together, as if they had been friends for many years. Chu Songfeng hummed, and the area behind his ears couldn't help but turn slightly red. Fortunately, the two of them didn't dare to look up at him, so they didn't notice. The system opened its mouth. Your Excellency. What? Chu Songfeng was extremely impatient, thinking that the system was messing with him by coming to him now. No. The system didn't dare to say much. When Chu Songfeng heard that everything was fine, he ignored him and followed Qi Yuezhao silently with a burning gaze. The system thought to itself, it's over. Your Majesty looks like he's in love. Very quietly, does Lao Jun know about it? He looked at Qi Yuezhao again. She was indeed pretty, with good temperament and personality, but how could His Majesty fall in love with her at first sight? That is the most famous mother order in the three realms. When Hongming first appeared and the heaven and earth were not yet created, this famous sword master was already born, although it was still a sword at that time. But until the three realms were established and countless worlds, big and small, were created, there was no trace of love for this single sword. He came here to complete a mission, but it seems like he wants to fall in love. I remember that there were rumors in the three realms in the past, saying that their system was actually a matchmaker, and even Yu Lao could not match them in tying the red thread. No matter which of the three realms of heaven, earth, and man people were from, once they went there, few of them could come back single, and the system would never accept that. Even if the immortals, powerful beings, and underworld officials who went to the small world one after another to experience tribulations, complete missions, or play found a partner, the system still would not recognize them. But now he feels that this does not seem to be a rumor. The system matchmaker, crossed out, 3000 Worlds Management Bureau really does not let go of any of the three realms of heaven, earth, and man. Even the sword master, who did not belong to the three realms, was taken down. He quickly sent an emergency notice back to the heavenly palace. The sword master's suspected love affair was a big deal, so he had to notify the higher-ups anyway. In the Piaomiao Fairy Palace, an old man in a white robe and with a long flowing beard sat in the sea of clouds, holding a fishing rod in his hand, fishing above the clouds. Lao Jun, Lao Jun. The young man walked over here and called out hurriedly, Lao Jun. Lao Jun stroked his beard and said with a smile, Your Majesty, don't worry. After the previous Emperor of Heaven retired, the Crown Prince became the new Emperor of Heaven. However, he was still young and was far from being as steady as the previous Emperor of Heaven. His father, who had successfully passed the throne to him and had already escaped, had gone on vacation with his mother, the Queen Mother. The Emperor of Heaven had no one to advise him for a while, so he became a little impatient. He said with some resentment, Lao Jun, why didn't you tell me that the helper you found was Jianzun? That's Jianzun. If he fails in the mission, I can't say anything. They can only use up their immortal energy to pull the world line back and start over. However, there are too many small worlds, and reversing the world line consumes a lot of immortal energy. The heavenly court will inevitably have to save it, so it is better to complete it in one go. Lao Jun didn't care. Your Majesty, don't worry, Jin Zun is a very reliable person. He will naturally complete the task assigned to him. Really? The Emperor of Heaven was a little unconvinced. Wasn't that guy known for his willful behavior? Well, who told Chu Songfeng to be neither heaven nor earth nor human, to be a family of his own? Whether it was the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of the Underworld, or the goddess of source water in the human world, he would not listen. Alas, if only his father were still alive, this sword master could be considered his elder, and was of the same generation as his father, his mother, the Underworld Emperor, and the source water goddess. They had a very good relationship because they had conquered the world together. Even if the elders had some problems, how could he, a junior, dare to say anything? No one knew when Prince Ming was captured. This brat knew that his father wanted to pass the throne to him, so he ran away on the spot without even thinking of taking me, who was in the same situation, with him. And you still say we are good brothers. Old master, you have to take care of it. If anything happens, my father will probably break my legs. I also heard that Sword Master has someone he likes. The Emperor of Heaven said with a sad face. It will be terrible if something serious happens. Lao Jun said. I didn't expect that Elmwood could also come to his senses. He and the goddess are the only ones who haven't found a Taoist partner yet. This is a good thing. Who knows, maybe your parents will come back and you can have a wedding feast. The Emperor of Heaven laughed stiffly. If I can eat it. Besides, the goddess has a big heart and is not bound by these love affairs. It's good to have no Taoist partner. After saying that, he looked at Lao Jun suspiciously again. Are you hiding something from us? I heard that the sword master voluntarily stayed in the glazed palace of the goddess for 3,000 years to cultivate his body and mind, but he just came out and ran to the small world according to your instructions. He whispered, Swordmaster is not someone who is easy to talk to. Do you have something on him? The old man smiled but said nothing, shook his head and said, The goddess and I are doing this for his own good, and the Swordmaster is actually a good person. Your Majesty, don't worry about his affairs, just wait for good news. After saying this, he seemed to remember something. His Majesty the Underworld Emperor couldn't find the Underworld Prince and suspected that he had hidden in the 3,000 worlds, so he wanted to ask the Heavenly Court for help. Help, the Emperor of Heaven said meaningfully. Then I must help. Uncle has worked so hard for so many years, it is time for him to retire. As a child, you should share the worries of your parents. I will ask someone to find them right away. The fifth prince was furious. They all ran away. Is this the killer you found? 2 weak little brothers can't be killed. He kicked the man kneeling in front of him. The middle-aged eunuch with a pale face and a shrill voice was kicked to the ground. He hurriedly got up and kowtowed. Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please spare my life. I don't know what kind of magic Qi Yuezhao used. When I went to see, the other killers had disappeared, leaving only a few charred corpses. As he spoke, his men carried up a corpse. The fifth prince looked closely and saw that it was indeed charred black, but it did not look like it was burned by fire. Instead, it looked more like struck by lightning. The fifth prince's face turned dark blue. What's going on? This. I don't know yet. That man. The eunuch hesitated for a moment. It was the scholar who carried Qi Yuezhao out of the water that day. What's the scholar's name? It's Chu Songfeng. The fifth prince waved his hand with a dark face, and someone came up from behind him. Go check on this Chu Songfeng. This man is really bold. He actually dared to covet his people. He is a man who saved a brother twice. Would he believe it without any ulterior motives? A lowly scholar who had evil intentions towards his prince's fiancée deserves to die 1,000 times. He was still worried about the charred corpse. He knew in his heart that it was not Qi Yuezhao's problem. After all, they had known each other since childhood. Didn't he know what Qi Yuezhao was capable of? That must have been done by that scholar. No one knows how he did it, but the fifth prince is not afraid. He thinks it must be the trick of some sorcerer. Even if he really has some skills, can he defeat the soldiers under his command? He whispered, Kill him for me, and do it quickly. The subordinate nodded, and the fifth prince calmed down a little. By the way, those assassins you hired before, he said to the eunuch kneeling on the ground. Go and check, and deal with those who are still alive. Yes. Chu Songfeng's pace was not fast, and he wished he could walk even slower, but he was afraid it would be too obvious. There was no conversation along the way until Qi Yuezhao smiled and said, Songfeng, thank you for saving my life again this time. He handed over a jade pendant. This is the Li family's jade pendant. If you have any problems, just go to the Li family's property. The manager will recognize it and will do his best to meet your needs. Chu Songfeng borrowed the jade pendant. The warm touch was very comfortable, and he rubbed it several times. Okay. He didn't hide his expression at all. He just stared at Qi Yuezhao. His eyes were dark and deep. No emotion could be seen. Qi Yuezhao's face turned red when he was stared at. He looked to a place not far away and said, My carriage is over there, so I'll leave first. Songfeng, you don't have to see me off. Yes. Having said that, he still stood in the distance and watched Qi Yuezhao leave. Ahem, Your Majesty. What for? The system was choked by Chu Songfeng's impatient tone, and he continued, Does Your Majesty like villains? Who do you say is the villain? The system slapped itself in the face, saying the wrong thing. Master Qi, Your Majesty, Do you need a strategy? What strategy? Chu Songfeng was a little curious. The system took out the secret books that he had collected. If Lao Jun hadn't suddenly sent him a message asking him to help Jian Zun fall in love, he would have been reluctant to take them out. Love strategy. The system suddenly laughed in a frivolous way. I will make sure that Master Qi falls in love with your majesty. Show it to me. It sounded so mysterious that Chu Songfeng unceremoniously asked the system to take it out for his reference. 100 ways to make him fall in love with you, 500 words of love, 18 ways to pursue love. Chu Songfeng flipped through it briefly and fell silent. The system asked proudly, well, these are all my treasured secrets. I'll keep them for you to use. Your Majesty, don't you want to use them? I prefer to use my own way. Chu Songfeng's mouth twitched slightly. You read it well, and try to find a way out of being single as soon as possible. I read it every day, but unfortunately I haven't met the system I like yet. Read it every day? Chu Songfeng was at a loss for words for a while. Come on, when you meet the leader you like, try to get the position within a month. Thank you for your blessing, Your Majesty. The system laughed. Chu Songfeng shook his head. The top one in the system world didn't look very reliable. After the carriage returned to the city, Qi Weizhao breathed a sigh of relief, because the fifth prince specifically asked him not to take too many people with him, and the carriage he usually used was occupied by Qi Maohua, so he did not take too many people with him today. Thinking about it, I'm so stupid. I don't know how many people to take with me when I go to the countryside. But he didn't expect that the fifth prince could actually do this. He thought it was because he didn't want too many people to know about it for the sake of face. After all, he was his fiancé. After his mother passed away, he often came to see her. Even if he fell in love with Qi Maohua, Qi Weizhao never thought that he would harm her so much. When he was young, he still called the fifth prince brother. Master. Xiaosang held Qi Weizhao's hand with some worry. Qi Weizhao shook his head. I'm fine. Qi Weizhao was a little sad that his brother, who had been taking care of him after his mother passed away, wanted to kill him, but it only took a while, and it was like this, and there was no trace of affection between him and the fifth prince. After that, he just wants to exact revenge. It was obvious that he had given in, but he still wouldn't let him go. For such a jackal, he could only stand up and fight to the death with the opponent. Fortunately, he was not married yet. Otherwise, I don't know how he died. Xia Seng whispered again. Just now, that lay. Qi Weizhao hissed. Let's not ask too much, don't think too much, just pretend we don't know. The ability to summon thunder on a sunny day is simply not something humans can achieve. If Chu Songfeng didn't want to hide it, then everyone in the streets should know about his miraculousness. However, Chu Songfeng seemed to be just a very talented scholar before. Maybe he didn't want to be known. He added, you should pay more attention in the future. If he asks us for help, let me know as soon as possible. Okay. Xia Seng nodded, feeling that his mother's idea was probably not going to work out, although it was unlikely to work out before. After all, concubine Chun refused to break off the engagement. Thinking of this, Xia Seng also asked, Master, what should I do about breaking off the engagement? Qi Weizhao was also a little anxious. Concubine Chun and the fifth prince refused to break off their engagement, so he couldn't mention it. With his background, he was lucky to be the prince's fiancé. If he proposed to break off the engagement, Long Yin would be furious. It wouldn't be necessary to kill him, but it was inevitable that his father would send him to the Buddha to die. Mom, Yuezhao really doesn't know what to do. He holds a huge treasure, but he has no power to protect it. In the past, when the fifth prince had not yet broken up, he could still be his backer. Now, this backer is the greatest danger. Qi Weizhao closed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he opened his eyes and said, Elder Princess? In the current situation, the best person he can ask for help is the eldest princess. Among the many princes, the fifth prince is the most respected and is almost a sure candidate for the crown prince. In the past, the sixth prince born to the noble concubine was still able to compete, but as the two princes grew up, the sixth prince did not like fighting and preferred to have fun, and he was no longer the opponent of the fifth prince. Today's holy emperor is a wise king, and those princes have no real power at all. They are all imprisoned in the capital, and they are incomparable to the fifth prince. On the contrary, The eldest princess is the holy sister, and she still has some status in the court. Chiyu takes good care of her. The eldest princess seems to be greedy for men and loves power, which makes everyone think she is a ridiculous princess, but she is actually very capable. She is very kind to the fifth prince and acts like a good aunt, but who knows whether it is true or not. As long as a person is alive, there is no one who does not love money, and there is still so much money. That day he fell into the water, and the fifth prince rescued Chimaohua ashore, but he couldn't wait for a long time for anyone to come to rescue him, probably because of the eldest princess. He is the fiancé of the fifth prince. If he dies in the water, the fifth prince saves his fiancée instead of ignoring his fiancée. If he says this, he will be insulted by many people. Even if he was dragged behind to save him, he would still hate the fifth prince, who was the eldest princess's natural ally. Qi Yuezhao blinked, but he was not angry. These powerful people were fighting against each other, and they might have died a few times in the process. When the Holy Emperor ascended the throne, he kept the entire capital behind closed doors. For half a month, there was no food in the market. Clean blood. The only blame is that he is too weak and is only worthy of being a chess piece. But he won't be a chess piece for the rest of his life. The sixth prince's mansion. The sixth prince went to live in a village in the suburbs for a few days, and he didn't come back for a few days. After returning, everyone in the mansion was busy. The sixth prince threw the horse rope to the servants and strode towards the mansion. He also said, "I heard that the Ryukyu kingdom offered a bird, which was all white as snow. He can still talk. I don't know who my father plans to give it to. I'll go check on my mother this afternoon. By the way, I want to ask for this exotic bird." He liked these weird gadgets the most. After taking them out, he received envious looks from outsiders, which made him happy. Speaking of this, he remembered something. A few days ago, Chu Songfeng's words came true and the iron tree bloomed. He really fooled him into bringing the iron tree back. Really? He shook his head, as if he was possessed by a demon, and he didn't even believe such words. If he, Chu Songfeng, could really make his words come true, why would he be a scholar or read a few books? It would be better for him to speak a few words as an official. If he had this ability, he would be no different from a god. Even if he was a national master, he would not be worthy of this ability. However, he turned around and headed towards the study. He threw the iron tree into the study. No one had entered the study for a few days. There were too many confidential things in this place. He didn't really let people go in to clean it. He wasn't there. At that time, the study room was directly locked. If he was careless and something was stolen, he would be in big trouble. As he pushed the door open, he told his confidant, "I'll let someone clean it later. Just keep an eye on it. Don't let anyone steal and see things you shouldn't go out." "Yes." The confidants nodded repeatedly, and the sixth prince walked in vigorously, but suddenly he stopped, dumbfounded, and pointed at the iron tree in the corner. "The iron tree is blooming." The confidant looked around and saw that the iron tree, shaped like a peach tree, was already full of peach blossoms. It was pink, but made of iron-like material. It was very beautiful among the embellishments of gems. The sixth prince took a breath and asked him, "Did you see it?" The confidant stammered, "Look, I saw it, Your Highness. The iron tree is blooming." The sixth prince walked forward quickly, took a closer look at the iron tree, and plucked the petals. They felt cold to the touch, but also had the flexibility of a flower. This was by no means something that today's craftsman could do. Even with this material, he couldn't never seen it before. He directly picked up the iron tree and walked outside. "Ready your horse." The old housekeeper who was still taking care of things at the door saw him getting on the horse and was about to leave, so he asked, "Your Highness, where are you going?" The sixth prince raised his whip and the horse galloped away. Excited sounds came from the air. "Imperial Palace, I'm going to see my father." Today was the last day of the party, and Chu Songfeng could still see that he seemed quite unpleasant, probably because he felt that he didn't give him face. Although he is a poor scholar, most of the people here are young men from powerful families, and these are the ones with the lowest status. The purpose of inviting these people here was to exchange talents and knowledge, but as a result, Chu Songfeng only knew how to eat and drink, and he pretended to be dumbfounded in the face of their invitations, which was really annoying. "Anyway, I ate it, and I guess the iron tree of the sixth prince should have bloomed. The peach tree made of iron tree naturally looks like the season when peach blossoms bloom. The peach forest on the mountain is already full of fallen flowers, and the iron tree should also bloom. Time. In a few days, he will be able to become a national master. Chu Songfeng then took Shen Hachang back. Seeing Shen Hachang's unwillingness to leave, he thought that he couldn't continue like this. He had promised his original body to train Shen Hachang and get a meritorious degree. But with this current trend, Shen Hachang is obviously developing towards a foodie. Ahem, Hachang. Second uncle. Shen Hachang looked back at him. The food he had eaten recently was really good. The boy who was neither fat nor thin before had some fat on his cheeks. Hachang, do you like this kind of writing? The boy who had gained a lot of weight in a short period of time nodded. I like it. It would be great if I could participate every day. Chu Songfeng looked serious. But the second uncle will not come again. When Shen Hachang heard this, he was confused at first, and then a little disappointed, but the second uncle naturally had his own reasons for doing things, and Shen Hachang had no doubts. But you can come. Chu Songfeng changed the topic and said, as long as you study hard, you can participate in literary meetings every day. Shen Hachang tilted his head, a little confused, and Chu Songfeng continued. I can no longer go to school, so if I want to come back, I can only count on you. Shen Hachang was shocked. Second uncle, don't you plan to take the imperial examination? You know, this was his grandfather's wish and also his second uncle's ideal. He was so anxious that he burst into tears. Could it be that his second uncle had offended some official? Chu Songfeng sighed. I have no choice. Anyway, Hachang, you have to study hard, you know? I and the imperial examination have no chance after all. The last resort? It seemed that something had really happened. Shen Hachang felt very sorry for Chu Songfeng. His second uncle had been reading the book for so many years, but in the end he couldn't continue reading. He choked in a low voice. Well, second uncle, don't worry. Hachang will definitely study hard and will not disappoint your expectations. There was hesitation in the system's tone. Your Majesty, I think he misunderstood something. Chu Songfeng glanced at it and then looked at it again. It's okay. He just promised to study hard in the future. What Chu Songfeng said was correct. He was planning to become a national preceptor. He would miss the imperial examination in the future. If his family wanted to become a high official, they still had to rely on Shen Hachang. Because he did not plan to take the imperial examination, Chu Songfeng took a long leave when he left the imperial college. It would be too troublesome not to drop out directly. There are too many procedures, and more people are curious. After returning home, he stayed at home and went out for shopping from time to time, just like a streetwalker, waiting for the fish to take the bait. Who would have known that the fish he caught was not the one who got hooked first, but the one who came uninvited to cause trouble? The fifth prince was going to kill him, and he wanted to kill him neatly, leaving no further trouble, and it was best not to harm the fifth prince's reputation outside the country. So my subordinates came up with a good idea. After all, the news that Chu Songfeng saved Qi Yuezhao, the fifth prince's fiancée, had spread throughout the capital. If he disappeared and died inexplicably, someone would inevitably blame his death on the fifth prince, with the intention of ruining the fifth prince's reputation. Although this is indeed a fact, in fact, even if it is a famous death, most people can guess the truth, but the teacher is famous, and it is better to cover it up with something on the surface. Just look good on the surface and don't be too showy. His men first investigated Chu Songfeng in detail, especially the recent events. They investigated carefully and finally found two little thieves. One of the little thieves was a little crazy, and the other had a broken hand. But they all said that there was a ghost in Chu Songfeng's house. Combined with the tragic situation of the killer's death that day, there might be something wrong with Chu Songfeng. The charlatan who uses demons and ghosts to harm people and make money must not be killed? It is more appropriate to take action through Jing Zhaoyin. They are hidden behind the scenes, and Jing Zhaoyin has a sense of righteousness. Most of these officials are not angry and have a majestic air. Xiao Xiao was quite capable of pretending to be a ghost, but in front of him, she had no choice but to surrender. So Chu Songfeng was arrested and quickly came to his door, saying that he was pretending to be a ghost and deceiving ignorant women and children to make money. Chu Jiren, please come with us first. The leading detective had a very nice and polite attitude. He saw Chu Songfeng as a handsome man with an extraordinary talent and a righteous look in his eyes. He was not at all like what the reporter said. However, the person who reported the case spoke with full confidence, was involved in several cases, and even had pressure from important people. I am afraid that this person will not be able to get a good deal. What are you doing, Captain Zhang? Why don't you arrest him quickly? The person who spoke was a middle-aged man who was also one of the people who reported the crime. He said that Chu Songfeng had defrauded him of his money and that he was the one who led the report. The middle-aged man has a fat build, small eyes, and a glint in his eyes when he looks at people. At first glance, he looks like a difficult person to get along with. He is the younger brother of the concubine of the fifth prince's advisor. The advisor's skills are mediocre. The fifth prince simply cannot remember such a person. Now he wants to kill Chu Songfeng with a borrowed knife. The counselor knew that this was a good opportunity, and he might be able to leave a good impression in the eyes of the fifth prince, so he found a middle-aged man and asked him to do this. Well done. He stood out and was right. There are benefits for older men too. Jean Captu was a little embarrassed. After all, he was a civil servant, so being too rude was not a good idea. Moreover, from his point of view, the Chu civil servant in front of him had nothing to do with the gods and ghosts. But the middle-aged man refused to give up and said that Chu Songfeng had defrauded him of his money. There was no need for such a person to be polite to him. Jean Captu was helpless. This middle-aged man had some background. He said, "I'm sorry, I'm from Chu." Just as he was about to let his detectives take him away, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the door. The sixth prince rode his beloved horse and walked here slowly and slowly. It seemed that the target was Chu Songfeng's house. The servants who followed closely followed behind. If the sixth prince hadn't known how to behave and couldn't ride a horse in the city, these people would have been out of sight. "Mr. Chu," he shouted excitedly, turned over and dismounted, but saw that there were so many people here, and the situation didn't seem to be a good thing. He raised his eyebrows. "What are you doing?" The corners of Chu Songfeng's lips curled up slightly. The fish he caught had arrived. "His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince," he said respectfully, causing the middle-aged man next to him to feel his heart skip a beat and become trembling, losing the arrogance he had just now. "Mr. Chu." The sixth prince first shouted to Chu Songfeng, his voice as gentle as possible, and then looked at Jean Captu and the others with angry eyes. "What are you doing?" "This." With this attitude, it was obvious that Chu Songfeng was no longer someone they could offend. Although they didn't know what the judge had done to elicit this attitude from the sixth prince, those who wanted to harm him might not be able to do so. "We received a report that the Chu Ju people were pretending to be gods and deceiving ignorant people through these means." Seeing the sixth prince frowning, he quickly added, "We are here to inquire about the situation with Chu Juren." He pointed at the middle-aged man hiding behind him. "This is one of the people who reported the crime." The middle-aged man was timid and frightened. With a pale face, he whispered in a low voice, "Yes, he is a villain." The sixth prince said loudly, "What did you say you did to report Mr. Chu?" The middle-aged man murmured, "Report Chu? Mr. Chu defrauded me of my money. But, I think I must have made a mistake. How could Mr. Chu defraud me of my money? I did it. Wrong, I made a mistake." The sixth prince raised his eyebrows with interest. "Really? I didn't even know who had been deceived. So I asked the police to come and arrest the person. I think you didn't make a mistake. You did it on purpose." He ordered Jean Captu, deliberately framed, with the intention of harming others. "Take him back and interrogate him properly." Yes. The middle-aged man wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't dare to say any more. If he said anything more, he would be wrong. If the person behind him was pulled out, his whole family would be dead. After Jean Captu led the people away, the sixth prince smiled enthusiastically. When he saw Shen Hachang wanted to pour tea, he took the teacup and poured a cup for Chu Songfeng. "Mr. Chu, I'm thirsty for talking. What should I do?" "Have a drink of tea." Chu Songfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't bear to look directly. He took the teacup and took a sip. "I don't know why the sixth prince came to see me." "Of course there is something big," the sixth prince said seriously. "With Mr. Chu's ability, you should be a teacher of the country, but you are really wronged by what you are doing now. Really? Of course. I came here this time hoping to follow my father's orders. The sixth prince said, Father wants to see you, sir. The sixth prince now truly believed in Chu Songfeng's ability, because he was very confident in himself. It was impossible for anyone to enter his study when he was not there, let alone Chu Songfeng going in to change the iron tree. Not to mention the flowers that bloom on the iron tree. They are made of unique material and look like gold and iron, but they look just like real flowers, lifelike. When you touch them with your hand, the petals still tremble. But because they are flowers blooming on the iron tree, the petals cannot be plucked off at all. He was already convinced, but the old emperor had not yet met Chu Songfeng. When the sixth prince suddenly said this, his first reaction was that it was absurd, but looking at the iron tree, the old emperor could not refute it. He spent several days thoroughly investigating Chu Songfeng's background. Chu Songfeng was born in a poor family. 3 generations of his ancestors were farmers. His father died early, and he was raised by his mother. If there is anything legendary about him, it is that he is very talented. The old teacher in his clan was willing to teach him at his own expense. He took the exam online and became a Jiren smoothly. He gained the appreciation of many people along the way and was admitted to the Imperial College with the recommendation of the chief examiner. It can be said that his future is bright, but no matter how you look at it, he is just a talented scholar. But one strange thing is that Chu Songfeng talks very little, so little that people who know him call him a mute scholar. Of course, he is not a mute. If it is true as the sixth prince said, that Chu Songfeng's words always come true, then this point has an explanation. But what I say comes true. How could such a thing be possible in the world? After much deliberation, the old emperor decided to meet Chu Songfeng first. If he was really so amazing, he would know the truth at a glance. In the hall, the old emperor sat on the throne, looking down at Chu Songfeng. Chu Songfeng bowed respectfully. Your Majesty. Not kneeling down to show respect was too arrogant. If everything was a lie, then he would be dead. The old emperor had a kind smile on his face. He didn't look like an emperor who was high and mighty. Instead, he looked like a friendly and easygoing country gentleman. Mr. Chu, there is no need to be polite. I heard that Mr. Chu was born with supernatural powers and that his words would come true. I don't know if it's a rumor or true. Chu Songfeng's face was indifferent. He looked up at the old emperor. That glance made the old emperor frightened. Chu Songfeng's aura was extraordinary. Even he, the ruler of the world who had ruled the world for many years, could not compare to him. His heart was pounding. Could it be? Chu Songfeng's tone was also normal. It's true. It seemed that he talked about this matter because of the old emperor's status as the emperor. I found out since I was young that my words sometimes come true. At first I thought it was a good thing, but later I didn't think so. Words are unintentional, but once these unintentional words come true, they will lead to unbearable consequences. Since then, I dare not say much. Your Majesty. Chu Songfeng looked up. I wanted to be an honest official and benefit the people, but it was not until a few days ago that I realized that words can bring disasters as well as opportunities. This was originally a gift from God to me, asking me to help the people more. But because of my unintentional mistakes in my childhood, I fell into confusion and my inner demons entangled my heart. I regarded it as arsenic and poison and avoided it as much as possible. Now I only wish to do my best to save the world and bring peace to the people. The old emperor was speechless. He actually felt that Chu Songfeng was telling the truth, which made him subconsciously want to believe him. No, he already believed most of it. Mr. Chu. This time he called out more seriously than before. I wonder if I can see it. Of course. Chu Songfeng nodded, with his hands behind his back. Now, at this moment, here, is when the buds break through the soil. The tender green buds broke through the marble slabs in the hall and stood trembling, like a shy beauty, shy but not shy to show her beauty. Although it is still a bud, it is the beginning of everything. In just one breath, it will grow towards the sun until it becomes a towering tree with luxuriant roots and leaves, full of vitality. The buds have begun to grow rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. How long does it take for a bud to grow into a sapling? How long does it take for a sapling to grow into a big tree? How long does it take for a big tree to grow into a towering ancient tree? Just one breath. Without even blinking, a huge tree with lush branches and leaves and a canopy of green shade appeared in the hall. It seemed that there was wind blowing, and the leaves rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound. The old emperor bowed his head and laughed loudly. It is a great honor for me that Mr. Chu can be my teacher. The sound of something falling to the ground startled Qi Yuezhao, and his hand shook, ruining the words he was writing. The ink ran across the rice paper, as if it had split it in half. Qi Yuezhao, come out. Qi Manhua said angrily, his eyes filled with rage. His pretty face twisted into a ball, looking somewhat hideous. His mother, Qi Yuezhao's stepmother, now the wife of Shunned Ho, stood weakly beside him, with a look of wanting to say something but stopping herself from saying it, just like a white lotus swaying in the wind. Even better than Qi Manhua. Xia Sang looked outside. These guys are so shameless, they don't know how to be quiet at all. Master, let me go and drive them away. No problem. Qi Yuezhao said coldly. I can do it myself. He walked out of the room and into the yard. This yard was decorated for him by his mother. Every brick and tile, every tree and wood were built for him by Miss Li, who spent countless money on it. Even an orchid was extremely precious. Qi Yuezhao wore a white jade crown on her hair, a moon-white robe embroidered with gold, and a mutton-fat white jade belt around her waist, from which hung long tassels of blue silk with flower knots. Her all-blue and white outfit looked elegant, but in fact every part of it was extremely luxurious. I wonder what the lady and Qi Yuezhao paused. What is Manhua doing here? The wife of Shunned Ho spoke in a gentle and soft voice. Zhaoer, the money in the mansion has not been credited this month. I asked the housekeeper in the shop, and they said, it was you who didn't allow it. Is that true? She said to herself. I think they are taking advantage of your young age and deceiving the superiors and the subordinates. Just tell them to send the money as soon as possible. Your father will support you if he is here. Qi Yuezhao sneered. No need. It's indeed me who didn't allow it. I asked them to send the money to another place. Anyway, it will not be sent to the Shunned Marquis mansion. Qi Yuezhao. Qi Manhua suddenly scolded. Don't go too far. This is the Shunned Marquis' money. Do you want to swallow it? Shunned Marquis' money? Really? As far as I know, that shop has nothing to do with you. Go ask the government and see if they admit that this is the Marquis' money. You. Qi Manhua's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Over the years, the money from the shop has been confiscated by the public. Oh. Qi Yuezhao replied indifferently. That was in the past, not now. In the past, I was kind-hearted and didn't mind throwing some money as alms. But now, he looked at Qi Manhua with contempt. Even if I throw it into the water, I can hear the sound. It's better to throw it away than to give it to a group of ungrateful wolves. Qi Manhua was furious and was about to speak, but the Marquis' wife pulled him back, signaling him to be more restrained. Qi Manhua had been raised in the palm of her hand, with a spoiled and arrogant personality. Even if he was reborn, he had not made much progress. He just pretended to be in front of the fifth prince. After being pulled by his mother, he became more rational and stopped talking. It was obvious that Qi Yuezhao did it on purpose, trying to frame him and make everyone think that he was not a good-tempered person. In the eyes of the fifth prince, he was a delicate, kind, and weak boy who needed to be cared for. If he hadn't just bought a lot of jewelry in Qi Yuezhao's store, the shopkeeper would have asked him to pay. When he arrived at the mansion, there was not much money left in the account. This made me so angry that I lost my mind. The Marquis' wife calmed him down and said, How could Zhaoer say that? It really hurts your mother's heart. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. Besides, this rule was set when my sister was still alive. When she first got married, she promised the master that the profits from these 13 shops would belong to the public. After my sister passed away, Zhaoer, have you forgotten her words? I know you are angry about the fifth prince, but this is just a misunderstanding. Zhaoer, don't be angry anymore. No matter what, you can't ignore the master. This means that Qi Yuezhao is unfilial, does not obey his mother's orders, and is jealous of Qi Manhua because of a misunderstanding, and even ignores his father, Shunned Ho. After all, this huge mansion relied on the dowry brought by Miss Li, and the 13 shops to survive. If they wanted to buy something expensive, they would go straight to the shops under the name of the Li family, take the things and ask them to record the bill, and never pay any money. I have lived a comfortable life these years. However, after Qi Yuezhao grew up, he no longer allowed them to take too many things from his shop. Once they took too many things, they were not allowed to take any more. Qi Yuezhao was too lazy to argue with him. When did my mother say this? These 13 shops are her dowry. Which mistress would use her dowry to support her family? Madam Xia, have you heard of it? Nanny Xia smiled and said, I have never heard the young lady say this before. Besides, how can a noble mansion need a young lady from a merchant family like mine to use her dowry to supplement the household expenses? She emphasized her words when she talked about the Marquis mansion and the merchants. Miss Li married into the Marquis mansion, but because she was from a merchant family, she was never looked down upon. It was only because she was able to stand on her own feet and had abilities that she was not rejected. The Marquis's wife frowned. Zhaoer, stop fooling around. What's so good about the words of a mere servant? My sister promised the master in person back then. Miss Li did agree. These 13 shops were specially selected by the Li family. They were the most profitable ones with booming business. Together with the large amount of cash to help the Marquis's house pay off its debts, in exchange, Miss Li was able to cross the class and marry into the Marquis's house. Even though Shund Ho was angry later, his true love and the twins never broke their promise. For people doing business, the most important thing is credit. However, Qi Yuezhao refused to admit it at this time. The Marquis mansion took money from her mother and wanted to harm him. Naturally, he would not give money to his enemy. If his mother were still alive, she would only praise him for doing a good job. He asked, Really? Do you have a written document? What are you going to do to deceive me? You. Madame Ho looked at Qi Yuezhao in disbelief, as if she had not expected him to be so disobedient. How bold. The middle-aged man walked into the yard, followed by a young man, who was Qi Maorong, the twin brother of Shund Ho and Qi Maohua. Shund Ho supported his wife and said to Qi Yuezhao with a frown, This is your mother. What is your attitude? You are really disobedient. I indulged you too much on weekdays, and you were taught a bad temper by the servants. He glanced at Nanny Xia, and it was obvious that the servant was referring to her. You are too violent now, and are no longer suitable to manage the business of the shop. You should hand it over to your mother. He waved his hand. You should stay at home and copy Buddhist scriptures these days to cool down your temper. In the past, he would not dare to do this, fearing to offend concubine Chan and the fifth prince, but now the fifth prince has fallen in love with Qi Maohua. Qi Yuezhao was hugged by a man in public again, which brought disgrace to her reputation and disgusted the fifth prince. Shund Ho had long wanted to take over those businesses, but because Qi Yuezhao had a backer, he had to hold back temporarily. But now that Qi Yuezhao no longer has a backer, naturally he, as a father, can do whatever he wants. If the fifth prince hadn't wanted Qi Yuezhao's dowry, Qi Yuezhao would have been treacherous and secretly hidden nearly a third of the money. If he died, the part of the dowry he had hidden would be impossible to find. If it weren't for this reason, Qi Yuezhao would have died as soon as he was rescued from the water. Before, the fifth prince's attitude towards Qi Yuezhao was ambiguous. But a few days ago he told Marquis Shun that he could come as he wished, but the person could not die until he found out the hidden money. Originally, he thought that this was his own child and couldn't bear to kill him, but he didn't expect him to be so unfilial that Shund Ho no longer had any scruples. Yu Zhao didn't think that he was being disobedient, nor did he think that he had a violent temper. Qi Yuezhao looked at Shund Ho without any emotion, as if he was looking at a stranger that he hated. It's just that, father. I really never heard such words from my mother back then. Shund Ho didn't expect him to dare to refute and strode forward, wanting to slap this rebellious son. But Qi Yuezhao took a step back, away from him, and Xia Seng blocked him with his hand. Father, isn't he curious about where I sent the silver? Shund Ho snorted coldly, disagreeing, but Qi Yuezhao continued. It's the princess's mansion. Shund Ho looked up at him, his face full of shock and anger. You. Qi Yuezhao said slowly, now all this money belongs to the princess. If father is dissatisfied, he can go and talk to the princess in person. He smiled, as beautiful as a peach. By the way, father, the princess and I hit it off right away and had a great time talking to each other. She even asked me to help her prepare a banquet. In the days ahead, I probably won't be able to stay in the mansion copying Buddhist scriptures. If father really wants someone to copy Buddhist scriptures, why not let Manhua come? Xia Sang shouted at the side, Master, it's already 3 p.m., don't forget. The princess has invited you to have tea today. Qi Yuezhao tilted his head. Oh yes, my father's visit today scared me so much that I almost forgot something important. If the princess blames me, I can't afford it. He left with Xia Sang, Nanny Xia, and a group of newly hired guards. The faint smile on his face seemed full of mockery. In fact, he breathed a sigh of relief as soon as he walked out of the yard, and his heartbeat slowly calmed down. He knew that the fifth prince had sent assassins to kill him that day, and would definitely attack him directly later. Fortunately, he was quick and went to see the princess on the same day. However, the price was high. 85% of the profits from Li's business and all the shops under his name had to be given to the princess. Otherwise, she would not be willing to go against the fifth prince for this. The eldest princess is 10 years younger than the current emperor, but she is already 40 years old, but you can't tell from her face. This graceful and elegant woman with a natural demeanor is more in line with the status of a noble family than the fifth prince. The woman saw him coming and raised her red lips. Zhao is here. Your Highness. Qi Yuezhao leaned forward and called out. The princess waved her hand, motioning him to stand up and sit down. If I hadn't made an appointment with Zhao to come for tea, I would have gone to the palace to take a look. Qi Yuezhao blinked, somewhat puzzled. The princess chuckled and explained. My brother has found a remarkable man and is planning to make him the imperial teacher. Oh no, it already is. She placed her delicate jade fingers in front of her lips. But my brother is planning to formally introduce this imperial master to the court officials at the spring hunt in the near future. I am very curious about this imperial master. National master, a strange man. Somehow, the image of Chu Songfeng appeared in Qi Yuezhao's mind. Hunting in spring and autumn has always been a major event for the emperor when he travels, and most of his ministers have to accompany him, including their families. Although Marquis Shun did not have much real power, he was still a marquis after all, so he was naturally indispensable in such matters. He took the whole family to the spring hunting ground. Qi Yuezhao also came with them. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw Qi Manhua in front of him snorting coldly at him, as if he was very disdainful. Qi Yuezhao was too lazy to pay attention to him. Anyway, he had the support of the eldest princess now, and even the Marquis Shun didn't dare to say anything to him. Qi Manhua could only do these small tricks. Life was not easy for the shunned Marquis family. They had been supported for more than 10 years and had no ability to earn money. Even when the Li family no longer supported them, they could not learn how to make money and had to live on borrowing money. If they had not owed a huge amount of debt, Miss Li would not have married into the family. But the two families were just trying to get what they wanted. The Li family used the power of Shunned Marquis Mansion to protect their own business, and Shunned Marquis Mansion asked for money to maintain their own dignity. Unfortunately, Miss Li chose the wrong man back then. Shunned Hao always acted good-tempered and easy to control outside, but after she got married, she found out that this guy was a bully at home and was shameless. He wanted to make the Li family his own. Now Qi Yuezhao has stopped sending money to Shunned Marquis Mansion, and several people have been squandering money in recent years. There is not much money left from the money sent last month. There is no other way. In order to maintain their outward appearance, Qi Manhua and others have even begun to mortgage their own jewelry. When you go out, you can't even afford to buy new clothes. Today, he is dressed particularly simply. Seeing Qi Yuezhao ignoring him, Qi Manhua became even angrier, but he acted as if he was lost, just like a good brother who tried to please but was ignored. This is because there are outsiders here, and they are acting. But not many people care about him. The twin incident in Shun Marquis' mansion caused a big stir back then. The current Marquis wife gave birth to 2 children for Shun Marquis before she got married, and she also made the real Marquis wife so angry that she gave birth prematurely. What's the difference between this and having a concubine? Even if the Marquis' wife is now made the main wife, she is still looked down upon. Qi Yuezhao was despised by these second-generation powerful people because he loved doing business, while the Chi Manhwa brothers were always ignored. However, after the fifth prince jumped into the water to save Chi Manhwa that day, some children of minor officials began to curry favor with Chi Manhwa. Although the fifth prince had not yet been named the crown prince, he was undoubtedly the crown prince. The future crown prince likes Chi Manhwa so much. If they try to please him, they might be able to use this opportunity to get close to the fifth prince. After entering the hunting ground, Chi Yuezhao did not sit with Shun Ho, but sat next to the eldest princess. He gave 85% of all his income to the eldest princess, which meant that he became the eldest princess's subordinate and helped her to make money. Chi Yuezhao's ability to make money is first-rate, and the princess now regards him as her treasure and protects him very closely. Zhaoer, just sit with me. The eldest princess glanced at the last seat, where the shunned Marquis family was sitting. Chi Manhwa looked timidly at Chi Yuezhao again and again. Only her good-for-nothing nephew would fall for this kind of trick. This is what is meant by losing the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. In the eldest princess's view, Chi Yuezhao is a rare talent. With him, they will never lack money, which is a great advantage in the struggle for power. He just felt that Chi Yuezhao could not help him in other aspects, so he could just marry 2 concubines from powerful and noble families. As for how to balance it, it depends on what the fifth prince does. But now it seems that the fifth prince is really as stupid as a pig. He doesn't like Chi Yuezhao, and he has no interest in the daughters and boys of the rich and powerful. He is being hung up by Chi Manhwa. What ability does Chi Manhwa have? Marrying him would be in vain, and it is inevitable that others will think that the fifth prince is emotional. After waiting for a long time, everyone was seated and the emperor slowly arrived. The old emperor is over 50 years old and can no longer be considered young. The ages of his princes also vary greatly. The eldest prince is already in his 30s, and the fourth prince is in his 20s. Starting from the fifth prince, the following princes became much younger. The fifth prince and the sixth prince are only less than 20 years old now. It is rumored that the age gap is so big because of some emotional problems when the emperor was still a prince. The old emperor had not yet appointed a queen, so the one with the highest status in the palace was the imperial concubine, and the one who was most favored was concubine Chun. The 2 concubines walked beside him and sat on his left and right respectively. The fifth prince was very angry when he saw Chi Yuezhao. He looked at him coldly for a moment, but when the eldest princess looked back at him, he quickly withdrew his gaze. "My dear ministers, please stand up." The old emperor smiled and said, "There is another important event in this spring hunt. With the blessing of heaven, I have found the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master is a great talent with unparalleled magical powers. I will introduce him to you, my dear ministers," he said towards the end. "Mr. Chu, please come this way." The young man surprised everyone. They thought he was an old man with a white beard, who was able to make the old emperor believe him. But now I see that he is still a young man. He still has this ability. Although he is young, he can make the emperor respect him so much that he is even called Sir. Chu Songfeng was wearing a white robe, with only a light gold belt around his waist. The whole white outfit made him look like an immortal. Chu Songfeng sat down unceremoniously in the seat reserved for him by the emperor, standing alone on the left above the other princes, highlighting the status of this imperial master. Speaking of which, there should be quite a few people who know the imperial master. The old emperor still had a happy look on his face. He couldn't hold back his joy when he saw Chu Songfeng. He finally encountered such a great treasure. But that's all in the past. Mr. Chu will be the state teacher from now on. Please don't be rude to him. These words were obviously referring to someone, and that was the fifth prince. After being given a cold look by his father, the fifth prince dared not say a word. This national teacher turned out to be Chu Songfeng. He thought Chu Songfeng had been dealt with, but not only was he not dead, he actually became the imperial teacher and was favored by his father. He felt a chill in his heart and couldn't understand what was going on. The sixth prince, who was sitting below him, was playing with a jade ring with a faint smile on his face. He didn't mean it, it was just because his brother was so arrogant and blind, so he had to kick the iron plate this time. Chu Songfeng sat in his seat, but his eyes were on Chi Yuezhao. Chi Yuezhao was not surprised to see that it was him, and felt that it was reasonable. But he couldn't help wanting to look at Chu Songfeng, and his eyes met Chu Songfeng's in midair, telling him to look back quickly. The wine glass in his hand almost fell over, and a blush floated on his cheeks. It was really embarrassing to be caught peeking at others. Isn't my wife cute? Chu Songfeng was in a good mood, and it was rare for him to take the initiative to talk to the system. System? I haven't caught up with her yet, Your Majesty. Cute, cute. Unexpectedly, Chu Songfeng frowned and said, This is my wife. What do you mean by cute? Only I can say it. System. Like a little child, so naive. No wonder people in the three realms say that love makes people less intelligent. It is true. Chu Songfeng now lives a very comfortable life, with everything he needs provided for him. The old emperor even wanted to mash the rice for him, for fear that he would get tired of chewing it. Chu Songfeng said that it was not necessary, as it was really disgusting, but he was still thinking about pursuing his wife. For some reason, every time he saw Qi Yuezhao, his heart would beat fast and he wished he could run directly to her. The old emperor cheerfully started the routine opening, and then held out a peerless bow as the first prize, which made the young people below very excited. The bow is secondary. The most important thing is to catch the emperor's eye. Young talents all got up to go hunting, including the princes. Except for the ministers, most of the others went out. These kids are still young and energetic, and they look very much like me in my youth. Of course, Your Majesty was majestic and heroic in those days. When I saw you, I was impressed by Your Majesty's demeanor. Ha 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 ha. Although the old emperor knew that others were flattering him and that he was not favored in those days and had little presence among the princes, who doesn't like to hear good words, he immediately smiled and said, My dear, you are still good at talking. I don't know who will win the first prize this year. I think it belongs to the fifth prince. It was the fifth prince who won first place in the last autumn hunt. When concubine Qian heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled softly, then gently poured a glass of wine for the old emperor. Your Majesty. The old emperor stroked her hand and really liked her kindness and gentleness. The imperial concubine on the side seemed to have no reaction, maintaining a flawless smile and not even glancing over here. The old emperor understood and immediately picked up another piece of dessert for the imperial concubine, which made the imperial concubine smile as well. The system looked at the delicate, graceful, and charming concubine Qian on the right, and then looked at the beautiful concubine Gue on the left. He is a winner in life. He doesn't look that good, but his two wives are so pretty. The old emperor was not ugly. He was a handsome man when he was young, but he has aged and his appearance has declined a lot. Are you envious? Chu Songfeng glanced at the old emperor and felt sympathy. How can I not envy him? He has two beauties coaxing him around, and they love him very much. Love? That's not necessarily true. And look at how old he is. He still has to balance the relationship between his wives, and having a child is also a struggle. It's better to just marry one. You don't see this as clearly as your Emperor of Heaven. The system thought about it, and concluded that Swordmaster should be referring to the previous Emperor of Heaven. The old Emperor of Heaven only married the Queen of Heaven, and his only son was the Crown Prince. It seemed better for him to succeed smoothly. He saw that in the dynasties of the mortal world, the princes and princesses always fought for a position, and countless people died during that time. But I heard that the old emperor had a very good relationship with a little fairy, and he almost married her as a concubine. Chu Songfeng staggered, startled by the system's words. Impossible. How could it be possible? Qian Fan did this. Lian Shao would have beaten him to death. If he had the guts, I would have had a child. What's the name of this little system of yours? You're so brave to spread rumors like this. The system felt guilty, thinking that Swordmaster was not going to report him, and that he would not be called by the old emperor to have a chat as soon as he returned, but he did not dare not answer. My name is Shao, and everyone calls me Shao. Swordmaster, could you please not tell the old emperor? I just heard it. A Shao swore to God that he just heard it accidentally. Chu Songfeng just smiled and said nothing, which made Ah Xiao frightened. The princess had bright red nail polish on her fingertips. She smiled in an ambiguous way and asked, Master Chu, are you feeling bored? We are all old people. It's not as interesting as the young people. Master, why don't you go out and join in the fun? She was also muttering in her heart. She had seen this imperial teacher before. After all, he saved Qi Yuezhao, the fifth prince's fiancée, that day. No one else dared to save her, but this young man did it. It was really impressive. But how did a poor scholar become a national teacher overnight? And her brother, the emperor, treated him like a treasure. She had been unable to get any information before. Chu Songfeng nodded. It's really boring. I'm going to go for a walk outside. The princess and the ministers were stunned. What was wrong with this imperial teacher? What was he saying? They all looked at the old emperor. They had seen the emperor's iron-blooded methods over the years. How could he not be angry now? As a result, the old emperor was not angry at all. He smiled in a good mood and said, "Oh, it's my fault. It's my fault. I forgot about it. It's better for the imperial master to go out and join in the fun. Fuan, you go with the imperial master." "Yes, I know." The princess looked at the old emperor as if he were a monster. This. Is this still her brother? She even sent her own eunuch to follow him. At this moment, everyone deeply understood that Chu Songfeng was definitely someone who should not be provoked. But at this moment, they were scratching their heads and couldn't figure out how this person did it. Could it be that he really had some mysterious ability? Chu Songfeng was not polite and strode out. He just saw Qi Yuezhao walking to the left and thinking that the fifth prince and Qi Manhua were also there. If the three of them met, Qi Yuezhao would be at a disadvantage, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After everyone left, the tent became a little quieter until the old emperor spoke, and then the tent returned to its previous cheerful and talkative state. Qi Yuezhao couldn't stay inside any longer, so he followed him out. He ran into Qi Manhua after walking a few steps, and Qi Manhua approached him. "Brother." Qi Manhua looked at him hesitantly. "Don't misunderstand me. There is nothing between the fifth prince and me. I am your second brother after all. How could I hurt you?" As I spoke, tears were about to fall. Xia Sang said sarcastically, "You also know that you are hurting others. I thought you didn't know." I really didn't." Qi Manhua was at a loss. "Yuezhao, please don't be angry with me anymore, okay?" Qi Yuezhao looked at him coldly, thinking that he was just too dramatic. "I'm not angry with you. I'm just irritated by some greedy thing. Does brother think you are such a person?" Qi Manhua couldn't find the words to respond for a moment. He could only complain. "Yu Zhao, I'm not. I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore." After saying that, he turned around and left with Xia Sang. Xia Sang was puzzled at first, but after a while, an idea finally came to her mind. This guy only pretends to be nice when there are outsiders around. In fact, his personality is extremely arrogant. He secretly cursed himself for being so stupid and causing trouble for the young master. "Young master. It's nothing. Just ignore him in the future." Yeah. The white clothes were really conspicuous in this wilderness. Qi Yuezhao saw Chu Songfeng from a distance, and there seemed to be an old eunuch following him. Chu Songfeng walked towards this side, not knowing whether he saw him or not. Just as he was thinking about whether to change direction, a bright yellow figure appeared in front of Qi Yuezhao. The fifth prince had a hint of displeasure on his face. "Yuezhao? Your Highness the fifth prince?" Qi Yuezhao frowned. "What's the matter? I've always known that you have many thoughts and a deep mind, but it's okay to please my aunt. But why do you even bully your own brother?" Qi Yuezhao was speechless for a moment. "What did I do?" "Don't quibble. I saw you bullying Manhua just now. Manhua has a pure heart and a soft nature. He wanted to repair the brotherly relationship with you, but you kept ignoring him and even spoke coldly to him. I heard that in order to please my aunt recently, you even deducted money from the family." Qi was looking after the fifth prince. He saw how arrogant he was. He thought the two of them had already fallen out. So why did he act like nothing had happened now? Did he forget that he wanted to kill him before? It was really unreasonable but confident. "Your Highness, I don't know what you are talking about. I have never touched the money in my family. Even if I deducted it, it was the money sent from my own shop. This is what my mother left me. It is my own pocket money. I can't even decide how to use it." Qi Yuezhao wanted to leave. "Besides, Manhua is my younger brother. Your Highness should not be too concerned about the matter between him and me." The fifth prince's face was gloomy. "Well, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you hooked up with my aunt? Don't forget, I'm still your fiancé." When Qi Yuezhao heard this, He lowered his eyes with disgust. Indeed, even if the eldest princess protected him, the engagement between the fifth prince and him still existed. If only the fifth prince was not a prince, not only would the engagement be cancelled, he would stab him to death right away. It really made him sick. Seeing Qi Yuezhao lower her head and keep silent, the fifth prince felt better. He said in a cold voice, "You and I have known each other since childhood, and we have a deep friendship. Yuezhao, if you behave yourself, you will still be my princess, and no one else can surpass you." He reached out to hold Qi Yuezhao's hand. "I know you have been in love with me since you were a child, and I like you too. If you marry me, I will definitely treat you well. Although Manhua is your brother, he can only be my concubine at most. The position of the main wife will always be yours, so don't worry about it anymore." The fifth prince spoke at length. In his opinion, he was really good to Qi Yuezhao. Qi Yuezhao had been held by a man outside her family, which was not innocent in itself. He was willing to let her be his principal wife and promised not to let other concubines surpass him. Isn't this a great gift from heaven? No need. Qi Yuezhao dodged and said expressionlessly, "I know that His Highness likes my brother, and I am willing to give my love to him. Moreover, I have known His Highness since childhood, and I have always regarded His Highness as my brother, and I have never had any thoughts about it." After a moment of silence, he continued, "If Your Highness does not wish to cancel the engagement, I will have no choice but to report this to His Majesty." But it was a big joke that the prince had his engagement broken off. How could the royal family let Qi Yuezhao live freely? If they really did that, Qi Yuezhao would most likely be sent to that temple to accompany the Buddha forever, with green lamps and ancient Buddhas, and live out his life. If he was the child of an important official, and his father loved him and was willing to break off the engagement for him despite the emperor's displeasure, he could have avoided this fate. But Shunho, instead of relying on him, Qi Yuezhao might as well hope that a god would fall from the sky and say he would help him. If he really did that, it would depend on whether he was important enough in the princess's heart, and whether it was worth her saying something good in front of the emperor. The fifth prince swung his sleeves with a sullen face, and his long sleeves almost hit Qi Yuezhao. Xia Sang widened her eyes and took a half-step forward, not conspicuous, but carefully blocking Qi Yuezhao. "You said you can cancel the engagement? Qi Yuezhao, who do you think you are? So you too want to cancel the engagement?" A clear and bright voice with a chill suddenly interrupted. It was Chu Songfeng. The old eunuch Fuan followed behind him. Thinking of what the fifth prince had done, he shook his head silently in his heart. Chu Songfeng smiled. "It's just right. I will be your witness. I believe that the emperor must respect the ideas of young people. Blind marriage is no longer popular now." His gaze fell on the fifth prince. It was dark and seemed to carry a tremendous force, making the fifth prince feel so heavy that his back seemed to collapse. The children of destiny should be lovable, but the ones in this world are particularly annoying. Just like two stink bugs, disgusting. Even if you slap them to death, the splashing juice and dirty corpses can still make people nauseous. Chu Guisher. The fifth prince wanted to curse, but considering Chu Songfeng's current status, he suppressed his anger. After seeing Fuan behind Chu Songfeng, he lost his temper even more. Fuan was the chief eunuch in the palace and a confidant of the old emperor. Letting Fuan follow Chu Songfeng showed the status of this new imperial teacher in the heart of the old emperor. His face turned pale. "No need, Master Chu. Yuezhao and I have always had a good relationship, but Yuezhao is a bit spoiled and got a little mad at me. Master, I'm sorry to have misunderstood." Xia Sang grimaced when he heard this, and wished he could tear the fifth prince to pieces. He made up such a story and even dared to say that his young master was spoiled. He had a good impression of Chu Songfeng and thought that he might be able to help, so he blurted out, "My young master has no feelings for the fifth prince at all. Your Highness has a deep relationship with the second young master Qi Manhua in the mansion. It would be better to change the object of this engagement." Qi Yuezhao held him down, and Xia Sang immediately shut up. Qi Yuezhao also said, "Your Highness and I both want to cancel the engagement, but it is difficult to refuse the elders' kindness because it was arranged by them. If the imperial master is willing to help, Yuezhao will be very grateful." The fifth prince said, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Then he said to Chu Songfeng, "Master, please don't misunderstand me. It's just that my fiancée is too naughty and she started talking nonsense." Chu Songfeng shook his head. "It's not a misunderstanding. I will definitely help." These words were said to Qi Yuezhao, whose eyes turned slightly red and her heart was filled with gratitude. It seemed that every time he appeared, Chu Songfeng could help him a lot. Such a kindness could not be repaid even with his life. Qi Yuezhao secretly vowed that no matter what Chu Songfeng wanted, as long as he could do it, he would definitely take this opportunity to express his gratitude to Chu Songfeng. "Fifth Prince," Chu Songfeng shouted, "let's go." These words seemed to have magic, and the fifth prince's legs followed involuntarily. Xiao was so scared that he jumped up and down. "Sword Master, it's against the rules to use power beyond the boundaries of the world on the Child of Destiny. It doesn't matter. He won't be one soon anyway." Fear flashed in the eyes of the fifth prince. His body involuntarily followed Chu Songfeng. His heart was shouting at him to stop, but his body was unmoved. No matter how much he resisted, it would only slow him down. Child of Destiny, huh? When Chu Songfeng entered this world, he was relatively abiding by the rules, saying that his words would come true. That was the only ability he had, although it was still against the rules in a strict sense. But ahem, he should be more restrained and not go too far. He can't let the old Emperor of Heaven come to have tea with him. The Child of Destiny is favored by Heaven and is the darling of this world. In fact, he can counteract his ability if the willpower of the Child of Destiny is strong enough. But the fifth prince. As for MANHUA, I think there is no need to say much. It's time to replace the destined child of this world. As for who to replace him with, Chu Songfeng still needs to wait and see. The old emperor looked up and saw him coming back, and was a little surprised. "How come Mr. Chu came back so soon?" Chu Songfeng chuckled. "I just want to help the fifth prince." "Right, fifth prince?" The fifth prince was angry in his heart, but he did not dare to show any resentment on his face. "Father." Actually, it was the imperial master who misunderstood. He still refused to admit. "Yu Zhao and I have had some small temper tantrums recently." In a fit of rage, he even said he wanted to cancel the engagement. "It was unintentional. I didn't expect that the imperial master happened to pass by, and that's when the misunderstanding occurred." Chu Songfeng's expression was a little cold. "Oh, really?" The old emperor was worried that he would be angry, so he quickly asked Qi Yuezhao, "This. Yuezhao, what's going on? Tell me." The fifth prince looked back at him with an expressionless face. His meaning was very clear. He told him to speak properly and not to think that just because Chu Songfeng wanted to help on a whim, he really thought that he had found a backer and a way out. Qi Yuezhao knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, I really don't have much affection for the fifth prince, so I have the idea of breaking off the engagement. My brother is a virtuous and talented man, and he is also in love with your Majesty. I know that I am weak and impulsive, and I am really not worthy of your Majesty. I voluntarily give this engagement to my brother, and I hope your Majesty will agree to it." Qi Yuezhao spoke relatively tactfully. After all, the fifth prince was the old emperor's son. If he didn't speak more tactfully, he would offend even his father, the old emperor. The fifth prince's face was gloomy. If he had not been concerned about the civil and military officials still in the court, he would have turned hostile by now. Chu Songfeng smiled, a smile on the corner of his lips, like the smile of an icy river, gurgling water, very attractive. "Since Mr. Qi is willing to help others, I think it is very appropriate to change the object of this marriage." The old emperor was helpless. He looked at the fifth prince with disappointment. His son was really. He had to lie in front of him, and he happened to meet a straightforward person who was unwilling to cooperate with him. Now he had lost all his dignity. "Yuezhao, are you really sure?" The fifth prince asked again. "I like you. Everything before was just a misunderstanding." Before Qi Yuezhao could speak, Chu Songfeng spoke first. "Fifth prince, you better tell the truth." As soon as these words were spoken, they became true in an instant. The fifth prince was stunned and couldn't help saying, "I actually don't like you at all. Manhua is gentle and sensible, and he is many times better than you. If it weren't for your dowry, do you think I would like you? Qi Yuezhao, you have a nice face. If you behave well, I can make you my concubine." He hurriedly covered his mouth and looked at Chu Songfeng in horror. Others were also surprised. The fifth prince was not a fool. How could he say such things in public and directly admit that he was eyeing his fiancée's dowry? Their gazes were subtle and obscure. It seemed that Chu Songfeng really had some supernatural powers. The old emperor was somewhat disappointed after hearing this, and his eyes on the fifth prince were cold. Concubine Shan was startled and quickly said in a soft voice, "Your Majesty, that's enough." The old emperor interrupted. "Since you like that manhwa more, then change your fiancé. As a prince, you should have some measure of your own words and deeds, and don't act too arrogantly." After saying this, he said he wanted to rest, turned around and left without mentioning Qi Yuezhao again. It was obvious that he was unhappy with Qi Yuezhao's behavior of embarrassing the fifth prince, but after all, his son had a bigger problem, so he didn't say anything else. He just told Chu Songfeng to have fun, and if there was anything, he could just tell Fuan. "Oh, what's wrong with this old emperor? It's not the lady's fault. Why is he so rude?" A Xiao spoke up for the injustice, but Chu Songfeng thought it was normal. People always protect their shortcomings, not to mention that he is the emperor, the person at the top of the world's power, high above, and his word is final. How could he blame his most beloved son for others? If he was not afraid and hoped for the power of my words, he would have punished us by now. However, since Chu Songfeng is here, he will not let anyone bully Qi Yuezhao anymore. If this emperor is not fair enough, then change him to a fair one. However, the change of the throne has a great impact. If the emperor is incompetent, the people and the honest officials in the court will suffer. Therefore, if you want to change him, at least he must be a wise ruler. Life is unique and precious. Although he, the sword master, has committed many murders, he still does not want to affect the people too much. Moreover, he is also a god. He knows the principle of God's protection of the world. By the way, what did you shout just now? A Xiao whispered, "Madam." Chu Songfeng smiled and said, "Well, you have quite a good eye." He casually threw a small prize to Xiao, which was a sacred plant of heaven and earth, which made Xiao very excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he said to Qi Yuezhao, who had just been helped up by Xia saying, "Master Qi, would you like to go out for a walk? The scenery here is quite nice." Qi Yuezhao had no reason not to accept this olive branch, as he knew Chu Songfeng was protecting him. For the sake of the newly popular imperial master in front of the emperor, the fifth prince's revenge would inevitably be restrained. He nodded, and Chu Songfeng took him away leisurely. The fifth prince was left alone, standing there, until concubine Chun took him away. As soon as he returned to his tent, he smashed everything on the floor. Qinfei recalled what happened just now and asked, "What's wrong with you today? How dare you say such a thing?" The fifth prince had a gloomy face. It was that Chu Songfeng. He is simply a monster. He actually controlled me and made me say things I shouldn't have said. Hearing her son say this, concubine Chun was certain of Chu Songfeng's ability and was shocked. She glanced at the fragments on the ground and said, "Okay, it's a done deal. This is the only way. You should be careful during this period. It would be best if Master Chu had a better impression of you." "Why?" The fifth prince said sternly. "Who does he think he is? How can I be submissive to him?" Concubine Chun was very disappointed. "He has real ability and is treated so politely by your father. Could he be a simple person? I just don't know how capable he is." Concubine Chen whispered. "But for the time being, you must not provoke him." She glanced at the fifth prince who was suppressing his anger and said, "Qi Yuezhao should stay still recently, lest Master Chu becomes attached to him and causes trouble." After saying this, she sighed. Her son was good in every way except that he was too arrogant. Sometimes he couldn't see the situation clearly and always felt that his status as a prince put him above everything else. Concubine Chen has been smart all her life, but she gave birth to a son who is not smart enough. Fortunately, as long as she is in power, the fifth prince will be able to prosper and even ascend to that position. Chu Songfeng is undoubtedly handsome. He is tall and not thin, but he doesn't look too strong either. He looks more like a military general than a scholar. But his personality seems to be indifferent on the surface, probably because he rarely talks. Qi Yuezhao followed him half a step behind. Chu Songfeng noticed him and slowed down his pace, walking side by side with Qi Yuezhao. Qi Yuezhao couldn't help feeling a little shy, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and she seemed to smell the cool and gentle scent of the man at the tip of her nose. Like the wind in the mountains, free and gentle. Chu Songfeng was a little nervous. He had lived for a very long time, but had never been in love, nor had he ever liked anyone. At this moment, he didn't even know what to say. Of course, he would not believe Xiao's secret to pursuing love. He is the blooming iron tree, but after the iron tree blooms, it doesn't know how to attract people to see the flowers waving in the wind on its branches. If the fifth prince causes you trouble, you can come to me. Qi Yuezhao walked beside him, half a head shorter than him. In fact, he was quite tall among the boys, about 1.75 meters, but Chu Songfeng was much taller than him. It was still a little chilly in spring at this time. The wind blew on Qi Yuezhao's face, making his nose a little red, like a wronged rabbit. He looked so pitiful that Chu Songfeng couldn't help but want to take care of him and protect him, not wanting to let him suffer any injustice. Qi Yuezhao looked up in surprise. "Thank you." He smiled, like the moment when peach blossoms bloomed. Very beautiful. Pine wind. It was really beautiful. The eunuchs Fu and Xiasang following behind him were a bit annoying. No wonder the light bulbs were not popular. Chu Songfeng now understood very well. You go and have a rest. We will take a walk by ourselves. Fuan and Xiasang were unwilling, but they couldn't control their legs at all. Xiasang's eyes widened. Could this guy have bad intentions towards his young master? How could he rely on his own divine power to send them away? Fuan seemed to be thinking about something, his drooping eyelids hiding the gleam in his eyes. When the light bulb disappeared, Chu Songfeng cheered happily in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He was really nervous. Qi Yuezhao said in a gentle voice, "Songfeng, thank you very much for helping me so many times. If you have anything to ask for, or if you want anything, please tell me and I will definitely help you." Chu Songfeng's eyes were full of smiles, like crushed starlight. "Anything is fine?" Qi Yuezhao lowered his head, his heart beating faster and faster, and he didn't dare to look Chu Songfeng in the eye. That look was just too. It's like spring water, which will make those who watch it sink into it. His ears turned red and he replied in a low voice, "Yeah." A big hand rubbed his head, causing him to look up in surprise, like a frightened rabbit. Chu Songfeng withdrew his hand and regretted being too impulsive. In this world, there are gender differences between men and boys. I hope Yuezhao will think he is too frivolous. But Qi Yuezhao just glanced at him twice and turned away, his face burning hot. "Don't blush, otherwise it will be so embarrassing." Chu Songfeng probably thinks he is a child. If he blushes, wouldn't he be telling everyone that he has misunderstood? A strange atmosphere lingered between the two of them until the sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air was heard, and the sound of a puff came from the bushes. The eldest prince was given a title by the old emperor in his early years, named Prince, and Prince An's age is not young either, almost the same age as the fifth or sixth prince. He was riding on a horse, galloping over with his companions, and only then did he see Chu Songfeng and the other two. He immediately dismounted from his horse and said respectfully to the newly appointed imperial master, "Master, imperial master." Chu Songfeng nodded. Who is this person? He didn't recognize all of the ministers and royal relatives. Qi Yuezhao bowed and said, "Prince," and smiled politely back. "I just shot a deer, but I didn't hold it steady and it came over here. I was worried it might hurt someone, so I came over to take a look." The guards searched for him, parted the bushes, and exclaimed, "Sir, we shot someone." Princeton was shocked and quickly went over to see. The guards carried out the person who was shot. It was a young girl, about 20 years old. She was wearing coarse linen clothes and her hair was simply tied into a ponytail. She looked like a commoner, but she was good-looking, elegant, and graceful. But Chu Songfeng blinked and felt that this person looked a little familiar. The long arrow went straight into the girl's chest and she was already dying. Princeton was very anxious. How could hunting involve human life? His father was not favored to begin with, and he was even more of an unknown person. He would surely be impeached to death. Qi Yuezhao subconsciously looked at Chu Songfeng, and Chu Songfeng's lips curled up slightly. He stepped closer, looked at the girl and said, "It's okay. Just pull it out." "Ah." Princeton thought to himself that this was nonsense. The person had been pierced and would die on the spot if the needle was pulled out. How could he possibly heal? Chu Songfeng didn't waste any time. He just grabbed the arrow and pulled it out in a flash. The others couldn't help but close their eyes, thinking that the girl was finished. But the blood hole healed itself, and only the bloody clothes were left to tell them that it was not an illusion. Everything I say will come true, Chu Songfeng said lightly, not caring at all, and casually told Enshitsi, take good care of her. Princeton nodded. Okay. The look in Chu Songfeng's eyes was as if he had seen a god. If this is not a god, then what is a god? No wonder His Majesty's attitude is so good. Anyone else would have a bad attitude. This is simply a god descending to earth. He asked the system, what is her identity? A Xiao quickly flipped through the world lines. No, it should be a passerby. Hey, there is a little mention here. It is mentioned that during the spring hunt, Princeton accidentally shot and killed a civilian who strayed in. In the end, concubine Chun, for some reason, took the initiative to help him cover up the matter. So Princeton later defected to the fifth prince. Concubine Chun? Although they had only met a few times, Chu Songfeng still had some impression of her. She seemed to be much smarter than the arrogant fifth prince. Such a person will not do anything without profit. Princeton has no power, so it doesn't matter which side he stands on. He is just an idle prince who is destined to have no chance of becoming emperor. He is the eldest prince after all, but his title isn't, which asks him to behave himself. This shows how little attention he is paid to him. Does concubine Chun have to go to so much trouble? Moreover, this person looked really familiar, making him feel strangely familiar. Qi Yuezhao pulled his sleeve, and he leaned over. Qi Yuezhao whispered in his ear, do you think she looks a bit like His Majesty? It also looks like the fifth prince. No, it should be said that it is concubine Chun, but concubine Chun has a delicate and charming appearance, while this girl is elegant and beautiful. The hot air was blown beside his ears, feeling warm and itchy. After Qi Yuezhao finished speaking, he realized that they seemed too close and quickly stepped back. Chu Songfeng smiled and said, it seems a little bit. Then he looked at the girl who had not yet woken up. So, he has encountered a hidden gem? The girl's name was Shinmu. As soon as she appeared, the old emperor was frightened and called Yunyang tremblingly, which made concubine Chun, who was sitting below, grit her teeth. It turned out that the old emperor had one true love when he was young, and that was concubine Chun's elder sister. The old emperor was deeply in love with her and planned to be with her for the rest of his life. But later on, Yunyang disappeared unexpectedly. At that time, the old emperor had just ascended the throne. He began to look for someone with great fanfare, but failed to find one. After a while, he began to hold beauty contests and recruit concubines. This is also the reason why the four princes before the fifth prince were much older than them, because he only favored Yunyang for a period of time and no children were born for several years. Although he now has beauties in his harem, this white moonlight is still in his heart, and the position of queen is left vacant for her and will no longer be established. The reason why concubine Chun was so favored was because she looked very similar to the queen. The appearance of the queen and the legitimate princess changed the focus of the entire spring hunt. No one paid attention to the top spot in the spring hunt anymore, but instead focused on the newly found Princess Mingxia. The situation of Princess Mingxia being rescued that day was also widely known, and some people looked at Chu Songfeng, the imperial teacher, as if he were a god. Not to mention that he did not hide his abilities, and with just a word he could make clouds and rain appear, which was extremely magical. People who knew him before were also scared. After thinking about it, they actually deduced some reasons based on his previous taciturn behavior. Not to mention anything else, the folk storybooks nowadays are all about the imperial teacher, and even Princess Mingxia cannot match her fame. However, Chu Songfeng didn't care about these things. He was sharpening his knife to attack the fifth prince and Qi Maohua at this time, but the children of destiny had not been replaced yet, so he couldn't kill these two even if he wanted to. So he recently became a matchmaker, enjoying bringing people together. How did you make this rule? Why does the child of destiny have to have a happy love life? Chu Songfeng frowned, feeling very worried. A Xiao explained, because you have power, money, and true love, That's what makes a winner in life. Many people can have money and power alone, and there are also people who have true love, but there are very few who have all three. After all, you are the child of destiny, so naturally you have to have everything. Chu Songfeng read the book that was transformed into the world line again and again. He was more optimistic about the sixth prince and the general. The sixth prince was a love-brained person. When Xiasang died in the book, he immediately committed suicide after arranging the funeral. Love, yes. Although the two of them haven't started dating yet, he has a high status and position. As long as they can start dating, he can slowly transfer the luck of the Son of Destiny to the two of them, and then he can happily deal with those two ruthless people. The general is not bad, but he is still at the frontier and is difficult to control. Moreover, this couple seems to be playing the game of marriage first and love later, and the timeline is relatively long. He was just thinking about how to make the sixth prince reveal his love-brain nature when Princess Mingxia came to visit. Mingxia greets the imperial master. Princess Mingxia changed into luxurious clothes and wore priceless jewelry, which was totally different from the day before. Princess, why are you here? The girl looked up. Mingxia came here to ask for help. Because she was the daughter of his own Bai Yueguang, and because he had heard that Bai Yueguang had passed away, the old emperor doted on Princess Mingxia to the heavens. Did she need help? Imperial Master, I know you are different from ordinary people. Mingxia has nowhere else to go, and I have no choice but to ask for your help. Chu Songfeng said calmly, tell me about it. Princess Mingxia then talked about her own story. When her mother was pregnant with her, she was accidentally exiled to the countryside and lost her memory. The mother and daughter lived a hard life among the people. Mingxia worked hard to improve their lives. After their lives got better, she moved to the capital with her mother. Unexpectedly, an accident happened and concubine Chun discovered them. Once she went out, and when she came back she saw her house on fire. She rushed inside and found that her mother had passed away, leaving only a blood letter. Before the queen died, she actually recalled the past, wrote down Mingxia's life story, and left her a keepsake. After her death, Mingxia was also hunted down. She tried to ask for an audience with the ministers in order to meet the emperor, but concubine Chen was watching her too closely, and she was surrounded and hunted down as soon as she showed up. Later, she sought help from the queen's old friends, but they were either unable to help her or betrayed her. After much difficulty, she found out that the emperor had gone out of the palace for the spring hunting, and then she tried every possible means to sneak in. However, she was so unlucky that she was shot by an arrow before she even saw the emperor. Fortunately, she met Chu Songfeng and survived, but she couldn't tell the old emperor about being hunted. She didn't know how much affection this man had for her and her daughter. But concubine Chun has been his most beloved woman for more than 10 years, and he also dotes on the fifth prince. In recent years, he has hinted that he wants the fifth prince to be the crown prince. There is no point in filing a complaint. Not to mention whether the old emperor will stand on her side. Even if he does, he cannot kill concubine Chun and her son. On the contrary, her situation will become worse. Mingxia wanted to kill the mother and son to avenge her mother. How do you want me to save you? Chu Songfeng took a sip of tea and said slowly, Master, I know you have extraordinary abilities and you are treated with courtesy by everyone you meet, but I can guarantee that I am definitely better than the fifth prince. I was poor when I was young. I worked as a farmer and a peddler. At first, I could not read or do martial arts. I relied on my own abilities to get the opportunity to study and practice martial arts. I have been the lowest of the low. I know the sufferings of the people and what they want in their hearts. I became a princess, such a respected position, which proves that God has destined me to be extraordinary. I am not willing to be ordinary. When I sought help, they all turned me away. I know that the most fundamental reason is that I am just a princess, not a prince. A princess is not destined to be the most noble person in the world. They don't want to offend the fifth prince for this, but who says that he will definitely sit on the highest position? If he can do it, why can't I? There was a gleam in Mingxia's eyes, like the morning sun. Another woman who is similar to the eldest princess. Such people are actually rare. After all, in ancient times, men were superior to women, and there were few ambitious women. Chu Songfeng saw that Princess Mingxia had greater ambitions than the eldest princess. The eldest princess just wanted to hold the emperor hostage to control the princes and find a puppet emperor to control them. Mingxia's attitude is that she wants to be the empress. I just need a wise and enlightened emperor. I don't care who it is. I won't help you. Mingxia's eyes dimmed, and Chu Songfeng changed the subject. But I can guarantee that you will not die at the hands of concubine Chun and her son. The words came true. Mingxia would never be killed by concubine Chun and the fifth prince. Thank you, Imperial Master. Mingxia knelt on the ground and bowed to Chu Songfeng. In her current situation, no one was willing to help her, not even her closest maternal family. After all, the queen and concubine Chun were from the same family. Who would give up the fifth prince who was sure of victory and choose her, a princess who had just been brought back from the people? But the killing intentions of concubine Chun and the fifth prince were so obvious that if she had not subdued the palace maids and eunuchs around her and cleared some of the nails, she would have died by now. The only capital she had was herself and her good eyesight. She risked everything and came to Chu Songfeng for help, and did not hide her ambition at all, because if Chu Songfeng did not help her, she would have no way out. Only by telling Chu Songfeng the truth would she have a chance of survival, and facts proved that she made the right bet this time. According to Mingxia, although the old emperor said that he loved her mother deeply, in fact, his love was not that deep. If he really loved his mother and cared about his daughter, she would not be surrounded by other people, and even the poison was about to be brought to her. I don't know who I'm showing this sincere and heartfelt look to. With Chu Songfeng's guarantee, Princess Mingxia was no longer in danger and began her own actions. Chu Songfeng didn't pay much attention to it. As he said, he needed a wise and current monarch, that's all. Anyone would do. He simply dragged the sixth prince to do the main task, and let them have a romantic relationship as soon as possible. After Qi Yuezhao returned that day, he tried to go out less frequently. He broke off the engagement with the fifth prince, and now his reputation is well known. No one knows how many people are talking about him behind his back, and Qi Manhua and his family is the first to be affected. Qi Manhua felt that Qi Yuezhao was simply a fool. The fifth prince was the future emperor, yet he actually chose to cancel the engagement. He was lucky enough to become the fifth prince's fiancé just by the emperor's casual words. He was very happy at first, but later he was no longer happy. The fifth prince and concubine Chun were not very satisfied with him. The fifth prince was okay. He liked Qi Manhua, but concubine Chun just didn't like him in any way. Concubine Chun had criticized Qi Yuezhao before, but unexpectedly she was replaced by Qi Manhua, who was even worse. Not only is he a bit petty, his dowry is far less than Qi Yuezhao's. After all, Qi Yuezhao's maternal grandfather was once an imperial merchant. The ancestors of the Li family came from the Jiangnan area. Jiangnan is rich, and the Li family was originally a wealthy merchant in the local area. After becoming imperial merchants, they became famous all over the world. If you count the assets of the Li family, I am afraid that they are not even comparable to the national treasury, and 90% of these were used as Qi Yuezhao's dowry. What a huge fortune! If it weren't for these, how could concubine Chun continue to be on good terms with Miss Li after becoming a favorite concubine? And how could she agree to appoint Qi Yuezhao as the fifth prince's principal wife? In the eyes of concubine Chun, the fifth prince is bound to become the emperor, and his position as the principal wife is so honorable. But after Qi Manhua came to power, concubine Chun hated him so much. He was originally a child of a concubine. Even though the concubine was made the wife's wife, it did not change the fact that his mother gave birth to the child out of wedlock. In the circle of the powerful and wealthy, no one looks up to him. Men like him, but it's okay for him to be a concubine. Is he worthy of being the principal wife? Concubine Chen would not blame her son. Even though it was the fifth prince who was too conceited, perfunctorily responded to her words and acted on his own. Not only did he fail to coax Qi Yuezhao back, he also broke off the engagement in public, losing face. She blamed Qi Manhua and Qi Yuezhao. If it weren't for Chu Songfeng, the first person she would have dealt with was Qi Yuezhao. Now she didn't dare to touch Qi Yuezhao, and all her anger was directed towards Qi Manhua. He has been in a lot of trouble recently. If Princess Mingxia had not just been found, and concubine Chun had put most of her energy on this princess, she would have been almost exhausted. So every time she came back from the palace, she would go up to Qi Yuezhao and act sarcastic, even though she would be driven out every time. Now he was mumbling outside the yard again, making quite a noise. Xia Sang rolled his eyes and said, "Master, I'll go get someone to throw him out." Qi Yuezhao shook his head. After all, she is the future consort of the fifth prince. She went too far and gave those people an excuse. His father and stepmother have been watching over him day and night lately, trying to find faults in him and use their status as parents to pressure him with filial piety. Xia Sang puffed up her cheeks. Well, this guy is really thick-skinned. He and that guy are simply a perfect match. It's better to marry him quickly to avoid being annoyed by him. By the way, Master, Xia Sang said, there is a lantern festival today. Let's find Master Su to go and play together. It's a good time to relax. Qi Yuezhao put down the account book in his hand. That's fine. He was also annoyed by the noise. Qi Manhua couldn't make noise anymore, so he arranged for a group of maids and servants to make noise for him outside. I don't know where he got the energy from. Wouldn't it be better to do something else with this time? Bring more people. Although I know that Qinfei and her son are reluctant to attack them recently, it is always better to be on guard. Besides, it didn't really matter whether he went out or not. Compared to the outside world, Shun Marquis's mansion was a real den of dragons and tigers. It was a pity that he was a boy, an unmarried boy, so it was not easy for him to live alone. Otherwise, if Shun Ho and his wife went outside and cried a few times, the rumors would be enough to kill him. He hasn't been going out recently and hasn't been attending any gatherings. The Lantern Festival is a folk activity, and there's nothing wrong with going out for a walk without having to face those self-righteous guys. Thousands of lights light up the entire city, the trees and bridges are sparkling with brilliance, and the market is crowded with people, mostly young people. This is also the time when vendors gather and shout out their wares. There are hairpins, jewelry, exquisite toys, cold snacks, and the scene is so lively that it cannot be compared to that during the day. The sixth prince leaned against the wall in boredom. Master, Imperial Master, who are we waiting for? Chu Songfeng stood quietly, wearing white clothes, with a slender figure and a slender body, just like the immortal Gusha. It's no wonder that ever since he became the national teacher, the aura of a hermit has become even stronger. But when he has expressions, they always reveal a bit of viciousness. This is the evil aura that comes with being a vicious sword and cannot be concealed. The sixth prince was quite scared. Every time he looked at someone, his dark eyes made people shiver. Although he and Chu Songfeng have a good relationship these days and can be considered good friends, he still feels scared sometimes. Oh, I calculated that your lucky star is moving. Chu Songfeng said casually, you will meet your lucky star today, so I will help you. Really? The sixth prince was somewhat surprised and coughed uncomfortably after he finished speaking. What is the red Luan star moving? I am not an innocent child anymore. I am famous for my romantic and unrestrained character. There are countless people who admire me. The red Luan star has moved countless times. Chu Songfeng looked at the most love-minded guy in the book with a hard time describing it. Oh no, maybe the ghost doctor could compete with him for first place. Since you don't want to, then go back. The sixth prince said awkwardly, well, today's Lantern Festival is quite nice. I'll stay and have some fun. I just think this Lantern Festival is a little interesting, not because of that red Luan star. Chu Songfeng didn't know whether he believed it or not, and nodded casually. In the bright lights, Qi Yuezhao was wearing a pink shirt, and the warm yellow and bright red lights were dim. As the saying goes, the more you look at a beauty under the light, the more beautiful she becomes. Qi Yuezhao was already good-looking, with white teeth, bright eyes, and a graceful figure. Her gorgeous and exquisite attire did not steal his charm, but instead served as a green leaf, making her flower even more colorful. It attracted the attention of passers-by, who stared at it in a trance. The sixth prince waved his fan lazily and said frivolously, "Oh, Master Qi, what a fate we have." What's even more frightening is Chu Songfeng's cold gaze coming from beside him. Immediately, cold sweat started to flow from the sixth prince's forehead. Qi Yuezhao saw Chu Songfeng. Her eyes were shining, and she shouted softly, National Master. Chu Songfeng left the sixth prince behind and smiled lightly. I heard that the Lantern Festival was very interesting. He insisted on dragging me out to have a look. I didn't expect to meet you again. The sixth prince, who was pointed at, forced a smile. Huh? Yes, that's right. He unfolded his fan and fanned it quickly. I just love to have fun, and the Imperial Master is magnanimous. For my sake, come out and have fun. Qi Yuezhao hummed. I also wanted to go out for a walk. So I invited my friends to go to the Lantern Festival with Xiasang. Because Xiasang and Chu Songfeng knew each other, he just pointed to his friend next to him and said, "This is Su Rao." Su Rao is naturally a brother. In this world, brothers and men are ranked together, probably because of their similar appearance. If you don't look at the pregnancy mole, you can't tell whether he is a brother or not. Brother is also much freer than a woman. He is not as constrained as a woman, but he is not as good as a man. Su Rao was wearing dark blue uniforms. He was about the same height as Qi Yuezhao. He was a bit tough. If it weren't for the pregnancy mole that happened to be born between his eyebrows, he would have been mistaken for a man. He has always been fond of martial arts and has good skills. Because he loves to read military books, he often has some strange ideas, so he and the general are a perfect match. In the original work, if it were not for investigating the deaths of Qi Yuezhao and Xiasang, he would have already gone to the border to fight the enemy with the general. Su Rao also said respectfully, "Greetings to the two adults." He has never met the sixth prince, but seeing that he is familiar with the Imperial Master, he has always been of high status. Chu Songfeng said there was no need to be polite, and added, "Since we are destined to meet each other, why don't we go together?" Of course, Qi Yuezhao had no objection. He nodded. Xiasang looked at Chu Songfeng thoughtfully. This guy really had ulterior motives. The sixth prince was also thoughtful. Wasn't Hong Wanxing moving today? He couldn't be among these people. First, eliminate the dozen or so tall, hairy guards. He looked at Qi Yuezhao and shook his head. Impossible, impossible. But the National Master. Then he looked at Su Rao and was shocked. He felt that Su Rao could beat him to death. He didn't look like a brother at all. He didn't like this type. Then his eyes fell on Xiasang. Their eyes were straight and scorching, and Xiasang couldn't help but glare at him in a vague way. Oh, he actually dared to glare at him. Chu Songfeng didn't pay attention to the squabbling of the sixth prince. He just felt that there were so many people, and his wife stopped calling him by his name because of the crowd. This time the Lantern Festival is mainly in the water. It is now April and almost May, and the river is full of water but not fast. It is a good time to put out river lanterns. Now if I go to the river and take a look, there are just sparks, and a sea of stars falls in the water. Chu Songfeng also bought a few river lanterns and plans to put them out for fun. There are street performers performing on the roadside. A strong man throws molten iron into the air, the trees and flowers bloom, and the iron locks of the star bridge open. The people gathered in a circle to enjoy the performance, and they also squeezed in to join in the fun. The artist's performance was indeed wonderful. The children watched intently and kept exclaiming. Chu Songfeng thought of his little nephew who was studying hard. After he became a national teacher, Shan Hachang's educational resources naturally increased. He also studied very hard and was quite sensible. However, when his second uncle went out to play and left him to study, it seemed a bit. Ahem, Chu Songfeng felt guilty for 3 seconds. He lowered his head and looked at Qi Yuezhao beside him. The firelight reflected in his eyes, and his glazed eyes were covered with a layer of brilliance. He was watching the performance seriously and looked very well behaved. Chu Songfeng felt soft in his heart, feeling that there could be no greater happiness than this. When he turned around, he saw that no one else had squeezed in. He called out to Yuezhao. The cheers around him were too loud, covering up the sound. But Qi Yuezhao still turned around and looked at him, doubts flashing in his eyes, as if to say, "What's going on?" Chu Songfeng leaned into his ear and said, "Shall we put out river lanterns?" Qi Yuezhao wanted to call the others, but saw that they had gone somewhere. He was looking left and right for someone. Chu Songfeng grabbed the hem of his clothes. He smiled like a clear breeze and said, "Let's go first." After saying that, he pulled Qi Yuezhao out of the crowd, intending to leave before others could react. Qi Yuezhao was dragged behind, her earlobes red, and she shook her head at the guards in the crowd, telling them not to follow. After getting out of the crowd, the two strolled to a secluded river. By now, they had finished setting off the river lanterns collectively. There were only a few people on the river, and they were all busy at the market. As if by magic, Chu Songfeng took out two exquisite river lanterns from nowhere, receiving Qi Yuezhao's surprised smile. The system was regarded as a storage warehouse. Chu Songfeng locked Xiao in a small dark room to prevent his chattering from affecting the river lanterns he and his wife put out. The river lanterns are made in the shape of peach blossoms, with soft pale pink petals stretched out and small candles placed at the stamens. Chu Songfeng picked up a branch from the ground and said, "Fire." With a swish, the flame rose up. He handed it to Qi Yuezhao, who carefully took it and lit the candle. The two of them put the river lantern into the water together. Qi Yuezhao closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and made a wish. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Songfeng looking at him. He lowered his head slightly. "Songfeng, don't you want to make a wish?" Chu Songfeng shook his head. "I don't want anything. The only thing I want is..." He looked at Qi Yuezhao seriously. "I still have to hope that others can promise me. The river lantern cannot fulfill my wish. You can do it," he thought to himself. Qi Yuezhao's heart beat much faster. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask Chu Songfeng if he liked him. But he felt that it was too presumptuous to ask such a question, and if Chu Songfeng didn't like him or even stayed away from him for this reason, his situation would be much more difficult. Qi Yuezhao looked at Chu Songfeng's eyebrows and felt extremely gentle. In addition to those reasons, there was another point. He didn't want Chu Songfeng to stay away from him. Chu Songfeng suddenly pointed to the sky. "The sea of stars in the river is beautiful, and so is the Milky Way in the sky. Look, the stars and moon are bright, and the river is bright in the sky. There is no cloud in the starry sky at night. The stars twinkle in the darkness and connect in a line, turning into a continuous Milky Way, which is silently shocking and beautiful." Others exclaimed in their ears. They pointed to the sky and marveled at the magic. Qi Yuezhao looked into Chu Songfeng's eyes. Her tears fell and smashed into Chu Songfeng's hands. Since the death of his mother and grandfather, Qi Yuezhao's life has plummeted. When his mother was alive, he was a noble young master. His grandfather loved him, and his mother cared about him. Even the Marquis of Shund looked like a loving father. Later, my grandfather passed away, and my mother lingered on the sickbed, dragging her body to plan for him. She had done her best, but unfortunately, people in this world are the most unpredictable. Qi Yuezhao was left alone in this world, like an orphan, surrounded by wolves, tigers, and leopards, and his biological father was also eyeing him. His fiancée was kind to him at first, but he could see clearly that the fifth prince stood too high and would never look down at the plight of others. Qi Yuezhao had never been taken into consideration by him, nor had he ever thought about caring for him. He could only raise this banner and quietly hide part of the money his mother left him. If one day concubine Chun and her son wanted to betray their trust, they might still be able to survive for the hidden part. This is the escape route he prepared for himself. But sometimes he felt really tired. Aunt Xia and Xia Sang were like family members to him, but they couldn't help him much. Because he was running his grandparents' business, he was excluded from the circle of his peers. Although he had a good friend, his situation was also worrying. He could hardly see where the road ahead led, and tried hard to move towards the vague brightness. But the road was too dark and gloomy, and greedy eyes followed him like a shadow. Chu Songfeng was an exception. He seemed to be here to save him from the moment he appeared. He helped him time and time again and solved his biggest difficulties. He was like a god, his god, gentle yet strong. He can always be seen struggling. How could Qi Yuezhao not be moved by such a man? But he didn't dare to gamble. Love is illusory and will be blown away by the wind. The sincerity promised by a man is like the moon in the water and the fog in the mountains. If he is abandoned, he will be shattered. The tears fell like beads from a broken string, and fell into Chu Songfeng's palms, burning like fire, making his palms slightly red. "Don't cry." Chu Songfeng didn't know what was wrong with him, so he could only comfort him stiffly. He had never comforted anyone before and didn't know what to say. He wiped away Qi Yuezhao's tears and said gently, "No matter what happens, I am here." Crystal tears flashed through his mind, and the scene before him seemed familiar. It was hazy and blurred, but it made Chu Songfeng feel endless love and cherishment in his heart. His body subconsciously hugged Qi Yuezhao, as if he had done it countless times before. He stepped back a little, holding Qi Yuezhao's face with both hands, looking straight into his eyes. His glassy eyes seemed to be washed by water, becoming brighter and brighter. "Yuezhao," he shouted, "I love you. Will you marry me?" Qi Yuezhao stared at him blankly, without answering for a long time. A trace of sadness flashed across Chu Songfeng's eyes. "I will treat you well. I love you, Yuezhao." He was unusually tongue-tied and could not utter anything else. He could only repeat, "Yuezhao, I love you, Yuezhao." The handsome man is green at the moment, but the love in his eyes is lingering, and once entangled, it cannot be broken free. Chu Songfeng's love was undisguised, direct and passionate, shattering all of Qi Yuezhao's hesitation and concerns. He nodded. "I love you, too." Although they had not been together for long, Qi Yuezhao really loved Chu Songfeng, as if it was a love that came from the bottom of his soul. There is not a single cloud in the sky. The stars are bright, scattered in the water, like beads on a mirror, out of control. I pay homage to the falling stars and make an appointment with the floating moon. Having successfully fallen in love, Chu Songfeng was in a very happy mood and smiled from time to time, which puzzled the palace servants who were serving him. The sixth prince shook his fan and probably guessed what was going on. The imperial master's discriminatory treatment was so intense that he almost wanted to slap them, the passers-by, in the face. Chu Songfeng planned to get married first. Although the real wedding must be held after returning to the Three Realms, he had to get married in the small world first to declare his sovereignty. He wouldn't mind having a few more weddings. A Shao, who was finally released, helped him look up the information and muttered to himself that His Majesty really did think of him when he had something to do, and would lock him up in a small dark room when he had nothing to do. You think he's disturbing their love, right? A Shao then looked up the procedures for getting married in this world, and then thought, since the super invincible single sword followed this system and was no longer single as soon as he went on a mission, what would the Three Realms think of him when he returned? His reputation as the top #1 in the system world is probably gone, and instead he is known as the top #1 in the matchmaker world. Maybe some immortals will ask him to help find a partner for their older unmarried members. Well, a Shao sighed. He really didn't want to change his career. The Milky Way in the sky was so eye-catching that some people couldn't help but think of the newly appointed imperial teacher in the capital. The old emperor was even alarmed and asked about it. He also found the sixth prince. After all, it was him and Chu Songfeng who left the palace together that day. The sixth prince didn't say much, but he still hinted that Chu Songfeng was about to get married, and the object of his marriage would naturally be Qi Yuezhao. The old emperor suddenly realized. No wonder Chu Songfeng wanted to help Qi Yuezhao break off the engagement with the fifth prince. What did such a thing have to do with a godly figure like him? It turned out that she had fallen in love with that young man. He recalled Qi Yuezhao and only remembered that she was indeed a beauty, a rare beauty in the world. Although I thought he was a little ignorant for publicly insulting the fifth prince, but since Chu Songfeng likes him, then this is just straightforward and cute, strong and independent. Fuan, he called out, and the sixth prince wondered why he called Fuan. Grant a marriage, I want a marriage. The old emperor was quite moved and persuaded. He had originally seen Chu Songfeng as someone with little desire for anything, and was worried that he could not please this young imperial master. Now that the imperial master had someone he liked, that was great. Watching the old emperor excitedly writing the imperial edict, the sixth prince chuckled. Well, they are a talented man and a handsome man, a match made in heaven. So he took his leave and went to tell Chu Songfeng the good news. One betrothal gift after another was carried into the shunned marquee mansion. Qi Manhua was so excited that his tail was raised to the sky. This was the betrothal gift from the fifth prince. He should have married his principal wife before. Before the fall into the water, the fifth prince's mansion had already started preparations, but because of that incident, the plan has been put on hold. It's time to get back on track. Although these betrothal gifts seem to be a lot, there are actually not many valuable things. These were prepared by concubine Chun. She really looked down on Chi Manhwa, so she just wanted to save face. If it weren't for the old emperor's words, and if that incident had not irritated the fifth prince, concubine Chun would have said that she would have changed the prince's consort. Chi Manhwa called softly, "My wedding with His Highness will be only a few days away. If it weren't for Yue Zhao's help, it would have been a waste. Today's betrothal gift should have been yours." "What a pity." He laughed mockingly. "You two are not meant to be together. Some things are meant to be yours, and those that are not meant to be yours will be missed no matter how hard you try. Some people are destined to enjoy wealth and honor, while others are destined to be peddlers, scheming for a living all day long." Xia Sang couldn't bear to see such a villain succeed, so he said with a fake smile, "Then the second young master should enjoy your wealth and glory. I don't know if I can enjoy it or not. After all, with concubine Chen's vicious and greedy appearance, it would be strange for Chi Manhwa, the fifth prince's wife, to have a good life." Chi Manhwa glared at him. "You? Okay, Manhwa." Chi Yuezhao interrupted, stroking the hair at her temples with his fingers. Her skin was as white as ice and her eyes were full of radiance, just like that of a cold and aloof immortal. Chi Manhwa was so jealous that his eyes were blazing with anger. "Since you are so happy, then go and prepare for your wedding. Why did you come to me again? I am wasting your time." Chi Manhwa snorted. "You are a person whose engagement was broken off." He smiled with his eyes curved. "I wonder who would marry you? Just be envious, because the fifth prince likes me. Originally, you could have married him peacefully, but you made such a fuss. You will have to live out your life alone from now on. I wonder how many people are brave enough to marry the woman the fifth prince broke off his engagement with? Those who have the ability to marry either already have a wife, or are already very old. If Chi Yuezhao still wants to get married, she can only be a concubine or marry an old man." Chi Yuezhao looked indifferent, and it was unclear whether he had taken his words to heart. He just responded coldly, "Oh." This indifferent attitude made Chi Manhwa a little upset, as if he would never be able to compare to Chi Yuezhao. In his previous life, he was indeed not able to compare to her, but in this life, the fifth prince had fallen in love with him. He will be the queen in the future. How can Chi Yuezhao, a boy whose engagement was broken off, compare with him? In the future, he will be the mother of the country. He will be high above everyone else, and he will be the most noble person in the world. But he never saw any regret or jealousy on Chi Yuezhao's face, which made his heart boil, and he resented Chi Yuezhao even more. Chi Yuezhao could not understand Chi Manhwa at all. He didn't know where such hostility came from. There was obviously no conflict between them. Maybe the fifth prince counted as one before, but hadn't he broken off the engagement now? Thinking of getting married, he couldn't help but think of Chu Songfeng. Chu Songfeng said that she hoped he could marry him and that she would come to marry him soon. I don't know when it was, but Chi Yuezhao lowered his head and fiddled with the abacus to hide the confusion and expectation in his heart. He thought that Chu Songfeng was different. He would not deceive himself. He was the best person in the world. A servant came and called the two men out, saying that the chief Anuch Fuan had arrived and was probably here to announce the imperial decree. Chi Manhwa smiled and glanced at Chi Yuezhao. He was about to get married to the fifth prince, so what could the imperial edict be for at this time? It was nothing more than giving some rewards to his future daughter-in-law. He stared at Chi Yuezhao intently, hoping to see even a hint of regret on his calm face. Chi Yuezhao put down what he was holding. They all had to be present to receive the emperor's edict. This time he was going to make his brother proud. Chi Manhwa was a little disappointed, but the anticipation of the imperial edict still made him very happy. In the front hall, the shunned marquis and his wife and the eldest son of Qi had already arrived. The eldest son of Qi came to greet Chi Manhwa. "Manhwa, why are you so slow?" Mr. Fuan was kept waiting for a long time. He glanced at Chi Yuezhao, and Chi Yuezhao found that his family members, who were on the surface, were getting worse and worse, inexplicably, and often left him speechless. Just as he was thinking about it, even his stepmother, Mrs. Ho, said softly, "Yuezhao, don't mind. I know you are unhappy, but this marriage is destined by God." "Oh," Chi Yuezhao said expressionlessly, "instead of worrying about me, madam, it's better to worry about Manhua's dowry. After all, Most of the money he earned went to the eldest princess, but the Qi family got nothing. Without him to support them, the shunned marquis mansion would be extremely poor. Not to mention it's a dowry, they just want to buy a new dress, but they don't have the money. Mrs. Ho was said to be speechless. This was indeed a big problem. They had thought about asking the fifth prince to help and bring something to fill the scene. The fifth prince agreed wholeheartedly, but concubine Chun was not willing and had to ask the home mansion to provide part of the dowry. Qi Yuezhao had already missed the dowry of a wealthy country, so she couldn't afford it all by herself for the sake of face in exchange for Qi Manhua. Concubine Chun has never suffered such a loss, nor does she want to suffer such a loss. The Marquis of Shunned angrily scolded. Zizan, you don't understand any rules, and I don't know where the usual teachings to you are. Then he smiled apologetically at Fuan and said, I made my father-in-law laugh. Fuan smiled and said, No, no. Our family still hopes that Mr. Qi will give me a few kind words. Several people in Shunned were stunned. Mr. Qi? What's the matter with Qi Yuezhao? Fuan opened the imperial edict before they could ask any more questions, and everyone immediately knelt down. By God's blessing, the emperor issued an edict. I heard that the son of the Marquis of Shunned, Qi Yuezhao, is graceful, elegant, gentle, honest, and of outstanding appearance. The Queen Mother and I are very pleased to hear this. Now the imperial master Chu Songfeng has reached the age of week. When he is ready for marriage, he should choose a virtuous son and his wife. It is the perfect time for you to be in your boudoir under the full moonlight. You and the imperial master are a match made in heaven and earth. In order to become a beautiful woman, I specially betroth you to the imperial master as your wife. All etiquette will be jointly handled by the Ministry of Rites and Qintian Jianzheng, and the wedding will be completed at the right time. Announce it to the world and send envoys to hear it. I admire this. As soon as they heard Qi Yuezhao's name, everyone was stunned, and then they were even more stunned when they heard Chu Songfeng's name. This married the national master. Qi Manhua collapsed on the ground subconsciously. Wouldn't he always be inferior to Qi Yuezhao? The fifth prince is the grandson of the prince, but the imperial master is a man among the gods. Even the old emperor is careful to please him. Is he destined to be crushed by Qi Yuezhao? Qi Yuezhao also didn't expect Chu Songfeng to be so fast. Xia Seng pushed him, and then he realized and accepted the order to thank him. Fuan smiled kindly. The third young master is really kind and gentle. He and the imperial master are a match made in heaven. They are truly a God-given match. Qi Yuezhao smiled and complimented him, and wanted to give him a banknote, but Anuch Fuan refused. Nowadays, only people like them know about the mysteries passed down by the imperial master. Those outside are putting it lightly. This ability to speak the truth, is really scary. Fuan served the old emperor personally and was his confidant. He clearly watched the old emperor's delusional use and calculation at the beginning turn into a careful attempt to please him, and he did not dare to think too much. After all, no matter what it is, to the imperial master it is just a matter of opening his mouth. Can you bet that you will kill the imperial master before he opens his mouth? You can't tell whether you open your mouth faster or the sword faster, but if you open the sword slowly, the person who draws the sword will definitely die. How dare he accept money from the imperial master's fiancée? He was really afraid that if the imperial master accidentally scolded him, he would be finished. The old emperor must have asked Chu Songfeng's opinion before granting the marriage, so as not to offend someone for nothing if he did something bad with good intentions. Chu Songfeng felt that the old emperor was quite wise sometimes. Look, he is quite discerning now, so he gave the old emperor a small reward. Later generations recorded that the sage spoke one word, and hundreds of species in the world gathered together to form soil in the mud of the imperial city, which produced food for all the people in the world. The old emperor held the seeds in his hands and said, "Master, what are these?" "Well, they are probably seeds that can make the people no longer hungry. One type is called sweet potato, with a yield per mua between 500 and 1,500 kilograms. The other type is called sweet potatoes. It's called corn, with a yield of 500 to 800 kilograms per mu. And finally potatoes, with a yield of between 1,500 and 2,500 kilograms per mu." He talked lightly, as if these were not worth mentioning. The old emperor's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. National Master, are these all true? Chu Songfeng nodded, cherishing the words as if they were gold, and said, Your Majesty, please cherish them. The old emperor nodded. Of course, don't worry, Imperial Master. He must take good care of Qi Yuezhao, and just by giving him 3 kinds of divine seeds in marriage, what would he get if he did better? No one can escape the love and affection in this world. His thoughts were diverging, and he had already begun to think about whether Chu Songfeng, the immortal, came down to earth to survive the calamity of love. Isn't that what the folk sayings say in all books? He happily carried the seeds and left. The little old man was extremely happy, and the palace maids and eunuchs saluted him with a smile on their face and made others exempt from the courtesy. Your Majesty, Ah Shao said with some resentment. Your Majesty, you gave something that is not available in this world, which is against the rules. There are naturally seeds of sweet potatoes, corns, and potatoes, but they are still on the other side of the ocean. However, these are excellent seeds that have been cultivated in modern society and should not have appeared in ancient times. Unless the destiny child in this world plays in ancient clothes or wears something like that. Chu Songfeng touched his nose and didn't care. He had been breaking the rules anyway, so he didn't have to worry about having too many debts. Only the Emperor of Heaven was afraid of him. After all, he was in debt, and it was the uncle who owed debt these days. What's more, the current Emperor of Heaven should call him uncle, a little nephew. He is afraid of what he will do. He is not a heavenly official who wants to live on his small salary from heaven. Speaking of which, they still owed him. They asked him to do the task, but they didn't pay him any salary. Chu Songfeng paid for everything at his own expense, so he was paid to work. Ah Zhao's teeth grinded loudly, and he knew that Sword Master was not suitable to do tasks in their system department at all. If he could obey the rules and abide by the law, he wouldn't be called Sword Master. At this time, the system, which has been an outstanding employee for many times, began to think about the possibility of changing careers. Not to mention, Jinzuan was no longer single. If he went to the matchmaker circle, he would be a rising star. No matter how dark the dark horse is, it can't beat him. Now that they are already fiancés, it is more natural to meet each other. Chu Songfeng wants to date, and he really wants to see Yu Zhao now. After receiving the imperial edict of marriage, Qi Yuezhao's place became lively. Even the eldest princess said while drinking tea that she didn't want 85% of the income. She also said that she was destined to Qi Yuezhao. Looking at her attitude, she wanted to take Qi Yuezhao as her younger brother. It was probably a few days ago that Chu Songfeng was attacked by a reckless, powerful man. He casually cursed that the powerful man was like a pug. As a result, in public, the dignitary came and changed into a human being, from a human to a dog. That night, the candlelight in all the palaces in the capital was not extinguished, and even the old emperor's attitude became better and better. This national master is really unfathomable. In the end, the old lady from that family came to complain, and the old emperor also made peace with him. Chu Songfeng said casually, I'm sorry, old lady, I forgot. I said it unintentionally. I hope the old lady won't blame you. No one knows whether this was unintentional or not. Anyway, he said it was unintentional, so no one could take him seriously. This powerful man had been a dog for several days, and after turning back into a human being, he didn't even dare to leave the house. He was so frightened that he trembled when he heard the name of the imperial master. Privately, some people actually think there is something wrong with him. How could such a powerful person be willing to just be a scholar before? And he is a poor scholar living in a shabby house. They suspected that Chu Songfeng had actually changed inside, or that the real Chu Songfeng was dead, but no one dared to say this. They only say that the imperial master is an immortal who came down to earth. He was talented when he was a mortal. Later, he awakened the memories and supernatural powers of his past life, and he came to protect the people of the world. These people say that they are most disgusted with people who follow the wind and follow the crowd, but in fact, each of them knows how to bully the weak, fear the strong, and protect themselves wisely. Every family has an 8-faceted heart. Qi Yuezhao agreed to the engagement, and saw that the imperial master asked him to go out for an outing for 2 days in a row, and he seemed to like him very much. If they don't immediately go up to him and try to please him, then their attentiveness would be in vain. The eldest princess' attitude suddenly changed. Before, Qi Yuezhao was begging to use her power and tried to please her carefully, but the eldest princess was indifferent to him and would even order him around occasionally. Now, she was afraid of neglecting him, so she smiled and told him that she had recently acquired a black pearl and insisted on giving it to him. The more I look at Yuezhao, the happier I am. It's a pity that the queen mother didn't give me such a lovely child. The princess smiled warmly. If Yuezhao was my brother, I would feel that I was lacking in love with him. I should present the best things to you. Your Highness, you are joking. Qi Yuezhao smiled. How can I be so good? I am overjoyed that your Highness likes me. The princess casually mentioned. You are getting married soon, and I have prepared a lot of good things. I will give you some makeup when the time comes. I guarantee that others will envy you. She also talked about several other items that she had added to her dowry, such as colorful agate beads, glazed screens, and paintings by famous artists. There was also a finale. All the silver she had received from Qi Yuezhao before, which she not only returned in full, but also added a lot more. The sincerity is beyond words, and the investment is huge. After the princess left, Xiaseng couldn't help but jump for joy. Now I don't have to feel bad. I was so sad before when she asked for so much. I didn't expect the princess to be so generous. Qi Yuezhao took a sip of tea and said, It's not that she's too generous, it's that she's too cautious. She's afraid that I'll hold a grudge against her for what happened before. At that time, it was not an exaggeration to say that the eldest princess's behavior was taking advantage of the situation. After all, this was 85% of the income of the former richest family, the Li family. In fact, the eldest princess scared herself. I didn't care. It was a cooperation, and it was normal for her to want to make more money. Human nature is not good. There is no help without reason, and no kindness for free. The door was opened, and the imperial master, who was admired and feared by everyone, stood at the door. He was wearing a white robe and looked very sacred. But when the imperial master's eyes fell on Qi Yuezhao, it was like ice and snow melting. He smiled and said, Yuezhao, Songfeng. Qi Yuezhao also smiled, and her crow feather-like eyelashes fluttered a few times with a hint of shyness. There is no help without reason and no kindness without cost. This applies to everyone, but Chu Songfeng is an exception. Chu Songfeng is an old widower, but all his good friends except the goddess Xianming are single. The most hateful ones are the Queen Lian Xiao and the Emperor Qianfan. There were 5 of us, friends who conquered the world together, but these 2 guys secretly got together, especially Qianfan, who had bad intentions from the beginning. Originally, Qianfan didn't have a name. He gave himself a name, but no one expected it at the time, and someone so dark-hearted secretly gave him a couple name. The clouds and waves are connected to the sky, and the mist is connected to the morning. The Milky Way is about to turn, and the thousands of sails are dancing. Lian Xiao and Qianfan are a perfect match. Chu Songfeng was speechless about this, but Qianfan always shamelessly said that he was smart and was born to have a partner. Unlike Chu Songfeng, he couldn't even write the word love, let alone understand the taste of love. At that time, Jian Zun scoffed at this. Love? He didn't need it. He didn't understand the taste of love. He was the first sword since the creation of the world, so there was nothing he didn't understand. But now, as he held Yuezhao's little hand and thought about what happened back then, he couldn't help but feel ashamed for a minute for his previous arrogance. The taste of love is really sweet. In the past, he was a little ignorant of the immensity of the world. If he had known it was so wonderful, he would not have wasted so much time. But perhaps it was also because of this that he met Yu Zhao. Chu Songfeng always looks at Qi Yuezhao with gentle eyes. Unlike other people, he always looks at others indifferently, as if no one can be put into his heart and they are not from the same world as him. That was why the 6th prince felt that Chu Songfeng's attitude was very obvious. He had only been a little insolent that day and was almost killed by Chu Songfeng's glare. Chu Songfeng even took Qi Yuezhao out of Shun Marquee Mansion directly, and no one dared to question it. Even if there were any doubts, they would just think about it secretly in their hearts. Xiao was quite uneasy about this. Swordmaster, are you cheating too much? Really? Isn't this just an ordinary little skill? The real spirit of words, the sky and the earth change color, day and night turn upside down. A country is destroyed because of a word, and a world is born because of a word. Chu Songfeng said nonchalantly, I can't do these. A Xiao thought about it, and it seemed so. If it was so exaggerated, he would have a hard time explaining to Lao Jun. The Lord has really restrained himself a lot. Thinking of this, A Xiao was actually glad that he had completely forgotten what he had originally intended to say. The sixth prince and Xia Sang are together? He looked downstairs and said, the sixth prince was chasing after Xia Sang, and he had to say something mean. Remember that no one should say anything bad to him. Not yet, but there is already a trend of love. Your Majesty can officially change the child of destiny. The man tapped his fingers on the windowsill and smiled. Let's get started. Princess Mingxia is a talented woman. When she was a commoner, a great scholar took her in as a disciple and taught her carefully because of her talent. She is both talented and considerate. As soon as she came back, she was praised by everyone in the capital. In their daily interactions, her relationship with the old emperor became better and better, and it was no longer just a superficial fatherly love. It was Mingxia's birthday, and the old emperor specially held a palace banquet to show his love for his daughter. Chu Songfeng was naturally present. High-ranking ministers were also invited and brought their families. Qi Yuezhao came with the eldest princess, while Qi Manhua came with the fifth prince. They were already married. Qi Manhua can now be called the fifth prince's consort, but it's a pity that Chu Songfeng suddenly appeared in this life and changed Qi Yuezhao's fate. Qi Manhua looked at Qi Yuezhao tenderly, like an elder brother who cared about his younger brother, but there was a dark hatred hidden in his eyes. In her previous life, Qi Yuezhao was the queen and he was a concubine. He never fought with Qi Yuezhao because Qi Yuezhao had saved the fifth prince and the fifth prince loved him. In his new life, he rescued the fifth prince first and made the fifth prince fall in love with him. He thought he would win. He clearly had all the advantages. Qi Yuezhao had nothing but money. He and the fifth prince should have squeezed out all his wealth and then died miserably. Why is it that this little brother always looks better than him? He is not bad-looking, but Qi Yuezhao is stunningly beautiful. Even without the fifth prince, there are still many people who admire him privately. There is no comparison in terms of wealth, because Qi Manhua himself was supported by the shop left by Qi Yuezhao's mother. And in terms of reputation, Qi Yuezhao in his previous life was very popular, and many boys and girls were his friends, and he had many admirers. In this life, Qi Manhua tried every means to exclude Qi Yuezhao from the circle. Those people did not accept him, so why should Qi Yuezhao be accepted? Even in terms of marriage, his early deceased mother had arranged a very good match for him, making him the queen. But a national teacher suddenly appeared, and he possessed such divine power that even the fifth prince was jealous of him in private. But he could do nothing about it and had to approach him carefully to get a good impression of him. Qi Manhua was so angry that he couldn't sleep at night, and it felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. The fifth prince glanced at him and whispered, "Okay, don't offend the imperial master for him." He cursed in his heart, which, she must have hooked up with Chu Songfeng a long time ago, but she was lucky enough to have hooked up with someone who was not a simple person. He had angered Chu Songfeng for this before, and he hadn't been treated well by Chu Songfeng during this period. The fifth prince wanted to kill these two people, but he couldn't do it, so he could only take the initiative to ask for peace. When he becomes the emperor, he doesn't believe that the real dragon will still be suppressed by this evil Taoist. The old emperor looked at Mingxia with loving eyes. Today is Mingxia's birthday. I specially sent someone to make this phoenix hairpin. I only hope that my son will be safe and worry-free this time. Mingxia was so touched that she almost cried. Thank you, father. I only wish to be by your side forever, to fulfill my duty as a child. Good child. The old emperor was moved and helped Princess Mingxia up. If your mother were still alive, she would definitely be very pleased. Mingxia was sad, but she still comforted the old emperor. Now I am back with my father, and my mother is also very happy. When she was alive, although she had no memory, she always said that she had a very good husband. When my mother left, she was also thinking about you. The old emperor shed tears. Yu Nyang and I have a deep love for each other, but unfortunately fate plays tricks on us. Concubine Qian comforted him. Although we have missed each other for many years, I have never forgotten your majesty. Even if I go to the underworld, I will surely wait for your majesty. You are as beloved as your sister. The old emperor held concubine Qian's hand, feeling somewhat relieved, but then he saw Mingxia looking at concubine Qian with a strange expression, as if she was a little angry, and the rage that he could not suppress was almost bursting out. Father. She knelt on the ground and said, I know very well that this will chill my father to the bone, but I cannot bear to see my father deceived by the culprit who caused you and my mother to be separated. Nor do I want the murderer of my mother to use her name to do good deeds. She pointed at concubine Qian and said, The reason why our mother disappeared was because of her. The old emperor frowned and said, Mingxia, what do you mean by this? He looked at concubine Qian with a cold face. Concubine Qian immediately knelt down and wiped her tears. Your Majesty, I don't know what the princess means by this. When my sister was alive, I had a very good relationship with her. My sister and the princess have been living among the people and have suffered for these years. I feel very distressed and wish I could take their place. If you say that I harmed my sister, I am really wronged. The way she cried was extremely beautiful. Her tears were like beads that had broken off the string, falling drop by drop. She was as delicate as a willow swaying in the wind, very charming and beautiful, and her appearance was similar to that of the deceased queen, which made the old emperor soften his attitude a little. Concubine Qian cried, Perhaps the princess was deceived by the treacherous people and misunderstood me. I am her aunt and I feel sorry for her, but how could she have such a big misunderstanding of me? The imperial concubine at the side sneered. The traitor deceived you? Concubine Qian is hinting at something. Concubine Qian said softly, Sister, please don't misunderstand. I was just speaking frankly. I didn't mean anything to you. It's just that you were so anxious. The imperial concubine was a daughter of a general, and she disliked concubine Qian's behavior. She waved her sleeves and said, In that case, I'd better listen to what Princess Mingxia has to say. I can't let people be so sarcastic to me here, wanting to pin the name of the traitor on my head. Your Majesty has to make the decision for me. The old emperor also said solemnly, Mingxia, tell me what is going on. Mingxia wept and said, Father, when our mother disappeared before the ceremony of the coronation of the empress, it was because she trusted her sister too much. She never expected that the sister she raised would actually harm her. Concubine Qian was the empress's concubine sister. The empress's mother was a kind person. Although she did not take much care of her, she did not make things difficult for her. Under her mother's guidance, the empress was also very kind. Because concubine Qian's mother was not favored, her sisters in the family loved to bully her. When the queen, who was 8 years older than her, saw this, she arranged concubine Qian to live with her and took good care of her. As time went by, the queen liked concubine Qian more and loved this concubine sister very much. When the empress reached the age of choosing a husband, because she was so outstanding, many families came to propose marriage to her. Among them were the 9th prince at that time, the king of Yu, and the old emperor at that time. The old emperor had already been crowned king and given the title of Qi. Prince Qi had been married before, but his first wife died of complications during childbirth, and his second wife died of illness. He was already quite old at the time, but he fell in love with the queen at first sight when he saw her by chance. The queen was originally going to marry the king of Yu, but the king of Qi had just returned from a victorious battle with outstanding military achievements, so he personally went to see the late emperor, obtained the emperor's marriage grant, and married the queen. Later, Prince Qi became more and more powerful and was named crown prince, and the queen became crown princess. This made her younger sister, concubine Qian, jealous. She was ambitious and wanted to become the most powerful woman in the world. After Prince Qi ascended the throne, there was some chaos in the palace because a prince intended to seize the throne. Concubine Qian took advantage of this opportunity to trick the queen out. The queen found something wrong and tried to escape with her maid, but fell off a cliff while being chased by a killer. Concubine Qian took advantage of this opportunity to rise to the throne. She forged evidence and deceived Prince Qi, who was already the emperor, saying that the queen had eloped with the prince of Yu. She also said vaguely how the queen's attitude during that time was wrong. The king of Yu was also missing at that time. Perhaps he died in a palace coup. The emperor believed the lies of concubine Chun. He knew that the queen and the king of Yu had feelings for each other. If he hadn't stolen the love, the queen should have been the king of Yu's wife. Father, it was her heart of a tiger and a leopard, her heart of a wolf and a dog, that killed our mother. Our mother didn't die in an accidental fire, but she sent assassins to silence us. Chun Fei shouted angrily. You are talking nonsense. I don't have it at all. She looked at the old emperor again and said sadly, Your Majesty, I have indeed fallen in love with you for a long time, and I am secretly happy to be with you, but I will never harm my own sister. In this world, my sister is the best to me. How could I do that? Your Highness, the princess has no evidence at all, and she wants to frame me with such a serious crime based on her own imagination. I don't accept it. Mingxia sneered. Who said I don't have evidence? Father, this person is my mother's personal maid. You should still remember her. A middle-aged woman with a limp and half of her face burned walked in and knelt down in front of the old emperor. Your Majesty, I am Chunti. Do you still remember me? The old emperor squinted at her and said, Chunti. Chunti nodded. Your Majesty, Qiu Xiao and I have served the queen since we were young. That day, the queen suddenly had to go out and only took Qiu Xiao with her. Although she was in a hurry, she still told me that she was going to see the 6th Mississippi. The 6th Miss was concubine Chun. She was the 6th child in the family before she got married. Who knew that I never waited for the return of the queen, but waited for someone to come and kill me. I and several other palace maids and eunuchs resisted and accidentally set off a fire. Everyone else died, and only I survived. After being thrown into the mass grave, I was rescued. But when I recovered from my injuries, the 6th Miss had already entered the palace and became the Queen Chen. I had no choice but to hide among the people to avoid being killed and unable to redress the queen's grievances. Until Her Royal Highness the Princess found me. Chunni's eyes were red, and she wiped the tears from her face carelessly. Your Majesty, the young lady really died unjustly. She looked at concubine Chun and said viciously, 6th Miss, my young lady has been very kind to you. Why are you treating her like this? Why? Concubine Chan showed panic on her face, but she quickly suppressed it. Your Majesty, although this is my sister's maid, I don't know if she is still as loyal as she was in the past after so many years. I suspect that someone found her and deceived Your Highness the Princess to frame me. Even my elder sister was harmed by these people. The eldest sister was the queen back then, and concubine Chun always called her that when she was young. The old emperor looked down at his head without saying a word. Mingxia said angrily, You still dare to quibble at this time. My mother was clearly tricked out of the palace by you, and that so-called King Yu died a long time ago. Father, don't you even believe in my mother? Don't you know what kind of person she is? The old emperor was moved. He had always thought that the queen had left with the king of Yu. So after Mingxia came back, he always doubted whether she was his daughter and was actually very cold to her. But would such a dignified and virtuous wife really do such a thing? The death of the king of Yu was witnessed by someone. Mingxia looked at the position of the ministers. 3 women stepped out and bowed, saying, Your Majesty. One is the daughter of Prince Duan, Princess Qianghua. Although this princess is young, she is of a high generation and is the cousin of the old emperor. One is the daughter of the Minister of War, who is the confidant of the old emperor and has made many contributions to him. The last one is the granddaughter of Grand Secretary Zhang, who holds a prominent position among the literati, and his granddaughter is also a famous talented woman. The 3 talked about what they saw when they were young. Princess Qianghua was arrogant and loved to play tricks on people. The daughter of the Minister of War was played tricks by her a few days ago and made a fool of herself, so she invited her good friend, the granddaughter of Zhang Daxuishi, and the 2 planned to play tricks on her back. As it turned out, rebels happened to break into the palace that day, and the palace was in chaos. The 3 of them hid in the dark and witnessed with their own eyes the accidental death of the king of Yu at the hands of the rebels, and even his body fell into a dry well. Because they were timid, the 3 of them didn't dare to say anything after they returned. They even fell seriously ill. After so many years, they had long forgotten about the incident. Princess Qianghua cried, It's all our fault. We were so cowardly that we let your majesty be deceived by the treacherous man. Please forgive us for our mistakes that day, your majesty." The guards immediately went to search in the dry well they mentioned, and indeed found a skeleton. After examination, it was undoubtedly the former king of Yu. The table was kicked over, and concubine Chun was also kicked to the ground. The old emperor's eyes were full of fire. "Which, you dare to lie to me?" Concubine Chen hesitated. Your majesty, I didn't— No, I didn't do that." But the old emperor didn't want to listen anymore. For so many years, he had been brooding over the affair between the queen and the king of Yu. So he believed the lie that the two had eloped. But the king of Yu had already died. So who could the queen go with? Thinking that because of his misunderstanding, his beloved Yunyang had been forced to live among the common people, suffered so much, and was killed by concubine Chun. It was a pity that he still had doubts in his heart at that time, and did not even go to bury Yunyang in person. He was even more cold towards the daughter that Yunyang had given birth to with great effort for him. The old emperor trembled. Mingxia. Mingxia immediately leaned on him and cried bitterly, "Father, we want to avenge our mother." The old emperor immediately ordered, "Put her in the prison." Concubine Chen was dragged to the ground and cried out in embarrassment, "Your Majesty, I didn't do it. You can't convict me like this. I didn't do it." It has to be said that her psychological quality is much stronger than that of the fifth prince. Even at this time, she still insists that she is innocent and will never admit her evil intentions. If she admits it, she will have no chance at all. But who says these are all facts? Except for the death of King Yu, Chu Songfeng watched a good show. He met Mingxia's smiling gaze and took another sip of tea. The evidence was indeed incomplete, but her previous plans were not thorough enough either. It was only because the fifth prince was the future son of destiny, and she was destined to succeed and give birth to such a son, that everything went smoothly. But now, he looked down at the bewildered fifth prince Qi Maohua and the smiling sixth prince. All three of them were connected by a golden thread, but the fifth prince and Qi Maohua's was thicker, while the sixth prince's was thinner. Now the son of destiny is not just the fifth prince and Qi Maohua, there are also the sixth prince and Xiasang. However, the line on Xiasang is the thinnest one and cannot be seen clearly. With the defeat of concubine Chun and the loss of power of the fifth prince, the fortune will shift quietly, and it is time for someone else to take the position of the child of destiny. That night, the old emperor came to see Chu Songfeng. He seemed to hate concubine Chan to the core, but he still had concerns in his heart. "Grandmaster." The old emperor hesitated and said, "What do you think of Mingxia?" Chu Songfeng said, "Princess Mingxia is kind, virtuous, filial, and sensible. She is very filial to your majesty and is a good child." Then, the old emperor raised his eyes and said, "Do you think she looks like me?" He still felt resentful. He didn't know whether the queen loved him or not, but he knew that the queen had loved the king of Yu very much, and so did the king of Yu. "What are you afraid of, your majesty?" Chu Songfeng said, "Princess Mingxia is undoubtedly your majesty's daughter, and the queen never thought of betraying your majesty. I never tell lies. After all, even if what he said was false, it had to become true. But this time what he said was indeed true." The old emperor said sadly, "I always thought she didn't love me." He sighed and said, "I didn't believe her and was deceived by concubine Chun. The person is gone. I hope your majesty will cherish the one in front of you. Princess Mingxia is the child of the queen and your majesty." Yes. The old emperor suddenly said, "This is the daughter that Yunyang gave birth to me. I must take good care of her. Only then will Yunyang forgive me." After this day, Mingxia's status rose rapidly. The old emperor treated her almost as a jewel in his hand, and was afraid that she would suffer any injustice. She entered the court as a princess and took up an official position. You should know that before this, there was only one woman like the eldest princess in the court. That was because she was the sister of the old emperor and made great sacrifices for him to ascend the throne. No one knew the whereabouts of concubine Chun except the old emperor. He was afraid that she was living a life worse than death. The fifth prince was implicated and never recovered. The reason why he was the old emperor's most beloved child was because concubine Chun was the queen's sister and looked very similar to her. The old emperor fell in love with her, and the fifth prince held a very high position in his heart. Concubine Chun didn't get anything good from this incident, let alone the fifth prince. The fifth prince, who had risen to prominence because of the love for the fifth prince, went from being just a title away from the position of crown prince to a lonely prince with no hope of ascending the throne. Before, he had not been crowned a king, nor had he been given a title. The old emperor had originally planned to make him the crown prince, but now that he could no longer be the crown prince, he had even less plans to give the fifth prince a title. He is not fit to be the crown prince, he can't even be a vassal king, and his future is uncertain. The fifth prince even wants to die. He kicked over a chair in anger and smashed the things on the table. The stone weight fell to the ground with a loud noise. When MANHUA arrived, he could only see the messy study. The thick black ink had soaked the floor, and it was hard to find a place to step. "Your Highness," he called out in a gentle voice, and the fifth prince looked up at him, but his expression was not very good. "What are you doing here? I know your Highness is worried, and I hope to relieve your worries." The fifth prince looked at MANHUA in surprise. He never thought that MANHUA was a smart man who needed his protection all the time. When he was proud, he naturally loved MANHUA to death and was happy to coax him, but when he was frustrated, he despised MANHUA for being useless. He snorted. "How can you help? Even my mother has already." "Your Highness." MANHUA took the fifth prince's hand. "Although my mother has lost her power, you still have people who support you. After all, you have been valued by His Majesty for many years. Why not use the power in your hands to ascend to that position in one fell swoop?" The fifth prince's eyes were full of surprise. "It's easy to say, but the frontier army is in the hands of General Qin, and he is a die-hard fan of my father. But the commander of the Imperial Guards in the city is ours, and General Qin is far away in the frontier and can't come back for a while. When he comes back and the dust settles, what else can he dare to do?" "But," the fifth prince hesitated, "Imperial Master, he has always disliked me because of your brother. With him around, it won't work." He wondered how powerful the Imperial Master was and whether an army could fight against him. MANHUA smiled strangely. "Isn't the power of the Imperial Master all exerted through words? If he can't speak, he is just an ordinary person. Your Highness, if we don't take a chance, we will have nothing in the future." MANHUA was reborn to be the queen. How could he be the concubine of an unfavored prince? How glorious he was when he first married. How neglected he is now. Yuezhao always wanted to take away his glory. Why? Yuezhao's mother was powerful. She managed the family and made money in a way that his mother could not compare to. But didn't she die in the end? The husband became his mother's, and the dowry had to be used to support them. Now that they are here, how can Yuezhao defeat him? He should have the same fate as his mother. This mother and son were destined to be the nourishment for him and his mother. When Chu Songfeng came to find Yuezhao, he was just wiping his mother's tablet. Chu Songfeng reached out and took it, saying, "I'll do it. I should also show my filial piety to my mother-in-law and let her see if I am satisfied with her son-in-law." Yuezhao gave him a coquettish look and said, "Mother is naturally satisfied." He had been living a comfortable life since he moved out, but when he faced that family again, they all looked abnormal from head to toe, and they always liked to make trouble in front of him, which annoyed him. "Songfeng," he hesitated and said, "can you do me a favor?" Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about? Your business is my business. What are you talking about helping me with?" When he had no expression on his face, he looked like an immortal, ethereal, and majestic, but once he spoke, his actions became somewhat unruly and handsome. Of course, this was what Yuezhao thought. Others just felt that it was full of hostility and frightening. "Yuezhao, do whatever you want to do. As long as I am here, you can do whatever you want." Yuezhao smiled with his eyes curved. "I want to change my last name. I want to take my mother's last name, Li." Chu Songfeng nodded. "Li Yuezhao, it sounds good, a good name. Any surname sounds good. I will ask someone to change the household registration and transfer you and my mother-in-law's household registration back to the Li family later." Yuezhao leaned his head on Chu Songfeng's shoulder, and his heart seemed to be soaked in warm water. He was so lucky to meet such a good person. The following days were peaceful, except for the issue of changing surnames, which made shunned Marquis Mansion jump up and down. However, they dared not do anything. In the end, they could only watch Qi Yuezhao blatantly change his surname, and even changed his surname for their own deceased mother. It was easy for him to change his and his mother's household registration. Chu Songfeng was watching, so who would dare not do it? Aren't you afraid of becoming a dog? He was howling and could not even speak human language. If the rich and powerful had not transformed in public last time, and there had not been someone to prove that he was a human being before, he might have turned into dog meat stew when his family went to look for him at night. It is said that the powerful official could not stand the sight of dog meat after that, and anyone who ate dog meat in front of him would be severely scolded. It's just a small household registration. Apart from Qi Yuezhao and Shunho Fu, who else would care about it? After all, they knew what Shunho had done over the years, and now they could only spit and say, he deserved it. Because Qi Yuezhao clearly disliked Marquis Shund, the Marquis Shund's mansion had become increasingly desolate, with few visitors and no one paying attention. In the past, thanks to the fifth prince, Marquis Shund was able to get along quite well. But now that the fifth prince himself can hardly protect himself, Marquis Shund naturally encounters obstacles everywhere. The most popular person in the capital recently is the imperial teacher. There is also a new Princess Mingxia. However, this princess was found from the common people after all, and her behavior is too unorthodox. She actually accepts female subordinates and gives them official positions. Although they were all minor officials, this was the first time. Who were the ones who had official positions before? The eldest princess and Princess Mingxia were both people the emperor cared about. In order to show his favor, it was nothing to give them official positions. Now anyone can come and have a try. The court immediately wanted to boycott Princess Mingxia, but this woman was really good at winning people's hearts and had many close friends. It was not known whether the ladies and old ladies in the capital were possessed by an evil spirit, but they all hit it off with her from the first sight and became sisters and good friends. However, due to the protection of the other women and their families and the emperor, they could not touch her for a while. Finally, the court officials gave up. After all, she was just a woman. Now the emperor doted on her and let her do whatever she wanted. To put it bluntly, when someone else sat on the throne in the future, Mingxia would have to admit her mistakes and be a gentle and virtuous princess. The fifth prince is no longer suitable, and the court officials have to change their support. After choosing among the princes, they decided that the most suitable one is the sixth prince. She is of noble status. Her maternal grandfather's family is the Jinyuan General's Mansion, which is very famous, not only for martial arts but also for literature. The imperial concubine's mother is from a noble family. The Huanghe Academy she founded is still a world-famous academy. Even the fifth prince, whom the emperor loved the most, could not compete with him. Unfortunately, under all the halos, he could not help the owner of the halos. The sixth prince has loved playing since he was young. He doesn't like literature or martial arts. Even the imperial concubine can't do anything about him. He is determined to be a leisurely prince. But the ministers did not give up, especially those who came from aristocratic families. The sixth prince's own maternal grandfather's family was the largest aristocratic family. If he ascended the throne, he could not turn his back on his relatives and kill all of them. As a result, the sixth prince was very annoyed during this period. Everyone kept hinting at him, surrendering to him, and urging him to fight for it. He was not at ease even in the palace. He could only relax when he hid in the residence of the imperial master. Chu Songfeng lived in the palace, where he was treated very well. The maid served him a cup of Longjing tea that the tea master had just brewed. He put it on the table, complaining that the sixth prince was too annoying. Can you please stop coming to me all the time? It's annoying. The sixth prince wiped his eyes pretentiously. Even the imperial master can't tolerate me. It wasn't like this when you asked me to do something before. Chu Songfeng glanced at him and said, you were strong enough anyway. Since they all advised you not to, why not give it a try? No, the sixth prince said decisively. These people just don't know what it means that everyone has their own aspirations. Who says being is definitely good? It's pretty good. Chu Songfeng pondered for a while and felt that being an emperor was not bad. Look at my father. He gets up earlier than chickens and sleeps later than dogs. The sixth prince only dared to say this here. The palace servants here at Chu Songfeng could not reveal any information to the outside world. Don't ask. If you ask, the national teacher has boundless magic power. If you have too few children, you will be criticized. If you have too many children, you will fight over them, which is annoying, not to mention how many people will die in this fight. The sixth prince counted on his fingers, listing them one by one. And the same goes for marrying a wife. Marrying one is not okay. It would be a disgrace to our ancestors. Marrying many is not okay. It would be really licentious and immoral. You can say that I have a noble background and have advantages, but I am so noble, I can't just eat and drink every day and do whatever I want. Look at my father. How many times has he been out of Beijing in his life? Has he seen the desert sand? Has he seen the water villages in the south of the Yangtze River? Tours are so expensive, and if he goes too much, he will become a tyrant. It's meaningless. Not at all. Chu Songfeng said. People often say that it is the best thing to sleep on the lap of a beautiful woman while drunk and to hold the power of the world when awake. If you fight for it. The sixth prince waved his hand. I prefer to look at the distant moon when drunk and appreciate the distant mountains and rivers when sober. Then why did you always cause trouble for the fifth prince? The sixth prince straightened his face. Because he won't be a qualified king. I want to be free and easy, not to have a tyrant king kill my whole family. If he wants to succeed, then I must fight for it. It's better to suffer than to die. But it's not impossible for him now. If he becomes a tyrant king in the future, I don't mind. He pointed to the sky. His meaning was very clear. Why not? If you are a wise ruler, I will take my wife to travel around the mountains and rivers. Chu Songfeng shook his head and chuckled. It's up to you. But I'm afraid they will be disappointed. The sixth prince said innocently. It has nothing to do with me. They came here on their own initiative, but I always refused. They don't understand me. I can't stand being alone. A whisper spread around his lips. If I become an emperor, I will be alone. Chu Songfeng smiled and saw the pouch on his waist and said, Good things are coming. The sixth prince was holding a purse, which was embroidered with mulberry leaves. The embroidery was not very sophisticated, but it was done very delicately, and it was obvious that the person who made the purse put a lot of effort into it. He said with gentle eyes, It depends on when he is willing to marry me. Your wedding is coming soon. Just wait for the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Observatory to make preparations for the wedding. Can I come to the wedding room to make trouble then? The sixth prince blinked and asked with a smile. Chu Songfeng looked at him expressionlessly. What do you think? Okay. The sixth prince raised his hand to show that he gave up. What a pity. The wedding is approaching, and Chu Songfeng can't help but look forward to it. He took a sip of tea. A burning sensation filled his throat, and the teacup fell to the ground and broke into several pieces. The sixth prince was horrified and hurriedly called for the imperial physician. The news that the imperial master had been assassinated spread throughout the city in an instant. At first, no one believed it. The imperial master had been assassinated? Who could do that? He was dead before he even got close to him. However, the news continued to come one after another. First, the imperial physician frequently went in and out of the imperial teacher's bedroom, and then it was said how frightened and distraught the sixth prince was that day. There are also rumors that because the matter was of great importance, even the sixth prince was detained in the palace and was not allowed to leave. After a month, the sixth prince did come out, but he seemed to be in a hurry and absent-minded, while the imperial master did not show up. You know, the imperial master's wedding is coming soon, and he is deeply in love with his fiancée. He used to go out to meet people almost every day. The closer it gets to the wedding, the more frequently he leaves the palace. Li Yuezhao hadn't seen the imperial master for a month, and had been waiting outside the courtyard gate eagerly. After everyone thought about it, they were afraid that something might have really happened. The old emperor's temper in the court also became much more irritable. All this plunged the capital into a depressing atmosphere. 2 months passed, and the imperial master never showed up again. He also postponed the wedding. The old emperor calmed down and seemed to have forgotten about the imperial master. The sixth prince, contrary to his usual behavior, was proactive in the court and did a lot of good things. Seeing that the situation was very good, the superior even had the intention of establishing a crown prince. The court officials vied with each other to join the sixth prince and take advantage of this opportunity to gain the credit of following the emperor. Behind the scenes, the fifth prince gritted his teeth and decided to rebel. He wanted to give it a try. This was his last chance. At the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion dinner, the old emperor spoke to Princess Mingxia in a kind and gentle manner. Ever since concubine Chun fell out of favor and disappeared, Mingxia had been the old emperor's favorite. Even when he spoke to her, he could not bear to speak too loudly. He made up for his years of guilt and fatherly love, and Mingxia was also filial and considerate, but this was the old emperor's own opinion. Others thought that this princess was too much, and more against the world than the eldest princess. But who asked the emperor to protect her? She originally hoped that the sixth prince would fight with her and make her behave herself. Unexpectedly, the sixth prince ignored her and instead got along very well with Mingxia and her brother. The dancer was wearing a long skirt, dancing gracefully on the dance floor. With fine wine and delicious food, and the bright moon shining brightly, people felt a little tipsy. But they heard a commotion outside the palace, and an official asked drunkenly what happened outside. Before they could answer, the armored imperial guards rushed in. The leader of the imperial guards had blood on his sword and smiled grimly at everyone. The drunk people sobered up instantly. "You guys are planning to rebel." "Who said it wasn't?" The fifth prince stood up, his lips curled up. "Father, I have done a good job." The old emperor was furious. "You evil son, you are trying to rebel. I am just trying to protect myself. After all, if I don't do this, I will never be able to ascend to this supreme position. Being an ordinary prince is the same as being dead." He thought for a moment and then said, "What's more, my mother, the emperor, was so ruthless to her that I was really heartbroken." "You are heartbroken?" The old emperor was so angry that he laughed. "You and your son are both ungrateful wolves of the same kind." The fifth prince was in high spirits and didn't care about this little insult at all. The worst that could happen was that after he became emperor, he would just let the retired emperor die of illness. Manhua sat in his seat with an uncontrollable smile on his face. It was true that the fifth prince was the son of destiny. He was the emperor in his previous life and in this life. The only difference is that the queen in the previous life was Li Yuezhao, and in this life it is him. "I advise your father to write the abdication edict as soon as possible, otherwise you will suffer more in the future, which is not pleasant," the fifth prince said, and a little Anuch placed the imperial edict and writing brush in front of the old emperor. The old emperor grabbed the inkstone and threw it at the fifth prince. Wishful thinking. The fifth prince narrowly escaped and frowned. "Father, if you can't write it, you will stay here for another day." The court officials attending the banquet were driven to a place. Mingxia and the sixth prince were roughly grabbed out and thrown to the ground. The fifth prince planned to use these two people to threaten the old emperor. Manhua also pointed at Li Yuezhao and asked them to take him aside. Li Yuezhao came with Princess Mingxia. After Chu Songfeng disappeared, the princess lost her enthusiasm for him and began to feel sorry for the 85% of the benefits. On the contrary, Princess Mingxia's relationship with him is getting better and better. She likes to invite him to go wherever she goes, and they also came to today's banquet together. Manhua excitedly pulled out the dagger and approached Li Yuezhao, wanting to cut his face. He finally understood that Li Yuezhao was only good at seducing men. If he and the fifth prince had not used medicine to mute Chu Songfeng, he could have continued to enjoy his glory. But Li Yuezhao was so pretty, and he was terrified. What if the fifth prince fell in love with her again? Even Manhua, who had always hated and envied him, had to admit that no man could resist Li Yuezhao. The sixth prince and Mingxia were pointed at by the sword and hurriedly tried to block Li Yuezhao, but were held down by someone. The sixth prince was terrified and said, "Don't mess around." Mingxia glanced at him with a strange light in her eyes. She knew that the imperial master must be fine. Judging from the sixth prince's attitude, today's forced rebellion was simply a small problem. Manhua ignored him and approached Li Yuezhao step by step. Li Yuezhao looked calm, but he was still a little nervous inside, and his hands clenched unconsciously. With a bang, Chi Maohua flew backwards and embedded directly into the wall. Chu Songfeng seemed to like wearing white clothes. At this time, he was wearing a white dress. The wind blew his black hair, just like a god descending from heaven. Yuezhao, he shouted worriedly, and carefully checked Li Yuezhao several times. He was relieved when he was sure that he was not injured. The sixth prince, whose face was pressed to the ground, called out frantically, "Master, Master, look at us! Pooh, pooh, pooh." As he spoke, dust flew into his mouth, making him spit several times. Chu Songfeng then remembered and said to the people who were holding down the sixth prince and Mingxia, "Back off." They stepped back involuntarily, fear flashing in their eyes. The fifth prince widened his eyes. You are mute, aren't you?" Chu Songfeng looked at him calmly. "Oh, it seems that I am mute." He laughed and said, "It was just a lie. Solve it once and for all, so as to avoid being annoyed in the future. As long as the fate of the Son of Destiny is still with the fifth prince, he can't kill this man. But he is about to get married. With such a beautiful future, does he still have to endure these two guys jumping around in front of him? Why not take this opportunity to make the fifth prince and Chi Maohua lose all their bargaining chips and become extremely destitute? Replace the Son of Destiny with someone else and get them offline as soon as possible." The fifth prince roared at the Imperial Guards to capture Chu Songfeng. The Imperial Guards hesitated and approached Chu Songfeng with their weapons. Chu Songfeng shouted coldly, "I say, retreat." With this cold shout, the soldiers who were originally hesitant to move forward retreated obediently. Their bodies were out of their control, and this feeling made them feel extremely terrified. "I've heard that the national teacher has boundless powers, but I didn't expect it to be like this." Their faces were filled with fear, and they subconsciously wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but their bodies kept retreating until they were out of the hall, where they stayed obediently. The fifth prince's lips trembled. You. He fell to the ground dejectedly. There is only one letter difference between man and God, but there is a world of difference between them. A Xiao huddled in a corner and muttered, "This is too much, Sword Master." He spoke in a very low voice, afraid that Chu Songfeng would hear him. He gestured with his hands. These were matters for the big guys. Lao Jun and his leaders would not come to him, right? No way. He is just an ordinary little system. And he is considering changing his career after finishing this job and switching to matchmaking, because Yu Lao's marriage palace needs him. Although the voice was very small, Chu Songfeng still heard it. He looked at the fifth prince, whose face was as pale as death, and felt that it was not a big problem. If the fifth prince and Chi Maohua, the Son of Destiny, had not done a bad job, and the small world had not been lost in the end, he would not have come here to save the world. The old emperor's eyes widened when he saw him displaying his power here. He actually didn't know that Chu Songfeng was pretending to be mute. At that time, he tried again and again, thinking that Chu Songfeng had really turned into an ordinary person. So he wanted to take the initiative and kill Chu Songfeng. He was very powerful before, so it didn't matter how presumptuous he was. But he is an ordinary person now, and his previous behavior immediately became a thorn in the old emperor's flesh, which he could not be happy until it was removed. It was only after the sixth prince and Mingxia persuaded him that he stopped and continued to treat Chu Songfeng with courtesy, but he was also much colder. At this time, he smiled in a rather flattering manner. "National Master." "Your Majesty." Chu Songfeng nodded calmly. "I'm glad Your Majesty is all right. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." So he and Li Yuezhao left together. The hall was quiet for a while, but they were not too surprised. Chu Songfeng was like this before, but they hadn't seen him for a long time, so they had forgotten Chu Songfeng's style. It is true that he is arrogant, but who can blame him for keeping his word? If it were them, they would be even more arrogant and would even do the emperor a favor. Thinking about it this way, Chu Songfeng is already very humble. As soon as Chu Songfeng left, the old emperor immediately regained his spirits. He said to the imperial guards, "Ignorance is not a crime. You must have been deceived by this evil beast. If you turn from evil to good now, I will forgive you for what you did." The imperial guards were immediately overjoyed. With the imperial teacher around, what trouble could they cause? Now the emperor's golden words can forgive them. Isn't that unreasonable? Death is not a gift like that. The old emperor laughed and said to the fifth prince, "You evil son, you are unfilial and unjust, and your sins are serious. You actually want to force me into the palace." The fifth prince collapsed on the ground, facing the old emperor's anger, and suddenly cursed. "Do you think I lost to you? I just lost to that demon. If it weren't for that witch Qi Yue Zhao, how could I get into such trouble? I should have been the emperor." As he muttered, the sixth prince frowned. This guy was really unrepentant, or it should be said that he was so courageous that he even dared to scold the imperial master and Li Yuezhao when he was about to die. "How dare you, you scoundrel? You are really talking nonsense. The imperial preceptor is a god from heaven who has descended to earth. How dare you slander the imperial preceptor's reputation?" The old emperor scolded. "Cover his mouth and push him down." He hesitated, but in the end he didn't let anyone kill the fifth prince directly. After all, this was his most beloved son. As people get older, their hearts will become softer. To concubine Chun, he let her die a life worse than death, but to the fifth prince, he still retained a trace of softness. But he was not so kind to other people. The commander of the imperial army and the advisors of the fifth prince all met the same fate. Those who knew about it were executed, and those who didn't know were exiled thousands of miles away. The Shun Marquis really didn't know about this, probably because they couldn't do much to help. In the end, they managed to save their lives, but were exiled to a border town to work as coolies. In the end, the fifth prince was imprisoned and trapped in a small courtyard. He was sometimes crazy and sometimes sober, always thinking that he should be the emperor's. Qi Manhua was pulled off the wall. He was not dead yet, but was seriously injured and became disabled. His face was scratched by gravel and his face was disfigured. Ming Xia was kind-hearted and sent the surviving Qi Manhua to live with the fifth prince. She didn't know how lively it would be with a half-crazy husband and a disabled wife. Chu Songfeng, who has successfully replaced his Destiny's son and completed this mission, is married. His career has been completed, and the next step is love. Because he didn't want to live in the palace, the old emperor specially renovated the largest and most luxurious prince's palace in Beijing and turned it into the imperial palace. On the day Li Yuezhao got married, the dowry had gone around the whole city and was still unfinished. These were the things Miss Li had prepared for him to rely on. It was also because of this that he was targeted by greedy people and lost his name and his original destiny. It's just that for this wedding, Bailey Hongzhuang is just a little embellishment of his beautiful life, so it's not surprising. Weddings require wedding candies, so Chu Songfeng was very generous. He said to the sky, "Today is my special day for my beloved wife and I will give out wedding candies to everyone in the world." Then it rained heavily, but the rain was filled with candies wrapped in sugar paper, like feathers, slowly floating down and falling into people's hands. The taste was really sweet. The people have been talking about it for a long time, and the reputation of the imperial master has become even more famous, almost no different from that of a god. Some people even offered portraits of Chu Songfeng. The sixth prince was recruited as the best man, and Shen Hachang also joined in the fun, blinking and wondering what his second aunt looked like. Glancing at the red hijab, the boy blushed, and there were stars in his eyes. Second uncle is so awesome. He is worthy of being his second uncle after marrying such a beautiful wife. Chu Songfeng just patted his head. "Well, be good." Then he said, "Children, don't always join in the fun. Have you finished your homework today?" Shin Hachang frowned. "Today is your wedding." "It's my wedding, not yours. As an outstanding student, you must remember to complete your homework." Chu Songfeng looked at him and smiled kindly. "You can't help but write before you eat. Remember to write down your homework after the dinner is over." "Yes." Shin Hachang agreed with a grimace. The boy felt that there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders. His second uncle had too high expectations for him and valued his studies. The sixth prince was really useless as the best man, because there were no guests to drink with him. So the old emperor also came and sat at the head, acting as an elder, and rewarded many rare treasures. Mingxia stood aside, watching the two people worshipping, with smiles in her eyes. She turned her face sideways and met the eldest princess's eyes. The eldest princess turned her head, feeling a little annoyed. She was set up. She could have a good relationship with Li Yuezhao, but in the end she believed those rumors and gradually became alienated. It was in vain that her niece got such a big advantage. The eldest princess regrets it. The mountain steals half of the moon in the courtyard, and the pond seals 1 star. Chu Songfeng took off the red hijab, and Li Yuezhao put on a light layer of makeup today and applied a little pink and pink, which made her look even more charming. She untied her hair. Her long hair was spread smoothly, and her thick black crow feathers were fanned. Her hair were like stars. His eyes looked at Chu Songfeng. His cheeks were a little red, light and shallow, and he whispered, "Husband." "Yes." Chu Songfeng's eyes were full of smiles. "Husband is here." He held Li Yuezhao's face and placed a gentle kiss between his eyebrows. "Wife." Li Yuezhao looked at him in confusion and asked warmly, "What does wife mean?" Chu Songfeng chuckled. "What my wife meant." Sister Ma Xiao was locked up in the dark room again. Don't get me wrong, it was not Chu Songfeng who locked him up, but the unique host protection mechanism of their heavenly system department. Once something inappropriate for children occurs, the systems will enter the dark room. He had a hunch that he would probably have to stay in the small dark room more often. It seemed that he would save more TV series and snacks. He would usually buy more and store them here. The red candles are gradually extinguishing. The sparks are flickering, and the orioles are singing continuously. It turns out that it is the arrival of spring. The next morning, Li Yuezhao got up late for the first time. When he got up, he felt sore all over his body, and his fair skin was covered with stars. He glared at Chu Songfeng, who was lying next to him with some annoyance. His shy and timid look was very touching, which made Chu Songfeng laugh hoarsely and pull him into his arms. It was already very late when the two of them got up. Chu Songfeng changed Li Yuezhao's clothes and drew his eyebrows. Li Yuezhao was a not very refined guy and didn't like makeup, but he was good-looking enough. Her lips were unpointed but red, and her eyebrows were unlined but dark. She looked amazing even if she didn't do anything, so she didn't bother with them later. But now that Chu Songfeng is here, it is the pleasure of husband and wife and the joy of the boudoir. He is also happy to touch his eyebrows and talk to his husband about love. 3 days later, Chu Songfeng took Li Yuezhao to the city gate. Today was the day when Shunhao's family was exiled. When he saw Li Yuezhao, his eyes lit up and his movements became fierce. He hurriedly shouted, "Yuezhao, Yuezhao, my son, you have been deceived. I am your biological father. Please save me." Mrs. Ho and the eldest young master did not dare to speak. Did they expect Li Yuezhao to be kind and help them? Li Yuezhao couldn't save the exiled prisoners, but Chu Songfeng could. Li Yuezhao was silent for a long time before he said, "I have nothing to do with the Shun Marquis and the Qi family. My surname is Li." No, Yuezhao, I am your father. Have you forgotten that you were a child? Well, I loved you so much at that time, Yuezhao. With your character, you deserve what you deserve today. How can you be better? Is it okay to bully you with all kinds of calculations? Then let me treat you so well. Xia Sang pointed at everyone and cursed, venting Li Yuezhao's grievances over the years, leaving Shunned Ho speechless. In the distant wind, only the sound of Shunned Ho shouting, and the voices of Mrs. Ho and the eldest young master begging for mercy and admitting their mistake were left. Li Yuezhao didn't speak, just kept silent. Chu Songfeng patted his hand distressedly, very touchingly. Sense of security. Li Yuezhao smiled at him. The past was over, and his present and future were very happy. There was a smile in Xia Sang's eyes. His young master had not had a good life in the past years, but as time went by, or maybe all the good luck in the past had been piled up behind him, from now on, the young master would be happy forever. Chu Songfeng has successfully escaped the title of the biggest single in history. God knows, even Lao Jun, an old man, has been in a relationship before. After all, Chu Songfeng is the oldest among those who have never been in love. So he completely sank into the pink bubble of this love, and played with Li Yuezhao every day. Yinling allowed him to travel 1,000 miles a day and play wherever he wanted. Li Yuezhao was very cooperative at first, but later he was no longer willing to have fun all day long. He was also busy running the Li family's business and had no time for leisure. How could he enjoy himself every day? He also wants to open the Li family's trading house bigger and bigger, and he also wants to revive the Li family's reputation as an imperial merchant. Although the old emperor consciously allowed the Li family to return to being royal merchants, he still had to do it well. In the first half of his life, Li Weizhao never thought that he would actually have the opportunity to rely on his backer to get the wind from his pillow. Although he had never actually had the wind from his pillow, Chu Songfeng treated him very well, considerate and steady. No matter what he wanted, Chu Songfeng would do it and would do it proactively. He knew that some people might scold him for relying on connections, but why not use his connections? He was not the kind of person who would refuse to inherit a fortune and instead take 2 taels of silver to start from scratch. Although she relied on her husband's power, he did a good job, didn't he? Li Yuezhao was very busy and started a school and a charity hall, so he had no time to rest and spent less time with Chu Songfeng. Idle man Chu Songfeng felt aggrieved, but he couldn't stop his wife's ambition to work. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he just stayed at home and became a house husband. He began to learn how to cook and was very enthusiastic about it. The dignitaries in the capital often came to visit him to curry his favor. He used to be too lazy to meet any of them, but now he accepted everyone. However, these people always looked pale after returning home, and in serious cases they had to ask a doctor to see them. In short, they all lost their appetite for a short period of time. The 6th prince put down his chopsticks and said nothing. Mingxia took a sip and finished it almost as soon as it touched her lips. The imperial master's cooking skills have improved greatly, Mingxia said. The 6th prince's mouth twitched. His royal sister was really lying with open eyes. He turned his head and saw Mingxia saying calmly, "Before, the pot was always burnt, but now it is gone. The dishes are also much better looking." The 6th prince looked at the dish again. "Ah, this is indeed a normal dish on the surface, but once you put it in your mouth it is either too sweet or too salty, or a mixture of all kinds of flavors, including sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty. It really tastes surprising. An egg fried rice can be sweet, sour, salty, or bitter. The spicy one is better, but your mouth will be swollen after eating it." Chu Songfeng smiled and said, "I do have some talent." The 6th prince nodded. Yes, you're right." After tasting the dishes, Chu Songfeng looked at Mingxia and said, "I wonder what you want to see me about this time?" Seeing that Mingxia seemed to be hesitant to speak and wanted to ask for something, he took the initiative to ask. Since that palace banquet, the old emperor's health has been worse than before. The battle for the throne has now entered a white-hot stage. Logically, the 6th prince should be highly regarded. But whether out of fear or guilt, the old emperor delegated power to Mingxia, giving her much more freedom than before. Mingxia can now be said to be in a high position with great power. Mingxia said respectfully, "Yes, Mingxia came here to make some requests," she said bluntly. "My father gave me the power because he thought that I was a woman and could not make big waves. I could just control my 6th brother. Even if I had more power, I would still get married and have children. Giving birth to a child is really dangerous. It is also the time when a woman and a boy are the weakest. I'm also worried about this." The 6th prince frowned and said, "I heard that my father is planning to find a consort for you." Mingxia nodded. Perhaps the old emperor felt threatened by her recently, so he granted her a marriage to control her. "I don't mind this, but because of this, I think about the issue of offspring. I want to have my own child after all, but the risk of pregnancy is too great, and the enemy will take this opportunity to attack me," she said very sincerely. "So, Imperial Master, can you let them have children?" The 6th prince. "Ah? It means to let my husband-in-law get pregnant and give birth to a child, and they will give birth to the child for me." The 6th prince was choked. "Ahem. Do you mean to turn a man into a boy? That's not the case. After all, a boy can't get pregnant with a woman. I hope everything will remain normal, but if a woman gets pregnant, it will be in the man's belly." Chu Songfeng was silent for a while. "It's not impossible, but the other party must agree. Don't force others." Mingxia chuckled. "Don't worry about this, Imperial Master. I understand that we both want this." Chu Songfeng considered his words for a moment and said, "From now on, The responsibility of pregnancy between you and the man will be transferred to the man, and it will not affect the original appearance of your body. The sixth prince gave a thumbs up. My sister is my sister. She thinks more than me. After saying that, he looked at his belly again with lingering fear. Oh my God, what would happen to him if he gave birth? Fortunately, his partner was Xia Sang, and they loved each other, and they would not come to the imperial teacher to ask him to give birth to the child. Chu Songfeng looked at him. Why? Are you interested? I can ask Xia Sang and let you experience it. Then I'd better not do that. I'll leave this good thing to my brother-in-law. The sixth prince said again. By the way, sister, have you decided who your husband is? The young scholar from last time? Tanhua was born in a poor family and had frequent contact with Mingxia. The last time the sixth prince saw them, they met by chance on the street. Tanhua looked at Mingxia with sparkling eyes and a flushed face. He was reserved and weak, but his affection was obvious. Mingxia's teasing look was obviously interesting. Or maybe it was that young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is the younger brother of General Qin who guards the border. He is also very good in martial arts, but because the Qin family has no descendants, he is suppressed in the capital by old Madame Qin and is not allowed to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, he would also be a young general. This guy is also a handsome man, but his style is completely opposite to that of Tanhua. One is a scholar, while the other is a warrior. One is restrained and gentle, while the other is flamboyant and unrestrained. He saw that when young Master Qin saw Mingxia, he looked like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. He always liked to provoke Mingxia, but he could never win in an argument or a fight. If Mingxia teased him a little, he would blush. The sixth prince felt that he was still a little short of pretending to be a romantic gentleman, and he should learn from Mingxia. What did his sister do when she was in the folk? The girl looks serious, steady, and intelligent, but in fact, when she flirts with men, the one being flirted with remains silent, like an old hand in the brothel, and her methods are particularly sophisticated. Mingxia shook her head. Father prefers the grandson of the old Prince Chun. He is good-looking and talented, but his family has no literary or military experience. Father is really cautious. Mingxia smiled. He is a very nice young man, very good-looking. I thought you liked Tanhua or young Master Qin. Indeed, I like him very much, Mingxia said lightly. If they don't mind having children. Chu Songfeng glanced at Mingxia and said, if I marry too many women, the relationship will be unbalanced, and people will be jealous of each other. It's so annoying. Mingxia blinked her eyes. It's okay, I don't mind. The sixth prince was surprised at first, but then he felt that it was nothing. Mingxia wanted to be an empress. Now that she was an emperor, having 3,000 beauties in her harem was a standard operation. If she became an empress, it would just be 3,000 beautiful men in her harem. Although he yearns for the beauty of being alone with someone for the rest of his life. If it were him, he would not have the heart to let Xia Sang see him marrying another wife and be sad about it. Chu Songfeng and the sixth prince looked at each other and felt that they could still get along well. The person who had a harem had a different view of love from them. Mingxia also felt that she couldn't get along with the two of them. Even if the career-minded and the love-minded people could get along, there would inevitably be some gap between them. Sometimes their ideas were so different and poles apart. The desert is filled with wind and sand, almost blocking people's vision, but the yellow sand all over the sky also has its own charm. Li Tier was traveling with the caravan. She was a newly appointed official, and her post was at the border, so she had to take all her belongings with her when she took up the post. Her family did not bring any of their belongings with them. She was born in a water town in the south of the Yangtze River and was not very adaptable to the climate there. Besides, my younger siblings are still studying, and the teaching resources there are much better. Recalling the day when she met the emperor, Li Tier felt like crying but had no tears. The emperor asked her a few questions, and she answered them carefully. It seemed that the emperor was very satisfied. She was also praised for her talent. Because of her talent, she was sent out to build the frontier. According to the mysterious national master, this is called infrastructure. Alas, the road to infrastructure construction is long, so she can only do it slowly. She traveled with many caravans along the way and changed many caravans along the way. This one happened to be encountered at the inn yesterday. After she made her request, the owner agreed. The caravan stopped to rest. The roads in this desert were better than any other places. Ever since the imperial teacher took out something called cement, the emperor started a road construction plan. After 10 years, the roads were paved with cement everywhere. But this does not include the border area, which is too close to the desert. The road is difficult to build, and it has not been completed yet. Everyone in the caravan was very well organized. Some were checking the goods, some were making fires. Everything was in perfect order, and it was obvious that they had the style of a large trading company. The leader of the caravan got off the carriage. Leading the group was a handsome man in a white robe. If you stared at him, you would think he was a bit fierce, but at first glance he seemed full of ethereal spirit. Letir sighed. The elusive Master Chu probably looked like this. It was said that the master loved white clothes very much and was often dressed in white, which made him look more like an immortal who had descended to earth. However, Letir has not seen him yet. When she was taking the imperial examination, the imperial teacher was not in the capital. It was heard that he had left the capital with his wife for something. The handsome man stretched out his hand, and a pair of jade-like delicate hands rested on his. The second person to come down was a beautiful man, who looked like a boy. "Madam, go slower." Li Yuezhao looked at him with her penetrating black and white eyes and couldn't help but smile. "I know. Husband, I'm not made of glass." Chu Songfeng carried him down from the car. "In my heart, Liuli is not as precious as you, no matter if it breaks or not." Li Yuezhao pursed her lips and smiled. The caravan had already set up the shed. Chu Songfeng put Li Yuezhao under the shade of the shed and instructed them. "It's too hot. Bring some ice juice." "Ice juice?" Li Tir sat in the corner and looked over in surprise. How could someone bring something iced with him while traveling? It seems that she, a poor person, is short-sighted, or rich people can do it. This is too lucky. The waiter immediately brought up a few glasses of juice. In the hot weather, white steam was coming out of the juice. The cups were made of pure white glass and had water droplets hanging on them. Li Tir couldn't help but swallow and felt her mouth become even drier. The handsome man looked at him kindly and said, "Give this girl a cup too." The servant immediately walked towards Li Tir with the tray. She was very embarrassed and said shyly, No, I'm not very thirsty. Just kidding. This thing must cost a lot. How could she accept it? It's okay. We brought a lot. But we can't finish it all, girl. Don't be polite. It's just a glass of ice drink." Li Tir looked at the cold air and couldn't help herself. She thanked him and took a cup. She drank the cool juice and felt refreshed. She listened attentively to the conversation between the two hosts, but the more she listened, the less she understood. Chu Songfeng sighed. "I originally wanted to go out for fun. That's why he didn't use the power of words to teleport directly, but walked slowly," he said a little aggrievedly. "But why are there more and more people?" His original intention was for him and Yuezhao to be the only two of them, but the caravan had already set out, and only he was there, so they didn't hire a bodyguard. Li Yuezhao said gently, "Since it's on the way, I can just pack some things and sell them along the way, and I can make some money." Alas, his wife would not let go of any opportunity to make money, and he had forgotten what a world of two people is. Besides, Li Yuezhao said, "He Chung didn't come with us this time. He's grown up. It's too much for him to want to be with us." Chu Songfeng said bluntly. "Besides, he still has to work." Li Yuezhao looked into the distance and said with some anticipation, "Arao gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl. I don't know how cute they will be." In the end, Su Rao and General Qin decided to marry first and fall in love later. It took a very long time. Xia Sang and the sixth prince both went traveling happily, but they were still in the marriage first stage. Only after Xia Sang gave birth to her first child did their love finally succeed. Although some of this was due to Chu Songfeng, he slightly overmodeled and gave Mingxia gunpowder, so General Qin had to fight hard. The year before last, all the small countries and barbarians in the border areas were defeated, and the border was renamed Border Town, which became a place for exchanges among various ethnic groups. It was also a small court, specifically responsible for these newly conquered territories. It was precisely because they were too busy with their careers that General Qin and Su Rao developed very slowly. They were busy fighting wars, and conquering foreign tribes. Chu Songfeng thought for a moment. Of course he is good-looking. He must be handsome like his parents. But this June is handsome. Judging from the appearance of her father and daddy, the twins may have some male features. She is pretty though, just a little tougher, and you might not be able to tell she is a girl at first glance. Xia Sang and the others also said they would come to the full moon banquet. It should be here soon. We haven't seen each other for a few months. Speaking of this, Chu Songfeng glanced at Li Yuezhao with a rather resentful look. That guy is so comfortable, hanging out with Xia Sang, traveling all over the place, without even bringing his child with him. It's totally unlike him. A couple actually travels with a caravan. Since Mingxia became the emperor, women and men have been able to serve as officials. It is useless for someone to oppose. Mingxia is the emperor, Chu Songfeng, the imperial teacher, and the sixth prince are very supportive, so now there are quite a few women and men in the court. The sixth prince's mother, the imperial concubine, also happily became an official. Originally, the imperial concubine was unhappy that the sixth prince did not fight for it and let Mingxia become the emperor. But Mingxia let her leave the palace, gave her an official position, and arranged a young and well-behaved husband for her. This future husband was handsome and had a good personality. Although he was not good at literature or martial arts and had no skills or status, he was good-looking and could coax people. The imperial concubine has been coaxing the old emperor for half her life. Now she is in her 30s, and it is time for her to be coaxed by a young man. She has both the ability and the status, and she just wants the handsome man to provide her with emotional value. This life is happier than being the queen mother. Being an official and being able to display her talents makes her happy, and her young husband is really capable. She lived a very happy life, and even the sixth prince didn't bother to care about her. Her husband was a gentle man, and he took his stepson's only daughter to take care of her, so the sixth prince, who had been wandering around without being found, had no worries at all. There was a huge uproar in the court over the issue of the concubine leaving the palace and marrying another man. In the end, Mingxia asked Chu Songfeng to suppress them. Only when the national teacher stepped forward did there not get overwhelming scolding, and the ministers got used to it later. He was born at the wrong time, with an empress, a prince who held great power but liked to wander around and his whereabouts were elusive, and a national teacher who was like a god who came down from heaven to predict who would have a baby. The three of them can do anything together. Haven't you seen how the princes and princesses in the palace were born? They were all born by the emperor's husbands. The imperial teacher can actually say who gave birth to a baby. This is too scary. How can they dare to oppose and die against him every day? After the empress found out that they were particularly afraid of this, things went haywire. Last time, the old censor was determined and refused to give in. He was ready to hit his head against the hall and die. It just so happened that his new concubine was pregnant. The empress went straight to the imperial teacher and asked the old censor to give birth. Oh my God! Later, the noise when the old censor gave birth scared away many stubborn people. From then on, quarrels in the court became gentle and elegant, and no one dared to raise their voices too loudly. Giving birth is really scary. The empress also said that he was stubborn and would not change his ways, so she took all her colleagues to watch how he gave birth. We are all men anyway, just watch it. No big deal. Oh my God, it's not enough to give birth to a baby, but I also have to be watched by my colleagues. I won't dare to look up when I walk on the street from now on. As long as you don't have a child in the gestational stage, the imperial teacher will not be able to transfer a child that has no blood relationship with them into their belly. Officials did not dare to go there at all. What if they accidentally got pregnant and were disliked by the empress/prince/imperial master? Then they would have to give birth to a baby. Coupled with the empress's new policy, there are no brothels in the world now, especially in the capital. He took fewer concubines, and before doing so he would hesitate again and again and think through the consequences first. Officials are even worse. When their wives are pregnant, they have to take leave to go home and take care of their wives. What if they are caught by those three unspeakable people while wandering around outside? In this regard, the most frightening one is the sixth prince. He would occasionally return to Beijing and visit various families. Several people suffered because of this. It was like a person sitting at home while the baby was in his belly, because they did not take care of their pregnant wives and concubines and treated them coldly. The sixth prince did not say anything when he saw them, but turned around to have tea with the imperial master and asked for a big gift package for them. Li Yuezhao thought that after the sixth prince was not in the capital, Chu Songfeng was also not in the capital, and said with a smile, "You should be very happy when you are not here." He joked. In the first few days after leaving Beijing, there were probably lights and decorations and firecrackers everywhere. Chu Songfeng said helplessly, "I didn't want to do that either. It's just that they found this trick to be particularly effective in curing people, so they use it all the time, which has ruined my reputation. It was okay in other places, where people only heard vaguely about him. But in the capital, when people mentioned the imperial master, their first impression was actually who gave birth to him. He, a great sword master, had actually fallen to the level of a childbearing immortal. It was all because of the sixth prince's sudden inspiration at that time. He colluded with Mingxia and acted like a fox sister and a dog brother. They ruined his image. Li Tier traveled with the caravan all the way to the border town, where they parted ways. The border town was now managed by Su Rao and General Qin. As a newly appointed official, she naturally had to visit them first. She handed over the visiting card, and while waiting for the doorman's reply, she met the couple who owned the business again. She greeted them warmly. "Hello, both of you." She liked these two guys very much. Not only were they generous, they were also good-looking. The guy also had the same surname as her, which was such a coincidence. Li Yuezhao smiled gently. "Nice to meet you again, young lady. I came to visit Shangwan, and I didn't expect to have such a fate with you too." Chu Songfeng looked up at the sign that read Qin Mansion. "Yes, that's right, it was here." It turned out that this girl was the talented Jinshi that Mingxia mentioned some time ago. He is very quick-witted and may be able to make great contributions in managing these messy foreign people. The doorman came out and called out, "Master Li, please come in." Then he saw Chu Songfeng and Li Yuezhao and said with a flattering smile, "My lords, please come in quickly." The concierge knew them and their identities. Chu Songfeng had brought Li Yuezhao to the border town quite often. Sometimes when he missed his friends and wanted to chat, Chu Songfeng would send him over immediately. It was just that this time Chu Songfeng had originally come here to travel with Li Yuezhao, to enjoy the feeling of walking slowly. They had been planning to go to the coastal areas, but they had to attend the full moon banquet for Su Rao's child, so they came here first. Li Tier was a little surprised, looking at the attitude of the doorman. The two people in front of her had extraordinary origins. They were seventh-rank officials in front of the prime minister, and General Qin's status in the border town was self-evident, but the doorman was so flattering. These are probably two big shots. The three of them walked in together. Li Tier was still guessing the identities of the two people when she saw a man who looked to be in his early 30s shouting, "National Master, Yuezhao, you are finally here." Li Tier's eyes widened. "Is this the Imperial Master?" She carefully glanced at Chu Songfeng. He really looked like a god, with a very masterly demeanor. She felt a little dizzy. She didn't expect that she had bumped into the caravan of the National Master and the richest man. No wonder she said that the caravan was efficient and well-organized, like a big trading company. There is no business bigger than the Li families. The sixth prince smiled and said, "You guys are a little late. Xiasang and I arrived 3 days earlier than you. I've seen the two children. They are so cute. At this age, they are the cutest." He leaned his fan against his head and said in distress, "When he grows up, he will be like a monkey. Fortunately, my stepfather is gentle and patient. Otherwise, who can stand this child?" Xiasang came out at this moment. "Master." Seeing Li Yuezhao's eyes narrowed, he was about to say something, but changed his words and said, "Yuezhao." After Xiasang got married, she followed the sixth prince around the country, staying here for a while, then there for a while, and she had less time to meet Li Yuezhao. At this moment, she was inevitably a little happy, and the joy on her face was overflowing, which made the sixth prince's eyes soar. He knew that Xiasang loved Yu Zhao more than him. He hurried over and took Xiasang's hand as if asserting his sovereignty. Xiasang glared at him, and he giggled. Su Rao also came over at this time. After fighting for many years, he had more fierceness and looked more capable of fighting. He was actually a man who did not conform to the mainstream aesthetics of the world, but General Qin liked him very much, and that was enough. The harmonious life between husband and wife made him feel at ease. He walked forward and took Li Yuezhao's hand. "Come on, let's see my two little ones." The girl is well behaved, but the boy is really noisy. I'm afraid he will become a troublemaker in the future. Aunt Gue is here too. She originally planned to leave after I gave birth, but when she heard that you were coming, she decided to stay and waited for you. The ghost doctor came out a few years ago and found Li Yuezhao smoothly. Since then, she has become Li Yuezhao's godmother. She loved Li Yuezhao very much and disliked her son-in-law Chu Songfeng. However, her medical skills were useless against Chu Songfeng, and Chu Songfeng was indeed a good husband, so she had no choice but to accept it. But every time he showed up, he would drag Li Yuezhao to eat and live with him, which seriously delayed the time Chu Songfeng spent with his wife. When he heard that the ghost doctor was here, his teeth were about to be worn out. He couldn't sleep with his wife for the next few days. His wife had to sleep with her mother-in-law. Alas, he had clearly made this trip for some time alone. The sixth prince was gloating. His mother-in-law was just like that. However, the ghost doctor was much more domineering than his mother-in-law. His mother-in-law was very considerate and addicted to mahjong. She had no time to embarrass her son-in-law. The two men passed by Xiasang and pulled Xiasang away. The sixth prince and Chu Songfeng were left. They looked at each other and decided to go find General Qin first, so as not to go up to them and delay them from entertaining the children, which would be annoying. Chu Songfeng glanced at the still stunned Li Tier and said coldly, "Come on, let's go see your superior." Okay. Li Tier followed happily and tried to get close to Chu Songfeng. She really envied the empress. The emperors had children one after another, but the empress was not affected at all. She has been afraid of pain since she was a child, but she also wants to have a child. Now that the opportunity to transfer the pain has come, she has to pray for a blessing. She had originally planned to find an official as her future husband, and when the time came to give birth, she would instigate her husband to offend the empress a little during the first 5 months of pregnancy, so that he would be pregnant for the last 5 months. Not necessary now. A little extra from Mingxia's perspective. Mingxia was born in the city. Her mother was half crazy and half insane, and she had never heard of her father. It was said that her mother was rescued accidentally, suffered a brain injury, and her mental state was not very good. She was crazy most of the time, and occasionally she was lucid, but because she had lost her memory, she was also confused. Fortunately, the family who saved her mother was a kind and honest family, and Mingxia was delivered by the aunt of that family. Her benefactor was a rural farmer and had no money to hire a doctor, so they thought she would not survive, but she actually survived. It's really a miracle, probably because she was born strong. They and their son were very lucky. The people in the village were very friendly. The headman helped them to register their household registration and allocated a dilapidated little house to them. The aunts in the village gave them help from time to time, allowing the mother and son to survive. Although they could not afford 3 meals a day and lived in poverty, at least they were alive. There were often hooligans who wanted to take advantage of her. Fortunately, there was a kind-hearted couple living next door. The husband was a hunter and was strong. They protected them many times. When Mingxia was 5 years old, she had already started thinking about ways to support her family. However, the harvests in those years were poor and there was little, so there was no support. She went to the fields to help the children and tried her best to catch fish, pick fruits, and store food, which is how she survived. They managed to survive, but the hunter uncle fell and died in the mountains. His wife had to remarry with her children. Without having time to grieve over the departure of her neighbors, Mingxia took her mother to live in the mountains. There were too many eyes coveting her mother. Mingxia was really scared, so she found a wooden house in the mountains, which was in a very secluded location, and hid there with her mother. Occasionally, she would go down the mountain and take the small items she had woven to a kind brother who would sell them in town in exchange for some necessities. She was very deft with her hands and had a sharp mind. The little animals she wove came to life, and she managed to make a living. A few months later, Mingxia discovered that there was a fire at the foot of the mountain and the whole village was on fire. She ran down the mountain and looked at the corpses and remaining traces all over the village. She didn't quite understand at that time. Later she found out that this was a case of killing innocent people for personal gain, and she just happened to run into it. She started wandering with her mother, and for safety, they both got dirty, with their faces covered with the juice of various plants and the ashes from burnt wood. That period was really not easy. After all, she was still young and was targeted by human traffickers and abducted to a brothel. Because she was young, she worked as a maid serving tea and water. She spent more than half a year like this. Late one night, she escaped. The moonlight was very cold that night. Her elder sister, who was serving her, saw her but did not say anything. She only took off a hairpin from her head and put it in her hand, wishing her safety in a low voice. Mingxia only had time to say thank you before she crawled into the dog hole and left. She looked back at the blood-stained Hualu behind her. She didn't have time to think about anything else. She still had to go find her mother. She wondered what would happen to her mother if no one took care of her. Mingxia's blood ran cold when she found her mother, because her mother was pregnant. Yes, how could a crazy and helpless woman with such an extremely moving face be okay? This time, my mother has gone completely crazy. Unlike before, when she would occasionally be lucid for a while, now my mother has really become a lunatic. Mingxia used the hairpin to exchange for money, had an abortion for her mother, and cut her mother's face with her own hands. She was so scared of what would happen to her mother if something unexpected happened to her again. Later she started stealing things and made a living by petty thefts. 2 years later, she was caught stealing. She reacted quickly and covered her head. As long as she was not beaten to death, she would tolerate anything. If she died, what would happen to her mother? As long as she was alive, it was more important than anything else. But the man didn't say anything. After knowing her situation, he took them in. He felt sorry for the two of them and kept them in the agency to do odd jobs. Mingxia was very grateful. It was the most relaxing time she had ever had there. She no longer had to worry about being scared, not being able to sleep well, or worrying about food day and night. She only had to work hard to have enough food, and she didn't have to worry about the safety of herself and her mother. Several years passed like this. She began to try her hand at doing business, starting as a small vendor and slowly making some money. When she heard that a great scholar had returned to his hometown to settle down, she decided to seek a career there. After spending all her money, she found out the whereabouts of the great scholar, stayed there, and hired people to compete with her in literary talent, successfully attracting the great scholar's attention. Mingxia was actually quite lucky in her life. She met several benefactors, including this great scholar. Unlike others, he did not care about gender. He sympathized with Mingxia's literary talent and accepted her as his disciple. This is probably the luckiest thing in Mingxia's life. If she had met an old stubborn man who looked down on women, she would not be who she is today. She was very smart, and under the guidance of great scholars, she made rapid progress and became extremely talented. However, women were not allowed to take the imperial examinations, so she could only do business. However, reading broadened her horizons and made her business path smoother. After making a lot of money, the first thing she did was to go to the brothel. The sister had done her a favor, and she wanted to help her. She found the person in the secret kiln. The sister was old and ugly, and she was also sick, so she was thrown here. She spent most of her fortune to cure her illness, and that sister became her family member and began to help her run her business. She had been oppressed, bullied, and fallen, but she eventually became a wealthy businesswoman. Her mother was no longer crazy under the care of doctors, but she still had no memories of the past. Her life finally got better, but her ambition grew. She wanted to go to the capital to try for a bigger opportunity. Who knew that it was this decision that caused her to encounter the greatest disaster in her life, and even killed her mother, her sister, and the daughter of the head of the family who shared the same ideals as her. Under the pursuit of concubine Chun, she fought again, and this time she was lucky again, and was rescued by the national master. Since meeting the national master, she has been smooth sailing, not only fulfilling her long-cherished wish, but also achieving a bigger goal. She didn't like her father very much. He seemed to love her on the surface, but he was actually cold and indifferent on the inside. She said she loved her mother, but she had countless beauties in the harem, and younger brothers and sisters lined up in a long line. When the old emperor died, he still struggled to look at her, missing her mother, but Mingxia glanced away in disgust. I hope that my mother will never meet you, and it would be best if she never meets you in this life. The old emperor's eyes widened, as if he didn't expect her to say this, but Mingxia was very happy. She finally said what she had been holding back for a long time. If you love her, how can you not find her? You are the emperor, sitting on the 5 lakes and 4 seas. She was in trouble, not deliberately escaping and hiding her whereabouts. Father, you just didn't try hard to find her. You don't believe my mother from the bottom of your heart. You think she will betray you. So the facts fabricated by concubine Chan deceived you. You obviously don't love her deeply. Why do you force her to marry under this guise? If mother marries Prince Qi, she will be much happier than marrying you. Mingxia looked down at the old emperor, who was so angry that he couldn't speak, and said softly, I wish my father was Prince Qi. He is much better than you who can only talk. At least he paid with his life, and he never married or had a concubine in his life. The reason why Mingxia's mother did not die at the hands of concubine Chun was because Prince Qi accidentally discovered that she had left the palace. He was a little worried, so he secretly chased after her. This is what he said when she asked the imperial teacher to find the whereabouts of Prince Qi, who had been missing for many years. The old emperor made a rough and unpleasant sound. His eyes widened, and Mingxia softened her voice again. Father, I am still very grateful to you, but I hope you will not harm my mother anymore. Meeting you and being loved by you is really the most unfortunate thing in her life. The old emperor died after shouting Mingxia. Mingxia said sadly, Actually, the name you gave is not as good as my own. My name is Xinmu. Jingwei carried a small piece of wood in her mouth to fill the vast ocean. She learned this poem when she was just learning to read and named herself after it. A few tears fell on the quilt. The old emperor was actually quite nice to her. She was sad, but that was all. She had always been hard-hearted. After her mother died, she could no longer grieve. She was able to become the emperor partly because she had a strong heart. The 6th prince refused to be the emperor because he was too soft-hearted and knew it. Who in the world doesn't like the power held by the emperor? The real reason why the 6th prince gave it up was that he couldn't afford the price for power. Once he becomes an emperor, the whole world will fear him from then on. Even his mother, who becomes the Empress Dowager, will gradually become alienated from him because of power. His former friends and relatives will no longer see him as himself, with only the identity of the emperor left. Power can change a person and countless people. The 6th prince was too afraid. He could not kill all his old friends. He was afraid that his maternal grandfather's family would become more ambitious because he was the emperor, and he would have to kill them. He was too afraid of being alone. He needed love from his family, friends, and lovers. The emperor was ruthless. Being an emperor meant that he no longer had true love. From then on, his past warm feelings would fade and become cold. Power and love, the selection of the 6th prince. But Mingxia didn't care. The few people she cared about were all dead. From now on, she could be ruthless to anyone. As long as they endangered the country or did evil things, she would kill them without hesitation. She felt that she was destined to be an empress, and she had come at the right time. Among the people who had a chance to ascend to the throne, the 5th prince was out of luck. The 6th prince was a man who valued friendship and loyalty and was rational, so he chose to withdraw voluntarily. The eldest princess took advantage of Li Yuezhao's misfortune and was disliked by the imperial teacher. The other princes failed under the scheming of concubine Chan. The most important thing is that she also met the national teacher, who is a love-brain man. He is extremely powerful, but he has only one hobby, which is to make his wife happy. How could a person sleep soundly on the couch? Others might be afraid of Chu Songfeng, but Mingxia would not. She could see at a glance that Chu Songfeng was a love-minded person, and he was almost as good as the 6th prince. As the saying goes, all conspiracies and tricks are nothing in the face of absolute power. Since I can't defeat Chu Songfeng anyway, why not borrow his power to consolidate my career? And it is easy to build a good relationship. As long as Li Yuezhao likes her, Chu Songfeng will treat her well. And Li Yuezhao can get along with him, and they are both on the career track. With the overwhelming power of the national master, Mingxia can rest easy. Everything she does goes smoothly, and there are fewer natural disasters. The national master will not make natural disasters disappear with just a word, but he can minimize the losses and inform her in advance so that she can be prepared. Not only that, even the troublemakers in the court dare not stand out in front of her. Be warned when giving birth to a child. Throughout history, has there ever been an emperor happier than her? As long as she remains true to her original aspiration and becomes a good emperor, the imperial teacher will not take action against her. She will be a wise ruler during the day, and there will be 6 handsome men vying for her favor in the harem at night. Although it is a little difficult to take care of the feelings of every handsome man, it is not a problem for her. She is very good at it. If there was an award for the most harmonious harem, then the award would definitely go to her. Chu Songfeng stood in the void, grabbing with his hands, but caught nothing. He frowned slightly, and after a while, he smiled and said, "What is this old man doing?" Ah Xiao looked confused. "What are you talking about, Your Majesty?" "Nothing. Let's go to the next world quickly." Chu Songfeng's eyes flashed with expectation. "It is my duty to save the world." Ah Xiao nodded, no longer pondering what Sword Master meant, and directly teleported into the next world. On the sea, a luxurious ship was sailing. The deck of the ship was full of people. They surrounded a young man in gorgeous clothes. The man was wearing a white vest with sparkling jewel buttons on it, a golden wheat ear chain hanging on his shoulder, and a badge on his chest. At first glance, one could tell that the man was of noble status. The flatterers called him the prince in a flattering manner, and the prince nodded to them with a cold face. In the corner, the man in the gray waiter's uniform also had a sullen face. He was handsome, with long eyebrows and a graceful figure. Although he was wearing a waiter's uniform, his aura was more powerful than that of the prince. Chu Songfeng glanced at the prince, then looked away and asked his own system, "Ah Xiao, what is the world line of this world like?" Xiao talked about the original work, that is, the content of the world line. The children of destiny in this world are Prince Monroe and the Mermaid Jones. This is a Western fantasy world. The gods have disappeared for many years, and humans have taken over the dominant position. Among them, the Li AI Empire is the most powerful. Monroe is the prince of Li AI and will be the next emperor. He was ambitious and wanted to unify the world. In the process, he met Jones from the Mermaid tribe. Although Jones was not the biological son of the Mermaid King, he was treated like one of his own and was very much loved. After the two fell in love, the mermaids became Monroe's assistants and played a great role in Monroe's process of unifying the world. Monroe also doted on Jones to the sky, and they were together for the rest of their lives. For him, he was willing to slaughter an entire clan and offer treasures. If anyone was wronged by him, his entire clan would be wiped out. Their love has become a legend. The premise is to ignore the world that has been torn apart and some small tribes that have been destroyed inexplicably. Ah Xiao exclaimed, "Your Majesty, there is Madame Yue Zhao's name." The corners of Chu Songfeng's lips curled up. What is his identity in this world? He is a villain. After Ah Xiao finished speaking, Chu Songfeng's face immediately darkened. He pushed himself into the corner again and continued, "Madame is the little prince of the Mermaid tribe. She once wanted to seize the power of the Mermaid tribe and become the Mermaid King, but she failed due to the obstruction of Monroe and Jones." Ah Zhao's voice became much softer, and then the lady died. Yu Zhao is still named Yu Zhao in this world. This was the name given to him by the witch grandma under the sea. When he was born, the mermaids were fighting against other races, and he was accidentally lost in the chaos. He was picked up by the witch who lived deep under the sea and took care of him for several years. He was found when he was 6 years old. The Mermaid King and the Mermaid Queen doted on him to the sky. His brother Harvey also doted on him. Because he was very cute and had a good personality, he became the darling of the clan and the most proud and willful little prince. It was not until he was 150 years old that Harvey picked up a mermaid who remembered nothing. The mermaid was named Jones. She was clever, gentle, and considerate, and everyone liked her very much. The Mermaid Queen liked him very much and adopted him as her son, but Yue Zhao didn't like him. Since he came, Everyone revolved around him and completely forgot about their favorite little prince. Moreover, Yuezhao always felt that he was weird and seemed to have bad intentions towards him. Later it was proved that his feeling was correct. Jones tricked him into going to the sea god flower forest, but when he got there, he found that the sea god flowers had fallen to the ground, scattered everywhere. At this time, Jones rushed in with his men, and seeing this scene, everyone blamed Yuezhao. The traces and all the evidence at the scene pointed to him. It was he who destroyed the Poseidon flower that everyone valued. Later, Yuezhao ran away. His childhood friends went out to look for him, but one of them was dead. Because of his willfulness, he killed his friend, which made the mermaids hate Yuezhao more and more. Since Jones appeared, Yuezhao has become less and less likable and notorious. He scolded Jones for framing him, and the mermaid queen heard it. She just looked at him disappointedly and said, "Jones has no family, which is already pitiful, and you still want to bully him, Yuezhao. I am really disappointed in you." Yuezhao complained to her about his grievances, but the mermaid queen just scolded him. "That's enough. It's not enough that you bully others, but you also wrongly accuse others. I really don't know how you can become so uneducated and only know how to target others." Yuezhao couldn't understand why his mother treated him like that. Ever since Jones appeared, the mermaid queen never believed him again. His mother knew him so well, but she believed that he was the one who destroyed the sea god flower forest. She and her brother even forced him to flee, which eventually led to the death of his best friend. The mermaid reached adulthood at the age of 180. During her coming-of-age ceremony, the conch of Poseidon emitted light, and the high priest received the will of God. Between Yuezhao and Jones, one is the darling of the sea, and the other is the incarnation of the devil. Yuezhao, who was already in disgrace at that time, naturally became the incarnation of the devil, and Jones became the darling of the sea. Another big quarrel, Jones asked Yuezhao to meet, saying that he hoped to reconcile with him, but Yuezhao naturally refused to go. Jones waited there until late at night and accidentally encountered a sea monster, was seriously injured, and almost died, leaving a hideous scar on his neck. From then on, the Mermaid King, the Mermaid Queen, and his brother Harvey no longer cared about Yuezhao. He had a family, but his life was worse than that of an orphan. He walks alone in the tribe, like a ghost. It was not until Harvey was about to inherit the throne that he jumped out. Yuezhao went to find the witch, gained powerful strength, raised an extremely powerful sea monster, and seized the position of the Mermaid King. Because of his strength, the mermaids could not resist at all. Fortunately, Jones was in love with Monroe at that time. With Monroe's help, the sea monster died, the witch also died, and the helpless Yuezhao lost, was imprisoned, and finally committed suicide. Chu Songfeng's face was icy, and he sneered, "How do you think it would be best to let them die?" Ah Xiao shrank his head and dared not speak. After a while, Chu Songfeng continued to ask, "What is my life experience in this world? I am an orphan. I don't even have any friends. I work everywhere to make a living. This world is more miserable than the other." Chu Songfeng thought for a while. This world believes in gods, but the gods haven't appeared for a long time. So are there any gods? No, the last god has already fallen. Chu Songfeng pointed his finger. Then I will be a messenger of God. How about being an angel? Follow God's will to inspect this world. If you are not qualified, destroy all living things in the world. Recreate living things once again and usher in a brand new world. Chu Songfeng smiled, but could see deep hostility in his eyes. Do you think this is a good idea? Then, let me see if this world needs to be preserved, or if it needs to be cleansed. In the blink of an eye, the sky, which was clear blue just now, was covered by thick, dark clouds. The sea began to show its horror. The waves were as high as mountains and so dark that people could not escape. The boat capsized and everyone on board fell into the water. A wave hit and they disappeared. Chu Songfeng fell into the water and saw Monroe being rescued by a mermaid with a pale yellow fish tail. This was the first meeting between the two destined children. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a pink shadow. Yuezhao had a rare pink fish tail, and he was the only mermaid with it. Chu Songfeng immediately relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and allowed himself to be drowned until he passed out. His wife would definitely save him. Doubt flashed across the mermaid, Songfeng's beautiful face. Why did this human feel familiar? He swung his beautiful fish tail and wanted to leave immediately, but after hesitating for a while, he drew a line of water, swam to the man and rescued him. Chu Songfeng was placed on the shore. His eyes closed tightly and his lips pale, as if he was dead. The mermaid patted his face, but there was no movement. The mermaid named Yue Zhao was a little panicked now. He saved all the people, but if they still died in the end, it would be a great loss. His beautiful face wrinkled again, and finally he leaned down, and his rose-like lips touched the man's already somewhat cold lips. The sea pearl unique to mermaids is the source of their power to control water. At this time, the sea pearl was held on the tip of his tongue and inserted into the man's mouth. The man's breathing became even and his pale skin became more rosy. Yu Zhao frowned. Why on earth did he do this? But he really didn't want the person in front of him to die. It was as if he had seen him once before and didn't want to see him again. Chu Songfeng's fingers moved slightly, but Yue Zhao didn't notice. He saw that the man seemed to have come back to life, so he immediately retracted his tongue and sat up. But as soon as he sat up, he saw the man's breathing immediately weakened, and even his skin color turned pale. So fast? Surprise flashed in his eyes, and he leaned down again. Since he had saved everything, he couldn't let people die. Yue Zhao leaned over the man. Something touched his shoulder. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. Yue Zhao was startled. Her tongue loosened, and with a click, the sea beads fell into the man's belly. The inexperienced mermaid was stunned. Chu Songfeng said nothing and slowly opened his eyes. Before he could even take a look, he was knocked unconscious by a bang. In a panic, Yu Zhao took the stone on the side and knocked the man unconscious. He froze on the spot. The stone in his hand fell, and he looked at the man who was knocked unconscious with some guilt. Then he was troubled again. His sea pearl, without it, he would not be able to return to the sea. There was a sound in the distance, and he quickly used his legs to pull the man behind the rocks and hide. Those people seemed to be people from the Li Ai Empire, who came here to rescue people who fell into the water. He stayed quietly in the corner for a long time, waiting for everyone to leave. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the still unconscious man. Somewhat angrily, he moved forward, pulled the man's face away, and opened his mouth. He wanted to get his sea pearl back, but before he touched the man's lips, he woke up and his eyes fell on him, which seemed a little strange. Touching Yu Zhao's stiff movements, his tone became softer. What do you want to do? Yue Zhao transformed into legs and was only wearing a shirt. He pulled up the shirt to cover his legs, but it couldn't cover much. Most of his smooth thighs were exposed, which made people's hearts tremble. He didn't know where he found the shirt. It was a little too wide, and one of his shoulders was exposed. It looks innocent and seductive. If you appear in front of others dressed like this, you will definitely be thought to be seducing. Chu Songfeng touched his lips and stared at Yue Zhao with his dark eyes, which made Yue Zhao a little scared. He opened his mouth and his voice was melodious, fresh and sweet. No, it's nothing. I didn't do anything. Yu Zhao shrank and looked around Chu Songfeng again. I just wanted to save you. You fell into the water. That's it. Chu Songfeng suddenly realized. Thank you very much. You saved me. My name is Chu Songfeng. What's your name? Yu Zhao shouted. Chu Songfeng nodded happily. Whatever his wife called him would make him happy. Happier. My name is Yue Zhao. Although his voice sounded nice, it was obvious that he had not spoken for a long time, and it was a bit jerky. In order to enunciate clearly, he spoke very slowly. Chu Songfeng stood up, and Yu Zhao realized that the man was so tall and cast a shadow over him. He was a little scared, but Haiju was still on Chu. Moreover, he saved Chu, and Chu should thank him instead of taking away his Haiju. Chu Songfeng stretched out his hand toward him. Yue Zhao, since you saved me, why not come with me and let me thank you properly? Yue Zhao blinked. He reached out and touched Chu Songfeng's hand, was pulled up, and nodded reservedly. Good. Chu Songfeng smiled. He didn't expect to meet his wife just after arriving. He was lucky. Yue Zhao watched Chu Songfeng's movements and also opened her legs, wanting to walk like him, but as soon as she took a step, she almost fell to the ground. Chu Songfeng stepped over and caught Yue Zhao. He seemed to be wondering, Yue Zhao, is your leg uncomfortable? Yu Zhao froze. He didn't dare to tell Chu that he was not a human, but a mermaid. He nodded and acquiesced to Chu Songfeng's statement. Chu Songfeng immediately picked up Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao exclaimed and quickly reached out to pull down his shirt a little more. He tightened the hem of his shirt uneasily. There was a possibility of a romantic breakup at any time. Chu Songfeng took off his wet coat and put it on Yu Zhao, waiting to put him into clean clothes later. Chu Songfeng held Yue Zhao and avoided the crowd and returned to his original temporary residence. He was really poor and even worse than the previous world. This was a slum with dirty streets and dilapidated houses. After crossing the dirty sewage, we finally reached our home. It was his home, but it was better to say it was the home of spiders and bugs. The spider webs and dust were everywhere. Chu Songfeng was shocked again. "Seeing you arrange a richer identity for me?" Ah Xiao knew that he was in the wrong, so he had a flash of inspiration and said, "But it's less involved, so it's convenient for you, Your Majesty." Chu Songfeng's eyes twitched and he didn't want to pay attention to him. What wish did the original person in this world make? Generally speaking, if you borrow the identity of a person who is not at fault, you must compensate. Not only will the other person's request for reincarnation be fulfilled, but if there are any unfulfilled wishes, the person who set out on the task will try to fulfill them. For example, in the last world, I hope to cultivate Shun Hachong into a talented person. In the end, Shun Hachong was also very successful. He got the top score in the exam and achieved his goal perfectly. No, he has no unfulfilled wish. He just hopes to be a rich man in his next life, with endless money to spend. The underworld arranged a top wealthy family for him. As soon as he heard about it, he immediately reincarnated, shouting he doesn't listen at all and can't hold back. Chu Songfeng nodded and said he understood, but it was okay for him to live in this place, so how could it be okay for his wife to live there? When he was about to leave, his sleeve was tugged. Yue Zhao in her arms looked at him with deep red eyes, her pink hair scattered around her cheeks, her small face raised. "This is for you." He took Chu Songfeng's hand and placed a few white beads in his palm. The pearls exuded a warm luster. Chu Songfeng was silent, him actually eating soft rice. "I rely on my wife to support me again." But he really has no money now. He finally needs to make some money, and it will definitely take time to make some money properly. He can't let his wife suffer with him first. His wife is so caring and lovely, she can eat anything, but she must not endure hardship, and he feels sorry for her. Only a useless and face-loving man would make his wife suffer. He smiled. "Thank you, Yue Zhao." After selling a few pearls, Chu Songfeng immediately bought some clothes and changed into them, and then went to the hotel to get a room. There was only one room. It was not that he had too many thoughts, but that he was worried that Yue Zhao would not be able to even travel without him to take care of him. Not very good at walking. What if something happens to my wife in his absence? So I can only sleep in one room. Yue Zhao was carried by him into the hotel and watched him talking to the hotel owner, her eyes fixed on his lips. He has to find a way to get Haiju back. The witch said that all humans are very bad and that she must not tell them her identity as a mermaid. Otherwise, she would be locked up and forced to cry every day and use the pearls made from her tears to exchange for money. When he could no longer cry, they would cut open his body with a knife and eat him. Although this person looks very good. Yu Zhao looked at Chu Songfeng again and again. The hotel owner smiled playfully. His eyes narrowed into slits. "Sir, you are so lucky." Yu Zhao looked at him in a daze. His stunning beauty made everyone in the hotel couldn't help but look at him. The pink-haired, blue-eyed girl wore a long white skirt and curled up in the man's arms. He looked like an innocent and pure little lamb, exactly like the legendary angel, which made people's hearts soften. If Chu Songfeng wasn't tall, had a strong aura, and wore clothes that didn't look cheap, and looked like someone who wasn't someone to be messed with, someone would definitely come up to him and chat with him. Chu Songfeng gently placed Yue Zhao on the bed and asked him what he wanted to eat, but Yue Zhao had never been to land, so he didn't understand what he was saying. Helpless, Chu Songfeng could only buy a little of everything. "Wait for me here for a while. I'll be back soon." Yue Zhao nodded obediently and watched Chu Songfeng leave. He stretched out his hand and blew it to his lips. The sound, with invisible magic, returned to the depths of the sea, to the seabed without a trace of light, making a loud rumbling sound. The old woman tapped the staff in her hand and said in a rough and sharp voice, "Okay, be quiet, your master is fine." The light source held in the old woman's hand brought a little light, and the one that made the loud noise turned out to be an extremely huge monster, the monster that frightened the entire seabed Serio. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles, and her exposed hands were as rough as tree bark, with long black nails on them, as if they were poisoned. She said to the darkness, "Go and bring back our little prince." The current was broken, and the tiny creatures swam towards the surface. In the hotel, Chu Songfeng brought back a lot of delicious food. Even so, he still said to Xiao, "There are so few delicious foods in this poor place. Except for bread, milk, meat, and some thick soup, there is nothing else. It really cannot be compared with the East." "Ah, Xiao, this is the regional difference between the two sides. These are also quite delicious. I like things stir-fried with chili peppers. There is not even any stir-fried food here." He was a little disappointed, but his wife might like it. He put everything on the table and carried Yue Zhao to the chair. "Eat quickly." Yu Zhao looked at the food in front of him, and after a while, he hesitantly reached out his hand. The soft bread tasted great, and his eyes lit up, shining, delicious. He picked up the colorful fruit drink next to him and took a sip carefully. "It's delicious." Yu Zhao ate all the food on the table like a hamster. In the end, his stomach was bloated and his face frowned in pain. Chu Songfeng reached out helplessly and rubbed his stomach. Yue Zhao felt a little better, but he felt Chu's hand was hot. The temperature seemed to make him hot as well, burning his whole body, even his face. Chu Songfeng's eyes were gentle. His wife was also very cute in this world. And one thing was exactly the same as before, that is, she blushed very easily. His wife is so cute, super cute, the cutest in the world. Chu Songfeng opened the double bed. He didn't want his wife to think he was a hooligan who took advantage of others. It was late at night, and they both lay in bed, quietly, as if they were both asleep. But Chu Songfeng couldn't fall asleep. He was thinking about what happened during the day. As he was thinking, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Then he heard some noise beside him, a rustling sound. He closed his eyes, and the mermaid approached him quietly and silently. Chu Songfeng was lying on his side, and he didn't dare to turn her over directly for fear of waking her up. He used his legs awkwardly and climbed onto the bed. He wanted to climb into the gap between Chu Songfeng and the wall to get his haiju back. Because his legs were really difficult to use, he pressed down on Chu Songfeng several times, forcing him to hold his breath, but Chu Songfeng didn't move. Chu sleeps really soundly. As he thought this, he finally managed to turn over successfully, and his face was facing Chu Songfeng's face. He only needed to move forward a little more to touch his lips. The warm breath blowing on his face made him nervous and his heart pounded. He moved closer and just touched the slightly cool lips. He felt a probing gaze lingering on his face, and he looked up. Chu Songfeng's black eyes were so conspicuous in the darkness. With a bang, he subconsciously wanted to sit up, but because he was too panicked, his unskilled legs made things worse, causing him to fall down and onto Chu Songfeng. Chu Songfeng caught him, hugged him tightly, and put his big hands around his waist. There was a hint of smile in his cold voice, which was barely detectable. "What does Yue Zhao want to do?" The warmth of his palms flowed down Yu Zhao's slender waist and immediately burned up his cheeks. He stammered, I'm afraid of the cold." As if he thought his excuse was good, he said with a firm tone, "I'm cold, too cold. It's warm over here." "Oh, is that so?" Chu Songfeng was skeptical. Yue Zhao said in a soft voice, as if to act coquettishly, "I'm really cold. I want to sleep with you." "I was afraid you wouldn't agree, so you came here secretly?" Chu Songfeng laughed twice. "Yue Zhao is so afraid of the cold." "Then sleep with me. I'm warm." "Yeah." The little mermaid nodded hurriedly, lay down on the bed, and closed her eyes obediently. Chu Songfeng suddenly hugged her. She was frightened and stammered, "What are you doing?" "I'm afraid you'll be cold." "If I hold you, you won't be cold." Yu Zhao said, thinking that what he said made sense, but it was strange. "I'm not cold anymore. I want to sleep." "Well, go to sleep." Chu Songfeng patted his back gently. Yue Zhao felt helpless. He originally wanted this man to stop hugging him, but he didn't dare to say anything, for fear that Chu would suspect his behavior just now. So he curled up in the quilt, wanting to pretend to be asleep first, and then take Haiju back after Chu fell asleep. Looking at the petite person with only a pair of eyes exposed, spinning around, Chu Songfeng tightened his hands and hugged Yue Zhao tighter. The wife in this world is a little bit stupid, but Chu Songfeng still loves her to death. He likes his wife no matter what she is like. This is his wife, his one and only treasure. The moon is shining brightly outside the window. It is summer now, and the cicadas are buzzing. However, it does not sound noisy. Instead, when you get used to it, it sounds like music, accompanying you to sleep. Yu Zhao fell asleep unknowingly, and when he woke up, it was already bright outside. He was being held in Chu Songfeng's arms, with his face pressed against his hard chest muscles. He struggled to get up, but suddenly thought that Chu was still asleep, so he could take this opportunity. He arched his face outward. Chu Songfeng's face was really handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a heroic spirit. He had never seen such a handsome person. Even his previous brother was not as handsome as Chu. As he thought about this, he didn't hesitate to move and put his body closer to Chu Songfeng's face. For some reason, he felt a little shy this time and closed his eyes. What does Yu Zhao want to do? Yu Zhao opened his eyes and saw Chu Songfeng looking at him. He shrank back like a mimosa. A muffled voice came from under the quilt. I remember. He patted Chu Songfeng's hand and complained. You're holding me so tight, I can't get up. Chu Songfeng let go and put on his clothes. Yu Zhao also took the opportunity to change clothes. Chu Songfeng bent down, stretched out his hands, hugged Yu Zhao's shoulders and thighs, and picked her up. Take you to dinner. Yu Zhao felt that this was even more strange, with the smell of Chu in his nose. He said, I can walk by myself? Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows. Really? Yue Zhao's leg healed so quickly? Don't tell me there's something wrong. How could discomfort heal so quickly? I'll find a doctor to check you out. Yu Zhao shook his head like a rattle. No, I'm not well yet. I get well very slowly. Chu Songfeng's eyes flashed with a smile. Really? You can still walk by yourself when you are not feeling well? Don't force yourself, Yue Zhao. I can't leave. I want Chu to hold me. Chu Songfeng pretended to sigh for his legs. Then I'll hold you. This is also for the good of your legs. His system was watching quietly, and Ashao couldn't help thinking, Your Majesty is really cunning. In the previous life, the madam would not be deceived so easily, so there was no chance for him to walk outside with the madam in his arms. Now, Your Majesty is bullying the innocent little mermaid who is ignorant and naive. After breakfast, it's time to prepare to make money. Chu Songfeng thought about it and decided to perform magic, which makes money quickly. Although this is a world of magic, magicians are so noble. How could they possibly perform in front of others? That's why magicians still exist. However, ordinary people's magic is naturally far less sophisticated than that of magic, which results in magicians making very little money and just trying to make a living. But his magic is naturally exquisite, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to make a small profit. The long dragon made of flames circled in the square in the center of the city, attracting the attention of everyone present. The long, fiery red dragon was majestic, and when it flew low, you could feel its scorching temperature. The fire dragon swung its tail, and the person who was about to be swept closed his eyes in fear, but the fire dragon passed through his body. The person next to him couldn't help but touch the dragon's tail with his finger, but nothing happened. It's so hot, but it didn't burn me. It felt like touching a piece of paper. Hearing him say that, I immediately boldly reached out to touch the dragon. I really didn't feel the burning sensation, but the dragon was emitting blazing heat. How magical! Is this the dragon from the east? It looks pretty handsome. Is this the magic of a wizard? What a powerful magic! Someone followed the fire dragon and finally walked to the corner of the square. The tall and handsome man seemed to be directing the fire dragon in the sky to fly. After flying for a while, he stretched out his hand and the fire dragon flew towards him. His hand was like a door and the fire dragon disappeared into his palm. He said in a gentlemanly manner, Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I am a magician. I hope you will like today's magic show." He snapped his fingers, and a white dove flew out from his fingertips. Immediately, more white doves rushed out from behind him. They held bright roses in their mouths and stayed on the hands of passers-by. They would not fly away until the person reached out and took the rose. Then Chu Songfeng snapped his fingers again, and the white doves turned into feathers, returned to his hands, and turned into a white feather coat. It was so stunning that people exclaimed in amazement, "This beautiful dress should be given to an equally beautiful lady. I wonder if there is any beautiful lady here who is willing to accept this small gift?" Immediately, dozens of hands in the crowd raised their hands. "Yes, yes, I do." They glared at each other, refusing to give in. Then the first person called out a price, followed by more and more, and finally the price soared. "Ah Xiao, Your Excellency, did you plan to sell clothes from the beginning? It will be faster this way." Chu Songfeng said somewhat embarrassedly. "They are quite wealthy. After they sell all the things they have, they should be able to last for a while. Such a big fuss, just to sell clothes?" Ah Xiao was shocked. Chu Songfeng explained, "I am not here to be a magician, nor do I have the great dream of becoming a famous magician. I am a messenger of God, an angel, who comes to observe the creatures of the world. Look, I am testing them. Testing them by selling clothes?" Chu Songfeng looked at Ah Xiao steadily for a while. The system did not dare to provoke its host at all, and shut up obediently. In the crowd, some people were looking at him with ill intentions. He said, "Look, it's just that some unqualified people came up on their own. Of course, I'm still not disappointed with this world. Let me take another look." Chu Songfeng sold the dress at a very enviable price and performed a few magic tricks, and the crowd dispersed. Yu Zhao huddled in a corner. He was still wearing a skirt. Mermaids didn't like pants and felt uncomfortable. He also had a mask on his face, covering his features. There was no other way. He was too beautiful. If he appeared in the crowd, he would inevitably attract some bad guys. He looked at Chu Songfeng with sparkling eyes. "Chu is amazing." Chu Songfeng was overjoyed by the compliment, but he remained calm. "This is for you." He flipped his hand and a blue flower appeared in his hand. It was a very beautiful flower, with overlapping petals like a gorgeous dance dress, emitting a faint glow, as beautiful and peaceful as the sea. Sea God flower. When Yu Zhao saw the flower, he immediately remembered the beautiful blue scenery in the sea god flower forest. He had loved this flower since he was a child, but since that time, he was never allowed to enter again. He is now over 300 years old and has not seen this flower for more than 100 years. He took the Poseidon flower. This flower had no fragrance. If one had to say it had a doctrine, it would be the doctrine of seawater. He did not wonder how Chu Songfeng got this flower. He just felt that Chu was really amazing. A pair of eyes, as blue as the sea, were filled with moisture. "Thank you, Chu. I like it very much." Perhaps it was because of seeing the flower deep in her memory that Yue Zhao had a dream at night. It was a forest of flowers emitting a faint glow, with stars dotted among them. It was very quiet, with only the sound of flowing sea water. The sea god flower forest has always been taken care of by the mermaid queen, and Yu Zhao likes his gentle and quiet mother very much and always likes to pester her, so he often comes here to play. He loved this beautiful flower very much. He watched his mother plant the seeds, watched the tender shoots grow, and watched the thin buds grow into beautiful flowers. He gently touched the delicate petals, and the flowers trembled as if greeting him. In the blink of an eye, the scene in front of him changed. The beautiful flower forest was incomplete, and the petals of the sea god flower fell all over the place, leaving only the bare branches standing there. He stood in the flower forest, at a loss, and he instinctively squatted down and picked up the petals on the ground with a distressed look. Just when I was feeling sad and confused, someone rushed in, leading a petite and beautiful mermaid. He had a yellow fishtail with a long tip, like a veil. When he waved his tail, he was so beautiful. This is his second brother Jones, not a blood relative. He is a mermaid brought back by his biological brother Harvey. Since his arrival, the Queen Mother's eyes have been full of him, and the same goes for his brother. Everyone said that he was well-behaved and sensible, that he was smart, and that he was as noble and elegant as the mermaid queen, capable and careful. not like a naughty little prince, and not at all like her mother. No one prepared birthdays for him carefully anymore. I remember that on every birthday, his brother would go to the shore and bring him new human toys to make him happy. Good friends, uncles and aunts all surrounded him, sang birthday songs for him, celebrated his growing up, and wished him all the best. But later, his birthday was forgotten, and only Luo Luo would prepare gifts for him. Jones was extremely surprised. He put his hand to his mouth to cover his mouth, which was already wide open due to shock. "You Zhao, you," he said with a bit of grievance. "I just said that I like the sea god flower, and my mother promised to give me a few. I know you have never liked me and don't want me to touch your things, but why do you do this?" Yu Zhao frowned. "What are you talking about? I didn't say that. I just got here. Besides, didn't you invite me here?" A handsome blue-haired mermaid was swimming beside Jones. The scales on its blue tail were shining coldly and looked very sharp. Harvey said angrily, "That's enough, Yue Zhao. I know you've always hated Jones, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you destroyed the sea god flower forest just for a moment of anger." Yu Zhao's eyes were filled with tears. "I didn't. You are my brother, and you don't believe me. He really asked me to come." Harvey got even angrier. "Jones and I had already agreed to go out together today, but Lena heard that you were walking towards the sea god flower forest with a cold face, and she was worried that something might happen to you, so she asked me to come and see you. I was worried about you, so I came to see you. He had already agreed with me, so why did he come here to see you?" Yu Zhao's hands were shaking with anger, and he looked at Harvey in disbelief. He had been lost when he was a child, and after he was found and brought home, although his father loved him very much, he was busy dealing with state affairs and managing the mermaids, so he rarely saw him. The Queen Mother was a cold and reserved person, always smiling gently at Yu Zhao. She was also busy taking care of the flower forest and other matters, so she didn't spend much time with him. Harvey was the one who spent the most time with him, and the one who loved him the most was also Harvey. Harvey would stay up for several nights to make a conch shell rubbing for him because he envied the toys of other children. When he handed him this inconspicuous but painstakingly made toy, his hands were covered with wounds of varying sizes. Harvey would take him everywhere to play. They would go on underwater adventures together, be criticized by their mother together, and laugh together. Whenever he cried, Harvey would dig out his little collection and go find the mermaid to exchange for candy to comfort him. Underage mermaids are not allowed to go to land, but Yue Zhao is really curious. In order to satisfy him, Harvey would use photo stones to record the beautiful scenery on land every time he went ashore, and would also buy him a bunch of things that human children like. Harvey is actually much older than Yue Zhao, but he is very good to Yue Zhao. He is like his friend, brother, and father, and is Yue Zhao's closest family member. He always said to Yue Zhao, "Don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I am here. I will always protect my little Yue Zhao, forever and ever." Yue Zhao always remembered it, but Harvey seemed to have forgotten it. Yu Zhao's tears fell down unwillingly, turning into white pearls, dropping on the ground. "I said I didn't do it. He wants to wrongly accuse me, and you want to wrongly accuse me too. You can go and check it out. If I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I won't lie to you." A red-haired mermaid also stood up and said to Harvey and Jones, "Yue Zhao is not such a bad boy. Harvey, you are too much. Since Jones came, you only have Jones in your eyes. You clearly said before that you love Yue Zhao the most. Now you are actually bullying Yue Zhao together with this shameless mermaid." Harvey was a little hesitant when he heard the red-haired mermaid cry, but he subconsciously retorted, "Jones is a kind mermaid." The red-haired mermaid was very angry. He looked at the other mermaids, hoping that they could speak for him, but the others also said, "Yes, Jones is very good. Luo Luo, you are too prejudiced. Yes, you can't say that about Jones just because you have a good relationship with Yu Zhao. Jones is very good and often helps me." They all spoke well of Jones, and the aggrieved Yue Zhao was ignored. Luo Luo angrily glared at them and pulled Yue Zhao over. "Yue Zhao, let's go and find His Majesty. His Majesty will definitely prove that you are innocent, and then these blind people will know how stupid they are." Harvey was a little angry. He wanted to stop the two of them, but when he saw Yue Zhao crying silently, he finally did not move. Maybe Yue Zhao was really wronged, or maybe he was too impulsive. He should apologize to Yue Zhao. After all, he was his younger brother. Harvey thought so, and prepared to apologize to Yue Zhao. But after the investigation of the Mermaid King, it was confirmed that only Yue Zhao had been in the sea god flower forest when it was destroyed. The Mermaid King was the darling of the sea. He could hear the voice of the sea. These were told to him by the sea, and he would never make mistakes. All the mermaids were disappointed in Yu Zhao. How could the once adorable little prince become like this? Not only had he been arrogant and unreasonable before, but now he had not only destroyed the important sea god flower forest, but he had even learned to lie and accuse others. Yue Zhao was locked in the room. His mother wouldn't let him go out or see anyone. No matter how much Yue Zhao said, her mother ignored him. When she got annoyed, she scolded him and left. Luo knocked on the surface of the shell house. Moonlight, moonlight. Yu Zhao looked up. It was pitch black and he couldn't see anything. But he still said in surprise, Luo Luo? Luo Luo said indignantly, "These mermaids are blind, and even the sea is blind. It's obviously not Yu Zhao's fault." Yue Zhao shed tears. "Luo, how can you trust me so much? Because Yue Zhao and I have the best relationship, I know Yue Zhao is the kindest little mermaid. Luo Luo knows Yue Zhao best. He knows Yue Zhao will not do that." Luo Luo chatted with him for a while, but because he was afraid that the queen would find out, he ran away in a hurry. Before leaving, he said, "Yu Zhao, wait for me. I will definitely find a way to prove that it was not you who did it. I must let all the mermaids see the true face of that insidious and cunning mermaid." "Well, I'll wait for you," Yu Zhao said firmly, and then warned, "Luo Luo, you have to be careful." Luo Luo left, and Yu Zhao continued to stay in the shell house, which didn't even have a small opening. It was black everywhere. He was very scared, but he knew he had to wait for Luo Luo. It was unknown how much time had passed before the queen finally came to see him, but her purpose was to make him admit his mistake. The immature mermaid shook her head. "Mother, it's not me, it's enough." The queen's voice was harsh, like thunder. She looked at Yu Zhao with her gentle eyes, which were full of disgust. "How could I have given birth to a child like you? You are so unrepentant." She scolded him and forced Yue Zhao to apologize and admit his mistake to all the mermaids. But Yue Zhao didn't do it, and he would never admit it even if he died. Even if Mother Ocean said he did it, he still refused to give in. During the confrontation with the queen, Yu Zhao rushed out angrily and ran away. Chu Songfeng's chest was wet with tears, and his clothes were soaked into a ball. The water stains melted together and turned into round pearls. The mermaid frowned, tears streaming down her face. Chu Songfeng was startled and heartbroken. He patted Yue Zhao's back, hoping to comfort him a little. "I'm sorry, Luo Luo. I'm sorry, Luo Luo." He had a nightmare and kept saying sorry. If he hadn't run away, Luo Luo wouldn't have gone to find him and wouldn't have died in an accident. In the nightmare, the red-haired mermaid closed his eyes tightly. His body was covered with wounds. The lower half of his fiery red fishtail was cut off and fell not far away. Even his hair was bald in a large area. His red hair floated in the water like seaweed. The expression on his face was so frightened and helpless. The sea water smelled of blood, and the blood dyed the sea water red. Luo Luo's family hugged him and wailed in pain. Yue Zhao was stunned. He had promised Luo Luo that he would wait for him. Luo Luo told him to wait patiently, and he would take him out. He could not see anything before his eyes. Everything turned black, and he passed out. When he woke up again, Yue Zhao became almost mute. He didn't like to talk anymore, and he wouldn't speak to anyone who came to him. Luo's family hated him, and his brother Harvey also scolded him for being willful and killing Luo Luo. The queen came again and asked him to admit his mistake again. Yue Zhao didn't want to argue this time. He stood in front of the mermaids like a puppet and admitted his mistakes as his mother had said. From then on, he disappeared from the mermaid tribe, and all the mermaids could not see him. No, that's not right. He was there, but the mermaids walked past him as if they could not see him. They swam past him playfully and frolicking, and the former friends swam away quickly as if they had seen something unpleasant. He disappeared in the eyes of the mermaid. Yue Zhao woke up crying. The man's big hands wiped his tears hurriedly, and his rough fingertips brushed across his cheek. Chu Songfeng's voice was soft and gentle. Yue Zhao, don't cry. I'm here. Tell me if you have anything to say. Yue Zhao's face shrank into his arms, pressed against his chest, and her heartbeat, which was rapid due to anxiety, sounded one after another. The tears fell like an unstoppable spring, and when they reached the bottom, they turned into white pearls. The crystal white pearls covered the bed and fell onto the floor, making a crisp sound. Chu Songfeng felt very distressed. He hugged Yue Zhao and said softly, Yue Zhao, don't be afraid, don't cry, I'm here. Whoever bullies you, I will make them pay the price, I will. His eyes were cold, and he regretted giving the flower to her. He could tell that the flower probably reminded Yu Zhao of something. Xiao didn't dare to say anything. After all, he had read from the original book that the lady liked the Poseidon flower the most, so His Majesty conjured up the Poseidon flower. Originally, he wanted to flatter someone, but now he has hit the horse's leg wrong. Xiao wished he could be invisible in Chu Songfeng's eyes. Yu Zhao cried for a long time before he fell asleep quietly. When he woke up the next day, he covered his face with the quilt. When Chu Songfeng asked him to have breakfast, he just whispered that he didn't want to eat. I'm not hungry, Chu eats first. Well, maybe the little mermaid who had been crying all night was too embarrassed to see people today. Chu Songfeng had no choice but to put bread, fruits, and hot milk on the small table in the room and go out. If he stayed here, Yue Zhao would probably have to stay in the quilt for the whole day. Walking to the first floor of the hotel, he planned to start looking for someone immediately. Yue Zhao's grievances were most likely related to Jones, the son of destiny. But he is the son of destiny. If he dies, this small world will. We can only find a suitable person to replace him. But it is not easy to find this person. He must be powerful, have love, and be kind. This is a bit difficult to find. While he was thinking, people from other tables cast their gazes over to him. But before he noticed, they looked away. He vaguely heard the word magician. These people did not believe that what happened yesterday was something a magician could do. They believed that Chu Songfeng was a magician. However, this magician was noble. So how could he perform in public to please others? How miserable is this? Some people also thought of Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao actually only showed up once when she first arrived that day, but her stunning beauty was unforgettable. Some people suspect that Yue Zhao is not actually a human being, but a pet raised by the magician. Some people heard about it, and even wanted to buy it to see what that beautiful person looked like. After all, most magicians are a group of mean and cold guys. Even one's own children cannot compare to interests, let alone pets. Magicians often sell their disliked pets in exchange for money. They felt that this man was no exception. But because of the majestic fire dragon, they suppressed their thoughts and waited for the day when the magician got tired of playing. Sometimes someone would come up to them, and their words were full of flattery. Magicians were precious, and if one could make friends with one and have him take charge of the family, that would be a great achievement. And this magician seemed to be a down-and-out man, so he must be short of money, which made him easier to invite. But Chu Songfeng always refused nonchalantly, which made people feel that this magician did not seem to be short of money. Or maybe he just had a weird personality and was just playing around yesterday. Chu Songfeng really didn't care about these people. He didn't have time to play with these nobles. Xiao made up for his crime by searching hard in the original novel, hoping to find a suitable candidate. In the previous world, Chu Songfeng still had choices, but in this world, he couldn't find any. The ordinary-looking young man smiled and said, Dear Mr. Magician, I wonder if my master would be honored to meet you. Magician, Chu Songfeng looked up at him. This person was much more interesting. He nodded and stood up. Let's go. The thin man was sitting in a wheelchair. His gray hair was casually combed, and he had a special mask on his face. He did not look like a noble. His hands were holding the wheelchair handles, so pale that no color could be seen. The complicated aristocratic clothes wrapped him tightly, and his hands were the only exposed part of his body. Hello, dear magician. The rough voice sounded like sandpaper grinding on glass, harsh and unpleasant. The man's throat seemed to be in poor condition, perhaps severely injured. Hello, respected Duke. The man's identity is easy to guess. the famous White Ghost Duke O'Connor. Of course, White Ghost is just a nickname for him because he is a human who has lived for thousands of years. As we all know, human lifespan is different from that of other races. Their life is short. Only magicians, paladins, godfathers, and the like can have a longer life than others. And O'Connor is nothing. He is the younger brother of a certain emperor of the Yaoi Empire. After the death of the Bloody Queen, the royal family was rewarded by the gods. They had longer lifespans than others. Except for O'Connor, the longest lifespan could reach 160 years old. However, the emperor eventually died at the age of 50. According to folk rumors, it was his brother who did it. The reason why O'Connor has lived so long is an unknown secret. He is very special in Yaoi and is hated by others, but everyone has to welcome him with a smile. Even the emperor spoke to him in a gentle voice. He was the duke, the most powerful person in the Yaoi Empire after the emperor. At the same time, he is also the biggest villain besides Yu Zhao. Well, in this world, his wife is given the title of Big Boss again, mainly because his army of sea monsters is too strong, especially the one named Serio. The corners of O'Connor's lips curled up slightly under the mask. I really like you, Mr. Magician. Actually, I came to see you because I have a little doubt, and I wonder if our amazing magician can answer it for me. He sounded like he was asking, but there was no hint of seeking opinion in his tone. Chu Songfeng sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and his casual attitude made O'Connor's housekeeper and servants unhappy. He said, "Of course, I'm a very generous person." O'Connor laughed. "Well, Mr. Magician, you are so generous, you must be a human being, right?" "Indeed, he is not. He is an angel," Chu Songfeng nodded. "It's strange, you are clearly using magic, but there is no trace of magic power." O'Connor tilted his head in confusion. "Why is that? Maybe I don't need magic power to use magic. I use something else." Chu Songfeng smiled slightly. "For example, divine power." O'Connor couldn't help laughing, and his tears came out. "You are such a joker. Everyone knows that there is no God in this world." This statement was extremely treasonous, and even his loyal butler couldn't help but look at him in surprise. Oh, Chu Songfeng was quite special in this world. There were very few people with black hair and black eyes in this world, and even those from the East rarely had such double black hair. The dark eyes were like a silent abyss that would swallow people. Really? But the bishops are always showing off the glory of God. That's just an excuse for them to make money. What is God? O'Connor spoke wildly again. God is just a tool for these despicable people to maintain their status. Maybe the God you are talking about is. Chu Songfeng retorted. But the real God is not. So Mr. Magician is a loyal believer of God? That's not the case, but I came here because of God. Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows slightly. I remember that the royal family of the Yaoi Empire said that they killed the most heinous sinner, the Bloody Queen, and were blessed by the gods, which is why they have a longer life than ordinary people. I guess the royal family is the most loyal believer of the gods. It was obvious that O'Connor's mood had become very bad, and there was obvious disgust in his tone. What blessing from God? It's really ridiculous. It's just taking the fruits of an innocent person. Poor Queen, he sighed, somewhat sadly, and immersed himself in memories. His right hand subconsciously rubbed the bracelet on his left wrist, which was a bracelet inlaid with tulip pendants. The elegant and noble tulip fell into his palm. Mr. O'Connor. He called him by his name. Why don't we make a bet? What is the bet? O'Connor was obviously interested. Chu Songfeng said, Bet whether there are still gods in this world, and whether gods care about this world. I bet that gods exist and care. God looks at the world and is already disappointed with it. God's messenger is here. If this world cannot be saved, then everything will start over again. The new world will not have the debris of the old world. All living beings cannot go to the future. O'Connor actually thought this future was not bad. He nodded. Okay, let's bet. What's the bet? Just one thing. The loser only needs to do one thing for the winner. For example, if they were to have a relationship, Chu Songfeng was very optimistic about O'Connor, probably because his wife was always portrayed as a villain. Compared with the not-so-righteous Destiny Child, the villain was the most likable guy in this twisted world. Okay, then it's a deal. O'Connor agreed immediately and no longer had the idea of killing to silence him. After all, his words were indeed treasonous and would get him into trouble if they got out. However, this magician was really interesting. If he wanted to kill someone, he might get killed in return. Before his wish came true, O'Connor cherished his life very much. The magician left, and O'Connor did not answer the butler's question about whether he should make some preparations. This person is not a simple existence, just like the Bloody Queen. Just by looking at the appearance, you can tell. Your Excellency, is this considered cheating? After all, the gods in this world really died a long time ago, and it is actually godless. But if O'Connor bets with Chu Songfeng, then he will definitely lose. Huh. Chu Songfeng looked at Xiao expressionlessly. What do you think? Well, of course it doesn't count. The weak Tongzi laughed awkwardly. Ha 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 ha. Chu Songfeng snorted and laughed, then returned to the hotel. All the food on the table had been eaten. Yue Zhao was sitting on the bed, and when she heard him come back, she subconsciously turned her head away, not daring to look at him. Chu Songfeng could only see his crimson ears and his gentle voice. Yu Zhao, I'm back. Yu Zhao hummed softly. He had a dream yesterday, and Chu coaxed him for a long time. It had been a long time since he cried so badly, and it had been a long time since someone coaxed him so gently. Chu. His face was still flushed, and he lowered his head, raised his eyes slightly to look at Chu Songfeng, and then quickly retracted. Thank you. Chu Songfeng lowered his head, looked at him and said, No need to thank me, it's all my duty. He is a qualified husband. Yu Zhao's face turned even redder, and his heart was beating so fast, as if it was going to burst through his chest and jump out. He touched his chest, wondering why this happened. Is he sick? If he is sick, he will have to drink those strange medicines again. Thinking of this, the redness on his face faded and turned a little white. He was a little scared. But you have to take medicine when you are sick. He was lost in thought when he suddenly discovered that his heartbeat had slowed down. He was a little surprised. He raised his eyes and met Chu Songfeng's focused and gentle eyes. He was stunned and felt like he was going to be sick again. Chu Songfeng took him for a walk on the street. He found that Yue Zhao had not been in contact with people for a long time and had forgotten a lot of common sense, or maybe no one had taught him from the beginning. He recalled what was said in the original book, that Yu Zhao was officially rejected by the mermaid tribe when he was 165 years old. That year, the sea god flower forest was destroyed and Yu Zhao's best friend Luo Luo died unexpectedly. It has been 200 years since then. After Yu Zhao became an adult, he left the mermaid palace and went to the deep sea to live with the witch. There was no sunlight there, and it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. Even he himself didn't know how many years had passed or how old he was now. But Xiao turned over and found that Yu Zhao should be 371 years old now. It has been 206 years since the year when the sea god flower forest was destroyed, but he himself did not feel it. More than 200 years of loneliness have made him understand nothing. Yu Zhao was wearing a mask and was held in Chu Songfeng's arms. He still remembered that his legs were uncomfortable. If they got better too quickly, Chu would let him see a doctor. If the doctor found out that he was not human, he would be in great trouble. Chu Songfeng bought some candies and asked him to eat them. Yue Zhao was curious about everything in the market and looked at them with great interest. A middle-aged man saw Chu Songfeng, narrowed his eyes, and hesitantly stepped forward to greet him. Chu Songfeng looked at him, and it seemed that he was the foreman who introduced his original self to work on the ship. He nodded. John. This name is really popular. If you shout John on the street, probably 7 or 8 people will turn around. John smiled. It's really you. I thought I was seeing things. I heard that the ship sank that day, and many people died in the shipwreck. He whispered. Even Prince Monroe hasn't been found yet. The prince is a knight. He will be fine. Chu Songfeng said that Monroe was probably in a tragic relationship with Jones right now. John said with a sad face, I hope so. After hearing that Prince Monroe was missing, the capital sent a minister to look for the people on the ship that day. He probably wanted to ask if anyone knew where the prince was. Even if they can't find him, there is still a reward of 20 gold coins. John's face was filled with smiles. Chu, go and try. That's 20 gold coins. Chu Songfeng glanced at him. Really? No need. I have something to do recently and don't have much time. He turned around and walked away holding the moon. John was anxious and held him back. You have to think carefully. This is 20 gold coins. Even if you work for 3 years, you still can't get this much. It's enough for you to buy a house. No need. Chu Songfeng said coldly and left directly. John looked at his back, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He knew that Chu, who had just arrived, was a fool, and he didn't even notice that Chu had taken most of the commission. That's why he wanted to get a share of the minister's bounty. The reward offered by the minister was a full 50 gold coins, but among those who went, a few did not make it out successfully, and that was no longer John's business. Thinking of the 30 gold coins that were within his grasp, John gritted his teeth and went to the minister's residence. Chu, who is that? Chu Songfeng said casually, unimportant people. This juice seems to be delicious. Would you like a glass? Yu Zhao nodded, yes. Back at the hotel, Yue Zhao was put on the bed and began to stare at Chu Songfeng's lips again. He understood that Chu would make him sick, so he had to get Haiju back as soon as possible, otherwise he would definitely get sick. As for why Chu has such strange abilities, perhaps it is because he is not a mermaid, but a human. He had seen humans before, but never touched them. Chu was the first. No wonder no one allowed underage mermaids to go ashore. Yu Zhao now understood the reason. While Chu Songfeng was away, there was a gentle knock on the window. Yue Zhao opened the window and saw a small creature with feathers and a fish tail standing on the window. It had 2 feet that looked like bird claws, one holding the windowsill and the other holding a black thing. The little thing looked like nothing, but it was ugly and cute, so it didn't look weird. Yu Zhao named it Little Feather. This is the sea monster raised by the witch. It is very fast and smarter than other sea monsters. He stretched out his hand and Little Feather placed the thing in its claws in his palm. Yue Zhao took the thing and closed the window again. This was the medicinal plant brought by Xiaoyu. As long as Chu ate it, he would fall asleep, and Yue Zhao could take Haiju back. Yu Zhao poured a glass of water, broke off a small piece and threw it in, shook it, and put away the things he received with satisfaction. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he raised the water cup and walked to the door crookedly, stumbling every 3 steps, and it was really difficult to walk. Chu, drink some water. The black stuff at the bottom of the cup is really hard to ignore, and the person who has been saying that his legs are not good and he can't walk, is he feeling better now? Chu Songfeng. Yu Zhao saw that he had been silent, so she looked up at him. The big watery eyes on her small face blinked again and again. Looking so well-behaved and cute, Chu Songfeng took the cup of water, and his wife poured him some water. He was really obedient and sensible. He thought he wouldn't die if he drank a sip, so he drank it. He drank the water in 1 gulp, put the cup down, and carried Yue Zhao back to the bed. As soon as he sat down, he felt dizzy and fell on the bed. Yu Zhao's eyes flickered as she shouted, Chu, Chu. Chu Songfeng didn't move at all. He was sure that the man was asleep. He supported himself with his hands and moved closer to Chu Songfeng. He put his hands on the hard chest and leaned down. This time he kissed Chu Songfeng very smoothly. The Haiju followed the force and entered his body. After taking the Haiju back, Yue Zhao stood up reluctantly. Chu's mouth is sweet, like candy, but it tastes like pudding when touched, and he likes it very much. Little Feather knocked again, urging him to go back. Yue Zhao was ready to leave, but was reluctant to do so. He loved Chu so much. If he returned to the sea, no one would talk to him. Besides, Chu had been so good to him. Would she be angry with him if he left like this? Will he hate him, just like his brother, the Queen Mother, and the Emperor? His hands were still on Chu Songfeng, hesitating whether to leave like this. Little Feather broke the window, came in, stopped on the table, and tapped the table with his claws. Little Feather, do you think I can take him back? The sea monster's simple mind couldn't understand such a complicated thing. It tapped the table again and asked Yu Zhao to go back quickly. But he is a human. He will get sick if you get close to him, and he can't stay in the sea. If he stays on the island, he will be too lonely. Thinking of this, in order to prevent Chu Songfeng from falling into the same loneliness as him, Yue Zhao decided to leave. He opened the box on the bedside table, which was full of round pearls. These were Yue Zhao's tears. But tears are not valuable enough, So Yu Zhao put a few large gems found in the deep sea in it. Humans seem to like this very much, so it should be more valuable than tears. Seeing that the box was almost full, he had no choice but to close it and put it next to Chu Songfeng. He stumbled to his feet, looked back reluctantly, and jumped out of the window. Little Feather grabbed his collar, and two little wings, so small that they were almost invisible, flapped and carried him into the sky. Yu Zhao was muttering a spell, and his and Xiao Yu Mao's figures became transparent. They flew wildly in the air towards the sea. Behind him, Chu Songfeng sat up, feeling a little aggrieved that his wife came home without him. Besides, what does it mean to get sick if you get close to him? Is he a pathogen? Seeing that his wife took the initiative to kiss him, Chu Songfeng generously forgave this. A pair of white wings spread out behind him, almost occupying half of the room. He flapped his wings and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a few shining white feathers and a gold coin. The gold coin was compensation for the window. As for the box containing the pearls, he took it away. O'Connor fiddled with the flowers in his hands, trimmed a few extra branches with the golden scissors, and put the delicate tulips into the vase. He asked the housekeeper, who came in nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" The butler walked in a hurry. O'Connor had not seen such a situation for a long time. The butler was impetuous when he was young, but with the passage of time, he has become an elegant gentleman. How long has it been since he last saw such a situation? O'Connor couldn't remember, and he was pruning the tulips leisurely. The butler said, "My lord, the magician has disappeared." "Oh?" O'Connor turned around, looked at the somewhat nervous butler and said, "Maybe he just left for something. Why are you so nervous?" The butler raised his hands and presented a white feather. O'Connor didn't understand what he meant. A feather? What's so strange about it? He reached out and picked up the feather. A pure and majestic power surrounded the feather and washed over his body through his skin where the feather touched. O'Connor's eyes widened. "What is this?" "We found it in the magician's residence, and we couldn't find out what it was. It was first discovered by the minister from the capital. He originally wanted to catch the magician. It was said that he was a waiter on the ship that the prince was on, but when they went there, he had disappeared." The butler's eyes fell on the feather. The window glass at the scene was broken, leaving only a few feathers and a gold coin. The feathers that people saw when they first entered were glowing, and after a while, they became what they are now. O'Connor looked at the feather carefully and suddenly smiled. "Why do you think Mr. Magician would choose to be a waiter?" The butler shook his head. He couldn't understand it. All the circumstances showed that the gentleman called Chu was a powerful magician, although he himself did not admit it, and his master also said he was not. But the butler still thought that this level of power could not be magic. Could it be? He wondered. This is someone who hates the Li AI Empire, sneaking into the ship just to kill Li AI's future heir? I thought it was a joke. O'Connor inserted the pure white feather into the vase, surrounded by beautiful tulips. "It's really beautiful," he said, and then said, "Roman, do you think there is a god in the world?" Roman was the butler's name. He did not answer. Growing up in a world full of churches and faiths, he naturally believed in the existence of God. But the duke he followed was obviously different from them, and he was even so outspoken last time. The golden scissors cut the tulip's flower path. What about the messenger? He put the last tulip into the vase. It's incredible. I didn't believe it at first. The feather in the vase is surrounded by tulips, making it look sacred and inviolable. Do you think this feather looks familiar? Looks familiar? Roman was surprised. This was something he had never seen before. How could it look familiar? He was sure that there was no such thing in the whole of Liai, but the duke must have seen it, and so did he who served beside the duke. It looks like an angel in the legend. Angel feathers. I felt a completely different power in it. Not magic. I can't figure out what it is. But the words of the magician gave me inspiration. This is divine power, the power from God. O'Connor has lived for more than 1,000 years, and he is also the duke of the most powerful AI empire, a duke with the most special status. It is almost impossible to find someone more knowledgeable and erudite than him. He immediately made a judgment about this magical feather and believed in this judgment. He told himself that he was right. This was a fallen feather from an angel. In this way, What Chu Songfeng said that day was true, but O'Connor was not afraid, but thought it was a good thing. Perhaps we should try to please the angel. In this way, his dream might just come true. After hearing his judgment, Roman naturally believed it without a doubt and thought of the magician that day. Was that an angel? Then he thought of what Chu Songfeng said. Maybe he was the one he mentioned, the messenger of God, whose purpose was to cleanse this dirty world, to create a brand new world. Roman was shocked by the guess and thought hesitantly, maybe the adults were wrong. If that was the case, they would all be finished. Yue Zhao returned to the deep seabed, and Little Feather returned to his comfortable environment and disappeared in an instant. The seabed is pitch black, with very few sounds. Most of the time it is quiet, empty, and dead, as if there are no living creatures. When the witch saw him coming back, she returned to her hut with peace of mind and started making her potion again. Only the sea monster Serio waved his strong feet to welcome him back. It recognized Yue Zhao as its master and had the best relationship with Yue Zhao. Although it was just a sea monster and did not even have intelligence, it cared about Yue Zhao very much. Yue Zhao hugged its wrist and said, "I'm back, Serio." The sea monster cannot speak, and Serio rarely makes any sound. It can only roar, and that sound makes people who hear it feel painful, so the witch does not allow him to make any sound. After his excitement, Serio calmed down again, and the entire deep sea also calmed down. Yue Zhao found a bright pearl that emitted a faint glow, allowing him to see some things a little more clearly. He is responsible for taking care of this group of sea monsters. Some of them are afraid of light. Too strong light will make them feel uncomfortable. In order not to scare these companions who accompany him, Yue Zhao only uses this weak light source. The witch thought he was too kind-hearted, treating even the brainless sea monster as a friend, but she could not change his temper and had to go with him. It didn't affect her anyway, so she was still willing to pamper the little mermaid. The deep and mysterious sea has no light from the sun or the moon, and the passage of time cannot be seen. In the past, under the moonlight, it seemed that time passed very quickly here, but now it seems that it passes too slowly. He couldn't help missing Chu who lived on the shore, and he also missed the brightness of the sun and the softness of the moon. Even the noisy sounds in the market, the singing of birds in the morning, and the delicious food. As he had nothing to do that day, he thought of going for a swim in the sea. As he swam upstream, the darkness receded and the sea turned into a bright blue. He was swimming aimlessly in the sea, and when he passed by a deserted island, he saw a small figure. Confused, he swam closer, and then he could see clearly what it was. Chu Songfeng lay pale on the beach. The seawater soaked his lower body and then slowly receded. He was sleeping without any sign of waking up. The handsome man looked very miserable. Yue Zhao swam over quickly and approached him nervously. Only after confirming that Chu was still alive did he feel relieved. But why is Chu here? Ah Shao was speechless. Your Majesty. Chu Songfeng had no guilt at all. As an ordinary person, can't I die again? Yes, that's very logical. As long as he is shameless and doesn't care about his eyes, he will be able to flatter the big shots. Shao firmly believes so. The mermaid did the same thing and used the same method again. But this time he was smart and would never drop the sea pearl. Chu Songfeng opened his eyes, and Yue Zhao looked at him in surprise. He called out weakly, "Yue Zhao?" My eyes moved downwards and landed on the pink fishtail in the moonlight. The light pink fishtail had a hazy beauty and was flapping happily on the ground. Yue Zhao was so excited to see Chu Songfeng, but when he saw the man's eyes on his tail, he realized what was happening. His tail froze, and he looked at Chu Songfeng and said, No, I'm not a mermaid, really." He looked at Chu Songfeng eagerly, his head hot and his mouth talking nonsense. Chu Songfeng sat up and stroked his fishtail with his fingertips. He subconsciously held his head and shrank back. "Don't eat me." Chu Songfeng was puzzled. Yue Zhao looked at him with her big watery eyes and a pitiful expression, which reminded him of the previous world. At that time, Yue Zhao sometimes made such an expression and muttered that he was going too far. His Adam's apple rolled, and Yue Zhao became even more scared. He felt that Chu's current appearance was very similar to when he saw the small cake. "I'm not delicious. Can you eat the cake?" "Why would I eat you?" Chu Songfeng grabbed Yue Zhao's hand and let it go, looking at Yue Zhao's face. I just haven't seen you for a long time, and I thought I was dreaming. Why did you suddenly disappear before? Yue Zhao felt a little guilty. I'm going home, Wu. Well, my mother asked me to go home early. Why didn't you tell me, Yue Zhao? His eyes were warm, making Yue Zhao feel a little hot. I was worried. I forgot. Next time, I won't do it again. Chu Songfeng showed an expression that said, Okay, I won't blame you this time, but don't do this again next time. He looked at Yue Zhao's beautiful fishtail again. Yue Zhao turned out to be a mermaid. Yue Zhao was a little nervous. Before Chu, he had never come into contact with humans. When he was young, the adult mermaids told them that humans were scary and asked them, a group of little mermaids, to stay away from humans. When he grew up, he lived with the witch, who told him that humans were terrible, greedy, and deceitful. If you catch mermaids, they will be eaten in the end. To humans, mermaids are food, the silver cod they catch. That is Yue Zhao's favorite fish. Every time he sees one, he will swim over quickly, catch the little fish, and eat it. He was afraid that Chu would do the same thing after he found out he was a mermaid. Your tail is so beautiful. I have never seen a mermaid prettier than yours. Their tails are not as beautiful as yours. Yu Zhao blinked unexpectedly, and her fishtail curled slightly, looking a little happy. Chu is also very beautiful, the most beautiful human being. Mermaids think that their tails are beautiful, so they take good care of them and brush the scales until they are shiny. They feel proud and happy when their tails are praised. When Yue Zhao was young, he was often praised for his beautiful tail, but that was a long, long time ago. After living in the deep sea, it was dark and he couldn't even see clearly whether there were any sea monsters there, let alone his fish tail. After being interrupted, Yu Zhao was no longer afraid. He asked Chu Songfeng, Why is Chu here? Chu Songfeng said sadly, I was originally planning to go to the Dawn Forest by boat, but the boat sank unexpectedly. Thanks to my good luck, I survived, but all my belongings were lost. But it's not bad luck. He smiled, At least I see you again. This is really a lucky journey. Yu Zhao was a little shy. Thinking of Chu Songfeng saying that everything he had was gone, he tilted his head and said, Gemstones? I still have a lot. He took out a cloth bag from somewhere and shook it on the ground a few times. Gems fell to the ground and piled up into a small hill. The colorful and sparkling gems almost blinded Chu Songfeng's eyes. The largest one was as big as Chu Songfeng's fist, with a deep, bright crimson color. If this wasn't a magical world, such a large gem would never appear. Why is it that he becomes poorer in each world, while his wife is as rich as ever? It is hard to say whether the previous world was richer or this world was richer, but in any case, both are very rich. Yue Zhao pushed Xiaoshan towards Chu Songfeng. All for you. The pretty boy Chu Songfeng nodded. Thank you, Yue Zhao. Yue Zhao smiled with her eyes curved. She was so cute. Since he was stranded on a deserted island, Chu Songfeng planned to settle down there. He said to Yue Zhao, I will wait here for the ship to pass by. I can spend the time with you. Yu Zhao was about to speak, but suddenly shut up. He wanted to say that he could take Chu away from here, but what Chu said made sense. He thought that Chu could be with him for a while, not too long, just a short time would be fine. He really liked Chu and wanted to be with her. The witch's house is the brightest place in the deep sea, although it is still very dim to other people. Skinny old hands throw all kinds of strange materials into the pot. Legs, mosquito wings, fat pig blood, elf tears, mermaid scales. She searched. I've run out of mermaid scales. She walked out of the hut, ready to ask a sea monster to get her some. The most common creatures in the sea were mermaids, and she didn't like them very much. Who told those mermaids to bully Yue Zhao? This was the little mermaid she raised. How could she let others bully her? When she picked up the little mermaid, it was just an egg. It was only with her careful care that it broke the shell and learned to speak. She was ready to make the little mermaid the next mermaid king and have the mermaids enslaved by him in retaliation for the previous bullying. And that would also help her. With revenge, she walked out of the house slowly, leaning on her staff. Ever since she had aged, she had never walked fast again. But as soon as she came out, she found a problem. Where was her little mermaid? She didn't know what to ask from those brainless sea monsters, So she used magic to track down Yu Zhao, fearing that he would be tricked and brought ashore like last time. She sent a sea monster to bring the mermaid back. As for the human who deceived Yue Zhao away, she did not let the sea monster kill the human because he did not harm Yue Zhao. The magic made a scene appear in the crystal ball. It was a remote deserted island. There were people on the island. A small wooden house was built and blooming flowers were planted next to the house. The little mermaid held her face in her hands and looked expectantly at the meat roasting on the campfire, occasionally looking up at the humans who were looking at the meat. The human had a handsome face. He was flipping grilled meat in his hands, sprinkling condiments on it, and talking, which made the little mermaid smile with charming eyes. The crystal ball cracked, and the witch recognized this human. This was the human who had deceived Yu Zhao last time. She had seen this human through the eyes of the sea monster who was sent to the shore. This human being is simply haunting us. The witch's anger caused the deep sea to shake, and the sea monsters gathered together in fear. Serio also huddled into a ball to avoid the witch getting angry and cutting off its tentacles to make potions. The witch's teeth were chattering. She was determined to make this human know what fear was for daring to deceive the little mermaid. After a lifetime of training, Chu Songfeng's cooking skills cannot be said to be amazing, but they are at the level of a master chef. A mere small barbecue will naturally taste good. Yu Zhao's cheeks turned red from the spiciness after eating the barbecue. He had to breathe out several times after each bite. It was really spicy, but he loved it very much. It tasted better than sweetbread. It was Chu who made it for him. Chu is really the best person in the world. The witch gave Yu Zhao the task of taking care of the sea monster. Naturally, he would not leave the deep sea for too long. After eating the barbecue, he reluctantly said goodbye to Chu Songfeng. "I'm going home." Chu Songfeng nodded. "Well, I'll make something else for you next time." Yu Zhao smiled softly. Chu was a super powerful human being. Every time he came to the island would undergo great changes. He waved his hand and entered the water. His gorgeous fish tail flashed faintly in the sea for a few times and then disappeared. After Chu Songfeng watched him leave, he also spread his wings behind him. As an angel, he still had some tasks to do, such as pretending to be people of various identities and taking a look around the world. As they left, the island became quiet, and the beautiful and lush flowers swayed in the wind. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sea. It was a beautiful person with long light yellow curly hair hanging down to his chest. Jones looked at the island with some curiosity. He stretched out his legs and walked ashore. The island was well maintained, and the house even had all the necessary items. Who had done this here? Jones's thoughts were fruitless, and he just looked at everything in front of him with joy. Monroe lived on a deserted island, where everything was inconvenient, and he didn't dare let his tribe know that he had taken in a human being. The most important thing is Harvey. Harvey can't stand him being too close to other men. Now that there is such a place, it is a good opportunity for Monroe to move here. Jones falls in love with the handsome prince at first sight, and they have developed feelings for each other. Although they have not expressed it yet, there is an ambiguous bubble between them. Jones saved him, but was reluctant to let him go back to the shore so quickly, as the noble prince might forget him soon. He had to make Monroe fall in love with him to the point of being unable to extricate himself before letting him go. This time, Chu Songfeng pretended to be a wandering bard and was about to try to find a family to stay with when a gorgeous carriage stopped in front of him. The pale-faced white ghost Duke O'Connor looked at him with a smile. "Long time no see, Mr. Magician." Then he looked at his attire and said, "No, this time he should be a bard." The servant raised his hand respectfully, inviting Chu Songfeng to enter the carriage. He did not hesitate and stepped in. "Your Excellency the Duke, what a coincidence." "This is not a coincidence. It is a deliberate plan." O'Connor's smile did not fade. "After all, it is not easy to meet the angel. Your identity is always so changeable." What a smart man he is. Just a few feathers made him completely believe it. Maybe he didn't believe it completely, but at least he believed it halfway. Because he was too smart, after discovering that unreasonable power, he made a favorable choice at the first opportunity, even if it would overturn his previous cognition of many years. Chu Songfeng sat down and said casually, "But I believe these are not difficult for the Duke. Recently, There is a rumor that God sent angels to the mortal world, but not to save the world, but to destroy the world, which makes everyone feel uneasy. The great elder of the elves and the chief of the astrologers have joined forces to confirm that this is not a rumor, but the news has not been made known to others, so most people still think it is just a rumor. The empire has been very busy recently. The disappearance of the prince has not caused any waves. They are all looking for a ray of hope in the impending disaster of destruction. In this world, prophecies and divination are common, but no one has predicted the disaster of world destruction before. It was only recently that rumors became rampant, and capable astrologers thought it was stupid, but others were scared by this, so astrologers began to perform divinations to dispel the rumor and prove that it was just a joke. But after this divination, everyone panicked, because the stars told them that the world was about to be destroyed and all living things on earth would die. Only a messenger from heaven was watching all this, because the destruction was brought by him. He will create new creatures and bring new life to this continent. The tribe leader and the great elf elders saw the future scene. It turned out that the one who destroyed the world was a man with black hair and black eyes, with white wings spread out behind him. O'Connor smiled weakly. When I heard this, I remembered that you, the angel, had come. I wanted to see you just to remind you to be careful of Li Ai. Chu Songfeng was surprised. What do you mean? You should have heard that Li Ai once had a bloody queen. O'Connor was telling a story from the past, which was 1,000 years ago. At that time, Li Ai was just a medium-sized country, living cautiously on this continent full of powerful people. There were many countries on this continent at that time. Even if you didn't count carefully, there were at least 1,000 countries. Li Ai was not a standout among them, until the prince at that time met a beautiful girl. The girl came from a very mysterious ethnic group named Gaxum. Before that, the people of Li Ai had never heard of this name. But the girl possesses extraordinary abilities and powerful magic, and so does everyone in Gautama Buddha. The prince and the girl fell in love, and they naturally got together. The prince was also regarded as one of Gaxum's own, and thus he got to know Gaxum's biggest secret. They are the descendants of God. Although their bloodline has gradually diluted with the passage of time and is no longer as powerful as before, they still have a secret weapon in their hands. That was a divine weapon left by the gods. Whoever obtained it would be extremely powerful. It was rumored that the divine weapon could even kill gods. Later, the Gajasong clan was exterminated, and the girl became the infamous Bloody Queen. The prince's descendants all had a longer lifespan. O'Connor's eyes were shining with a dim light, and he sighed. Innocent girls will never imagine how disgusting the human heart is. The man who was willing to sacrifice his life for her in the past can now kill her and her entire family for the sake of profit. The artifact. Chu Songfeng nodded, indicating that he understood. No matter how powerful this magic weapon was, it could not kill him. Besides, he is also a weapon. He has not yet seen any weapon stronger than his in the 3 realms. The artifact in the small world is so powerful that even his grandson is not worthy of it. The man smiled. Thank you for your reminder, Duke. But as someone from Li Ai, why did you tell me about this angel who wants to destroy the world? The prince is my brother. O'Connor lowered his eyes. The Bloody Queen is my sister-in-law. I have known her since I was very young. She is the most gentle and beautiful girl in the world. She shouldn't have ended up like this, and she shouldn't have carried the stigma for so many years. Chu Songfeng and Ah Xiao suddenly understood. This is love. It's just that the relationship is a little immoral. Ah Xiao was struggling, and Chu Songfeng smiled helplessly. The person died a long time ago, and now he is just in unrequited love. Besides, the prince belongs to her ex-husband. Even if he is not her ex-husband, he must be a deceased husband. Then is it impossible to help him become the child of destiny? Then I have to ask you, I think for a successful protagonist, a career is enough. Why force love? It's different in different departments. The no-CP department can indeed do without love, but not here. What department are you in? Chu Songfeng then remembered that he didn't seem to know much about the Small World Management Bureau. When Lao Jun asked him to come, he was very unwilling and was too lazy to listen to the old man's nagging. He only knew that Ah Xiao was an excellent system and had been top 1 for several sessions. But this is just for show. This system doesn't seem very smart. We are pure love. As the name suggests, pure love. Love is necessary. Okay, but the child of destiny needs to choose a suitable person again. Looking at O'Connor, a widower, it would be better to rely on a passerby on the street than on him. Forget it. Chu Songfeng said goodbye to O'Connor and continued to disguise himself as a down-and-out bard. After staying here for a few days, he was ready to return to the island. Yue Zhao came to see him secretly and could only see him once every 7 or 8 days. During this period of time, he always went to the mainland to fulfill his angel duties when Yue Zhao was not here, and then calculated the time to return to the island when Yue Zhao was about to come. He first went to the street to buy some fruit snacks and pudding, which was Yue Zhao's favorite dessert. Yue Zhao poked his head out of the sea. The smell of food was already coming from the cabin on the island. He stretched out his legs and walked towards the shore. He found another beautiful gem that Chu would definitely like. Jones? The man's clear voice asked in confusion, and a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes walked out of the hut. When he saw Yue Zhao's appearance, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Monroe had seen many beauties, but he had never seen a boy like this before. He looked like an elf from the sea. He slowed down his voice and asked, "Are you a mermaid? How did you get here?" Yue Zhao was shocked. Who is this human? Where's Chu? He shrank back into the sea, soaked in the water, and asked, "Who are you? Where's Chu?" Chu. Monroe thought about it, and probably figured it out. There should have been a guy named Chu living here, but he didn't know whether he was a human or another race. He shook his head. No. He wanted to build a relationship with the mermaid in the water, and he only knew Jones, so he asked, "Are you Jones' friend?" Yue Zhao buried his head in disgust. Jones was the mermaid he hated the most, and hearing the name made him uncomfortable. Just as he was thinking about it, the yellow-tailed mermaid came. Jones looked at Monroe and called his name happily, but then he noticed Yue Zhao and his heart skipped a beat. He knew best the charm of Yue Zhao's face. Monroe smiled at him tenderly. They had already developed feelings for each other. Although he did not point it out, Monroe had already planned to marry Jones after returning. Although Yue Zhao's appearance amazed him, he could not get over Jones. "Yue Zhao," Jones called softly. "Why are you here? I haven't seen you for a long time. You haven't been home for a long time. We are all very worried. My mother often has dizziness. She has been thinking about your name all these years, but it's a pity that she has never seen you once." If Harvey said that he missed him, Yue Zhao would still believe it, because his brother still had some feelings for him, but his mother. Ever since Luo's death, Yue Zhao and the Mermaid Queen had almost broken up, and they didn't say a word even when they met. "Get out," he said gloomily. "Liar. This is Chu's house. Why do you live here?" Jones' eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly regained his composure and said aggrievedly, "Yue Zhao, I don't know what you're talking about. What Chu? This is the island I found with great difficulty. I spent a lot of time to make it like this." Yue Zhao's face became more gloomy. "Where did you take Chu?" Monroe suddenly interrupted and said, "Yue Zhao, don't be impulsive. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding." Then he turned to Jones and asked, "Do you know each other?" Jones said softly, "He is my brother." "No, you are not my brother. I have nothing to do with you." Jones was a little hurt, but he forced a smile and said, "Yue Zhao's temper has always been like this. I'm used to it." "Monroe, don't mind it." Monroe frowned. He had also heard of Jones's brother. It was said that he was a mermaid with a bad temper. He had done all kinds of ridiculous things since he was a child and even killed his best friend. Later, he left the mermaid tribe without caring about his relatives' feelings and never went back, causing his mother to fall ill from missing him. After Jones finished speaking, he subconsciously touched his neck. If you look closely, you can see that there is a patch of skin that is more pink. It was a hideous wound back then, but after years of hard work by the Mermaid Queen and Harvey, it is almost healed. The source of this wound is the moonlight. When they came of age, the high priest gave a prophecy, pointing out that one of them was God's favorite, and the other was the incarnation of the devil. Yue Zhao, who was already infamous at that time, was naturally accused of being the incarnation of the devil. He did not refute it. After all, in the eyes of the mermaids, he did not exist at all, and no one would listen to what he said. But the Mermaid King and Harvey would sometimes pay attention to him, but most of the time they would blame him for being immature. Perhaps because too much time had passed, Harvey had softened his heart and softened his attitude towards him. As long as he promised not to target Jones again, apologize to Jones, and be a good brother in the future, he would be forgiven for what he did. However, Yuezhao never repented and remained silent, ignoring Harvey's words. Jones was kind-hearted and wanted to take the initiative to reconcile with Yuezhao, but Yuezhao was accused of being the incarnation of the devil and was further rejected by the tribe. He made an appointment with Yuezhao to meet Selgo, but Yuezhao did not go that day. Jones waited there for a day and accidentally encountered a sea monster and was seriously injured. If Harvey had not arrived in time, he would have lost his life. This wound was left at that time, and Yu Zhao refused to even apologize. So when he left the mermaid tribe and went to the deep sea to accompany the deep sea witch, no one stopped him. Even Harvey just watched him leave coldly. The things he didn't move away were later thrown away by the mermaid queen herself. In this matter, no one thought that Yuezhao had clearly expressed many times that he would not go, and it was Jones who insisted on waiting there for a day. Monroe narrowed his eyes, and his impression of Yu Zhao became worse. It was a pity that he had such a good-looking face, but had such a vicious heart. Although he looked pure on the outside, he was actually jealous and hurt his brother everywhere. Jones's behavior was not uncommon in Yuezhao's life, and he was too lazy to argue. After Luo died, no one believed him anymore. He just asked nervously, "Where did Chu go?" He stared at Jones with vicious eyes. Jones sighed helplessly. "Yuezhao, what are you talking about?" "What Chu? I have never heard of such a mermaid. Chu is a human. Did you lock him up?" Jones sighed again, like a helpless brother facing an unreasonable brother. "Yuezhao, if you like this place, I will give it to you. There is no need to make up a non-existent person. You know, I always give you the things you like." Yu Zhao chanted a spell. He wanted to capture Jones and find out what happened to Chu. Chu must have been deceived. This guy was the best at deceiving people. Although Chu is a very powerful human being, Jones is very bad, and Chu is the best. He is so good that it is easy for him to believe Jones. The plants around him seemed to have life, growing wildly and spreading, surrounding Jones. Jones was about to cry, sobbing, as if his heart was broken. "Yuezhao, what are you going to do? No matter what, we are brothers. I know you are blaming me for getting hurt and causing you to be scolded by your father, but I didn't want that either." Yu Zhao turned a deaf ear to him. The plants crawled towards Jones. The long sword glowing with holy light chopped them all off. Monroe looked at Yu Zhao with a bad look in his eyes. "Jones is kind-hearted, but you can't always bully him for that. Apologize to him and leave here. Don't even think about coveting something that's not yours." He spoke in a commanding tone. Yu Zhao felt that this man was as stupid as Harvey. He did not pay attention to Monroe's words and continued to recite the spell. Monroe's face turned cold. He was the prince of Li Ai. He was born with extraordinary talents and had the best teachers since birth. Now he was already an extremely powerful knight. The long sword went towards Yu Zhao, and it looked like he was going to kill him. A wave of air hit Monroe, and he fell to the ground with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the man who suddenly appeared in surprise. Chu Songfeng grabbed Yuezhao and held him in his arms and asked in a gentle voice, "Are you injured anywhere?" Yu Zhao shook her head. Her eyes read, "Chu, where have you been? I'm so worried about you." Chu Songfeng took out a candy and fed it to Yuezhao's mouth, pushing it in with his fingertips. "I'll go buy you some candy. Don't be afraid. I'll be fine." However, something was going to happen to some people. He looked at Monroe and Jones. Jones was holding Monroe and looking at Chu Songfeng in fear. Monroe was even more surprised. With his strength, how strong must this magician be to be able to beat him like this in just one encounter? But he had never heard of such a magician, black-haired and black-eyed, named Chu. With such strength, it is impossible for him to remain unknown. "Your Excellency, don't be impulsive," Xiao advised. "Now they are still the children of destiny. If they die, the world will collapse." Chu Songfeng's face was extremely dark, and he wanted to chop the two guys in front of him into 18 pieces, but due to the importance of the child of destiny to the world, He could only swallow his anger. "Sir, I don't know how I offended you. You were so cruel." Monroe coughed as he spoke, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Chu Songfeng frowned and glared. "You didn't offend me? You have offended me seriously. I won't kill anyone during this period, so I will spare your lives for now." Monroe and Jones breathed a sigh of relief, and he changed the subject and said, "Seeing how deeply you love each other, I'm sure you can stand together through thick and thin at any time and in any place. Then I'll give you this opportunity." He sealed the magic power of the two and threw them into the falling sun forest filled with wild beasts and monsters like ordinary people, so that they could experience sharing adversity together. "Your Majesty, it's very dangerous over there. They won't die, will they?" "No, they are still the children of destiny. They can't die. It would be a bargain for them if they died so easily." Chu Songfeng gritted his teeth in anger. He just waited for the pastry chef to make pastries for a while, and such a big mess happened. These children of destiny were as annoying as flies. Thinking that the things here might have been used, he waved his hand and used his divine power to break everything on the island into pieces and reassemble them. Yu Zhao looked at all this in a daze. Chu Songfeng then remembered that he seemed to be an ordinary person who had been in trouble again, and looked at him with a guilty conscience. But Yu Zhao just looked at him with clear eyes and said with a smile, "Chu is amazing." He actually didn't know what ordinary people were like. He saw what Chu Songfeng looked like, so he thought that was what humans looked like. Although it was a bit strange that Chu was so powerful and almost died in a shipwreck, there was no rule against it. Just like the witch, she is very powerful, but she is particularly afraid of animals with many legs. Some sea monsters scare her, but she is not afraid of Sario's tentacles. In fact, tentacles are also legs, aren't they? Especially the spiders and centipedes from the shore, which always make the old witch scream. But these are the materials needed to make potions, so she has to touch them with her eyes closed. If she didn't catch them and let these little creatures crawl on her twice, the house would be blown up by the terrified witch. In Yue Zhao's simple understanding, Chu Songfeng is normal. All humans are like this, but Chu cannot swim in water. The little mermaid didn't want to think too much. He only knew that he liked Chu very much and was afraid that Chu would leave him. It was good enough the way it was now. Chu Songfeng also smiled and carried Yu Zhao into the rebuilt cottage. He took out the delicious food he brought and watched him eat. Well, his wife is so cute. Those two sons of destiny were really annoying. So he arranged for a monster to hunt them down. Even if he caught them, he wouldn't kill them, but would just torture them for a while, and then let them go, and then he would continue to chase and torture them. Since he can't kill the child of destiny for the time being, it's okay to torture him, right? Chu Songfeng replanted flowers next to the cottage. The golden tulips were in bud, reserved and noble. The wind could not bend their backs, and they exuded their fragrance wantonly. Yu Zhao poked the tulips, and Chu Songfeng asked in a low voice, "Do you like it?" "It's very beautiful." Yu Zhao thought for a moment. "It's my mother's favorite flower." In his heart, the witch was like his mother. In fact, the witch was more like his mother, because it was the witch who hatched him from the egg and took care of him until he was 4 years old. When Yue Zhao was a child, he was ignorant and called the witch mother, which was very embarrassing, but it was not easy to say anything to a little kid. It was not until he grew up that the witch asked him to call her grandmother. But in Yue Zhao's heart, the witch is his mother. "Oh, my mother-in-law likes it." Chu Songfeng is very considerate. He uses his power to preserve a tulip that is in full bloom and puts it in Yue Zhao's hand. "A little gift from my heart." Yu Zhao smiled with his lips pursed. It seemed that Chu liked giving flowers to other people very much. For example, the Poseidon flower he gave him last time, which he now kept very well. Thinking of this flower, Yu Zhaoxiao realized that she had overlooked the special nature of the Poseidon flower. This is a flower that only grows in the sea. It is a sacred object of the mermaids and has always been cared for by the queen of the mermaids. The sea god flower is a holy medicine for healing wounds. Ordinary wounds will heal immediately after taking it. Even for those injuries that cannot be cured in this world, using the sea god flower as the main medicine may turn the tide. If the mermaids had not been mistaken, there would not be many Poseidon flowers left in this world. They were all in the Poseidon flower forest. Most of them were destroyed back then, and the defense of the Poseidon flower forest had become even heavier. Even for mermaids, it is extremely difficult to go in and pick the flowers. So how did Chu Songfeng, a human living on land, get them? He blinked his eyes. Thank you, Chu. Chu is so nice. Yue Zhao seemed to have forgotten to ask about the suspicious things about Chu Songfeng. He just followed Chu Songfeng and watched him obediently no matter what he did. It makes one's heart melt. The witch left the room again and found Yue Zhao missing again. She was furious. She was a person who understood love the most. She didn't want to directly and forcefully separate Yue Zhao and the human, which would affect their relationship. So the witch took a roundabout way. They weren't even together in the first place, so the witch didn't believe in the deep affection they had. She thought emotions would fade with time and distance, so she planned to keep Yu Zhao away from that human being. Yu Zhao slowly forgot about the person, so that she could have her fill of dealing with that slick-tongued human, but now Yu Zhao is gone again. She wanted to deal with that guy, right now? How dare he act so willfully under her nose? The witch went out in person, and several small sea monsters followed her, heading towards the deserted island. But before they got close, the witch found something was wrong. There was a special power floating around on the island, not magic. It gave people a holy and bright feeling, which made the witch feel a little uncomfortable. Isn't that Chu a magician? Chu Songfeng was making a cake with Yue Zhao. He now felt that he was really foresight. He had honed his cooking skills in the previous world so that he could have more fun with his wife in this world. Yue Zhao was kneading the dough, and the tip of her nose was covered with flour. Chu Songfeng reached out and gently wiped it off. The tip of her nose was scratched and Yue Zhao's face turned a little red. A cold gaze shot over, but Chu Songfeng remained calm, straightened up and looked towards the sea. There was something under the sea looking at them. However, there seemed to be a complex mixture of emotions in this look, which reminded Chu Songfeng of his mother-in-law in the previous world, when the ghost doctor first met him. If looks could kill, he would have been skinned alive on the spot. Fortunately, he was not a yellow-haired man. Otherwise, he would have been skinned alive. The only person like this in this world is the witch, whom Yue Zhao calls mother. According to the information in the original work, the witch's origins are unknown. She suddenly moved to the deep sea. She is a loner, alone, and does not interact with mermaids. Rumor has it that she is an evil witch who lives in the dark deep sea, brewing terrible potions and poisons all day long. She looks like an old woman with skin as rough as tree bark, and she even raises terrible sea monsters, making all the creatures in the sea stay away from her. It was not until she saw Yue Zhao's egg that she had some contact with the sea. She took good care of Yue Zhao and told him that she was a priestess, not a witch. There is a big difference between the two. A witch is a symbol of evil. Ordinary wizards are called magicians. Only those who have committed many evil deeds and are notorious are called witches. The situation with the Shrine Maiden is completely the opposite. Only some small tribes have them. The Shrine Maiden is a woman with a very high status in the tribe. She possesses great power in the tribe and carries a sacred meaning. How could a priestess end up stranded alone in the deep sea? The original book did not mention it. It only mentioned that when the priestess died, she was muttering about revenge. The reason behind this must be complicated. She continued to live in the deep sea with Yue Zhao until the Mermaid King came to her house, took Yue Zhao away, and expressed his gratitude to her many times. However, Yue Zhao did not want any thank you gifts and thought the Mermaid King was too annoying. She continued to stay indoors and brew potions all day long. It was not until Yu Zhao became an adult, which was almost equivalent to being expelled, that he packed up his things and went to find her, that some life began to appear in the dark deep sea. The witch taught him magic and led him to tame and raise sea monsters, the most powerful of which was Serio. Before Salio was conquered, he was already a famous overlord in the sea. After accepting Yue Zhao as his master, he became the biggest trump card in his hand. Salio's existence alone made all the fish people surrender to Yue Zhao. Based on Chu Songfeng's understanding of Yu Zhao, he had no interest in the Mermaid Emperor. Then there is a reason why you have to do it. Perhaps part of the reason lies with the Miko. The more the witch looked at it, the more something was wrong. This Chu was probably not a human being at all. But with her vision, she couldn't see Chu's origin. who on this continent uses some power beyond ordinary power other than through magic. But this person is not. All that is floating on the continent is magic power, and the witch has never heard of other powers. Unless he is not a creature of this continent. She glanced at Yue Zhao with a rather hateful look. Didn't this silly fish see any problems at all? If this Chu has evil intentions, he will be in trouble. The witch feels that her usual education is not enough. She should make humans more terrifying. Now this Chu can't take the opportunity to get close to him. After thinking about it, the witch became more and more frightened. She couldn't figure out what Chu Songfeng's purpose was and where it came from. She cast a spell, and the shell necklace on Yue Zhao's hand flashed. Yue Zhao immediately said goodbye to Chu Songfeng. Chu, my mother called me, and I'm going back right away. Okay, be careful on the road. Yue Zhao waved his hand, jumped into the sea, and swam away in the blink of an eye. Chu Songfeng smiled and said, I wonder if the witch can come out and meet her? The witch was shocked. Had this guy discovered her long ago? She flashed to the shore and looked at Chu Songfeng with an evil look in her eyes. Who are you? What's the purpose of approaching Yue Zhao? Purpose? I don't have one. He is just in a normal relationship and pursuing his wife. She is as beautiful as ever in this world, with unique pink hair and a tail. Hey, it makes my heart flutter just thinking about it. The witch didn't believe it. She knew that Chu Songfeng's origin was not simple, but she pretended to be a human being, and she was also a human being who encountered a shipwreck to approach Yue Zhao. And twice. This was obviously intentional, and the witch wouldn't believe it if there wasn't some reason. If you are coveting the identity of another human being's prince, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. His incompetent parents have no feelings for him at all, let alone do anything for him. Chu Songfeng felt that he was aggrieved. I have no intention of using Yue Zhao, so you can rest assured. I just like him. It was a bit embarrassing to say it so bluntly, let alone to my mother-in-law. The witch didn't quite believe it. No one knew better than her how ruthless men can be. All love is just a toy to coax children, especially among humans. They only have interests in their eyes. She looked at Chu Songfeng suspiciously and laughed a few times. Then I'll treat you as your own, right? I just want to know, who are you? Where did you come from? Chu Songfeng was silent for a few seconds and pointed to the sky. Where I come from. The witch frowned. Heaven? What's the meaning? She didn't know what kind of race lived in the sky. I can't say more specifically now. I can only tell you that I came to this world with a mission. I have to understand all things, all living beings, joys, sorrows, and joys one by one. This will determine is this world ushering in new life or reincarnation. Rebirth means survival and new life. Reincarnation means destruction, and new creatures will appear again in the world. Chu Songfeng lowered his eyes to look at her. The setting sun cast a golden light. He was bathed in the golden light. He was ruthless and desireless. His body was like ice, which made the witch see his divinity. Divinity? It's really ridiculous. There is no God in the world. Although it is God's will, I really love Yue Zhao. I hope he can be happy and I will do my best to protect him. There was a hint of tenderness in Chu Songfeng's eyebrows. I think he will have a wonderful new life. The witch blinked, feeling horrified. She just seemed to have seen a pair of wings, pure white and huge, seeming to occupy half of the sky, with fallen feathers fluttering as if in a dream. It was just such a moment, but it was so real. The sunset coated Bayou with a layer of colorful colors, just like the extra emotions in the heart of Bayou's owner. Her heart skipped a beat. Yue Zhao had provoked an incredible being, but she still didn't believe that there were gods in this world, let alone angels. Her throat was a little dry, and she made a withered voice. You and Yue Zhao are not suitable. If Yue Zhao must like someone, the Miko would prefer it to be an ordinary person. Although she would be dissatisfied with an ordinary person winning his heart, she can ensure that Yue Zhao will not be wronged. But if the man in front of her is really what she thinks, she can't do anything to help him. The day the spark of love dissipates, Yue Zhao may even lose his life. She has experienced this deeply, so she does not want her beloved child to wade in muddy waters and repeat her unfortunate experience. Chu Songfeng retorted, he and his wife were made for each other, right? He had been single for so long before, and suddenly his heart was beating, which meant that Chu Songfeng and Yu Zhao were destined to be together. Why I wasn't moved in those years was entirely because I didn't meet Yu Zhao. As soon as he saw the moonlight, his heart jumped, letting him experience the fresh taste. His originally boring life was suddenly filled with pink and beautiful. But after hearing this, the witch left in a daze, her expression a little dazed, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. Chu Songfeng wondered, "Is my mother-in-law not satisfied with me?" Of course Ah Shao couldn't say it. How could it be possible? Your Majesty is so wise, mighty, and domineering. How could your mother-in-law be dissatisfied? Maybe the gas at home was forgotten. Chu Songfeng. This system really left him speechless at times. That's my mother-in-law. What are you shouting about? Only then did Ah Shao react, shut up quickly, and retreat into the corner obediently. The witch returned to the deep sea. Yue Zhao was already waiting there. Seeing her in a daze, she was a little worried. "Mother-in-law, what's wrong with you?" The witch was silent for a moment, and then she said, "Don't go out recently." Yue Zhao was puzzled. Why? He also wanted to meet Chu. The witch had not placed any restrictions on his travel before, as long as he took good care of the sea monsters. "I found a human on a nearby desert island." The witch stared directly at Yue Zhao, her old face looking eerie and scary. "Yue Zhao, I told you, stay away from those guys. They are all liars and will kill you." Yue Zhao subconsciously retorted. "But Chu is different. He is a good person. Who knows?" The witch said a little lonely. "You are too young to understand that people's hearts are fickle, and it was even a lie from the beginning. Yue Zhao's blue eyes are as ethereal and magnificent as the sea, but at this moment they are full of stubbornness. Chu will not lie, and he will not hurt me." The witch laughed twice, a little aggressively. "Then do you know who he is? Do you know his identity? Maybe even the name is a lie to you. Yue Zhao, I know you have always been a smart child. Don't you feel doubtful?" The moonlight stagnated, and Nana said, "But he won't hurt me, he won't. Don't you understand that feelings are fleeting? When you were taken back and came back to see me, you said that everyone was very nice to you. Good, you are very happy. Especially Harvey, who has the same father and mother as you. You said he loves you very much, protects you everywhere, and never lets you get hurt. He is the best brother in the world. But Yue Zhao, do you still remember what he became?" Yue Zhao bit her lip. Her tears couldn't help but fall to the ground and rolled into beads. They are different. He couldn't help crying when he thought of Harvey. Harvey was very kind to him in the beginning, just like Chu was to him. The little mermaid was held in his hand, and he wanted the moon in the sky. Harvey, he will also try his best to help him. No one can bully him, because his brother is Harvey, the eldest prince of the mermaid tribe, the best mermaid of the younger generation, and the next ruler of the sea. If anyone dared to say a bad word about him, Harvey would come to their house, give them a good lesson, and force them to apologize, which was humiliating. The mermaid tribe does not have a clear class distinction. Except for the mermaid king who controls the sea and the high priest and queen who hold important positions, the royal family is actually not much different from ordinary mermaids. Here, there is no royal power as high as that of humans. Everyone is a friend and relative, just like they would call the prince by his name instead of respectfully calling him Your Highness. Unless they take over the position of the mermaid king and make great contributions to the safety and survival of the mermaid race, they will get a different attitude. Yue Zhao was very nervous when he first returned. He was just a little mermaid who had never seen the world. Because the witch was too busy, he couldn't even speak clearly. He looked very rustic and silly, like a fool. He was afraid that his tribesmen would not accept him, and that his family did not like him. But when he got home, a handsome boy smiled at him and said gently, "Yue Zhao, I am your brother. Harvey is actually a rebellious mermaid with a fiery temper, but he always has endless patience when facing the moon. The mermaid queen is too busy, and the 4-year-old mermaid is afraid of the empty room." He simply lived in Yue Zhao's room, told him stories and sang to him every night, taught him to read and speak, and helped him integrate into the mermaid tribe and make good friends with him. Yue Zhao was really spoiled at that time, all because of Harvey's pampering. His father was so busy that he could not be seen, and his mother was gentle and generous, but she was indescribably cold and distant to him. No matter how clingy he was, it did not improve. Sometimes Yue Zhao even felt that his mother didn't like him, and later events proved that his mother really didn't like him very much. Only Harvey took the initiative to approach him and was the first mermaid to accept him. Before Jones appeared, he lived happily under Harvey's protection. At that time, in Yue Zhao's world, the most important and intimate people were Luo Luo, Harvey, and the witch. All was well until Jones showed up. Yu Zhao shook his head firmly. He is not Harvey, and Harvey is not him. They are different. No one can predict the ending at the beginning. For your safety, I advise you not to get in touch with him in the first place. The witch sighed. Just like Harvey, you couldn't imagine at that time that he would treat you like that later. You can't afford to offend that human. He treats you well now, and you feel happy, but what if he doesn't like you anymore in the future? What if he hurts you because he is tired of you? Yue Zhao, stay away from him. The witch persuaded him seriously. She regarded Yue Zhao as her own child and could not bear to see him get hurt. Because of her experience in her youth, the witch was really afraid of and hated the so-called deep affection. Coupled with Yue Zhao's experience, she no longer has any expectations for love. Even relatives will abandon you and betray you, let alone a lover you met halfway. Now Yue Zhao and Chu are not together yet, so the witch naturally hopes that they can separate, so as to avoid the pain in the future and minimize the loss. No matter how beautiful the relationship is, it is not as important as life. As long as there is a possibility of something bad happening, the witch does not want them to be together. Stay at home during this time. I will let them watch you. Her voice softened a little. Yue Zhao, listen to me, okay? I am really too scared. She didn't look at Yue Zhao's pitiful appearance again, fearing that she would be soft-hearted, so she turned around and left. At this moment, she thought, if only Chu was just an ordinary magician, as long as she was still alive, even if Chu changed his mind, she could use magic to control him and let Yue Zhao live happily. Anyway, human lifespan is short, and they will die sooner or later. As long as he died before her, she would not have to worry about Yue Zhao being bullied. She pushed open the door and saw a tulip inside. It was the one Yue Zhao brought back for her. The golden tulip was elegant and reserved, and it didn't fit in with this little house. She is no longer the girl she was back then. She is now a witch of the deep sea, a terrifying existence who lives in a dim house, laughing strangely and brewing horrible potions. All her people had passed away, her youth had been taken away, and with an old and creepy appearance, she was struggling to survive in this dark place. The tulips were picked up by old hands and put away. Such beautiful flowers were no longer suitable for her now. The golden tulip was placed in a box in the corner, sealed in the darkness. A dusty bracelet was thrown at the very end of the box, as if the owner did not cherish it. The tulip pendant on it was already covered with dust, and its original appearance could hardly be seen. Chu Songfeng didn't know what happened in the sea. He worked honestly and collected some small gifts. He was rude last time, and didn't give any gifts when he met his mother-in-law. How could he make his mother-in-law like him? However, apart from knowing that the witch liked tulips, he had no idea about her preferences. Xiao had been silent for several days, because he had searched through the boxes and cabinets and read the original book word by word, but he did not see any mention of the witch's preferences. Alas, seeing the disappointed look in Jianzun's eyes, his reputation as the top one in the system world was about to suffer the biggest Waterloo in history. Speaking of which, he had never helped anyone to chase a wife before. He was just a pure task assistant, okay? Although the hosts he served always ended up sleeping with someone or pulling someone into his bed while performing their tasks. Thinking about it this way, Xiao felt more and more that he had chosen the wrong career. Perhaps he should go work for Yulao, where getting a promotion and a raise in salary would not be a dream. He is really useless here with Jianzun, because Jianzun is a cheater. Missions are not a big deal for him, and falling in love is the big deal. Xiao, who is single, is of no use at all. Chu Songfeng drank a sip of red tea, frowning. How can he effectively please his mother-in-law? Isn't it said that the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she is? Why are his mothers-in-law so annoying? If a father-in-law comes, what will happen? He will be killed. Since O'Connor had spoken to him, they felt that their goals were similar and their personalities were compatible, so they had a good relationship and sometimes met and chatted. O'Connor looked at him in a strange way. Is there something bothering you, Angel? Why don't you tell me, and I'll see if I can find a solution. Chu Songfeng felt that this widow was not very good. By the way, had he met his mother-in-law? Oh, he probably hadn't. That was his sister-in-law, so his brother should have met her. But thinking about it, he felt much happier. The person opposite him was much more miserable than him. It was a one-sided love from birth to death, or a secret love, and the other party didn't know until he died. I'm thinking about giving gifts. Giving gifts? O'Connor was a little surprised, and then he thought of the beautiful boy that Chu Songfeng brought at the beginning. The Little Mermaid? She was only over 300 years old, which was really small for O'Connor. He had never seen her before, only heard about her from the servants. Later, he never saw her with Chu Songfeng again, so he thought she was an unimportant character. No. Chu Songfeng shook his head. It's his mother. He hesitated for a moment before continuing. His mother doesn't seem to like me very much. O'Connor laughed. It seemed that the angel really loved the Little Mermaid, and even tried to please her mother. However, given his status, he only needed to show his love, and there was no need to please her. Is there anything she likes? Maybe I can see if there is a suitable gift in my warehouse. O'Connor is the longest-lived duke in Lehigh, and his collections are innumerable. Few people in the world can compare with him. Like tulips, I think. That's all I know, but she is a witch, so maybe she will like what witches like. Tulips, witch. The combination of these two words made O'Connor feel extremely familiar, and he thought of the girl in his memory, but that person had died long ago, so perhaps it was just a coincidence. Even if that person hadn't died, she wouldn't have gone to the sea to be with the mermaids and give birth to a little mermaid. She would definitely try every means to come back and kill all of Li Ai's royal family. Then let me prepare it. I have a few suitable things here. Thank you. Chu Songfeng was very grateful. Although he was a widow, he was a very loyal man. The gift was successfully prepared, but after Chu Songfeng returned to the island, he waited for a long time, but the moon did not shine. He was shocked. Are we going to become the cowherd and the weaver girl? Oh. Because the man was really stupid and his mother-in-law didn't like him, they were the couple that was separated. Xiao recalled that it was said that their story became a hit after it was adapted, and it was popular not only in the 3 realms, but also in the 3,000 small worlds. However, there are too many versions, all kinds of weird. Xiao did not comment on this. It is said that the cowherd and the weaver girl received a lot of money just from the copyright fees, which led to the fact that although they broke up, they could still chat peacefully when they met occasionally. After talking about this, they no longer had to worry about money. It shouldn't be that serious. He comforted her by saying that the sword master was just a little overbearing, looked a little fierce, and was a little love-sick, but he wouldn't get involved in the forced demolition of the witch. Chu Songfeng looked at the sea. No, I have to go down and take a look. He decisively transformed himself, giving himself a black fish tail, and jumped directly into the sea, ready to swim into the deep sea. Your Majesty, there is no need to be so anxious. Xiao thought that the witch would probably find His Majesty even more annoying, and would keep pestering him, and would come to his doorstep after not seeing him for a few days. The love secret book says that you should just let it go at this time. Chu Songfeng gave him a strange look. Just ignore it? You deserve to be so outstanding. So outstanding that you have no partner. Isn't it time to update your love secrets? Huh. Xiao thought it was not necessary. I just bought this 800 years ago. I don't think I need to change it. 800 years. Chu Songfeng remained true to his original intention. I'd better go and take a look. You know, I'm not very good at love. I'm more impulsive and can't calm down. As soon as he entered the seabed, he found that something seemed wrong in the sea. This was not the deep sea area yet. It was where ordinary sea creatures lived. Sea beasts swam hurriedly through it, and he could even see the shadow of mermaids. A mermaid came over. He was probably Chu Songfeng, who was also a mermaid. The man had bright orange hair, and the color of his tail was lighter. Brother, what are you doing standing here? Hurry up and find someone. Who? Seeing the confusion on the face of the orange-haired mermaid, he added, I went to the shore some time ago and just came back. Oh, the orange-haired mermaid suddenly realized. So that's how it is. You didn't know that the prince is missing. Prince? Which prince? Yue Zhao is also a prince, the Little Mermaid prince. Chu Songfeng immediately thought that maybe something happened to Yue Zhao, so he hadn't looked for him. It's the second prince, Jones. Oh, him. Chu Songfeng felt relieved immediately and said oh indifferently. He knew very well where the mermaid had gone. Now she was either being beaten or chased by the monster. The orange-haired mermaid looked at him in confusion. Aren't you worried? Why should I worry? He's a prince, and I'm just an ordinary mermaid. I've only met him once. That's true. In fact, not all mermaids have seen each other. The orange-haired mermaid has seen Jones, but he is not familiar with him. However, he still said, Jones is missing. Harvey is panicking, and he almost turned the seabed upside down. The queen even stopped taking care of the sea god flower forest and is looking for people everywhere. TSK. Chu Songfeng sighed lightly, very disdainful. These two guys can't tell the difference between relatives, right? His wife is so unlucky, always encountering such mentally ill relatives. I remember that Jones is not the biological son of His Majesty and the Queen, so how can he be a prince? Although Jones has no father or mother, he has a gentle and generous personality, quite like the Queen's style, and is kind-hearted. The Queen likes him very much. Plus, the little Prince Yue Zhao is a bad person. About 200 years ago, he ran away from home without saying a word, and he has not returned for all these years. The Queen was sick because of missing her son, and Jones has a good personality. He comforts him everywhere and has officially made him her own child a long time ago. Who is not good? Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows, and his face immediately showed some anger. The orange-haired mermaid was talking freely and didn't notice it at all. Yue Zhao, brother, how many years have you been on the shore? How come you have forgotten all this? This little mermaid has a very bad character and has no sympathy at all. She always bullied Jones at the beginning, and the Queen didn't teach her any better. Later, she destroyed the sea god flower forest and even caused the death of a little mermaid. Do you remember that Jones had a scar on his neck before? It was caused by him. Just like the high priest said, he is the incarnation of a demon, but he is lucky enough to be the child of His Majesty and the Queen. Chu Songfeng looked up at him and said, Brother, some words must be backed by evidence and logic. You can't just say them randomly. There are too many mermaids like you who only listen to one side and believe it. I think you seem to have gained some weight. Lose some weight. The orange-haired mermaid should not like to move. As a mermaid who uses his tail to move, he actually has a layer of fat on his belly. Mermaids, who are famous for their beauty along with the elves, are handsome men and beautiful women, but they actually have a swimming ring on their belly, which simply lowers the average appearance of mermaids. A Shao, find a nearby sea monster, chase him for 3 days, and let him swim in this sea for 3 days. After he finished speaking to Shao, he smiled at the orange-haired mermaid again. But this smile looked fierce no matter how you looked at it. I'll help you exercise, don't be polite. The orange-haired mermaid was about to ask what this meant when a ferocious-looking sea monster with bared fangs and claws rushed over. He screamed and swam several meters away. He looked back and saw Chu Songfeng was still there. Just as he was about to call for help, he found that the sea monster was coming straight towards him. The black-tailed mermaid who had just returned from the shore looked at him with a smile. He didn't have time to think about it, and shot out like a fully drawn arrow, starting his 3-day weight loss plan. Chu Songfeng stayed where he was, looking at the figures rushing to and fro, busy looking for people, and sighed. These mermaids are really not pleasing. No brains. Jones looked teasing, and he was actually teasing too. Who would fall for his tricks? Oh, yes, Queen Harvey and Monroe would be very fond of them. Give Jones and Monroe another monster, and let them experience the feeling of being stuck in a corner. Monroe likes drinking green tea so much, so it shouldn't be a big deal if it's a little harder, a little more painful, or a little more injured. Of course, Shao agreed immediately, and happily picked a monster and threw it over. Anyway, the sword master was in front of him, so the cheating and violation would not be counted on his little system. If Laojun has any opinions, please find Swordmaster. He swam all the way to the deep sea and finally reached the canyon where the witch lived. There was no light at all here, and hidden in the darkness was a group of sea monsters with different looks. but one thing in common: scary sea monsters. No wonder the residents of the sea describe this place as eerie and terrifying, as it is actually not far from the truth. After sensing it with his spiritual sense, he went straight to Yue Zhao's room and knocked on the door. Yue Zhao's voice came from inside. "Granny, what's wrong?" He opened the door, and the bright pearl in the room illuminated Chu Songfeng's face. Yu Zhao raised his head in surprise. "Chu." In his excitement, he subconsciously lowered the volume, looked around, and pulled Chu Songfeng into the house. Although the environment in the deep sea is very bad, it can be seen that the witch is very attentive to the moonlight. The room is decorated comfortably and warmly. Pearls are inlaid on the wall, like a lamp. There are thick cloth curtains and light gauze curtains around it, which can be pulled down when sleeping. Yu Zhao's face turned red with excitement. "Chu, why are you here?" His gaze fell on Chu Songfeng's fishtail again. Only then did he notice that Chu Songfeng had grown a fish tail, and a look of doubt flashed in his blue eyes. Chu Songfeng remained calm and said, "It's magic. Does it look good?" He turned around, and Yue Zhao's eyes were attracted by the black fish tail. The scales were like obsidian, emitting a cold light. Yu Zhao couldn't help but touch it. It felt cold but smooth and comfortable. "It feels cold. Is it because of magic?" He touched his scales again, and they were a little warm, not so cold. Chu Songfeng nodded. "Yes. Chu is so amazing." Yu Zhao looked at him with shining eyes. He had also learned magic from the witch for a long time, but he was not as good as Chu. His wife always praises him like this. Chu Songfeng is happy but also a little shy. He feels embarrassed when he is praised too much. After all, he didn't study magic seriously. He is just an angel with his own divine power. He is very strong. "Why didn't you go to the shore these days?" After he asked this, Yu Zhao immediately lowered his head. Thinking of what the witch said, he hesitated for a long time. I have a lot of things to do recently, so I don't have time to go." He looked up at Chu Songfeng, his eyes somewhat evasive. "I'm sorry, I didn't tell you." "It's okay." Chu Songfeng looked at Yue Zhao's obviously guilty look. "But Yue Zhao can't hide from me. I was worried when I couldn't see you." Yu Zhao blinked his eyelashes a few times, feeling like crying. He said in a low voice, "I won't." He thought, Chu was different, just different. Chu was very good to him. He would not change so quickly and suddenly like Harvey or other mermaids. His world turned upside down in an instant. As long as the mother-in-law doesn't know, it's fine. Although Yue Zhao doesn't know about the witch's past, he can more or less see that the witch has an extreme distrust of feelings. He knew that the witch was doing him good, but Yue Zhao also knew that Chu would not bully him, let alone hurt him, and he would always be good to him. Yu Zhao didn't know why he felt this way, but it was like the first time he saw Chu. He wanted to save him. As if it was born with him, his beating heart was telling him that he could trust the person in front of him and believe in him, and not to be afraid, because he was always there. Xiao really couldn't stand the pink bubbles in the air. Feeling quite resentful, he went to the small dark room to watch TV and stopped eating snacks as he felt a little full. After staying here for a while, there was a sudden noise outside, and the old voice of the witch shouted angrily, "You are barging into my territory? Do you want me to feed you to the sea monster?" A man's voice rang out, "Don't blame me. I just want to find Yue Zhao." "Why are you looking for Yue Zhao?" "Harvey, didn't you choose to give up on him?" "We didn't. It's just that Yue Zhao left on his own and I couldn't stop him." In the room, Yue Zhao was a little stiff. He hadn't heard this voice for a long time. Why did he come here to find him? The witch said coldly, "Just tell me what it is." Harvey sighed. "Jones is missing." The witch sneered. "Why are you looking for Yue Zhao when he is missing instead of looking for him?" She taunted him. "You re such a good brother." Harvey was a little embarrassed. The mermaid next to him said, "Jones is missing, so of course we have to come to find Yue Zhao. After all, everyone knows that Jones has been going to see him recently." The witch rolled her eyes. "Jones always comes to see Yue Zhao. How come I don't know? He sees the air, right? Or you can consider asking a doctor to take a look. You are just imagining things." She seemed to say with some pity, "What a bunch of poor creatures. Even their brains are not very good." The mermaid who was speaking turned pale and red. "Don't quibble here. We all know that Jones is kind-hearted and has always wanted Yue Zhao to come back. He has always visited him in the past 200 years, and gave Yuezhao a lot of things to persuade him to go home. Especially during this period, he often visited Yuezhao. We thought Yuezhao had repented and his personality had improved, but he was still like this. The witch said calmly, "You said he really saw Yuezhao when he came? Then what about me saying that you mermaids are all a bunch of idiots? Do you admit it?" Harvey interrupted. "Senior, we just want to see Yuezhao and ask him if he knows where Jones is. Please ask him to come out and meet me." He paused. "After all, I am still his brother." The witch said coldly, "You are not. I tell you, after he comes back to me, he no longer has any brother or parents. He is my child, and I am his only relative. When I am happy, I can say that you are his brother, but you can't. When I am unhappy, you are nothing." The old voice carries the vicissitudes of time, but the words are so decisive. Harvey's face darkened. "Senior, please don't go too far. It's not me who is going too far, it's you. When I first came to the sea, I said that this place belongs to me, and no one is allowed to trespass into my territory without permission. You yellow-haired boy, do you think you are so great? You don't even know the rules. It's really rude." Harvey is now calmer than when he was young, but he is an impulsive person. He still couldn't help but said, "You are just an alien witch. The ocean is the kingdom of mermaids. My father is the owner of the ocean. There is no place I can't go." Harvey mocked, "You must have come to this hellhole to survive because you can't make it on land." Yuezhao couldn't listen anymore. He didn't expect Harvey to become like this. He was no longer the same warm boy in his memory. He didn't want to implicate the witch, so he went out to meet her just to meet her once. However, as soon as he touched the door, he was blocked by a layer of magical film. The witch had cast a spell on his house and would not allow him to go out. The witch was also angry. She raised her cane and said, "I'm telling you, there is no such thing as owner or non-owner. Everything in this world depends on strength. If you can't beat me, this place is mine. You don't deserve to come in." The roaring sound shook the darkness, and countless sea monsters swam out. They opened their eyes, like lights of different sizes, and thousands of pairs of eyes stared at the intruding mermaids. The mermaid next to Harvey turned pale and whispered in Harvey's ear. Harvey swallowed his anger and said in a calm tone, "Since the senior is determined not to let us see you, Zhao, I will not force it." He turned around and prepared to leave with the other mermaids. But the witch said, "Stop. You disturbed my peace and wasted my time. Do you think you can just leave like that?" Harvey turned his head and saw the fire in his eyes, but the dense eyes in the darkness forced him to take the initiative to ask, "So what do you want to do, senior?" "What?" The witch chuckled. "I haven't thought of it yet." She pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I just happen to be short of some scales. Pull the scales off your tail and give them to me." Harvey was held back by the people beside him, so he didn't rush out to fight. "How many pills do you want?" There was uncontrollable anger in her voice. The witch sneered. "How many pieces?" "Of course all of them. Mermaids have always valued their tails, and the scales on them are even more precious." "Impossible. Then let's judge by strength. I won't bully you. You have 8 mermaids, and I will let 16 sea monsters peel off your scales." After she finished speaking, 16 sea monsters rushed out, one of which was Serio. Serio was a little smarter than the other sea monsters. He loved his master Yuezhao very much and hated anyone who bullied Yuezhao. Although it didn't understand what was happening, it heard its master's name, and seeing the attitude of the witch, it made a judgment with its limited wisdom that this blue guy must have bullied its best master. The witch wanted to pick out a few sea monsters to deal with this group of mermaids. It immediately pushed aside the sea monster next to it and rushed out, shouting excitedly. Its sound seemed to contain the roar of countless souls, causing pain to everyone who heard it and shaking their souls. The witch's fingertips twitched, and she almost couldn't help but cover her ears with her hands. However, because the group of mermaids were still there, she maintained her posture for the sake of her own face. Some mermaids couldn't help rolling over, and Harvey's face turned pale, obviously not feeling well. The witch ordered, "Beat them up and bring me their scales." Then she left with some embarrassment. She had originally said that she would not bully these mermaids, but when Serio came out, he was too bullying to the mermaids. As a sea monster overlord that had been rampant in the sea for many years, he was strong enough to beat this group of mermaids back and forth. The mermaids swam upwards, trying to get rid of the group of sea monsters, but it was obviously impossible. Harvey, as the strongest young mermaid, was actually very strong, but with Celio staring at him, he had no energy to take care of the other mermaids. One of the mermaids was quickly knocked unconscious and dragged down by the sea monsters, having her scales stripped off her body. A lot of scales also fell off Harvey's tail. The noise lasted for a long time before they found a chance to escape, but unfortunately, they only stripped a few of them, and Harvey only lost half of his scales. But considering how much the mermaids care about their scales, they probably won't go out for a while. Sario's tentacles gathered Harvey's scales together and excitedly handed them to the door of the witch's hut, calling out in anticipation. Now that the outsiders were gone, the witch finally didn't have to pretend to be calm anymore. She yelled, "Sario, stop shouting." Sario retracted his tentacles in grievance. After the witch calmed down for a while, the paleness on her face faded a little. Perhaps she felt that she was too harsh just now, so she opened the door again and praised Sario. "You did a good job." Although Sario didn't dare to make a sound, he still happily clapped his tentacles a few times. The witch said to the other sea monsters, "You are also very good. These rewards are for you." She threw out some things, and the sea monsters ate them and turned upside down with happiness. The reason why she could make these sea monsters obedient was partly because the food she made deeply attracted them. After giving out the rewards, she put away the scales and said, "Okay, you guys can go back now." The sea monsters dispersed. The witch thought for a moment, turned around, and came to Yuezhao's house. The magic dispersed, and she opened the door. The little mermaid she raised was sitting on the bed, and a black-haired man next to her covered her ears and almost hugged her. The intimacy between the two hurt the witch's eyes. "What are you doing?" Chu Songfeng was a little embarrassed. He was holding his wife and didn't pay attention to the outside noise. He was caught by his mother-in-law, and he was caught while holding his wife. Yuezhao felt uncomfortable after hearing the sound. So Chu Songfeng reached out to cover Yuezhao's ears. Even though as an angel he could clearly prevent Yuezhao from hearing Celio's voice without any contact, but as an ordinary magician he didn't have that ability to do so. Yu Zhao was also startled. Seeing the witch's angry look, he lowered his head guiltily. "Mother-in-law, why is he here?" Chu Songfeng took the initiative to explain. "I'm worried." The witch said angrily, "Shut up, I didn't ask you." Now in her eyes, Chu Songfeng was just a fishmonger. He simply wanted to kidnap her little mermaid. Even though they had been separated, he could still catch up. He is simply still harboring evil intentions and is only thinking about Yuezhao. Yuezhao lowered his head and explained in a low voice, "I haven't been out for a while. Chu didn't see me and was worried that something happened to me." Seeing the witch's face becoming increasingly gloomy, he added, "But Chu just arrived." He pointed with his fingers. "Really? He just came, and has only been here for a short while." The flames in the witch's eyes were about to fly out. She looked at Yu Zhao with a look of disappointment, and then said to Chu Songfeng, "Come out with me. I think we need to talk again." Yuezhao looked at Chu Songfeng worriedly, and Chu Songfeng gave him a reassuring look in return. The witch became even angrier. How dare these two guys act like this in front of her, being so sticky and flirtatious, treating her like air. She knocked hard on the door with her staff. Yuezhao and Chu Songfeng looked over, not daring to make a sound under her stern expression. Chu Songfeng lowered his head and followed her out. The witch sat down and looked at Chu Songfeng with a cold face. "What do you want to do?" Chu Songfeng was helpless. "Mother-in-law, I don't have any purpose. I just like Yuezhao. I want to be with him." The witch snorted coldly, barely accepting Chu Songfeng's words. This guy's strength was unfathomable, and his origins were even more difficult for her to understand. She herself couldn't figure out why this guy coveted Yuezhao. Thinking of the radiant and charming face of her own little mermaid, the witch, who had been very pleased with Yu Zhao's beauty, felt a little depressed. Although she acknowledged Chu Songfeng's opinion that he liked Yuezhao and not for other purposes, it was impossible for her to agree that they should be together. Yuezhao is still a child. Don't even think about hitting on him. What's wrong with more than 300 years? He has only been an adult for 200 years. The witch said loudly. Does it mean that he is no longer a child just because he has been an adult for 200 years? He won't like you. Stay away from him. Chu Songfeng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. No, he likes me. His wife still loves him as much as ever. He has made plans to get married after the birth of his destined child. Western wedding dresses are different from Eastern wedding gowns, but both are beautiful. Yue Zhao will definitely look beautiful in them. The witch became even angrier. Yu Zhao was easily fooled because he rarely met people. She refused to admit it. That's your illusion. He doesn't like you at all. No, he really likes me. The sound of wood breaking came from the table, and the corner of the table held by the witch had been crushed. It's useless even if he likes you. He is my child. He can't do it without my permission. He will never be with you. Did his mother-in-law have such a deep prejudice against him? Did he really behave so badly when they first met? Mother-in-law. I'm not your mother-in-law. Don't call me that. The witch felt that Chu Songfeng was really a man trying to climb up the social ladder. He wasn't even with Yu Zhao yet, but he was already dreaming of calling her the same thing as Yu Zhao. Chu Songfeng didn't know what to say. The witch's eyes were like knives. If it weren't for the difference in strength, the witch would have chopped him up and fed him to the sea monster. Go away, don't come again. Yu Zhao doesn't like you, and I don't like you even more. I won't agree to you becoming his husband. Chu Songfeng was driven away just like that, and he didn't dare to resist. This was his mother-in-law, Yue Zhao's closest person. If he resisted, his wife would be sad. If he got hurt, what if his wife really ignored him after being persuaded by his mother-in-law? His mother-in-law was so old and looked so fragile. This was only in a magical world. If it were an ordinary world, no one would dare to approach her, for fear that the old lady would lie on the ground in the next second. The witch is an elder, and just because of this identity, Chu Songfeng cannot treat her like an ordinary person. Moreover, the witch's temperament is different from that of ordinary people. No matter what Chu Songfeng does, she is against the two of them being together. Well, it seems that we have to investigate the origin and past experiences of the witch. As long as the witch does not agree, he can't be with Yue Zhao openly. Although Yue Zhao is willing to be with him, he will definitely do it secretly and hide it from the witch. He doesn't want a secret love affair that can't be seen in public. He left the deep sea with low pressure. When passing by the shallow sea, he looked at the house where the mermaids lived and decided to beat up Harvey and other mermaids. If the witch had not been outside at the time, he would have sent these guys to reunite with Jones long ago. Since they wanted to see Jones so much, he would fulfill their wish. He beat up the mermaids who were causing trouble and erased their memories to prevent them from going to complain to the Mermaid King. If the Mermaid King went, the witch would be helpless and he was not there all the time. What should orphans and widows do if they are bullied? As for the last Harvey, he sealed Harvey's magic power as usual, mercifully let him keep his human legs, and then threw him to Jones Monroe. Oh, and 2 more monsters. Okay, Your Majesty. After carefully investigating the information of the witch, Chu Songfeng was surprised. Was the witch the bloody queen of the past? No wonder she hated love so much. The grudges of the previous generation will eventually affect the feelings of the next generation. Well, O'Connor could never sleep well. He always had dreams starting from 1,000 years ago. When he was 12 years old, his brother met his true love, a lively and bright girl with dazzling reddish-brown hair and deep red eyes like sparkling rubies. She didn't have any aristocratic etiquette. If there was something that made her unhappy, she would speak out directly. She didn't care about class, and in her eyes, there was no difference between the poor and the nobles. She liked everything beautiful and hated the corrupt and disgusting aristocrats. Coincidentally, O'Connor also hated those hypocritical guys. So the two people with similar interests became good friends, and O'Connor became a follower, following the girl everywhere. She called him Brother O'Connor. There were many royal princes at that time, but only O'Connor and his brother were born to the queen, and the others were illegitimate children. The elder brother is deeply in love with the girl, and the younger brother becomes the girl's follower. The girl is just a poor person of unknown origin. Look at her behavior, so rude, not like a noble at all. At that time, many people disliked the girl, But the girl was so powerful that her magic seemed to be able to do everything. After she used magic to help Li Ai win a battle again, no one dared to object anymore. They all said that the girl and the eldest prince were a match made in heaven and were destined to become the queen of Li Ai. Their union would lead Li Ai to become powerful. This was indeed the case. After the girl became the queen, Li Ai became a country that would never be defeated. The king became the emperor, and the queen became the empress. Only a country that was strong enough could be called an empire, and the eldest prince became the great emperor of Li Ai. The queen's people also came to Li Ai. The Gaksong were a strange race, and no one had ever heard of this race before. But as soon as they appeared, they became famous throughout the entire continent, because they all had innate powerful magic, which humans could not match even after years of hard practice. It was truly enviable and jealous. With the help of Jiajusong, Li Ai developed rapidly and soon became one of the most powerful countries. On the surface, everything was fine, but O'Connor discovered that his brother and the girl seemed to have had a quarrel. They were no longer as loving as before, but quarreled constantly and even stopped smiling when they saw each other. O'Connor, feeling sour, tried to help them reconcile, but it didn't work. This situation continued for a long time, until one day when O'Connor came back from his practice and just entered Li Ai, he heard the name of the Bloody Queen. Everyone was shouting, saying that the Bloody Queen was finally dead and they would have a new life. Bloody Queen? O'Connor felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Li Ai had only one queen, his sister-in-law, his brother's wife, the witch of Gaksum Nan E. He entered the palace and saw his brother, who had a vicissitudes of life. Now he had become an emperor with deep scheming and awe-inspiring power. The emperor sat on the throne and looked down at his brother. "O'Connor, you're back." O'Connor, who still looked like a teenager, said anxiously, "Brother, what happened? Where is Nanny?" "Nanny?" The emperor laughed dejectedly. "She is dead. Gaensong is an evil race. They are the descendants of the devil left in the world. The witch Nan E is ambitious and wants to overthrow the imperial power of Li Ai. They have been executed." "What are you talking about? How is this possible? Every one of them is so kind. Nanny never likes any power, let alone ambition. In order to control Li Ai, she killed several ministers on the street and led Gaensong to start a war. They deserve to die." "No, you are lying." O'Connor recognized the cruel facts. His face turned pale, and he looked up at his brother, the emperor of Li Ai. "There are only about 200 people in the Gaksun. Are they rebelling? Starting a war? This is ridiculous. I have only been away for 3 years, and Nanny has gone from being the Great Witch Queen to the Bloody Queen, and Gaksun has gone from being Li Ai's friend to being her enemy." O'Connor shed tears. "Why? Don't you love her very much? You are even willing to give your life to her." "O'Connor," the great emperor scolded, "this is Li Ai. I am the emperor of Li Ai. Naturally, I should consider everything for Li Ai." "Nanny," he said faintly, "but Nanny can't do it. Li Ai doesn't need a queen who doesn't care about the people of Li Ai. Hasn't she done enough? Do you know what Li Ai was like at the beginning? It was poor and weak, but now it has become a powerful country that people fear. Isn't it her credit? You are just too greedy. You set your eyes on something that doesn't belong to you." O'Connor said to the emperor viciously, "Why? You always think about plundering, always looking at things that do not belong to you. Plundering is human nature. I did nothing wrong. The creatures in this world have been plundering since their birth. Rob food, rob land, water, and even rob sunlight. Even big trees know how to grow upwards so that all the sunlight can bathe them. Trees shorter than them will only die. I know what you are thinking." The emperor smiled viciously. "You are coveting your sister-in-law, O'Connor. You are like a stink bug and have done such a despicable thing. But she is my wife, both when she is alive and when she is dead. O'Connor, you are destined to only look at me and watch me get everything." The emperor locked O'Connor up and told him to come out after he figured it out. It is unknown what the emperor took away besides Gaksambodi's weapon, but the royal family members no longer aged and their lifespans seemed to have become very long. Decades later, O'Connor finally saw the sun again. He had not been exposed to the bright sunshine for so long that his face turned pale, like a dead person. He began to hate everything he saw, the emperor, the royal family, and evenly AI. Although he had been given a long life, the emperor still met death early. He lay in bed, his once strong body now as thin as a branch. Only a layer of flesh was left on his head, like a skeleton. He looked at O'Connor and said, "O'Connor, you still haven't forgiven me. No one will forgive you. Not Nan-e, not Gaxum, and not me." O'Connor said softly, "Brother, being too greedy will lead to death. Why can't you be satisfied? Why do you raise weapons against your benefactor?" Li Ai's current situation was brought about by Guy and Song. But we destroyed them after we were happy. What is the difference between us and the devil? For us like this, Hades is our destination. The emperor said weakly, "I know, so I drank the poison you gave me." O'Connor was a little surprised. "You found out?" "Yes." The emperor seemed to recall the past. He looked at the bed curtains and said slowly, "I'm just too tired. I always think about her. I love her. I have only loved such a person in my life. I miss her all the time. I want to see her." "Love?" O'Connor laughed sarcastically. "Your love is to kill her, kill all her relatives, and destroy her hometown? This kind of love is really scary. I don't think anyone can accept your love." The emperor opened his mouth weakly. "I am the emperor of Li Ai. I have to consider everything for Li Ai. She is unwilling to give that thing to me. Only by getting that can Li Ai become the strongest country on the continent." O'Connor looked down at him and said, "You are really greedy, so you will never get the ending you want. Li Ai will disappear eventually, and you will never see Nanny again." He leaned close to the emperor's ear and whispered, "Brother, I promise." The emperor made a hoarse sound, as if an old bellows was trying to draw air, and finally he closed his eyes unwillingly. But he was finally prepared. O'Connor was changed from a prince to a duke and was exiled to the edge of Lehigh, a small city near the sea. He could never return to the capital or enter the palace. All members of the royal family were on high alert against him, but they could not kill him, and they remained in this stalemate for 1,000 years. The shadow in front of the floor-to-ceiling window broke into O'Connor's bedroom with a cold wind. He opened his eyes, broke free from his dream, and saw Chu Songfeng. The angel was probably very anxious, and even used its hidden wings. The huge wings blocked the night outside the window, and the feathers emitted a bright white light. "O'Connor." O'Connor smiled and said, "Angel, it's so late. What's the matter?" Chu Songfeng chuckled. "Good news. I think you will be very happy." The news that Nanny was alive was like a knife that pierced through O'Connor's brain. His hazy mind was instantly clear. He said urgently and in disbelief, "Angel, please stop teasing me. Let me, a poor fool, go. I don't have the leisure to tease you. Do you remember the witch I mentioned? The witch who lives in the sea and likes tulips. I just found out now that her name is Nanny, and she comes from a race that has long been extinct, the Gagansong." The huge surprise made O'Connor a little dazed. He gasped and said in a hoarse voice, "She is still alive." "Indeed, she is still alive." Chu Songfeng paused and said, "She may be a little different from what you remember. Well, for example, from 18 to 80. But this is a minor problem. In fact, the lifespan of the people of Gamasong is very long. The reason why the priestess became so old is because her youth was taken away. She just needs to take it back." O'Connor didn't care about the so-called little gap. He was just eager to see Nan-e. Chu Songfeng fulfilled his wish, turned him into a mermaid, and threw him into the deep sea. His lifelong happiness depends on O'Connor, the widow. If he gets to the top, he can no longer be called a widow, but rather, father-in-law? TSK, it really makes me unhappy. This time, Chu Songfeng successfully waited for Yuezhao on the island. Yuezhao frowned, as if he was still thinking about something. "What's wrong?" "Yuezhao." A strange mermaid came from the deep sea. "He guards the door of Grandma's hut every day. Grandma hasn't come out for several days, but when I wanted to drive him away, she stopped me." "Is that so?" Chu Songfeng's eyes flickered. Maybe he met an old friend. "Is it a friend?" "Of course. Can I take you to the shore to play?" Yu Zhao nodded expectantly. The two of them had actually told a lot of lies before, and they both knew it, so they just let it go without asking any questions or explaining anything. One already knew it, and the other was not curious. Yu Zhao just wanted Chu to be there. The two went to the capital of Li Ai, which is also the birthplace of the church. The church occupies nearly a quarter of the area here, and holy churches can be seen everywhere. It's just that the capital has been a little uneasy lately, probably because of that horrific rumor. Everyone is trembling with fear and tries not to go out unless necessary. The priests in the church pray before the statue day and night, hoping that the god can answer their questions. Chu Songfeng took Yue Zhao walking on the street. Yue Zhao was still not used to walking, so he needed Chu Songfeng to lead him, otherwise he would easily fall. Stop. The guy in front, stop right there. As if he was talking about him, Chu Songfeng turned around and heard the noble man with a big belly looking up. He saw him stop and looked at him with narrowed eyes, black hair and black eyes. After he finished speaking, he turned to the man in armor beside him and said, "How do you do your job as a guard? There are actually people with black hair and black eyes walking on the street. Can you afford the blame from the archbishop? Recently, we have arrested all the black men in the city and taken them to the church." The noble man snorted coldly, obviously not satisfied with his explanation. "Why are you still standing there? Arrest him." Chu Songfeng frowned. "I have not committed any crime. You have no right to arrest me." "No crime? I tell you, you have a big crime with black hair and eyes." The captain of the guard said, "The elders of the elves and the chief of the astrologers said that the sinner who is about to destroy the world is the black man with black hair and black eyes." The sinner who is about to destroy the world. Chu Songfeng pondered for a while. Why are you so sure that he is a sinner? Maybe there are too many sinners in this world and the gods can't stand it anymore. So someone came to cleanse this world. The noble man said angrily, "You lowly poor man, what are you talking about here? You even dare to offend the gods. How can the gods allow you to slander them like this? You deserve to die." He angrily ordered the guards to arrest Chu Songfeng immediately. The guards naturally rushed forward, and those who had heard the noise and were secretly watching the excitement hurriedly moved away, fearing that they would be affected. But before the guards could get close to Chu Songfeng, they were blown away by an invisible gust of air. The carriage in which the noble man was sitting was overturned. He rolled out of the carriage, rolled several times on the ground, and was buried face down in the mud. He supported himself with his fat hands and raised his head. His face was covered with black mud, which made him look ridiculous. "How dare you offend the royal family? Someone come and arrest him." He didn't realize that this fat pig was actually a member of the royal family, but it just so happened that he was planning to look for these guys. Following the royal family's shout, the nearby guards and the bishops and priests in the church came out. The guards pointed their spears at Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao. Chu Songfeng asked gently, "Are you afraid?" Yu Zhao grabbed his arm and shook his head. "Don't be afraid." A priest asked, "What happened?" The noble man from the royal family shouted, "Look at that guy, he is double black. I wanted to take him to the church for you to identify him, but he dared to resist and even slandered God. He said that the sinner who destroyed the world was sent by God. Since the rumor was confirmed to be a prophecy, various forces have taken action. For example, the church took a radical approach and wanted to find the guy in the prophecy and kill him first. The emperor of Li Ai also agreed with this idea. So the whole of Li Ai took action, especially the capital. People with black hair and black eyes were called double blacks by them, and such people needed to be arrested and imprisoned in the church. The priest stopped talking. They looked at Chu Songfeng coldly, stepped back a little, and waited for the soldiers to arrest him. He actually dared to offend the gods. He deserved to die. Not to mention that he also argued for the sinner in the prophecy. "You are really self-righteous." Chu Songfeng said this as he slowly paced among the crowd. The bishop wanted to ask the soldiers why they hadn't arrested him quickly, but he was horrified to find that he could not move, not even speak. Even the wind stopped. It seemed that only the black-haired and black-eyed man could move in the whole world. He took the hand of the pink-haired boy beside him. Time went back to him again. The boy smiled and exclaimed, "Chu is amazing." Chu Songfeng looked at this group of people. "You are so arrogant. You don't know anything, but you beat the opponents into sinners. Little do you know that the fundamental reason why disasters will befall this world is because of you. Your greed, fierceness, cunningness, arrogance, cruelty, and endless desires. The originally beautiful world has become a mess, with blood and sin everywhere. Listen, this world is sick, and disgusting insects are devouring the soil insatiably, drilling holes of all sizes in the world. God loves the world, not just the world. He loves the whole world. You are bugs attached to the world. If you die, the world will become a better place. Chu Songfeng stretched out his hand and pulled out a red silk thread from the nobleman's body. This was youth and a long life. The moment the silk thread left his body, the nobleman's face aged rapidly. Countless silk threads floated in the sky and fell into Chu Songfeng's hands, mixing into a red bead. He chuckled. The best option is to cleanse such a disgusting world. God said, give you one more chance. If this world is beautiful and peaceful, and if all creatures are humble, contented, and honest, then let this world continue to exist. Unfortunately, you have none of these. White wings spread out behind him, and white feathers fell. The power on them was majestic and gentle, sacred and pure. This was divine power. You say sinners who destroyed the world? Ridiculous. The real sinners are you arrogant, ignorant, greedy, and ruthless guys. I will follow God's will and destroy this world. Then, a layer of golden light seemed to flash in his black eyes. Create a beautiful and peaceful world again. People of the old era, no one can see the new era, because your name is sinner. You will be stranded in flesh and blood and war, nourishing this land. Feel honored. You will contribute to the new world, gently, tiny. But this is also your chance to pay for your sins. The angel picked up the pink-haired boy in his arms, flapped his white wings lightly, flew in the air, looked down at the people below, and with a faint sigh, they disappeared in a beam of light. The people whose time had been taken away were finally able to move. They looked at the sky in horror, looking in the direction where the angel disappeared. The angel said that he would follow God's will and destroy this broken world because the creatures in this world lacked good morals. The nobleman had no time to be terrified by his aging body. He slumped down on the ground and thought to himself, "It's over. It's over. He will definitely die a miserable death. Everyone will scold him for his arrogance, scold him for his stupidity, and bring about the destruction of the world." Chu, Yue Zhao called out hesitantly. "You are angel," Chu Songfeng said casually, holding up the beads in his hand impatiently. "If I give this to my mother-in-law, will she like me a little bit? Then she won't stop us from meeting each other." His black eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of soft light as he looked at Yue Zhao intently. Yue Zhao opened his mouth but did not ask any more questions. No matter what Chu was, he was Chu. He thought that he wanted to be with Chu forever. He looked at the bead with some confusion. "What is this bead?" "It is the youth that was taken away from my mother-in-law. With this, she can return to her original appearance." As for the royal family members in the capital who were in mourning because of their sudden aging, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. The original appearance. Yu Zhao said happily, "My mother-in-law will definitely like it." Although he didn't know what his mother-in-law looked like originally, since it was something that was taken away from him, taking it back would definitely make her happy. Chu Songfeng said with some regret, "We haven't played anything today. Let's go give the gift to mother-in-law first. I think she will agree to let me take you out to play." That should be the case. The witch was as stubborn as an evil mother-in-law, which made Chu Songfeng think uncertainly. Yu Zhao pursed her lips and smiled. "I will definitely do that." He took Chu Songfeng's hand and couldn't wait to return to the deep sea to give the bead to the witch who had not left the house for several days. The little mermaid's hands were smooth and tender, and the hand that she stretched out to him was softer than the hand that he held with excuses. Chu Songfeng had already begun to imagine how weddings in this world would be held. Chu Songfeng's gift touched the witch's heart, making the serious witch's expression towards him much softer. However, the witch still did not think highly of him and Yu Zhao being together. Naturally, O'Connor told her everything he knew. She knew everything she should and shouldn't know. After understanding Chu Songfeng's identity, she became even more afraid. Her so-called lover was just the emperor of Li Ai, but he did so many things that made the witch miserable. She still regrets it to this day. If it weren't for her, her people would not have believed in humans and would not have been exterminated because of this. And Chu Songfeng's identity. The purpose of the angels who came down to earth by God's will is to destroy this old world and create a new one. What will be the ending of Yue Zhao, a creature in the old world? The witch was no longer worried about her own life. If the descendants of Li Ai and her people died with her, it might be a good result. She just felt sorry for Yu Zhao. The person she could not let go of most in her life was Yu Zhao. She was alone in the deep sea for hundreds of years until she picked up Yue Zhao. Then she felt alive again. She regarded Yue Zhao as her own child and hoped that he could get the best of everything and live happily. The witch tossed and turned at night, but could not say a word to Chu Songfeng during the day. Everyone has his own destiny, and it is Chu Songfeng's mission to create a beautiful new world. She has no reason to stand on the moral high ground and accuse him. Of course, the biggest reason is that they cannot win. No matter how many ideas, plans, love-hate entanglements they have, they are nothing in the face of absolute strength. O'Connor accompanied her all day long, and the little boy grew up to be a responsible man. When they talked about the past, sometimes the witch would forget all her worries and only remember the happiness of the past. But the burning love in the man's eyes could not be hidden, which frightened the witch, and she hid from O'Connor again. O'Connor waited in front of the witch's house every day and transformed the deep sea with his huge financial resources. The sea monsters lived at one end of the deep sea canyon because of their different living habits. The other end was where the witch lived, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was the deep sea dragon palace. Xiao, what's wrong? Your Majesty. I wanted to be a rich man in the last world. If I was poorer than this world. Chu Songfeng's eyes were heavy, and Xiao swallowed his saliva. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely make you the richest man. Chu Songfeng withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and began to prepare to transfer his luck. Although the witch tried to avoid him, she was somewhat moved by the deep affection that spanned 1,000 years. Now that there are signs, it's time to start. Once the Child of Destiny is successfully replaced, he will immediately deal with Jones. TSK, his wife is also a little green tea who can be bullied. Ever since Chu Songfeng left the capital of Li Ai that day, the continent has fallen into chaos, and the prophecy of the end of the world is about to come true. And the truth behind it was actually the will of God. The messenger of God came from heaven with a mission. God left them one last chance, but they did not seize it. The angels will destroy this world and create a new one, while they will remain in the past and perish with the old world. The place where the angel appeared was Li Ai, and it was also where Li Ai announced her decision to destroy the world. As a result, all parties cast their eyes and oppressed Li Ai. The rulers of all major countries and races gathered in Li Ai. The current emperor of Li Ai was extremely worried, and he only regretted why he had not sentenced those stupid nobles to death earlier, which led to such serious consequences. He had completely forgotten that it was he who had initially cooperated with the church to hunt down the 2 black men in Li Ai, trying to put an end to the prophecy. Why didn't you tell me that the person in the prophecy was an angel? The leader of the astrologers frowned and said, I said it at the beginning. What I and Abbott saw was a person with black hair and black eyes, with wings faintly visible behind him. It was you and Caesar who insisted that he was a demon, a sinner who would destroy the world. Caesar, the Pope of the Church, sighed and said, Black has always been a symbol of evil. Who would have thought that the messenger of God would be a double black person? Don't demons also have wings? Indeed, in their culture, both angels and demons have wings. Angels have the wings of a pure white dove of peace, while demons have the wings of a bird of death, which symbolizes death. The emperor had some hope in his heart. Perhaps we have all been deceived, and that is a demon. Impossible. Caesar shook his head. Don't you know what power he used that day? It is the power of law, the power of time. He can control time. This is a power that only gods can control. He is definitely not a demon, not even an ordinary messenger of God. The fairy, which was only the size of a human fist, flapped its transparent wings and flew in the air. The fairy queen nodded and said, Yes, Even the power of laws has different levels, and time is undoubtedly one of the top laws. Only gods can touch the laws. It is definitely not as simple as he said. Follow the will of gods? The queen said worriedly, I'm afraid it's him. No one in the entire continent can be a match for time. Even if we want to fight, we can't do it. Someone in the crowd said, but it's not necessarily a law, is it? Maybe we were wrong, and everyone on that day was deceived. Caesar sighed, his old body feeling even heavier. No, it was definitely the power of the law. My son, Collier, was also there that day. He is a bishop in a nearby church. He recognized it, and I used forbidden techniques through our blood connection to feel the power at that time. It was an irresistible force. No one cared that the pope of the church had an illegitimate child, and that there were bishops serving under him. They only paid attention to what Caesar said and could not resist. Caesar is one of the top fighters on the continent. What he said means that no one can be a match for the angel. Even if we all unite together, there is nothing we can do. Can we just sit and wait for death? The elf king of the elf tribe was a young man, cold as snow. He hesitated and said, maybe there is still a chance. What chance? Whether this world will be destroyed or preserved depends on the angel's thoughts. Maybe we can change his mind. We can't even see him. Then find him. The great elder of the elves, Abbot, said firmly, it is now a matter of life and death. I think we must all work together. This time, we must put aside our past grudges and fight with all our might. Naturally, no one disagreed. What's the point of all the power struggles and intrigues? If you die, you will have nothing. Dragon Island will search all the places in the sky where we can hide. We will also search every corner of the mainland. Where is the Sea King? Why didn't that mermaid come? The Dragon King of Dragon Island said with a livid face. That guy has always been confused. Even at this time, he is still busy coaxing his wife. Isn't it just two sons who are lost? Can it be more important than the survival of the world? That won't do. The sea is his territory. Without him, it will be difficult for us to search the sea. Quickly notify him to come over. The Emperor of Ai thought of his son Monroe, who had not been found yet, and said angrily, they are just two children. What would happen if they died? I really don't understand how a guy like him could become the master of the sea. Look at the mermaids. The king is not a king, and the subjects are not subjects. Those mermaids have no class concept at all. What class identity do you mention? If it weren't for you nobles of Ai who angered the angels, we wouldn't be like this. Emperor Ai's face turned red, and he dared not speak anymore. Finally, the Dragon King went to bring the person over himself. The Mermaid King is better known to these powerful people as the Sea King. He is the darling of the sea. As long as you are in the sea, it is like entering his world. The sea will do its best to defeat the enemy for its children. However, perhaps because the Mermaid King's life was too smooth, he did not look like an emperor. He looked weak and spoke in a delicate manner. He was probably most famous for his relaxed management of the sea and his love for his queen. He nodded in agreement to everyone's suggestion, but after agreeing, he couldn't help but say, my two children are no longer in the sea. They may have entered the land. If you see them, please notify me. However, at this moment, naturally no one cared about this matter. They just nodded perfunctorily and felt that the Sea King's temper was more and more strange. When he left, the Dragon King looked at him and sneered. Calvin, sometimes I really don't understand what you are thinking. Don't you have any idea that this world is about to be destroyed? Calvin said slowly, every living thing in the world has its own destiny, and the world also has its own destiny. We just need to let nature take its course. I knew you didn't want to live, but if you want to die, don't even think about dragging us down with you. The Dragon King said angrily, Calvin, I think the sea must be blind. How could a fellow like you become the darling of the sea? The ethnic nations on land fought to the death for status, power, and resources. There were constant external and internal strife. The Dragon King also spent countless costs before he climbed to the throne of the Dragon King Cave. But Calvin was the only son of the previous Sea King. He successfully inherited the entire sea from his father, and because of the special nature of the sea, he became the only owner of the sea. Anyone would be extremely excited if this happened. Even if they didn't want to unify the continent, they would at least want to manage their own country, right? But Calvin just let the sea run its course. Although he was the rightful king of the sea, he was too lazy to even train subordinates and maintain the operation of the sea by himself. It's so ridiculous that the Sea Emperor turned into the Mermaid Emperor. It makes people wonder what's going on in his brain. Calvin didn't care about the Dragon King's ridicule. He wiped the water off his hands and said slowly, "Who knows? I never thought about becoming a sea king, but fate never favored me. Yes, your biggest wish is to live an ordinary life with the woman you love. But, Calvin, your woman seems to have never loved you." Calvin finally got angry. He looked up at the Dragon King with anger in his voice. "So what? She is my wife, and that's enough." The Dragon King was a little surprised. He would never understand why Calvin only had one woman in his heart, even though he was born with everything. Why is this? Perhaps he was born with everything, so these things are no longer precious in his eyes. Instead, he regards these things as a burden that hinders his pursuit of happiness. Maybe that's the case, but the Dragon King still thinks that Calvin is sick. Chu Songfeng's whereabouts were not easy to track, and the first person to bring the good news was Li Ai. It was said that Li Ai's famous white ghost Duke O'Connor had long known the angel who had hidden his identity and tested the world, and perhaps he could help them contact the angel. This was great news. This time, everyone gathered again, but the location was changed to Duke O'Connor's Duke's mansion. The white ghost Duke had a pale face, and his thin face made him look even weaker, but such a weak person could not die, and his lifespan was almost as long as Li Ai's. O'Connor coughed twice and took the initiative to say, "I know you want to see the angel, and I also want to continue living, so I can help you see him. But whether you can successfully persuade him to change his mind depends on you." But O'Connor raised a little smile at the corner of his mouth. The possibility of success should be very high. The Elf King asked, "Why do you say that? I was missing for half a month. You should know that it was during this half month that I discovered the secret of the angel. During this half month, I lived in the deep sea. There are all kinds of things in the deep sea, including monsters and treasures. There is also a little mermaid living there. That is definitely the most beautiful mermaid in the world. She is innocent and beautiful. I believe it is hard for anyone not to be moved by her, even an angel." There were a few gasps in the silence. O'Connor meant to say that the angel had fallen in love with a merman. "Is it a merman with pink hair and blue eyes?" Pope Caesar asked anxiously. He remembered what the witnesses saw that day. The angel was accompanied by a very beautiful young man, and the angel's behavior towards the young man was very gentle. O'Connor looked at him in surprise and nodded. "That's right." Caesar was excited at first, but then he suddenly thought. When the angel decided to destroy the world, the mermaid was also there. If he had given up because of the mermaid, he would not have made that decision at that time. Have you ever thought that the decision was made a long time ago? O'Connor looked at Caesar and said with a heavy face, "He has been in this world for a long time, changed many identities, and made a decision early on. But he has not taken any action because he is also hesitating. The beloved mermaid is also a creature of the old world. If the old world is destroyed, what should the mermaid do? Even if he can live in the new world, can the mermaid be happy when he has lost everything, including his family, friends, and hometown? No matter how powerful a person is, he has emotions, and as long as he has emotions, he has weaknesses. We can amplify these emotions to prompt him to change his mind and erase the dusk of the world that is about to come." O'Connor invited the witch to visit the small town by the sea. It was his fiefdom. It was said that the town was well built, and he very much hoped that his sweetheart could go with him. The witch was reluctant at first. She wanted to avoid O'Connor wherever she went. There was too much between them, making it difficult for the witch to accept this kind of relationship. But she didn't know what O'Connor said to her, and she finally agreed. And he had to bring Yue Zhao with him. The witch was always worried about Chu Songfeng, so she had to take Yue Zhao with her wherever she went, for fear that when she came back from a trip, the small fish in her house had been caught by fishmongers. So Yue Zhao and Chu Songfeng went there together. What O'Connor said was right. The town was very prosperous, and the environment alone was even better than that of the capital of Li Ai. It was worthy of being the Millennium Duke. It was extremely rich and breathtaking. The road paved with blue stone is neat and flat, and the houses on the roadside are scattered in heights, with white walls and black stones, arranged in an exquisite and neat manner. There were people coming and going on the streets. Everyone was dressed appropriately and elegantly. Even the beggars on the street were very pleasing to the eye. Yue Zhao pulled Chu Songfeng's sleeve and whispered, "Chu." Chu Songfeng lowered his head and said in a gentle voice, "What's wrong?" Yue Zhao frowned and said nothing. After a while, he shook his head and said it was okay. He always felt something was strange, as if many eyes were on him just now, but after he called out Chu, those eyes disappeared, as if this situation had never happened before. Is it his illusion? Yu Zhao blinked and thought uncertainly. The street was really busy, with a crowd of people coming in. O'Connor and the witch disappeared. Chu Songfeng was worried about getting separated from Yue Zhao, so he grabbed Yue Zhao's hand. It was just right that O'Connor and the witch disappeared. The disappearance of the elders made it easier for the two of them to have a heart-to-heart talk. Chu Songfeng simply took Yu Zhao to stroll around the town slowly. As we were walking, someone suddenly shouted, "Young man, young man." The two looked back and saw an old man calling them. The old man had white hair and a white beard that had fallen to the ground. His eyes were kind and full of kindness. He smiled at the two of them and said, "Young man, would you like to have your fortune told? I am a very good astrologer." Astrologer? Yue Zhao was a little curious. He heard from the witch that there were astrologers on the road. In fact, they were magicians who mainly studied divination. It was said that the most powerful ones could predict what would happen in the future, and sometimes they could even become a prophet. Seeing that he was curious, Chu Songfeng said to the old man, "Then let's do some divination." The old man stroked his beard and smiled. He sat back in his chair. In front of him was a small table covered with a white cloth. On it were a deck of cards, some white paper, a pen, and a crystal ball. "I wonder what method you two would like to use to tell fortunes?" Yu Zhao asked curiously. "What methods are there?" "Tarot cards, astrology, palmistry, fortune-telling. I can do it all." Yu Zhao didn't really understand. He looked at the cards on the table. "Is this the tarot card?" He pointed at the card. The old man quickly said, "Okay, tarot cards." The old man picked up the cards, and after some mysterious ceremony, he said, "You two guests may draw your cards now." Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao followed his instructions and showed the cards they had drawn to the old man. The old man took a quick look and said loudly, "This is a match made in heaven. You two are simply a natural couple." Yu Zhao tilted his head. "Huh? Chu Songfeng, we haven't said what we are fortune-telling about yet." The old man paused for a moment and said with a smile, "As soon as I saw the two guests, I knew that they had bad luck in love recently, so I took the initiative to test their love fortunes. And this is the result." He pretended to be mysterious. "This is a destiny for the two of you, destined to be together." "Oh, really?" Chu Songfeng said with a smile. "How did you tell this from the cards?" The old man quickly recalled the card he had just drawn. According to the direction of divination, it actually had nothing to do with the result he gave. But since the two people in front of him didn't understand, he naturally let him say whatever he wanted. "No matter what you draw, the final result will be the same." He gave a long, specious explanation, which was actually all nonsense. After he finished, he said, "I think you two are a perfect match. It's a pity that this happy love always has to encounter some twists and turns." After saying that, he looked at Chu Songfeng anxiously. "I think you must have encountered a difficult decision recently." Chu Songfeng looked at him with an ambiguous look and nodded. "Indeed. On one hand, it's career. On the other hand, it's love. Choose one of the two, right?" Chu Songfeng nodded again under Yue Zhao's doubtful eyes. The old man stroked his long beard and said, "Young man, as a fortune-teller, I advise you to cherish the present. What's career? How can career compare with love? There are countless things to do in the world, but there is only one person you love. If you give up your love for these boring things, you will lose the big picture for the small. I am afraid you will lose everything in the future and regret it for the rest of your life." The old man rambled on a lot, and the summary was to pursue love quickly and ignore other things for the time being. Chu Songfeng put down a few gold coins and did not ask if he had heard it. He just said, "Thank you." Yue Zhao, let's go. Yu Zhao nodded. Yes. His eyes stayed on Chu Songfeng's face for a few seconds, then quickly looked away. He also understood that the astrologer said that he and Chu would be together. Yu Zhao thought a little shyly, but he didn't know what Chu thought yet. But his words, he was happy. The astrologer might have misunderstood and thought he and Chu were a couple, but they weren't. The two walked around the town for a while and planned to find a hotel to stay in first. O'Connor had said from the beginning that he would stay overnight. Finally, the witch was not there, and Chu Songfeng didn't want to go back so early. They found the largest hotel in town. The owner was a middle-aged woman. She greeted them warmly when they came in. Guests, do you want to stay overnight? Yes, 2 rooms. Chu Songfeng thought with some regret that now was not the same as before. He could not find an excuse to sleep in the same room with his wife. No, the landlady explained. There are no more 2 rooms. We only have 1 room left. If you two don't mind. Chu Songfeng looked down at Yue Zhao. Yue Zhao seemed to be thinking about something absent-mindedly and didn't pay attention to this. Chu Songfeng was silent for a while. Forget it. Let's go to another place. The enthusiasm on the proprietress's face collapsed in an instant. No, ours is the best hotel in town. Other hotels can't compare to ours. Besides, there are a lot of tourists recently, and all the hotels, big and small, are full. Even if you go to other hotels, you may not be able to get 2 rooms. No one paid attention to her request to stay, and Chu Songfeng still left with Yue Zhao. However, what the proprietress said was actually true. For such a small town, the hotel was full of people. Either there were no rooms left, or there was only 1 room left. In the end, Chu Songfeng returned to the first house. After all, it was the best one in town, and the living experience would definitely be better than other houses. But when he entered and saw the waterbed that took up half of the room and the bathroom that was completely open to the public, he was surprised. Yu Zhao poked the waterbed curiously. This bed is so strange. Of course it's strange. With the technological level of this world, it is impossible to make such a waterbed. It requires the use of magic and precious magical materials. These people are really willing to spend a lot of money. Your Majesty, A Xiao said, are we just going to let them do this? Chu Songfeng smiled and said, don't ask me, I don't know anything. He naturally wouldn't mind if someone was willing to help him and his wife date. Looking at Yue Zhao sitting ignorantly on the oversized waterbed, Chu Songfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. The bathroom in the room is called a bathroom, but in fact it is more like a swimming pool, which is convenient for people to jump in and play in the water. Moreover, the water in the pool is running, which is really an environment that mermaids like. Well, if the people in this world find that the crisis can be resolved without doing anything, they will definitely not believe it too much. Chu Songfeng decided to give them a chance to work hard. The vitality gained through their own efforts will definitely make people believe it more. As soon as the two entered the room, the landlady angrily asked, who prepared the bed? The short man said, I just made it. It cost me a lot of materials. There's nothing wrong with it. The lady boss gave him a glare. Are you stupid? With such a big bed, shouldn't 2 people be able to have physical contact? Why don't you make it smaller? They have to sleep next to each other, and when their bodies are in contact, sparks will be created. Who knows, one impulse might lead to. The proprietress coughed twice and whispered, in that case, we have to be together right away. She muttered again. No wonder you goblins are all bachelors. After hearing this, the goblin also felt that he had missed a good opportunity. So the next day when Chu Songfeng came back with Yue Zhao, he found that the ridiculously large waterbed had turned into a narrow bed. If 2 people want to sleep on it, they will probably have to hug each other. Chu Songfeng looked at the proprietress, who immediately smiled and explained, the previous bed was accidentally broken, so I can only replace it with this one temporarily. Please make do with it for a while. After saying that, she disappeared, fearing that Chu Songfeng would ask her to change another one. Yu Zhao frowned. It's so small. Yesterday's was so big, today's is so small. Why are the beds that humans here sleep on so weird? Chu Songfeng was stunned. Their methods are really crude. A Xiao said. After all, none of them have ever had a serious relationship. Indeed, this town has actually just been renovated, and the people in it are all, well, Actors. They are all the rulers and chosen ones of various ethnic countries. This group of people have one biggest thing in common. They are either alone and working on their careers, or they have abnormal love. To be honest, their acting skills are actually very good, and they have all won Best Actor or Best Actress awards, but their purpose is written clearly on their faces, and it really makes it difficult for them to let a group of power-seeking people act as matchmakers. But Yue Zhao didn't notice it. He still thought they were just playing. Although the people in this town made him feel a little strange, and sometimes he would notice fanatical gazes. Who could have thought that the top people in the entire world would come here to match them up? Even if you tell them, no one would believe it. Even the two birds affectionately entangled in the roadside tree were pretended to be elders of the beast tribe. Chu Songfeng also knew that as soon as they left, the two male birds almost started fighting disgustingly. On the third day, Yue Zhao also noticed something was wrong. How come everyone in this town has a lover? Even the beggar on the street has a lingering love story and a sweetheart who he missed helplessly. Walking on the street, wherever you look, you will see couples, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Even flowers, there are 2 flowers growing next to each other. What a strange place. The two left the pub. A tall man sitting in the pub drinking watched them leave with a gloomy look. The Dragon King said to O'Connor, who had changed his face in the corner, with some complaints. They still haven't confessed. O'Connor was also helpless. After all, their fighting power was not enough. They couldn't even give the angel a chance to be a hero and save the beauty. They were afraid that they would die as soon as they got close. How can we face our feelings without crisis? How about you create some danger for them? The Dragon King shook his head frantically. I still want to live. Neil, go ahead. You are the strongest wizard. The strongest wizard whose name was called glared at the Dragon King. If you don't want to die, then I want to die? It's not a question of whether I want to die or not. It's mainly because I'm not as strong as you, and I'm afraid I can't pose a threat to the angel. Neil, such an important mission can only be accomplished by a strong man like you. The Dragon King, who used to be arrogant and thought he was the strongest, was now very humble and admitted to his longtime enemy that he was just a loser. Neil smiled stiffly and said, No, I am actually very weak, and my students are still young and need my guidance. But others also thought this was a good idea. People pretending to be guests and waiters in the tavern persuaded him. Why don't you give it a try? Who knows, the angel might not kill you. Yes, you may not die. What if you succeed? It doesn't matter if you die. Sacrificing you will make everyone happy. We will all remember your contribution. Neil, if it works, you will be the savior. Don't worry, your students will be our students in the future. We will take good care of them, Neil said with a dull face. What if it doesn't work? No one spoke. They continued drinking and chatting as if they didn't know Neil. Elf Elder Abbot sighed. They still couldn't fully trust each other's cooperation, which led to no one willing to be the first to sacrifice. Everyone still has to trust each other. No matter who dies, the rest of us will definitely take good care of his family. Someone said disdainfully, That sounds nice. Why don't you elves go up? Abbott said seriously, You know, we elves are not strong, and we are still alive and well because of your kindness. How can we have that strength? It's really laughable that the forest overlord says he is not strong, but it's normal for Abbott to be unwilling to stand out. As a race with a small number of people, what if the angel is unhappy and doesn't destroy the world but exterminates the race? Therefore, many people think that the strong men of the human race should take action. The human race has a large population, so it is troublesome to exterminate the whole race, and at most they can destroy the country. However, the strong men of the human race think that other races treat them as fools, and with the strength of the angels, the final result is likely to be a thankless task, and they will lose their lives before the task is accomplished. Those who have the power to cause certain troubles to angels are not fearless heroes. They either only care about themselves or have people they care about behind them. If they do that, they will definitely die, and the people they care about may also die with them. They don't want to be such a fool if they and the people they care about all die in order to keep a group of people they don't care about alive. Even if one is willing to sacrifice oneself, there is the risk of sacrificing the entire family together. Even the Holy Father and the Holy Mother cannot do this. As the argument continued, everyone fell silent for a while. praying every day that a fool would come out and provoke the angel. Yuezhao saw someone selling a very rare black pearl on the roadside, and he wanted to give it to the witch. The witch actually liked pearls very much, and she had collected all of Yuezhao's childhood tears. After buying the pearl, he realized that he hadn't seen the witch for several days. Where did Grandma and Uncle O'Connor go? They have their own business. We can't disturb them. Yuezhao put the black pearl away and nodded, but she was still worried about the sea monsters in the deep sea. My mother-in-law and I are not here. I am worried about them, Chu Songfeng suggested. Then let's go back and see them. Yuezhao nodded happily, but he planned to buy some things first. He wanted to bring some gifts to the sea monsters. Well, although sea monsters have no concept of gifts, they also like delicious food and some interesting toys. After buying everything, Yuezhao said with emotion, "Humans are amazing. They have all kinds of things." The shop owner who sent them out remained calm, but in his heart he was wailing about his collection. In order to satisfy Yuezhao's desire, all of them moved out of their private vaults and took out all kinds of rare treasures. Moreover, the gems were sold as stones, and the gold coins were not even a fraction of what was sold. Yuezhao smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Mr. Winston." In his opinion, Mr. Winston was really amazing. No matter what he wanted, he had it. Even if Yuezhao himself couldn't clearly express what he wanted, Mr. Winston could still find a lot of related things for him to choose from. Mr. Winston smiled gentlemanly and said, "You're welcome. If you need anything else, you are welcome to visit my shop again." Chu Songfeng thought about the various magical instruments, elixirs, magical potions, and precious materials that Yuezhao had asked him to collect, and smiled back at Mr. Winston. "I will definitely do that." Winston was a little surprised to receive the angel's praise, but after hearing Songfeng's words, he almost couldn't keep his smile. Fortunately, he had enough acting skills. "Mr. Chu, you must come often. I still have a lot of goods in my store. It would be great if you could help us clear them out." Yuezhao happily took Chu Songfeng back to the deep sea. After saying hello to the sea monsters, he sent them out one by one. He prepared a big ball for Serio. Serio was very strong, and the rock was broken into pieces with just a slight tap of it. Fortunately, Mr. Winston had a very hard big ball. It's just right to be a toy for Serio. Serio was also very happy to get this toy. The tentacles played with the ball, and Yuezhao was also very happy. Chu Songfeng watched as Serio treated the semi-artifact as a football and wondered how the original owners of the semi-artifact, the giants, felt. Sure enough, this group of people are willing to sacrifice anything except their own lives. Yuezhao and Serio played for a while when they suddenly heard a loud noise in the deep sea. He and Yuezhao swam out a little and saw Jones, whom they had not seen for a long time. Jones had many new wounds on his body. He leaned weakly in the arms of a beautiful mermaid, looking at Yuezhao and Chu Songfeng with a hint of hatred in his eyes. "Mother, it's Yuezhao," he cried and said. "It was the guy next to Yuezhao who threw us into the forest of Falling Sunday. If it weren't for my brother and Monroe protecting me, I would have almost never come back. It's a pity for my brother. He's still broke an arm." The Mermaid Queen is a very beautiful woman, with a slender neck raised, a gentle yet aloof temperament, thick dark green hair like seaweed, and pride in her golden eyes. She looked at Yuezhao unhappily. "Yuezhao, I haven't seen you for a long time. Now that you see me, don't you recognize me?" Yuezhao was silent for a long time before calling out, "Queen." The Mermaid Queen was obviously not satisfied with his address, but she did not care too much. She pointed the finger at Chu Songfeng and asked Yuezhao, "Who was the man next to you?" "Yuezhao, I haven't seen you for 200 years, and you have become more depraved. It's okay to be with a human, but you actually killed your own brother. Don't you know how dangerous the Falling Sun Forest is? You actually ordered that human to throw them there. You want them to die." The Mermaid Queen became more and more angry. "You are really getting more and more vicious." Yuezhao didn't say anything. His body was shaking unconsciously. Chu Songfeng brought him to his side and frowned at the aggressive Mermaid Queen. "If someone wants them dead, there is indeed someone. But it's not Yuezhao, it's me." Chu Songfeng looked at the Mermaid Queen and said, "Who told them to be so stupid that it's unbearable?" He looked at Jones and said sarcastically, "Only they would fall for such an easy trick." Jones shuddered. huddled in the arms of the mermaid queen, and said fearfully, "Mother." The mermaid queen certainly couldn't bear to see him suffer such an injustice, and she looked at Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao and said angrily, "I don't have a child as vicious as you. You can even kill your own relatives. You are really the incarnation of the devil. I originally thought that you were my child after all, and I just hope you can turn over a new leaf. Who knew that you would not change despite repeated teachings, and even worsen your behavior?" She instructed the mermaid behind her. "A child like this should be sentenced to death. Take him and the human back." A huge white-winged phantom appeared behind Chu Songfeng. With a gentle flap, everything in the deep sea came to a standstill. He said to Yue Zhao, "Don't be afraid, Yue Zhao. No one can hurt you." Yu Zhao's body was shaking. When Chu Songfeng looked at her with concern, he couldn't help but shed tears. He spoke in a hoarse voice. "You are always like this. Queen, they are all your children. Why are you always so partial to them?" The mermaid queen was originally terrified because of her immobile body, but when she heard these words, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. "Since you want to take me back to the mermaid tribe, then let's go back. But I am not the one who should be executed." Chu Songfeng brought these mermaids to the mermaid tribe, and the mermaids in the tribe were shocked. "The queen is back, and Yue Zhao has been brought back too. Yue Zhao is really too much. Harvey even lost an arm. TSK, he is indeed the incarnation of the devil. The high priest is right. Jones is so pitiful. He obviously wanted the best for him, and even hoped that he could go home. He gave him a lot of good things over the years. Humph, he might as well be fed to sharks. He is a heartless guy." Chu Songfeng glanced around, and the mermaids who were talking found that they could not move. They looked at Chu Songfeng in horror. Who was this guy? He spread his wings, and the mermaids immediately thought of the rumors these days. Because the Mermaid King did not intervene, the mermaids did not know what happened on the shore. They only heard that an angel appeared and was said to have come to destroy the world. They were scared at first, but when they saw that the Mermaid King didn't move at all, they thought it was just a rumor. The mermaid who returned to the sea with this legend was ridiculed for being too naive. How could God send angels to destroy the world? Gods are protecting them. With such a big commotion, the Mermaid King Calvin and the tribe's high priest quickly rushed over, including Harvey, who was still bedridden. When Harvey saw Chu Songfeng, who threw him into the forest of falling sun that day, his body couldn't help but shrink. The wound from the lost arm ached slightly. Calvin saw his wings and realized that this was the angel that the whole continent was looking for. "Chu, angel," he called out politely, "what is the matter with you visiting the mermaid tribe? What is it?" Chu Songfeng looked around angrily, and the mermaids who were originally immobile began to move. "Why don't you ask your queen?" The mermaid queen fell to the ground. Calvin rushed over to hug her and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He looked at her nervously again. "You are not injured?" The mermaid queen pushed him subconsciously, but soon came to her senses. Her body stiffened, and her head rested in his arms. "I'm fine. I just had some misunderstandings with Yue Zhao, but I didn't expect that the angel would misunderstand me." She looked at Yue Zhao with an apologetic look. Seeing the reaction of the Mermaid King, the Mermaid Queen also knew that Chu Songfeng could not be provoked, and the same went for Yue Zhao, whom he protected. Yue Zhao looked back at her indifferently. Chu Songfeng took his hand. Yue Zhao couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, Queen, I'm here to settle accounts this time." The Queen was a little panicked. "What do you mean by settlement of accounts, Yue Zhao? My mother misunderstood you before. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, we are fine. There is nothing to settle." Yue Zhao ignored her and looked at the weak Harvey. "Harvey, do you know that Jones is your brother?" Harvey looked up in surprise. "What did you say?" "Jones is your brother and my brother, his biological son." The Queen said loudly, "Yue Zhao, what are you talking about? Jones is just my adopted child." "Queen." Yue Zhao looked at her with tears in her eyes. "Actually, I have guessed it a long time ago, Luoluo. I guessed it after I died. I also know that your Majesty also knows that it is only me and Harvey who are hiding it from you." The Mermaid Queen looked at her husband Calvin in surprise. Calvin was silent and did not speak. She suddenly laughed and said, "You know, it turns out you have always known, Calvin. Ah, you are really ridiculous. You obviously know Jones. He is my child, but he is willing to raise him for me. Calvin said softly, I love you. As long as you are still with me, I can't forgive all your mistakes. The Mermaid Queen suddenly thought of something, and she asked viciously, Ned, how did Ned die? She looked directly at Calvin. Is that you? Calvin did not deny. It's me. But looking at the Queen's hateful eyes, he suddenly said angrily, But that's all his fault. You are my wife, my queen, but he is still secretly with you, and you even gave birth to a child for him. Why? You are mine. The Queen cried and said, Why? Just because he and I are in love. If your father hadn't forced me to marry you, I should have been with him. Harvey was shocked at first, and then despaired. He saw Jones's reaction and realized that he had known it for a long time, that they were actually brothers. He now understood why the Mermaid Queen was always lukewarm towards him. He originally thought it was because he did not please his mother. Now he knew why the Queen always spoke ill of Yuezhao to him. It turned out to be because Yuezhao blocked the way of her beloved child. And the reason why he was not like Yuezhao was probably because he was too stupid, and the Queen kept him for Jones. You all know that I am the only fool, he murmured, almost unable to bear the excitement. His sweetheart became his biological brother. The whole family knew it, but he was the only one who didn't know. Yuezhao didn't want to listen to their love-hate entanglement anymore. He asked the Mermaid Emperor, You obviously don't care about me? Why do you want to get me back? Calvin, I didn't want you to come back. She doesn't like you, and your coming back will only make her unhappy. His eyes fell on Harvey. Harvey found you. I can only take you back. A pearl floated in the sea water. Chu Songfeng caught it in his hand. Yuezhao couldn't help crying and said, Why? Why did you give birth to me? The Queen was already determined to die, and she said with malice, Give birth to you? Who wants to give birth to you? If I hadn't been discovered when I wanted to abort you, you wouldn't have been born at all. I hate you. I also hate Harvey. My beloved child can only be an illegitimate child, but you were born as a prince. I obviously lost you, but I still let that which Harvey find you. Jones wanted her to stop talking, but the Queen was crazy now. She didn't care about anything and cursed Yuezhao, Harvey, and Calvin viciously. Calvin said bitterly, Yuezhao, I'm sorry for you, but she's already like this. For the sake of her being your mother, let her go. Calvin's eyes looked at Chu Songfeng, but Chu Songfeng did not speak. He did whatever Yuezhao said, one pearl after another, which made him feel distressed beyond measure. But he didn't stop her. It was time for Yuezhao to let go of it all. Yuezhao shook her head. If it was just me, I wouldn't care, but what about Luo Luo? Luo Luo could have lived well. It was the Queen who killed him because he found out that Jones was the Queen's illegitimate son. It's just a joke. The Queen killed him to hide this secret, but you knew it already. Actually, I thought from the moment I left that I would come back sooner or later, and I would avenge Luo Luo and kill him. It's so painful. Your Majesty, you are really incompetent. You are not a good father, and you are not a good Majesty. You have always turned a blind eye to her behavior, no matter what she did. Yuezhao took out the weapon from the waist of a mermaid soldier and threw it in front of the Queen. This was his greatest forgiveness. He should have made the Queen die as painfully as Luo Luo, but because of the Queen's mother's identity, she was still given a happy treat. The Queen took the weapon, and Calvin wanted to stop her, but Chu Songfeng restrained her body. He watched the Queen kill herself with his own eyes. The blood spurted out, forming a bright red blood line in the water, and he was able to cry loudly and hold the Queen's body. Seeing the weapon falling on the ground, he grabbed the weapon without any hesitation and followed the Queen. He had never been a competent person. As a father, he had no place for Harvey and Yuezhao in his heart. The two children were just weapons in his delusional attempt to tie up the Queen. The same goes for being a mermaid king. He doesn't care whether the mermaid clan will be exterminated after offending the angel. From the beginning to the end, he only cares about the Queen. He was taken care of very well by his father, and he never grew up, and he remained a willful child until his death. He even felt happy that he would die with the Queen and they would never be separated. The high priest used the forbidden spell in the chaos, and Jones disappeared into the sea. Chu Songfeng looked at him displeased. and the high priest's old face was full of decadence. "I'm sorry, he is my brother's only child." He was saying sorry to the mermaids of the mermaid tribe. The high priest's body became pale inch by inch, and his breath disappeared. This was the price of using the forbidden spell. All the mermaids were stunned. Everything in front of them developed too fast for them to react. Yuezhao said to Chu Songfeng, "Let us go. I will never come back again." Harvey called his name, but Yu Zhao did not stop and left with Chu Songfeng. Harvey fell to the ground. His face seemed to be crying and smiling, almost going crazy. His parents only saw him as a tool. Jones had been taking advantage of him, and Yu Zhao, the only relative who truly treated him, no longer cared about him. The mermaid clan didn't know what would become of them in the future, but Yu Zhao didn't care anymore. He raised his head carefully and looked at Chu Songfeng. "Chu, do you think I'm bad? She gave birth to me and gave me life, but I still let her die." "No." Chu Songfeng brushed his face with tears. "I will only be angry. What kind of parents can such people be? They are not worthy, Yu Zhao. They have never been worthy of being your parents." Yue Zhao's eyes were filled with tears again. He stood on tiptoes and touched Chu Songfeng's lips. "Chu, I like you so much. Don't dislike me. Never." "Okay. I will." Chu Songfeng smiled softly. "I love you, Yue Zhao." Two ghostly light spots collided in Chu Songfeng's hands, trying to escape. These were souls, and one of them was slightly larger and always chased the smaller one. Chu Songfeng casually threw away the two light spots. His soul was so light and weightless that it fell to the ground. The insect fell upside down on the ground, its legs swaying, then rolled to its feet and quickly escaped from here. However, before it could go far, it met a larger insect, which was bitten open by sharp teeth and became food. The light spot stumbled out, hit an insect, and entered the ugly insect's body again. The weeds swayed a few times, as if being blown by the wind. Chu Songfeng looked down, and Yu Zhao's voice came to his ears. "Chu, what are you doing?" "Nothing. I just got some dirt on me. I'll clean it up." The withered yellow grass on the roadside swayed again, but no one would notice a blade of grass. Chu Songfeng opened his palm, and a faint light lay in his palm, which was bright red. "This is a broken soul." Chu Songfeng caught a little of its outline through the tunnel of time. "After a long time, maybe it will recover one day." "Yu Zhao, I have prepared a gift for you, but it is not ready yet." Yu Zhao looked at him suspiciously and smiled. "I like everything Chu gave me. Let's go find my mother-in-law. I miss her so much." Chu Songfeng nodded. "Yes, okay." They left the deserted island, leaving behind only two light souls. One would forever be an immobile plant, watching the repeated deaths of the other soul with its memories. It was beaten by wind and rain, had its roots eaten by insects and ants, died, and then once again parasitized in plants rooted in the soil. One is to become an ugly, tiny insect, struggling to survive among the blades of grass, and often becoming food for larger insects. Of course, Chu Songfeng is not a cruel angel. If the two souls can one day become good souls, become qualified people, and repent of their mistakes, they can still leave here and leave this lonely deserted island. If they repent. The withered grass seemed to have life. It trembled, trying to retain the unsuspecting figure. But how could grass speak? As he said, every living being in the world has its own destiny, which is also his own destiny. After today, Yue Zhao completely forgot those nominal relatives in his memory. He only thought of Luo Luo, and his heart was full of guilt. Sometimes he would think of Jones. Compared to him and Harvey, Jones was actually much happier. He had someone who loved him, whether it was the queen or the high priest. How long will it take for the child of destiny to be transferred? Chu Songfeng was a little impatient because Jones was still the son of destiny for the time being, and he couldn't do anything too extreme towards the son of destiny. So today he allowed the high priest to transfer the person away. Anyway, it was not his decision where to go. So Chu Songfeng left him next to Monroe. Since they were a couple, they should face the future misfortunes together. Ah Shao replied, "Soon, Jones has lost most of his glory. Monroe was not like him from the beginning, and Emperor Li Ai did not care about him that much. And the witch is here, and she is obsessed with destroying Li Ai's royal family. As long as the royal family is gone, the pair of destined children will have nothing left, and the new destined children will be the witch and O'Connor. Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao returned to the town, and everyone in the town was stunned. They are together now. What happened? Someone got the news quickly. Calvin is dead, and this little mermaid is his youngest son. One of the two missing? No, one of the two missing is not Calvin's son. Yue Zhao is his biological youngest son. The Dragon King was amazed. Calvin is really not in his right mind. He is actually helping his wife and her lover raise a child. But he just sighed. Calvin and his wife were both dead, and no matter how much love and hate they had, it had nothing to do with him, an outsider. He thought to himself, no wonder when they wanted to investigate Yue Zhao's life experience, O'Connor told them not to interfere too much. When Calvin didn't come to help, O'Connor also told them to ignore it and stay away from the Mermaid King who was not in his right mind. So that's how it is. Calvin died a good death. He died a good death. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. Calvin finally accomplished something good. Looking at the young couple holding hands and whispering sweetly, everyone in the town felt extremely happy. Calvin's death gave them a chance to live. If the progress continued to be slow, they would have to push someone out to provide assistance. Now someone has come forward to solve the problem, and they don't have to argue over who should be sacrificed. The first thing Yue Zhao did when he returned to the town was to find his mother-in-law. In fact, Chu Songfeng had always known where she was, but for the sake of their own world, he pretended not to know. Now that Yue Zhao wanted to see her, he immediately brought the mermaid over. After the witch regained her youth, her face returned to her youthful appearance, about 23 or 24 years old, with bright reddish-brown hair, a tall figure, and a rebellious look between her eyebrows. He looks like a strong man full of freedom. Yue Zhao was still a little uncomfortable. Mother-in-law, my little Yue Zhao is back. The heroic woman smiled kindly, waved her hand and said, I felt like the two of us were on the same page instantly. Yue Zhao's eyes turned red, and she threw herself into the arms of the witch. The witch was taller than Yue Zhao. She hugged Yue Zhao, and the two talked in low voices. O'Connor's eyes were so red with jealousy. 1,000 years ago, he didn't have such a good opportunity. After all, he was just a grown boy. How could he hug his sister-in-law? 1,000 years later, he was even less present, and the witch wished she could avoid him. If it weren't for the angel's world-destroying action, the witch, under his persuasion, finally decided to give Chu Songfeng a chance and stopping him from being with Yue Zhao. He also hid with me to create time for the two of them, so O'Connor didn't even have a chance to be alone. Oh no, it's not alone. In this small town, even the weeds on the roadside might be disguised as plants by druids. These guys pretended to be plants in front of Chu Songfeng, but they didn't pretend in front of him. He was always disturbed, and with outsiders present, O'Connor couldn't say anything excessive. However, recently in the pub, when everyone was chatting about some light topics, they would always bring him up to talk about. After all, the witch Nan-yi used to be his sister-in-law. 1,000 years have passed, and many of those strong men back then have died, but they are not all dead yet, especially the oldest ones, who still had a vivid memory of Nan-yi. When they saw Nan-yi again, they compared what they knew and roughly understood O'Connor's situation. You can't believe this gloomy guy is actually having a secret crush. Among this group of people who are generally lonely and struggling with love, robbery, love, and hate are the right ways. O'Connor plays pure love, which is simply a freak. Shouldn't it be like Brother O'Connor under normal circumstances? Of course, they didn't like Brother O'Connor. Emperor Li Ai hid inside and didn't dare to say a word. That was his ancestor, and he was indeed the one who led Li Ai to become a powerful emperor. He couldn't say anything bad about him. In fact, having reached his point, he didn't think his ancestor had done anything wrong. Isn't it true that if a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth? Under normal circumstances, if he had discovered the witch, he would definitely mobilize the entire country to kill this stain and enemy, but who would have thought that Nan-yi could still turn the tide even after becoming like that? Not only did she adopt the mermaid, but the mermaid also became the angel's sweetheart. He was both afraid and terrified. If Yue Zhao and the angel were together, they might kill Li Ai because of Nan-yi's words, but if they were not together, they would be doomed to die. He can only count on O'Connor. After all, O'Connor is one of their ancestors, isn't he? How can they blame the descendants for what happened to their ancestors? Emperor Lee AI was in his 40s or 50s, and most of his hair had fallen out. In fact, he was still very young before. After all, he had the youth of the witch passed down from his ancestors. It was just that day Chu Songfeng took away all the youth that he had taken from the royal family in the capital. He immediately changed back to his original appearance, but his appearance no longer mattered. He was more worried about his own life and Li Ai's survival. It's good news for the whole continent. The angel fell in love with the mermaid, so he hesitated about the action of destroying the world, but it's not entirely good news for him. That mermaid was Nan E, the witch whose clan was exterminated by Li Ai and who was betrayed by the lover of Emperor Li Ai. He even felt that it would be better if there was no good news. In that case, the angels would destroy the world and everyone would die together. Now it was very likely that only Li Ai would die. He has been following O'Connor and the witch recently, hoping to gain their forgiveness and not blame them for the mistakes of his ancestors. However, both of them ignored him, and the witch looked at him with an even colder gaze. If there wasn't something bigger happening right now, the first thing the witch would do would be to find Li Ai. O'Connor was very annoyed by his behavior, but today he unexpectedly discovered that the guy was gone. Just when he was feeling happy, Yu Zhao threw himself into the arms of the witch. Chu Songfeng looked at them with envy, but he still knew that the witch and Yue Zhao had a deep relationship. Although they were not related by blood and were not even of the same race, they were like real mother and son. It is always better to be hugged by the mother-in-law than by the father-in-law. Thinking of this, he looked at O'Connor, looked at his jealous eyes, and snorted. He had already caught up with his wife, but this guy was still chasing her. O'Connor could not ignore the look of superiority and complacency in it. He gritted his teeth and pretended that he didn't notice. No matter how powerful the angel was, Yue Zhao still called him uncle. He, O'Connor, is the elder. Yu Zhao fell asleep in the arms of the witch, just like when he was still in the egg. Sometimes the witch would even hum a song for him. The witch gave him a lot of motherly love that the mermaid queen was unwilling to give him. When he woke up again, he was still the lovely mermaid, and after his parents died, he regained happiness. The town was bustling with laughter. Everyone watched the angel become more and more devoted to her love affair, with love overflowing in their eyes, and completely forgot about the destruction of the world. Every day I just play with Yue Zhao and make him happy. They were so happy that they just laughed. Yes, 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 that's it. Just have a good relationship. What's the use of destroying the world, God's will, or your own mission? Forget everything. Anyone who disturbs their love should die. What is love bring? It is a treasure bestowed by God, a gift from God. It is definitely the life force given to them by God. In addition to the drastic reduction in the treasury, in order to keep the Little Mermaid and Chu Songfeng from being bored, they took out all their things so that the two of them could have a good talk hard, and never separate. This happiness continued until one day. It was a sunny day, and a new cold drink shop opened in the town because Yue Zhao had shown interest in drinks the day before. Among the snow maidens living on the snowy mountains, there is one who is an expert at making drinks, and because of her identity as a snow maiden, cold drinks are her specialty. The cold drink shop opened the next day, and the young couple went there with great enthusiasm. The drinks were colorful, like a rainbow, and there were crystal snowflakes on the cups. Under the scorching sun, the cool air made people swallow. Others also pretended to be guests and openly ordered the snow girl to make drinks. The beautiful woman with pale skin glared at them fiercely. She is the snow girl, a top-notch expert. Drinking the drinks she makes was simply a dream before, but these shameless guys actually took advantage of her by using the angels. Because Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao were still there, she could only swallow her anger and greet these guests who came to show their support like an ordinary boss. The guests pretended to wait for the snow girl's service, looking forward to it. The Dragon King was especially happy because he was a rich young man in the town. So his role was to spend money and be a competent young master. He was once again grateful that he had grabbed such a good identity. Look at the leader of the astrologer tribe. He has become a street astrologer. Some people will take advantage of Chu Songfeng's presence to go to him for divination. In the past, his divination was very expensive, and even if you had money you couldn't persuade him to do it. But now, it only costs 1 gold coin. Such good news made Yuezhao discover that the astrologer who had predicted their fortunes was quite popular, and there were so many customers lining up. There is also the succubus who has captured the hearts of countless people and even tricked the Dragon King when she was young. She is a dancer and the most beloved dancer of this rich young master. The young master always spends a lot of money on dancers. Recently, the succubus has been itching to kill the Dragon King. She asks her to dance every day and calls her name every day. She is spinning around and is about to get dizzy, but as an ordinary dancer, she couldn't resist. So recently the succubus found the elf king, who was a nobleman. The succubus hoped that he could buy her dancer as soon as possible. It would be best to support her and let her change her status to become a wealthy socialite. An aristocratic lover would also be nice. It would be even better if she could marry him as a noble lady. She would then bully the Dragon King back. The rich Dragon King is just a street urchin. Others have to open shops and work, but he needs to spend money, so he often bumps into Chu Songfeng Wezho. Wherever they are, the Dragon King will inadvertently bump into them. Then he happily enjoyed the attentive service of his comrades in arms who fought together with him. What? You said he deliberately took advantage of them? God, he didn't. He was just fulfilling his duties conscientiously. People in the town get angry when they see him recently. In a few days, he might be put in a sack and beaten in a corner. Yu Zhao looked at the beautiful drink and couldn't wait to drink a full glass. He also ate some snacks. The snow girl then brought him another new drink. It is blue, crystal clear and beautiful like crystal. Yu Zhao took a sip and his eyes lit up. This one tasted better than the last one. He looked up and said, "Chu, it tastes good. You drink it too." He handed the cup to Chu Songfeng's lips. Chu Songfeng smiled indulgently, but before he could drink, the cup fell from Yuezhao's hand and the drink inside spilled out. Chu Songfeng quickly took Yuezhao. His face turned pale and he fainted. Peng. There was a panic in the store, and the Dragon King said anxiously, "Yuezhao, please don't get into trouble. If Yu Zhao dies, the whole world will be buried with him." This is no joke. Yu Zhao fainted. Judging from the symptoms, he was poisoned. The witch came to see him first. When she came out, she said angrily, "It was Jones. This is a forbidden technique, which transfers the poison to the relatives of the poisoned person through blood ties. Now there are only 2 people who are related to Yu Zhao by blood. One is Harvey and the other is Jones. The witch knows these 2 mermaids. Although Harvey is stupid and can't tell right from wrong, he can't do this and he has no purpose to do so. Jones, on the other hand, is just like his mother, capable of doing anything. The mermaid queen can be extremely vicious to her own children, so Jones is even more capable of doing so." Chu Songfeng asked anxiously, "How to solve it?" The witch shook her head. "There is no antidote for this poison that was transferred to you. I don't know how Jones got it, but his target is you. The poison lurks in Yu Zhao's body for 7 days. Yu Zhao will die on the spot. When you use your divine power later, you will also be poisoned. Fortunately, you didn't. Although this poison has no antidote, Yu Zhao is not really poisoned. It was transferred to him through the blood connection. As long as we find the real poison person and remove the forbidden technique on him, we can do it." Chu Songfeng's eyes were about to burst into anger. Jones could not do it alone. There must be someone behind him. That person might be the royal family of Monroe and Li Ai. These 2 chosen ones are simply courting death. He looked at the golden threads on the witch and O'Connor. They were almost transferred, so he didn't mind speeding up now. Chu Songfeng disappeared without saying a word. He went to Li Ai, where Jones and Monroe were. The witch wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The artifact of Gaksong is still in the hands of the Li Ai royal family. That thing can kill gods. What did you say? The Dragon King was shocked. He had just been following the little mermaid and was afraid that something might happen to the angel. The angel seemed to be a lovesick person. If she were to suffer a breakup, the whole world would be buried with her. But then he heard these words, and his head was dizzy. Li Ai actually has such a magical weapon. That thing can't really kill gods, right? The witch looked solemn. Yes, but the price is also very high. If it is used, I am afraid that the lives of all the people of Li Ai will not be enough to fill the gap, and the nearby creatures will be dragged into it and become the price. The Dragon King cursed loudly, saying that their dragon island was right next to the edge of Li Ai. His face changed drastically, and without time to think, he immediately transformed into his original form. The huge fire dragon roared at the sky and rushed out in the blink of an eye. His people were still on the island. Li Ai actually dared to plot against Yu Zhao. No, he wanted to plot against the angel, so the divine weapon over there must be ready to be used at any time. He didn't want to find that he was the only dragon left after returning home. Oh, that's not right. He is now on the edge of Li Ai, and the speed at which he is being drawn into the artifact is probably not much slower than that of Dragon Island. Li Ai, the angels didn't destroy the world, so they came to destroy it, right? The witch also rushed out, followed closely by O'Connor. The witch saw the old man with white beard and said, "Neil, hurry up. Do you have any teleportation scrolls? Take them out." As the strongest wizard, Neil must have a lot of collections. The witch asked him for the scroll first. Neil had just heard that Yu Zhao was poisoned, so he rushed over and met the witch asking for the teleportation scroll. He was a little confused. "I don't have the teleportation scroll." He recalled his collection, and it seemed that he had used the last one before and had not had time to replenish it. "Why are you wasting my time talking nonsense?" The witch slapped him away and grabbed the next person. "Give me the teleportation scroll." Chu Songfeng could easily return to the capital of Li Ai immediately, but they couldn't. The distance was so long that they could only travel with a teleportation scroll, but this thing involved the power of space and was very precious, so even they might not have it. After many people were confused by the photo, the witch asked the elf elder, and Abbot said slowly, "No." The witch was about to slap him away, but he added, "But there is a teleportation formation. This formation requires too much magic power, and no one can do it, so I haven't used it yet, but now we are here." He glanced ahead. This town is full of strong people. Those who are not strong enough are not even worthy of knowing the existence of the town. Those who can appear here are the top strong people who can dominate the area. No matter how much magic power is consumed, the formation is enough. O'Connor understood, and he waved his hand. "Quick, quick, everyone gather." He yelled into the sky. "Angels are going to destroy the world." A single word set off 1,000 waves, and surprised voices came from all directions. "What? The angels are going to destroy the world? Is the love not sweet enough? Are you not satisfied with the date location or the project? We can change it. Could it be that Yu Zhao doesn't like him anymore? If he is not satisfied with anything, just tell him. We can correct it." In the capital of Li Ai, everyone stood outside. The elegant young nobleman looked at the dirty beggars in the distance with displeasure. "Hey, what do you mean by this? How can you let these lowly people stand with us? We want to see His Majesty." The lady covered her nose and agreed. "This is definitely not what His Majesty meant. You guys must have made a mistake." But the soldiers said nothing and just let them stand outside. A civilian boy saw his good brother among them. He was also a team leader. He approached and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" The captain shook his head. "I don't know either. This is His Majesty's order, requiring everyone to stand outside." He leaned close to the boy's ear and whispered, "Even bishops and priests are no exception." The young boy's eyes widened with surprise. Even the priests and bishops of high status had to stay outside. What kind of big thing was going to happen? Emperor Li Ai stood in the palace, somewhat nervous, pacing back and forth. Can this really kill the angel? The longest-lived member of the royal family besides O'Connor was a prince, who was actually only slightly younger than O'Connor. After seizing the youth of the witch, their lifespans would have been even longer, but unexpectedly, O'Connor tried every means to hunt them down, causing them to only live to over 200 years old at most. This prince has been hiding in the dark, using sorcery to constantly take over the bodies of his own relatives in order to survive until now. The middle-aged man with gray hair glanced at him and said complacently, "Of course, this is a weapon that can kill gods. I also poisoned the angel through the mermaid. This poison will weaken even gods." Emperor Li Ai was still a little uneasy. He had seen Yu Zhao and Chu Songfeng officially together, and Yu Zhao and the witch had such a deep relationship, so he knew that they were probably finished. He had originally been counting on O'Connor. After all, O'Connor could be considered a friend of Chu Songfeng, and he might be able to say a few words for them. But that O'Connor treated him with contempt. He totally disregards the fact that they are all family members, and I'm afraid he is looking forward to seeing these royal family members suffer misfortune. The witch may not care about the entirely AI, but the royal family will definitely die. How could Emperor Li Ai be willing to do that? How could he be willing to let only them die, especially him, and let the others live? Why? It would be better for them to die together. Instead of just the royal family of Li Ai dying, it would be better for the whole world to die together. This artifact was taken from the witch by the first emperor. Previous emperors were all kings, at a huge cost and by slaughtering the Gaksun clan. The power of the artifact is indeed strong. The rumor that it can kill gods is not an exaggeration. However, its cost is too high, so Jaya's Hensing has never used it. They wanted to destroy the artifact, but the artifact was hard and nothing in the world could destroy it. Helplessly, they could only guard it for generations. Until the witch Nan Yi and the tribe fell in love with a human, the artifact was coveted and the artifact that was sealed at the bottom of the valley was reborn. Li Ai had never used it either. However, facing the current situation, this biggest trump card had to be used. Emperor Li Ai's little princess rushed into the palace. Father, no, absolutely not. Once that is used, half of the world's creatures will die. The girl looked at the old man who was controlling the artifact and said, Prince, this cannot be done. This cannot be done. Many people will die. Many lives will disappear because of us. Emperor Li Ai scolded her. Go back to your palace. It doesn't matter if they die. They are just a bunch of lowly people. As long as we can survive, it doesn't matter how many of them die. As for those nearby races and small countries, it's good to have them gone. Then we, Li Ai, can unify this continent. The little princess cried. Everyone in Li Ai died except the royal family. Is there still Li Ai? Without the people, can it still be called a country? Although Emperor Li Ai understood this truth, he no longer cared about it. If he wanted to live, he couldn't just wait for the witch to kill their royal family and let those untouchables survive, right? If he had to choose between the two, he would of course exchange those people's lives for his own life. Those people's lives were worthless, and even if they all died, they were not as valuable as him and the more than 100 members of the royal family. A huge magic circle appeared in the sky and was reflected on the ground. At first, it only covered the imperial palace, but then it expanded rapidly until it covered the entire capital. Golden red chains stretched out from the magic circle, connecting heaven and earth. All the lives in the magic circle would be absorbed. As long as all the people in the capital were sacrificed, the magic circle would continue to expand until the artifact had enough power to kill the gods. The little princess suddenly pushed the emperor away, trying to stop the prince's behavior, but was kicked away by a handsome man who just came in from outside the door. The man's golden hair was shining. It was Li Ai's Prince Monroe. Monroe frowned. If you make trouble again, I will kill you even if you are my sister. Just like the mermaid you like? The little princess had blood flowing out of her mouth. She felt that the world had changed, including her father, her brother, and her relatives. Before, Monroe clearly showed that he liked the mermaid named Jones, but in the blink of an eye, he captured Jones and fed him poison. The little princess suddenly felt that she had never seen her relatives clearly, especially Monroe. The elegant prince was actually the most unbearable one, and he had only been wearing a kind appearance before. As the magic circle was operating, wailing sounds were heard throughout the city. The magic circle would take away everything from living beings, including their souls, lifespans, memories, emotions. The pain of having everything stripped away made them unable to even stand up, and they fell to the ground groaning in agony. The white light bloomed, and the white wings spread out in the holy light. The man with black hair and black eyes looked at the city and the palace with an expression of disgust on his face. Emperor Li Ai was startled and quickly asked the prince, "Can he come in?" The prince said confidently, "It's impossible for him to get in. The power of the artifact has enveloped the palace. Even a god in his prime cannot stop him, let alone he has been poisoned. Chu Songfeng was stopped by the gold and red barrier. The royal family members hiding in the palace breathed a sigh of relief, but they were too late to celebrate. The angel flying in the air grasped the void, and a spear made of white light appeared in his hand. The spear was wrapped with golden chains, shining brightly. Every time the spear hit the barrier, the thick barrier became thinner and the color became lighter and lighter. The prince's face changed drastically, and he struggled to drive the artifact. With a flash of light, a magic circle that was much smaller than the one produced by the artifact appeared on a mountain in the capital city. The witch fiddled with the potion and said, "I have a way to stop the use of the artifact." She looked up and saw that the golden red barrier was broken by the spear. Chu Songfeng picked it up casually, and the so-called divine weapon, a sword full of evil, flew into the air. He took the sword in his hand and squeezed it lightly, and the artifact that Goksambo had spent countless years trying to break was shattered. Neil looked at the witch suspiciously. "Is this the divine weapon that can kill gods?" There are 2 words written all over his face. "That's it?" The witch took back the half-prepared potion. Well, it was no longer needed. Angels are worthy of being angels. It seems that only angels can do the job of destroying the world. Chu Songfeng heard the cries of the royal family members, and his hands loosened, and the fragments of the artifact fell. Isn't this a coincidence? He met a fellow warrior. He also has a sword, and this divine weapon is also a sword. If it were any other weapon, it would not be so easy for him to destroy it. Chu Songfeng found Jones in a secret room. He was bald in patches and looked extremely skinny. It was hard to imagine that he was once a very beautiful mermaid. Jones looked up in horror, screaming. He had become mute and his body was shaking involuntarily, but his hands were chained and pinned to the wall, so he could only struggle weakly. The witch sighed and said, "His descendants are indeed cut from the same mold as him." Just as cruel, the witch had heard before that Jones and Monroe had actually been together for a long time. When Jones first came to Monroe, Monroe was also very surprised and doted on his lover. As a result, it hasn't been long since Jones became like this. She sighed, and without blinking an eye, she removed the forbidden technique from Jones. The price of removing the forbidden technique was that his body became increasingly weak, and in the blink of an eye he had become an old man. After cutting off the chains on Jones, Chu Songfeng grabbed Monroe with one hand and threw him not far away. Monroe screamed twice and his legs were broken. "You royal family never take other people's lives seriously. You only think your own life is precious." Chu Songfeng shook his finger. "I won't kill you. I'll just let you experience the life of the cheap people you call." Monroe's appearance was destroyed. His handsome face was gone. His voice became hoarse and unpleasant, and his hair was messy and disgusting. "You will be a beggar from now on, and you can only be a beggar. If you can beg for food, you can have a full meal, but if you can't, you can only be hungry. Oh, by the way, and your beloved Jones, you must take good care of him. If he dies, you will become a wild dog on the roadside, eating slop to survive." Jones was poisoned and had been subjected to forbidden magic, so he was not going to live long. However, Chu Songfeng kept him alive. As long as Monroe took care of him, he would be able to live until the end of his life. Mermaids have a long lifespan, and Monroe still carries the youth of the witch. He was not in the capital that day, so he was not taken back. The witch had generously given her youth to Monroe, so let him suffer a few more years of punishment. The former chosen ones were thrown into the slums and became beggars. Perhaps they could not bear the torture and died early, or perhaps they would linger on, but it didn't matter anymore. After completing the mission in this world, Chu Songfeng went back to find Yue Zhao with great satisfaction. What should he do if his wife gets scared when she wakes up and can't see him? As for the rest of the royal family, they were given to the witch as a gift from the son-in-law. When the Dragon King arrived, the dust had already settled. The residents of the capital had been affected, and O'Connor and his team were in the process of relocating them. The Dragon King stood on the busy street, at a loss. O'Connor saw another helper coming. His eyes lit up and he came over. "You finally here? You're so slow." Then, "Where's the god-killing artifact?" O'Connor kicked the fragments of the artifact under his feet. Here. It's broken. The Dragon King was dumbfounded. That's it? He looked disdainful. This thing scared me so much that I didn't dare to stop all the way. My wings are numb. Who told you to run so fast? Don't you know how to use the teleportation formation with us? The Dragon King looked depressed. Who knew there was such a good thing? I rushed out in a hurry. If I had known this, I would have waited. Hey, where are the angel and the witch? Why can't I see them? Nanny is busy cleaning up the royal family. Don't disturb her. Of course, the angel has returned to town. O'Connor seemed to remember something and pointed at the Dragon King and said, Doral, you go back first. He will do your job. You are the best chef in town. Yue Zhao likes your cooking. The fire elf Doral nodded, making full use of everything and bringing into play his strengths. He was a star chef in the town with excellent cooking skills, and the restaurant he opened was Yue Zhao's favorite. Doral left, and the Dragon King hadn't reacted yet. O'Connor frowned. Hurry up and get to work. We need to do the cleanup work. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. In the peaceful and prosperous town, a red-haired child was running on the street, his eyes rolling around, and he slipped out of the town when the adults were not paying attention. Outside the town, two people happened to pass by. When they saw the child suddenly appear, they were stunned. One of them, a man in black with a cold face, was particularly surprised. Lei Keel is a swordsman. He was born in a small village. When he was a child, the village was targeted by bandits. Fortunately, a strong man who passed by saved them. Since then, Lei Keel has been determined to become a powerful swordsman, strengthening himself while helping the weak. He has always been challenging the strong. But after he became strong enough, he found something wrong. There are still some strong people, but who are the real top ones? Where is the strongest wizard? Where is the Elf King? Where is the Dragon King? Where is the Blizzard Girl? Where is the lustful witch? No. How come all these people disappeared? They appeared and disappeared without a trace, and people couldn't see them for a whole year. Where on earth did they go? Then, through his unremitting efforts, he finally got some information. It was rumored that there was a mysterious place in the world where all the strong people went. It was a treasure land that could help the strong people become stronger. Lei Chier has been searching for this place not only to challenge the masters, but also because he is curious about this magical place. He went to all possible places one by one, and this time he passed by a small town on his way to his destination. He looked around and thought it was just an ordinary town. Just as he was about to leave with his employer, he saw the red-haired child running out. He knew at a glance that the child was not a human, but a mermaid. What was strange was the power contained in his body, which was pure and powerful. Lei Keel was a little surprised that at such a young age, he was already a rare strong man. Lei Keel's employer is a noble lady who ran away to pursue her dream. She is very curious about the place where the powerful people are said to live in seclusion. It just so happens that Lei Keel has the ability but no money, while she has money but no ability. The two hit it off and set out together. The noble lady's name was Kathy. Kathy squatted down and looked at the boy tenderly. Little brother, are you from this town? What's your name? Where are your parents? Don't run around. It's so dangerous outside. The location of the town is too remote. Outside the town is a forest with many wild beasts and monsters. The boy looked up and smiled. My name is Luo Luo, and I live here. It's not dangerous. My father said that as long as I go home for dinner in the evening, it's fine. Although only his father thought so, his dad loved him very much and never let him run around. So the uncles and aunts in the town also didn't allow him to run out of the town. Kathy felt that this father was being a little irresponsible. As it was getting late, she decided to stay in town for a day and get some food. Luo Luo liked Kathy very much and welcomed her arrival very much, jumping and leading the way for them. The town was very lively. The air was filled with the sweet smell of bread, and the streets were filled with voices. Seeing Luo Luo, they said this enthusiastically. Luo Luo, you ran away again? Be careful to be punished by your father. Luo Luo, don't eat the dessert. Take it from your uncle. It can be seen that Luo Luo is very popular, and these elders are very friendly to him. Lei Keel's heart sank. He couldn't figure out the strength of these people, and most of them are not human. He looked at the short man in the blacksmith shop, who was a dwarf. There was another blacksmith shop opposite the shop, and the owner of the shop was a goblin. Is this a fight between dwarves and goblins? Roro, the pale and beautiful woman, shouted. Here, this is today's portion. In her hand was a cup of cold drink. Luo took it with surprise. Sister Vera, you are the best. Vera. Reikel's eyes fell on the woman, a snow girl. When he went to the Snow Girl clan, although he did not find the strongest Blizzard Girl, he also found out that the Blizzard Girl's name was Vera. The Snow Girl clan has very few members, so it is impossible for someone to have the same name and surname. Lake Heel had some fighting spirit in his eyes, but he felt that this town was really weird, so he held back for the time being. Kathy didn't notice his question at all. He was always so taciturn anyway. She looked at the drink in Vera's hand curiously. How much is this? I want one too. Vera looked up at her with a blank expression, but finally brought another cup. 10 gold coins. Casey choked. 10 gold coins. So expensive. 10 gold coins were enough to cover the expenses of a family of 5 for a year. She was about to argue when Rachel grabbed her arm, shook his head at her, and told her to pay the money quickly. Following his hint, Casey obediently paid the bill, holding the cup with a distressed look on her face, and sipped the drink in small sips. It tastes good, really good, but it's also really expensive. The escaped noble lady now lives a very frugal life. After all, once she spends it, it's gone. Apart from hiring Lake Heel, she can't be generous in other aspects. 10 gold coins. After drinking this cup, she felt that she should lose weight. After saying goodbye to Vera, Luo took them on the journey and wanted to take them to a hotel. The enchanting and beautiful woman grabbed the noble and elegant man. Please, just let me be your lover, okay? The woman's every smile and frown was full of charm, and her every move was so attractive that it made people stare. Kathy was amazed, thinking how heartless a man must be to face such a beauty. The man was unmoved and turned to leave. The woman sobbed softly, and I felt sorry for her. Please, if you continue like this, he will torture me to death. He asks me to dance every day, but I really can't dance anymore. He is just taking revenge on me. She almost fell into the man's arms. Obviously, the man was not very good at dealing with this situation. His hands and feet were stiff, but he did not push her out. Wow. Kathy's eyes lit up and she was enjoying the show. A tall man appeared out of nowhere, his unruly eyes full of mockery. You wish. Then she said to the cold man, don't agree to her, just let her dance more. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you don't get fat. More exercise is good for your figure. The woman stepped on his foot. Go to Hades. Luo had already run a long way away, but Kathy was still looking at them. This was a love triangle. Rachel forcibly pulled her away and whispered, stop looking. Watch your eyes. The strength of these 3 people, especially the 2 men, is much higher than that of the Blizzard Girl just now. He looked at the woman and vaguely guessed her identity. Could she be the lustful witch? No, it's impossible. Aren't all the strong people in seclusion to practice? How can they experience life here? Leitiera thought hesitantly, it should be to experience life. It can't be just playing house. When passing by a bookstore, Luo greeted the white-bearded old man at the door of the bookstore. Grandpa Neil, are there any good books today? Neil, the name of the strongest wizard. When he was at a roadside fortune-telling shop, he said to the 2 people who were arguing inside, Uncle Abbott, are you arguing with the astrologer again? The names of the chief elder of the elves and the chief of the astrologers. Grandpa Caesar, how are the fruits selling today? I want to eat apples. The Pope of the Church. Pope Caesar rarely appears now, ever since the rumored danger of world destruction. But that's the Pope. If it's not a coincidence in the name, does the church know that their Pope makes a living by selling fruit here? The businessmen who run shops, the workers passing by, even the beggars on the roadside, all have famous names, which happen to be the same as the name of the long-lost legendary swordsman. Lakeheel's expression became more and more numb, and Kathy also heard some problems. The top strong men were all legendary. After all, she was a noble lady, so she had to know something about it. If one name overlapped, it could be considered as coincidence, but if all the names overlapped, What did it mean? Did the people in this town name themselves after the powerful people in the world? Moreover, Rachel acted strangely after entering the town. The more Casey thought about it, the more frightened he became. No way. Could they have found that legendary place? But this looks like an ordinary small town, except that the prices are extremely high. So expensive that even a noble lady like her has to curse the unscrupulous merchants. No. She pulled Rachel's sleeve and said, "Have you noticed that there are no children here except Luo Luo?" Lechier said with a wooden face. "Yeah. Just a him?" Kathy pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. "Is this a normal situation?" Lechiel blinked, not knowing how to explain. If he was not mistaken, it was normal that there were no children here. Which child could become a top-notch expert? From what he had seen along the way, everyone in this town was the person he wanted to find. They are all the strong people he wants to challenge. A steady male voice called out, and Lechiel looked up. It was a man with black hair and black eyes, and next to him stood a boy with pink hair and blue eyes. "Father, Daddy." Luo Luo happily ran towards the two of them and was picked up by the man. "Let's go home." Luo Luo pointed at Rachel and Kathy. "I still have to take my brother and sister to the hotel." "Let me do it." The voice in his ear startled Rachel. He quickly turned his head and saw a man with pale skin, whiter than the snow girl Vera, revealing an unhealthy luster, like a dead man. "I'll take them there. Luo Luo, you go home first." "Okay, thank you, Grandpa O'Connor." Kathy was a little confused. O'Connor was obviously a young man, so why did she call him Grandpa? And this name was familiar to Casey, the White Ghost Duke O'Connor. Since most of the royal family members of Li Ai disappeared, the few remaining ones became ordinary civilians, and Li Ai no longer existed. It was the White Ghost Duke O'Connor who stepped forward and properly handled the former land of Li Ai. The Duke only left behind his own fiefdom, and the place where they were staying now seemed to be within the scope of the Duke's fiefdom. Luo Luo followed his two fathers. Wait, two fathers. Kathy almost didn't notice this. Can two men still have a baby? This is just as exciting as the love triangle just now. Lechiel said with some difficulty. Here. O'Connor nodded. Just as you thought. I don't understand. Why do they do this? What is the mentality of these powerful people? O'Connor smiled faintly. Of course it's to save the world. They dare not leave, and wish they could pay attention to Angel's marriage life anytime, anywhere, for fear that there will be something unhappy. Every year, everyone wishes that Angel will continue to be a love-minded person and have a happy love life. Look, the Angel has a wife and children, and he hasn't thought about destroying the world for a long time. Love is the top priority, and career has long been forgotten. Rachel and Cassie stayed, and the town became much more lively because the new swordsman was so crazy and shameless that he could challenge the old man who bought books, the girl who bought flowers, the dancing girl, the young man who delivered newspapers, and he would not let anyone go. Oh no, that's not right. Even if it's not a human, no one can escape his clutches. The hotel guard dog, the cat foraging on the roadside, and even the birds flying in the trees are not spared. Yu Zhao thought that some kind of abnormality had appeared. Chu Songfeng hugged him and said, "It's okay. He's just a passionate child. O'Connor will watch over him." "It's Uncle O'Connor." Yu Zhao corrected him, saying that O'Connor was now with the witch, and the witch's husband was naturally their elder. Chu Songfeng was not very willing. But seeing Yu Zhao's serious correction, he said helplessly, "Okay, it's Uncle. Let's go to Dualuo's restaurant for dinner tomorrow. Luo Luo also wants to eat there." "Well, okay." Chu Songfeng did not tell him that Harvey came to see him again. Harvey always came over the years, but Chu Songfeng did not allow him to see him. Harvey made the wrong choice when Yue Zhao was a minor. He chose the opposite path, so there was no point in turning back. Harvey's desolate and lonely figure often stood by the sea outside the town, especially after the successor he trained grew up. He appeared there more often, but he could not see Yu Zhao. There is no relationship between them anymore. Yu Zhao screamed, accidentally cutting a wound on his hand. Chu Songfeng leaned over to take a look, and was about to speak when Yu Zhao covered his mouth. "Don't let them know. The reason is very simple. Every time Yu Zhao gets hurt, everyone outside starts crying. He simply cannot understand why everyone is like this. Although they are all very good friends, it is just a minor wound. Even if he almost fell, the people in the town would wail. They were just like Chu was to him, as if he were a glass bead, so fragile that it would break if hit. It's so weird. Bayou Mountain is located in the mountains, surrounded by desolate and uninhabited areas, but when it comes to this mountain, everyone in the world knows it. Because there is a sect on Bayou Mountain called Mingxin sect. Mingxin sect has existed for 1,000 years. The founder was originally an ordinary scholar, but he met an immortal on the way to Beijing for the imperial examination. From then on, he entered the Taoist sect and founded Mingxin sect. Legend has it that the ancestor could command all ghosts, communicate between yin and yang, and bring the dead back to life. And he created a great reputation in the world at that time. The Mingxin Gong and Zhuxie sword technique he passed down are among the most profound martial arts in the world. Among them, the Mingxin Gong can only be practiced by the leaders of successive generations, and it is the secret of the Mingxin sect that is never passed down. The Mingxin sect attaches great importance to the inheritance of the sect leader and will select a young sect leader early on. The young sect leader is also one of the only 2 people who can practice the Mingxin Gong. Today is the day for selecting the young leader. The young man in a black robe is cool and heroic. He brandishes a sword in one hand, which makes a crackling sound in the air. His attacks are impenetrable, and he is determined to knock the opponent off the stage. As soon as Chu Songfeng opened his eyes, he saw the young man's sword slashing across, the tip of the sword almost touching him. He clenched his palms and found that he was also holding a sword. He raised his right hand and blocked the young man's attack. After a few moves, the boy was knocked to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of unconvinced. "I haven't lost yet." After saying that, he stood up again and continued to attack, one move after another, making it hard to breathe. But no matter how fierce the attack was, it could not hit the young man in white on the opposite side. The young man in white was calm and unhurried, but he firmly gained the upper hand. The middle-aged man in the stands nodded. "Not bad, not bad." The slightly younger man at the side said, "Brother, you really made the right choice to accept this eldest disciple. Song Feng's strength is the best in the current martial arts world. A few days ago, I thought he was just good and his potential was not as good as Xiao Song. I didn't expect that. Now I see that Xiao Song's strength is far inferior to his." An old man agreed. "After all, he is our Mingxin sect's eldest brother, so his potential is certainly not weak. Songer is also much stronger than we were back then, but it's a pity that he met Songfeng." A group of people were admiring the 2 people on the stage, except for the young girl sitting below the middle-aged man, who was biting her lip with the handkerchief in her hand tightly twisted. His expression was full of worry and a little fear. She is the daughter of the leader of Mingxin sect, Ran Lingling. The leader of Mingxin sect is an orphan who was picked up by the Mingxin sect and inherited the position of leader because of her extraordinary talent. The sect leader had only this one daughter, and his wife died early. He doted on Ran Lingling like a treasure. He was worried about Ran Lingling's life after his death, so he planned to take the opportunity of selecting the young sect leader to choose a husband for his daughter. Whoever becomes the young master will be Ran Lingling's future husband. But Ran Lingling actually has someone in her heart, that is the young man in black, Xiao Song. She thought that with Xiao Song's talent and strength, he would win, but now it seems that the senior brother is even better. Ran Lingling's heart sank. If the winner was the senior brother, then she. Just as he was thinking about it, Chu Songfeng swung his sword on the martial arts stage, and Xiao Song was thrown to the ground. 2 of his bones were broken, but he still refused to give up and forced himself to stand up and continue fighting. He could no longer stand steadily, and his whole body was shaking. Chu Songfeng was puzzled. Isn't this just a martial arts competition? Does it require desperate efforts? Isn't this just a martial arts competition? I shall look through the data. Let me see. No. Whoever wins will be the young leader. Chu Songfeng raised his eyebrows. Young sect leader. Well, that sounds good. Ah Shao screamed. No, Your Majesty, the winner will have an extra fiancé. Yu Zhao? No. Chu Songfeng paused and his body stagnated in the air. Xiao Song seized the opportunity and attacked Chu Songfeng's weak spot. The young man in white immediately flew up, stayed in the air, turned several times, and landed directly on the stage. Chu Songfeng forced himself to sit up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior brother is really amazing. I am not as skilled as you, senior brother, so I admit defeat. His face was as pale as paper, and he was trembling like a leaf in the wind, as if he would die in the next second. Xiao Song looked at his hands, somewhat unresponsive. He had already run out of strength and tried his best to use his last move, but it was definitely not so powerful. The teachers in the stands didn't react either. The headmaster was a little surprised. Songer is so strong now? The others also looked at the weak Chu Songfeng, and then at Xiao Song, who was still on the stage. He had just spun several circles in the air. How could such an ordinary attack have such power? Chu Songfeng said weakly, Master, junior brother, you have kept it a secret from me for a long time. You actually have such a strong strength. The attack just now seemed ordinary, but it actually infused a huge amount of internal strength, and it knocked me off the stage in an instant. After he said that, he thought to himself, it was a close call. He had pretended too much. If he was found out, he would be in trouble. If he had multiple fiancées, his wife would definitely be angry, and he wouldn't know how to explain it. The head of the sect exclaimed, Good, good. Songer's strength has reached such a peak. He stroked his beard and comforted Chu Songfeng. Fenger, although you are a little inferior this time, with your talent, you will definitely be famous in the martial arts world in the future. He chattered on and on, trying to comfort Chu Songfeng. After all, the outcome of this victory was of great importance. It meant who would be the successor of the Mingxin sect, and it was also related to the Mingxin Gong. In the martial arts world, Ming Xian Gong, Bei Wen Jing, and Huang Guangju are the three top martial arts. All the heroes in the world want to learn them. As the eldest senior brother of Mingxin sect, Chu Songfeng was the person closest to the young sect leader. Now that he had been defeated by Xiao Song, it was inevitable that he felt aggrieved. The head of the sect had no choice but to comfort him, so as to avoid him from developing mental demons and causing unnecessary trouble. Chu Songfeng had a look of regret on his face. After being persuaded and comforted by everyone, he returned to his room. It seemed that he was quite popular in this world. Xiao Song stayed where he was. Ran Lingling smiled, dimples on her face looming. Brother, it turns out that you have been hiding your strength before. I thought it would be the eldest brother who won, she whispered. Luckily it was you. Xiao Song hesitated to speak. He wanted to say that he really didn't have it. He had no hidden strength, and he didn't have the internal energy to be able to knock his senior brother up to the sky and make him spin 7 or 8 times. Thinking of Chu Songfeng's appearance just now, Xiao Song's pupils trembled. Big brother? What happened to him? Nothing. Since the eldest senior brother did that, Xiao Song naturally wouldn't expose it. He looked at Ran Lingling with a smile. From now on I will be. His face turned red from his ears to his cheeks, and Ran Lingling also blushed. The two looked at each other shyly, with their thoughts full of youth. After everyone in the room left, Chu Songfeng asked Xiao, What is my identity in this world? What about the original story? Xiao took credit for it, saying, Your Majesty is the eldest son of the richest man in this world, and he is very rich. He obviously remembered Chu Songfeng's casual remark in the previous world that he would not be a poor ghost in the next world, because the richest man was too old, so he arranged for the richest man's son. Not bad. Chu Songfeng nodded with satisfaction. Where is Yue Zhao? Xiao told the story from the beginning. This world is a martial arts world, but not so martial arts world. It also has a bit of the supernatural. There are ghosts in this world, and there is also the underworld. Below the 18 levels of Hades, there is a 19th level, where a group of serious criminals are imprisoned. There was a newly appointed Wu Chang who was ignorant and caused a big disaster. The door to the 19th floor was opened by him, and many evil spirits escaped. Wu Chang himself also suffered and fell into the cycle of reincarnation. The escaped evil ghosts also entered the 6 realms of reincarnation and became human beings in the human world. Therefore, in today's world, treacherous officials are in power, corruption is rampant, and martial artists use force to break the law and do evil things. Chaos has already broken out in the world. The fleeing evil ghosts accidentally knocked down a man who had been a good person for 10 lifetimes, and he entered the cycle of reincarnation with them. The underworld was not allowed to interfere in human affairs, but in order to make up for its mistake, it could only give some help to the man who had been a good person for 10 lifetimes, hoping that he could bring the escaped evil ghosts back to the underworld. After the evil ghosts were reincarnated, they all became powerful people in the world. The good people of 10 lifetimes need to find them out one by one and send them back to Hades. The protagonist, Yun Xingjin, is a good man for 10 generations. He was born in Luofeng Villa and was the youngest son of the owner. However, he had an accident when he was young, was abducted and adopted by a wealthy businessman. Until he was 15 years old, the wealthy businessman offended someone and his entire family was executed. Only he survived by chance. He was then found by Luofeng Villa and began his journey to find the evil ghost. He also worked diligently and killed all the evil spirits that escaped, and their souls were taken away by the underworld and locked up in the 19th level of Hades. On the way, he fell in love with the leader of the martial arts world at that time. The two joined hands to fight violence, punish evil, and promote good, and became true heroes, respected by the people. After his death, due to his countless merits, he ascended to heaven and became an immortal, no longer suffering from the pain of reincarnation. But these are just appearances. If this were true, Chu Songfeng would not have come. In fact, after all the evil spirits were subdued, the world became even more chaotic. On the surface, there were heroes everywhere and the country was peaceful and tranquil, but in reality, these people relied on their martial arts skills to do evil, which made the court's decline come even faster. Finally, the people rose up in rebellion. The court fell into war, and the people were in dire straits. Yu Zhao is still a villain in the original plot. He is the son of a wealthy businessman who adopted Yun Xingjin. He has bullied Yun Xingjin since childhood. Later, when the wealthy businessman met with misfortune, he and Yun Xingjin escaped in the chaos, but he secretly tried to kill Yun Xingjin afterwards and was finally killed by Yun Xingjin. Later, he became a ghost wandering the world, opposing Yun Xingjin everywhere. He used his identity as a ghost to help those evil ghosts reincarnate and almost let them escape. Finally, after all the reincarnated evil spirits were taken to the 19th floor, he was also locked up there. In a trance, he only heard the ghosts who captured him say that he deserved it. Chu Songfeng's eyebrows were sharp, and he tapped his fingers lightly. I'm afraid the evil ghost we caught is not real. Chu Songfeng believed that his wife would never help the evil spirits. Those who could go to the 19th level of Hades were all extremely evil people who ate human flesh and blood, were extremely treacherous and evil, and had lost all conscience. No matter what kind of situation Yu Zhao is in, he will never help such a person. There was a knock on the door. Chu Songfeng opened it, and Xiao Song stood outside. He tried to look kinder, but he was born a cold person and couldn't make too many expressions. Big brother, he said gratefully, thank you. Xiao added, he and junior sister Ran Lingling have a crush on each other, and this time you won and became Ran Lingling's fiancé. Xiao Song looked at Chu Songfeng and felt that the eldest senior brother was so nice that he even gave up the position of young master for him and the younger junior sister. As expected of the eldest senior brother, he was bright and handsome, and he was very graceful. He didn't think much of it before, but now Chu Songfeng's sacrifice moved him to tears. Xiao Song was Chu Songfeng's junior brother. His father died early, and his mother also died when he was 5 years old. When Xiao Song was 8 years old, he was spotted by the elders of Mingxin sect and became a disciple of Mingxin sect. He was gifted with extraordinary talent and amazing comprehension. As soon as he entered the school, everyone exclaimed that he was a genius. As he grew older, his talent became more and more dazzling, gradually suppressing his senior brother Chu Songfeng. Chu Songfeng is the eldest son of the richest man. He is obsessed with martial arts and wants to practice Mingxin sect's unique martial art Mingxin Gong. However, only the leader or deputy leader can practice it, so his goal is to become the leader of Mingxin sect. He looks humble, calm, and open-minded. He treats his fellow disciples with gentleness and courtesy and takes care of them in every way. In addition, he is rich, and the power of money makes him have a very good reputation in the Mingxin sect. But he is actually a martial arts fanatic. Apart from martial arts, nothing in the world can cause any waves in his eyes. In order to improve his martial arts, he will stop at nothing and has no bottom line. To put it bluntly, he is like a hypocrite, cold-hearted and without empathy. Xiaosong is very sensitive and has the intuition of a wild beast. He feels that Chu Songfeng is not as good as he appears to be, so he always keeps his distance from him. Until today, his cold outer shell melted away. He thought that he had thought too much before. How could there be such a good person as his senior brother in the world? His wooden face showed a slight emotion. Big brother, I can't beat you. If it weren't for you today. Chu Songfeng interrupted. I didn't let you win. You won by yourself. He smiled and said, you and junior sister are destined to be together. You must cherish it. Xiaosong felt that today's senior brother seemed different from before. Especially sometimes he looked a little fierce and had a sense of hostility, but when he looked carefully, that was gone. This thought stayed in his mind for a moment, and then was thrown out. He looked at Chu Songfeng gratefully and nodded, yes. He lowered his head and said gently, I will definitely cherish it. He would definitely not let down the good intentions of the eldest brother. He is an evil ghost? Chu Songfeng said in an ambiguous tone. A Xiao looked at the original book and nodded in surprise. How did His Majesty know this? Yes. In the original book, he is one of the reincarnations of evil spirits. In the selection competition for the young leader, he lost to the eldest senior brother. After seeing Ran Lingling marry the eldest senior brother, he left sadly. He wandered the world alone and did a lot of evil things. Sure enough, it's not right. What's wrong? Chu Songfeng said goodbye to Xiaosong and said, that's not right, evil ghost. Do you think he looks like the reincarnation of an evil ghost? It is not enough to just serve the sentence in the 18 levels of Hades. He was even imprisoned in the 19th level of Hades. You can imagine how evil the ghosts in there are. Even if they are reincarnated as humans, they will never be good people. It is their nature to be beastly in human form, to have no conscience, and to commit unforgivable crimes. Xiaosong, with his clear eyes, youthful spirit, and righteousness, could not be compared to an evil ghost. If I'm not mistaken, the original body was persecuted by Xiaosong, the reincarnation of an evil ghost. No. Chu Songfeng was a little surprised. Wasn't it? He thought the original body was. A Xiao was a little embarrassed. Your Majesty, in the original book, your identity is also the reincarnation of an evil ghost. Chu Songfeng recalled the people of Mingxin sect and felt that the most suitable one was the original body. Could it be someone else? Did he reincarnate? A Xiao nodded. High-level martial arts world, martial arts family, he is very satisfied. It seems that it is not true. When the heavenly court requisitions the identity in the small world, the original body will be compensated. But if it is a bad person, these compensations will be completely gone. The original body has been compensated, which shows that even if he cannot be called a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. What is the plot of the original body like? A Xiao asked for the information to be laid out, and the red, green, and yellow handwriting made the information very clear. The eldest senior brother Chu Songfeng was originally not as strong as Xiaosong, but he used some underhanded tricks on the day of the competition and still won in the end. Not only did he become the young leader, he also became Ran Lingling's fiancé. However, he was not interested in anything except practicing martial arts. He did not object to Ran Lingling becoming his fiancé, but he was not happy either. For him, life remained the same as before, with no changes. Later, the two got married, and Xiaosong left sadly. After a few years, he heard the news of Xiaosong's death. Because Xiaosong's martial arts talent was so strong, it left some impression in the heart of this martial arts fanatic. He was surprised at Xiaosong's death and questioned the explanation given by Zhuo Jingshan, the leader of the martial arts world. In his heart, Xiaosong was a simple martial arts fanatic, similar to himself, but he had no bottom line, while Xiaosong did. Then Zhuo Jingshan and Yun Xingjin came to Mingxin sect. Mingxin sect was not peaceful during those years. Many disciples went down the mountain to train and disappeared, never to return. Yun Xingjin and the other man stayed on Baiyu Mountain for a while, and found out that Chu Songfeng was the culprit for the disappearance of his disciples. Before he could refute, he was killed by Zhuo Jingshan. After death, the soul is taken away by the god of death and entered the 19th level of Hades, with no chance of seeing the light of day again. Chu Songfeng shook his head. It was a fraud. The underworld didn't even find out, and the heaven didn't find out whether the merits were true or not, allowing Yun Xingjin to ascend to heaven after his death. But it makes sense. The spiritual energy in this world is declining, and the underworld and heaven are not that powerful. They are just a group of immortal people with some magical powers. They cannot be compared with the real three realms. The next day, Xiaosong officially took over the position of the young master. Many disciples looked at Chu Songfeng standing in front of them, wondering what they were thinking. How could the eldest senior brother accept the fact that he was defeated by Xiaosong, a young brat, and missed the position of young leader? Chu Songfeng only congratulated Xiaosong and warned him, "You deserve the title of young master. Don't underestimate yourself." Xiaosong knew that it was Chu Songfeng who gave in to him, and he always felt guilty. However, Chu Songfeng didn't really want to be the young leader. Not only was he the young leader, but the leader also abused his power for personal gain and gave him a big gift, asking the young leader to be his son-in-law. He still has to find a wife, so it's better to give such a big responsibility to someone who is willing to do it. Since you are Lingling's fiancé, you must treat her well. I am the eldest brother, and I have watched her grow up, so I am also her brother. If you treat her badly, I, as her brother, will not let you go. Ran Lingling was standing aside, and when she heard this, she said shyly, "Senior brother." Xiaosong nodded seriously. "I will definitely not treat her badly." Chu Songfeng patted his shoulder and was very optimistic about him. He told him to have a good relationship and be a tool in this world. He wouldn't have to work hard to find the new child of destiny. 2 days later, Chu Songfeng packed his bags and prepared to go down the mountain. As soon as he said goodbye to the sect leader, the news spread to everyone in the family. Before he even walked out of the mountain gate, he was surrounded by a group of people. When they learned that he was going down the mountain, the others were shocked. They thought that he was sad because he was not treated as the young leader, so they came to comfort him. Chu Songfeng said helplessly, "I don't mind these, I just want to go down the mountain." Others did not believe it. "Big brother, you never thought about going down the mountain before, but now it is so sudden." "It's not sudden, it's supposed to be like this," Chu Songfeng said mysteriously. "This is destined. I will definitely gain a lot from this trip down the mountain." "Brother, do you know how to tell fortunes now? How can you say it's destined?" The founder of their Mingxin sect was a Taoist priest, so they are also Taoist priests, but the Taoist priests nowadays do not have the ability to call the wind and rain or to tell fortunes. It is said that the Taoist priests at the time of our ancestor could do it, but everyone thought it was a joke. At that time, there were rumors about demons and monsters, and they were said with great conviction that they were even recorded in history books. Nowadays, common people still believe in the abilities of Taoists and in demons and ghosts, but those who practice martial arts do not believe in them. They themselves are Taoists, so how could they not know what abilities Taoists have? Chu Songfeng shook his hands. "Now I can really calculate. Is it true? Senior brother, please stop joking. Whether it is true or not, you will know it after calculating it." He looked at the disciple who was speaking. It was indeed difficult to tell fortunes in this world. The three realms did not interfere with each other, and the horoscopes of mortals could not be seen clearly. But he did not need to spend effort to calculate. He could just ask the ghost behind the disciple. At a casual glance, there is a huge group of ghosts. It seems that the evil ghosts from the underworld have not yet recovered from their escape, and they don't even care about the mortal world. An old woman was floating behind the disciple, looking at him lovingly. Chu Songfeng opened his mouth and said, "You were born in Yanglu village, Luoshui town, Wucheng. Your father was a butcher, and your mother was kind. 13 years ago, there was a severe drought in the northwest. Both your parents died in the drought, and only you survived." The disciple was a little panicked. This doesn't count. "What if you heard me say it, senior brother? Did you say it?" The disciple recalled that he really hadn't said it. After all, that year was too hard and difficult, and he never wanted to recall it. But maybe he was drunk and said it unintentionally. When your mother died, she was wearing a lilac dress, her hair tied with a straw rope, and there was a red mole under her left eyebrow. The disciple opened his mouth wide. Even if he was drunk, he couldn't describe to others what his mother looked like or what she was wearing when she died, right? Chu Songfeng mentioned several people in a row, and all of them were correct. The disciples were thinking, could it be that the eldest brother can really tell fortunes? Now that I think about it, the eldest brother seems to be different from before. After finally sending these disciples away, Chu Songfeng had just taken a step when Xiao Song arrived. The young man was wearing a Taoist robe, which was their disciple uniform. However, Mingxin sect has always been a harmonious place, and everyone from top to bottom is very easygoing. It is not mandatory to wear Taoist robes. Except for the monthly morning meetings, or when other sects come to visit, most people prefer to wear other clothes. Big brother. Chu Songfeng nodded. Are you here to see me off? Xiao Song nodded. He hesitated for a moment and asked, can the eldest brother really tell fortunes now? He had been puzzled by the changes in Chu Songfeng these past 2 days. Hearing that Chu Songfeng could now tell fortunes, he became even more puzzled. Which Taoist priest could tell fortunes these days? What do you think? Xiao Song said after a while. Please tell me your fortune, senior brother. You are blessed with good fortune, and God has blessed you. You will have no bad luck, but you are destined to encounter a disaster. It is caused by a villain. You will not be able to defend yourself and will die without a complete body. This sounded a bit scary. Xiao Song looked at Chu Songfeng, wondering if the senior brother was joking with him. Chu Songfeng continued. The only way to resolve this is for you to get married as soon as possible. The sooner the better. The deeper the relationship, the more thorough the resolution. Xiao Song laughed. The eldest senior brother was really nice to him, and the youngest junior sister. He cared about them so much and tried to bring them together several times. In the abandoned temple, huge spiders were crawling on the spider web. As there was no door, the cold wind blew directly in. The whistling sound made people feel uneasy. The young man huddled in the corner and looked up. The statue of Buddha above his head looked scary. There was a rustling sound. It was a mouse crawling across the altar. The boy retracted his exposed toes, buried his face between his legs, and looked towards the place where the noise came from with his big watery eyes. He is most afraid of mice. There was a sound of conversation coming from outside. If you look carefully, you will find that the 3 people talking are floating in the air. They are not people, but ghosts. Have you heard? That Taoist priest. Is it the real Taoist priest? What real Taoist priest? The person asking the question received 2 contemptuous looks, but despite the ridicule, they were still willing to show off their knowledge. There's a new Taoist priest in town recently, and this Taoist priest is different from the previous ones who cheated people. The ghost whispered. He can really catch ghosts. No way. The male ghost who asked the question was surprised. Those Taoist priests and monks can't even see us. How can a Taoist priest catch us? That's why he said he is a real Taoist priest. He won't catch us? We haven't done anything bad. It should be said that they couldn't do it even if they wanted to. After they became ghosts, they found that real ghosts were nothing like those written in the storybooks. They had no magic power at all. At most, they could float. They didn't have to walk by themselves and didn't get tired. What are you afraid of? We can just run when the time comes. We only need to worry about those who can't run. The 3 ghosts left muttering something, and the young man in the dilapidated temple was frightened because he was the ghost that couldn't escape. He had forgotten everything about his life. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself in this long-abandoned temple. He tried to get out, but never succeeded. He couldn't get out of here. The sun rises and sets, the moon waxes and wanes, and the stars are sometimes covered by dark clouds. He has been here for more than 600 days and nights. Will I be caught by the Taoist priest? He sat on the ground with his knees hugged, feeling anxious and restless, his eyes fixed on the temple gate. The head constable respectfully thanked the young man in a white Taoist robe. Thank you, Taoist priest Chu. If it weren't for Taoist priest Chu's help, we would have let this villain get away with it. You're welcome. Chu Songfeng spoke somewhat coldly. In his eyes, the person in front of him who kept expressing his gratitude, besides the captain, was also a young woman with half-dressed body and messy hair. The woman's eyes were filled with tears. Thank you, Taoist priest, for redressing my grievances. Thank you, Taoist priest. Chu Songfeng repeated again. You're welcome. When the captain of the police saw that Taoist Master Chu emphasized again that there was no need to thank him, he took his leave first. Perhaps he thought that Taoists were very calm and did not seek fame or wealth, and that his doing so would disturb the Taoist master's peace and tranquility. Chu Songfeng left the crowd, but the tragically dead female ghost did not leave and followed closely behind him. Chu Songfeng walked to a secluded place and stopped. Is there anything else? Master Chu, the ghost girl said hesitantly, I have a small request. I hope the master can help me. I am willing to be at your service to repay your kindness. Chu Songfeng shook his head. No need, just tell me what you want to say. The female ghost talked about her life story. Her parents died unexpectedly a few years ago, leaving only her and her younger brother at home. Fortunately, she was good at needlework and supported herself and her brother by embroidery, and they lived a good life. But when she came to the silk shop in town to deliver embroidery a few days ago, she was killed by thieves. Her younger brother is young at home. If there is no one to take care of him, I am afraid he will have to accompany her soon. My parents left some savings, which I buried under a big tree east of Zerhua village. I originally wanted to prepare for emergencies. Now my younger brother's life depends on these. The female ghost crouched down and said, I hope that Taoist priest Chu can help me dig out the money and give it to my cousin at home and ask him to take care of my brother. It's just a matter of digging for money, so it's okay to help. Chu Songfeng nodded. Let's go. You lead the way. The female ghost was overjoyed. Thank you, Taoist priest Chu. Thank you, Taoist priest Chu. It has been a year since Chu Songfeng left Mingxinmen. Now his body is already 19 years old, but he still has not found Yue Zhao. The original novel did not mention the year Yu Zhao died or how old he was. He immediately went south to find the wealthy businessman who adopted Yun Xingjin. But at that time, the rich businessman had been dead for a year, and Yue Zhao had also been dead for a year. Their property was ransacked and the whole family was destroyed. Yue Zhao and Yang Xingjin escaped, but after escaping to a ruined temple, the book says that Yue Zhao's true intentions were exposed and he was killed by Yang Xingjin. This world line always whitewashes the situation, and the person who revealed the real plot could be anyone, but it definitely won't be Yu Zhao. Chu Songfeng was not sure whether Yue Zhao was still in the ruined temple where he died, because in the original novel, Yun Xingjin saw Yue Zhao again, who had turned into a fierce ghost 3 years later, and Yue Zhao's whereabouts in the meantime were not mentioned. He went to Luofeng Villa and confirmed that he had not seen his wife. So he returned to the Jiangnan area and searched everywhere for the ruined temple. Unfortunately, after a year of searching, he still couldn't find it. You guys in the bureau can't do it? Can't you put a tracking charm on my wife to track her location? A Shao said sternly. Your Majesty, it is illegal to bind and obtain the other party's location information without their consent. The Heavenly Court has expressly prohibited it, and the World Administration Bureau dares not knowingly break the law. Okay. Chu Songfeng had no choice. At the end of the last world, Lao Jun came to him and repeatedly emphasized that he was not allowed to use too many cheats and not to use his real strength. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to do the job of saving the world. How could that be possible? His wife was still there, so Chu Songfeng had to be more restrained. The character he determined after entering the world was what it was. This Taoist priest cannot find a person's trace in the world instantly. He can only look for it slowly. In fact, Lao Jun was overthinking. He still abided by the rules very much. His abilities have always been in accordance with the character settings in the small world. If he said he was a spirit of words, he could only be a spirit of words. If he said he was an angel, he was really just an angel. He didn't do anything extra. Chu Songfeng dug out the wooden box from under the tree and dusted off the dirt on it. The wooden box was not precious. It was just carved from ordinary wood. It could be seen that the original owner was very careful and the burrs on it were trimmed cleanly. The female ghost hurriedly thanked them. Her parents actually left behind a lot of money, but after her parents passed away, she was the only weak woman left in the family with her 3-year-old brother. If she kept the money at home, it would only attract thieves. She had no choice but to collect all the things that could be hidden and bury them in a remote place. ready to dig them out when her brother grew up or when she really had no money. Who knows that man proposes, God disposes, alas. Chu Songfeng filled the hole back and was about to leave when he heard the ghosts passing by talking about the dilapidated temple to the west. What's the matter with that ghost? I've never seen him come out. What's so good about that dilapidated temple? I don't know. That guy looks like a young master. Maybe he doesn't want to associate with us peasants. Bah, I don't want to associate with him. No way. I heard from the old ghost at the village that the ghost can't get out. Where is the dilapidated temple you were talking about? Chu Songfeng asked, and several ghosts were stunned. Suddenly, one of them screamed, "Real Taoist priest, this is the real Taoist priest. Everyone run." Suddenly, the ghosts scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared without a trace. Chu Songfeng was helpless. Was he so scary? Do you know where that temple is? The ghost girl nodded quickly. I know, Taoist priest, please come this way. The dilapidated temple is far away from the village. There are few human figures, let alone ghosts. Although ghosts cannot touch things in the human world and humans cannot see them, they still like to gather where there are many people. Most of them follow their relatives and float in human settlements. The dilapidated temple has been abandoned for a long time, and the wood is covered with the vicissitudes of time. Perhaps it will collapse soon. You can see the Buddha statue inside from the gate. The statue's hands are broken, half of its body is missing, and its head is also badly damaged. Chu Songfeng stepped into the dilapidated temple and saw a moon-white shadow passing before his eyes. But there was nowhere to hide in this small temple, and he could see it all by standing in the middle. The boy's eyes were filled with fear. He tensed his body to look at Chu Songfeng and the female ghost. His eyes passed over Chu Songfeng's Taoist robe and then drifted back a little. Moonlight. Chu Songfeng saw him and shouted with joy. The boy looked at him in confusion, and seeing that he had no ill intentions, he asked hesitantly, Are you calling me? Chu Songfeng took a few steps forward. I'm calling you, Yue Zhao. I'm Chu Songfeng. Yue Zhao pointed at himself. Do you know me? Chu Songfeng paused, then nodded. Yes, we have known each other for a long time. Although it was the last world and the world before that, this was the first time they met in this world. Yu Zhao raised the corners of his mouth and smiled at Chu Songfeng. In 2 years, this was the first time he met someone who was related to his past self. But when he saw the Taoist robe on Chu Songfeng, he frowned. Since Chu Songfeng could see him, he must be the real Taoist priest who could catch ghosts that the ghosts outside talked about. He grabbed the hem of his clothes. Will you catch me? Chu Songfeng shook his head. No. Can I take you away from here? When Chu Songfeng saw the moonlight, he also discovered the Difu town and the temple. The underworld in this world cannot interfere in human affairs. It would cost a lot to set up such a formation in the human world where spiritual energy is exhausted. Yongxingjin. Yu Zhao's eyes lit up and he asked expectantly, Can you really take me away from here? He seemed a little aggrieved. I have been here for 2 years and I have never been able to leave. Of course you can. Chu Songfeng took a step forward to Yue Zhao and took his hand. Yue Zhao was wondering if humans could encounter ghosts, but he still put his hand on it obediently and followed Chu Songfeng to the threshold. Looking at the gate that was so close, he felt a little worried. Every time he wanted to go out, he was stopped at this threshold. He looked at Chu Songfeng, and Chu Songfeng nodded at him. He was led forward and closed his eyes in fear. He seemed to see a flash of golden light in his peripheral vision. When he opened his eyes again, he had left the dilapidated temple that had trapped him for 2 years. He looked at Chu Songfeng in surprise. I really came out. Thank you, Chu. He shouted this subconsciously, and it felt familiar, as if he had shouted it many times. It seemed that he really knew this real Taoist priest. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and he looked at the flowers, plants, and trees outside, floating around happily. Master Chu. The female ghost shouted hesitantly, her eyes falling on the box in Chu Songfeng's hand, but she didn't dare to urge him. Chu Songfeng called Yue Zhao, who floated behind him and asked curiously, Where are we going? To deliver something. Deliver something? The ghost took the initiative to explain. Master Chu is kind-hearted. Seeing my pity, he helped me send some money home so that my younger brother would have some money to live with and not starve to death. Yu Zhao suddenly realized what was going on. He said to Chu Songfeng, "You are such a nice person." Chu Songfeng raised the corners of his lips, then pressed them back. "Well, it's okay," he added. "But he's still a good guy. His wife is sweet, like a little cake. She speaks sweetly and always likes to praise him. Every time she is praised, Chu Songfeng's mouth almost stretches to the back of his head. But for the sake of his own image, he forced himself to control the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise to the sky. He has to appear more heroic. If a man is not handsome, his wife will not love him. In addition to figure and appearance, temperament is also very important. The Yu Zhao in this world is more lively and talks more, chirping like a lark, which makes Chu Songfeng very happy to listen. The ghost girl's house had green walls and red tiles. It was obvious that her family was well off in the past. He bent his fingers and knocked on the door. "I'm coming." The child shouted outside and hurried over to open the door. The 4-year-old child stood on tiptoe and struggled to open the door. He looked at the Taoist priest in white robes outside the door in confusion. "Brother, what can I do for you? I am here to bring you something at the request of your sister." "Sister?" The boy asked happily, "Where's my sister? Is she going home?" "Brother, you said she went to become a disciple, and it's been many days, and she hasn't come back to see me." He lowered his head and said, "I miss her so much." "Brother, you should be the ghost girl's cousin." Chu Songfeng walked in and was about to ask the boy where the brother Yu he mentioned was when the door of the main room was pushed open again. The man lifted the curtain with his fingers and coughed twice. His cheeks were slightly sunken, as if they could be blown down by a gust of wind. His haggard face was full of confusion. "This?" His eyes swept across Chu Songfeng's Taoist robe. "Master, what is the matter with your visit to my humble abode?" Chu Songfeng shook the wooden box in his hand. "I'm here to deliver something." The man wondered who would send them something, and called a Taoist priest for help. Since Yunyang passed away, he brought the young wooer with him. Everyone in the village knew about their family. Perhaps because they were afraid of making them sad, no one came to visit for a long time. "Yes." Chu Songfeng paused and looked at the female ghost again. "I haven't asked you yet. What is your name?" The ghost crouched down and said, "My surname is Shan and my given name is Yun. Taoist priest, you can call me Yunyang." Chu Songfeng placed the box on the table in the courtyard. The sound of wood hitting each other was a little dull. "I'm here to deliver something to you on behalf of Yunyang." The man was a little excited, and his pale and haggard face turned red. "Master, it was Yunyang who asked you to do this, right?" The Taoist priest and the familiar wooden box instantly reminded him of the dead Yunyang and the ghost. "Is she still here? Is she still here?" The man's eyes searched the yard. Even if he couldn't see any ghosts, he still hoped for a miracle to happen. 5-year-old wooer didn't quite understand, and didn't know his sister was dead. Seeing his cousin's actions, he also looked around. "Is my sister back?" But he looked left and right and couldn't see anyone. So he pouted and said, "Sister, please come out quickly and stop teasing wooer, okay?" The courtyard was silent. The man's eyes turned red and he cried, "Master, can I still see her?" In the world he couldn't see, the ghost girl Yunyang was also crying, "Cousin, wooer." Yu Zhao was silent and looked at them with sympathy. Chu Songfeng suddenly said, "If you want to see her, you can. Prepare some things, and I will let you meet her again." Yunyang and the man were very surprised. The man nodded quickly. I'll get ready right away." Chu Songfeng told the man what was needed, and after the man had prepared it, he went into the house and locked the door. Chu Songfeng then made a stick of incense with the ingredients. Insert the incense into the incense burner. Touch the incense with your fingertips, and red stars will light up. Green smoke will curl up, and the room will be filled with the smoke of the incense. Yunyang was intoxicated by the aroma, and the other 2 people in the room actually saw him. The man also noticed the young man floating behind the Taoist priest. The young man was beautiful, like jade, and he looked at the smoke in the incense burner curiously. But he didn't have time to see more. His mind was captured by Yunyang. He stretched out his hand, but it passed through Yunyang's body. He lowered his head, covered his face, and cried bitterly. "Yunyang, I'm sorry." Most of Yunyang's clothes were torn, her arms and thighs were exposed, and her body was covered with blue and purple marks. One could tell what she had experienced in her life. Although he had seen Yunyang's body before, the man still felt endless remorse and regret when he saw her again. If I had accompanied you that day, if I had gone with you. He couldn't continue and shed tears. Yunyang, I'm so sorry. Yunyang also shook her head with tears in her eyes. No, I don't blame you. I blame my bad luck for meeting a thief. Wooer looked at the man and the ghost crying, and seemed to understand something. He frowned, tears already dripping down his face. Sister, sister. Wooer. Yunyang wanted to hug him, but he passed through her body. She hugged her younger brother empty-handedly. Wooer, I'm sorry for you. You are still so young. What are you going to do in the future? The thin incense burned quickly. After Yunyang finished crying, she told the man, Cousin, I am now separated from you, but I really can't let go of Wooer. Now in this world, I only trust you, cousin. I hope you can help me take care of Wooer and raise him to adulthood. She pointed at the wooden box that was taken out and said, These are the money left by Wooer and my parents when they passed away. I entrust them to my cousin as a payment for raising Wooer. The man cried and said that he would take good care of Wooer and that he would not touch the money. He would keep it for Wooer to marry and have children when he grew up. The two ghosts talked for a while, and then the incense burned out and Yunyang disappeared from their sight again. Wooer burst into tears, calling for his sister reluctantly. The man hugged him and also kept crying. Yunyang and her cousin were childhood sweethearts. If nothing unexpected happened, they would have been married in a few months. Unfortunately, Yunyang passed away early, and the two of them were not destined to be together. The man cheered up, packed up everything in the house, took Wooer's hand, and wanted to take him back to his home to take care of him instead of Yunyang. His home was not in this village, but in the next village. He lived here for a while, just to take care of Yunyang's funeral. He looked at Chu Songfeng with gratitude. Master Chu, thank you, thank you. As he spoke, tears began to flow again. The thief who harmed her has been brought to justice. It is our greatest luck to see her again. Thank you for your kindness, Taoist priest. We will never be able to repay you in our lifetimes. No need. Chu Songfeng said calmly. I am a Taoist priest. This is my job. If you are grateful, take good care of the child. This is also her wish. Yes, yes. The man thought of Yunyang, and the sorrow in his heart rose again. He said goodbye to Chu Songfeng and left with Wooer. Their backs gradually disappeared. Yuezhao asked, Sister Yun, are you really not going to leave with them? Yunyang shook her head. I want them to let it go. My aunt and uncle are still alive, and my cousin will get married one day. If he still misses me, it will not be good for anyone. Thank you, Taoist Chu, for telling him that I have been reincarnated. After a few years, he should have forgotten about it. After one thing was done, Chu Songfeng planned to take Yuezhao away. Yuezhao invited Yunyang to go with them, but Yunyang refused. She wanted to stay at home so that she could see Wooer when he came back every year. What she couldn't let go of the most was not her deep affection for her cousin, but her well-behaved younger brother. The Shan family's door was locked, and no one knew when it would be opened again. Yunyang, wearing the green dress that Chu Songfeng had burned for her, stood under the tree and watched the Taoist priest and the little ghost who had forgotten his past leave. Will Sister Yun be reincarnated? Chu Songfeng shook his head. Not yet. The underworld can't take care of it. After he came down the mountain, he went to the underworld. The 19th floor was opened, and countless evil spirits escaped. Some of them entered reincarnation, but some remained in the underworld. The 18 floors above were also greatly affected. The book of life and death was disrupted, and the fate of mortals was also destroyed. The underworld is now half fighting evil ghosts and half repairing and sorting out the book of life and death. Now it is so busy that even experienced ghosts who have not yet been reincarnated are being pulled in to help. The underworld? What is the underworld like? Yuezhao asked curiously. All ghosts will be taken away by the Yinchai, and the more powerful evil ghosts will be captured by Wuchang. He knew this from eavesdropping on a group of old ghosts chatting, but he had never seen a ghost messenger, nor had he ever heard of Wuchang. He had never seen other ghosts in the village, except for some old ghosts. The underworld is similar to the mortal world, but it's darker and there's no sun over there. Chu Songfeng thought for a moment. There is the Naiha Bridge and the Sancheng Stone. The road to the Naiha Bridge is full of red spider lilies, which are very beautiful. After going to the Yama Palace, some ghosts will be reincarnated soon, while others will be sent to the 18 levels of Hades. The 18th level of Hades, Yu Zhao trembled. He was a little scared. Chu Songfeng's eyes flashed with a smile. You won't? You are a good ghost. Only evil ghosts who do evil will go in. Yu Zhao felt that the real Taoist priest knew a lot of things. He asked a lot of questions, including his own identity. He didn't look at Chu Songfeng, as if he had just thought of it and mentioned it casually. You were born in Jiangnan, a young master. Your father loves you very much, and your family members like you very much. Chu Songfeng didn't know what to say. Yue Zhao's family members in this world were all dead. Yue Zhao tilted his head. Then how did I know you? Yu Zhao will recover his memory sooner or later, and Chu Songfeng dare not talk nonsense. Otherwise, he would be regarded as a liar with ulterior motives. Although he did have ulterior motives, he really wanted to get married quickly. He was silent for a while, then he said, Actually, you have never seen me. I have seen you. Huh. When I was a child, my father took me to travel south. I saw you passing by upstairs at that time, but you probably didn't notice me. Later, I went to Baiyu Mountain and became a disciple of Mingxin sect. Once when I went down the mountain to practice, I passed by Jiangnan and saw you again. But I didn't appear in front of you, so you didn't know me. Yu Zhao looked a little strange. I thought you and I were good friends. After all, Chu Songfeng found him, recognized him, and brought him out of the dilapidated temple where he had been trapped for 2 years. If he was just a stranger, why should he be so nice to him? Yu Zhao thought that there wouldn't be such a good person who would do so much for someone he had only met twice. But Chu Songfeng is a very good person. Perhaps he felt sorry for him, so he helped him, just like he helped Yunyang. He bit his lip and didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he didn't remember what happened in the past, and he had no desire to pursue it in his heart. Instead, he felt that Chu Songfeng was very reliable. He couldn't help but want to believe him. His heart was saying, believe this true Taoist priest, he will treat him very well. Yu Zhao, Chu Songfeng called him and pointed to the clothing store nearby. Want to buy new clothes? He smiled and said, I'll buy you some new clothes to wear. Yue Zhao didn't know what he had experienced in his life, but he did look a little disheveled, and his clothes were messy, looking very unsightly. He blushed and nodded. Yeah. Chu Songfeng planned to take Yu Zhao to Luofeng Villa, which is also Yun Xingjin's home. This time, the Son of Destiny is much more capable than the previous 2 worlds, so he plans to take the initiative. The waiter brought the tea over and looked at the man in white in confusion. Judging from the style, he looked like a Taoist priest, but his behavior made him look more like a madman. Sir, your tea and cakes. Well, put them down. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table. Chu Songfeng said to Yue Zhao, who was sitting astride a chair, jasmine tea, with 2 spoons of honey added. It's very sweet. Try it. Yue Zhao likes sweet and spicy food, but not bitter food. To him, tea tastes a bit bitter. Chu Songfeng pushed the cakes in front of Yue Zhao again, which made the waiter look at him even weirder. He went backstage and muttered, I'm afraid this guy is a lunatic. The shopkeeper tapped his head and whispered, This is a Taoist priest. Maybe he has someone we can't see with him. Someone we can't see? The waiter realized. You mean, a ghost? Now the waiter looked at Chu Songfeng with a hint of fear in his eyes. There might really be a ghost next to him. He swallowed his saliva, held up the cakes in his hand with a sad face. He was really afraid to get close to the Taoist priest now. The Taoist priest was also very strange. He ordered so much. Could he really finish it? Chu Songfeng touched each of the things that the waiter brought over. By injecting spiritual power from his fingertips, Yu Zhao was able to eat the souls of these foods. Yue Zhao picked up the pastry and took a small bite. The sweet taste spread on his tongue. He ate quickly. These things were delicious. Having been a ghost for so long, he hasn't eaten for a long time. The food he had eaten did not disappear, but it just lost its taste. Chu Songfeng avoided them and picked up a piece and put it into his mouth. Young Master Yun is really amazing. He is only 22 years old now, but he has already practiced the mysterious Sutra of Sadness to the 7th level. As expected of the eldest son of Luofeng Villa, he has such talent, and few people in the world can match him. Even the leader of the martial arts world back then could not be said to have a better talent than him. Young Master Yun of Luofeng Villa is not bad either. He has already reached the 4th level. You know, he has only practiced martial arts for 2 years. Master Yun is really lucky. Both of his sons are amazing. I think Luofeng Villa is going too. Yu Zhao listened and slowed down his movements. Chu Songfeng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Beiwen Xianjing, it looks so familiar. Such a familiar name, as if he had heard it before. Ming Xingong, Beiwen Xianjing, Huangguang Ju are the 3 top martial arts in the world. Ming Xingong is the secret of Ming Xin sect. Huangguang Ju is in the hands of the demon sect, Beiwen Xianjing. Chu Songfeng ignored the strange looks from the people around him and continued to talk to Yue Zhao. The Mysterious Questions and Sadness Sutra is a family secret book of the Yi family in Shanghu. All the direct descendants of the Yi family can practice it. The lady of the owner of Luofeng Mountain Villa is the only direct daughter of the Yi family in this generation. Originally, her children were not allowed to practice it, but the Yi family doted on her, and there were few successful descendants of this generation, so they agreed to let her 2 children practice the Mysterious Questions and Sadness Sutra. The Mysterious Questions and Sadness Sutra is easy to get started with, but it is difficult to practice well. Most people are stuck at the 1st or 2nd level. Those who can break through to the 3rd level or above are considered to have some talent. Yu Zhao frowned. When talking about the Beiwen Xianjing, his memory flashed through several sentences. I seem to remember something. In that temple, it seemed that someone told me about the Beiwen Xianjing. I can't remember what he said. Yu Zhao covered his head. His soul felt pain. Chu Songfeng placed his fingers on his forehead, and the cold feeling spread, and he felt less pain. If you can't remember, don't think about it. Let it go. You will remember it naturally when you need to remember it. Yu Zhao nodded. Chu Songfeng saw that everyone had almost finished eating, so he stood up and said, "Let's go after we finish eating." Although he said that, he looked at the candied haws carried by the street vendor and asked, "Want to eat candied haws?" In my memory, the little kid who tasted the food for the first time in the world looked at the red hawthorns wrapped in crystal-clear sugar coating, and his mouth was watering. "Eat." Chu Songfeng picked up a string of candied haws and held it in his hand. "Eat it quickly." The vendor turned his head to look at him, and saw that there was no one next to him. He looked at the candied haws in his hand and smiled foolishly. His hands were shaking as he took the money. Did he meet a madman or a ghost? If Chu Songfeng was not wearing a Taoist robe, he would definitely think that he had met a madman, but this was a Taoist priest. After collecting the money, the vendor walked away quickly. It is better to meet a madman than a ghost. Yue Zhao took a bite of the candied haws from Chu Songfeng's hand. The sour and sweet taste was different from the previous ones, but he liked it just as much. Because the sugar coating would melt, in order to avoid making their hands sticky, Yue Zhao ate one and Chu Songfeng also ate one. Yu Zhao was a little shy. "Is it delicious?" Chu Songfeng bit the tasteless candied haws into pieces and swallowed them. He nodded and said, "It's delicious." Chu Songfeng took Yue Zhao to the market for a while. Yue Zhao was happy but also a little nervous when he asked, "Did I cause trouble for you?" Because Chu Songfeng was always talking to him. People on the street avoided him and vendors were trembling with fear when selling him things. Chu Songfeng remained calm. "I have always been like this. Maybe it's because I'm not popular, so people tend to avoid me when they see me." Especially when he was in the 3 realms, except for those old acquaintances, everyone was afraid of him. He was the one who could stop children from crying at night. Even he himself could not figure out why he was so scary. You know, even the ancient ferocious beast Taotai was so scary that even underage kids wanted to approach him and touch his fur. Yu Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said seriously, "Chu is very likable, good-looking, and very capable." In his opinion, Chu Songfeng was perfect in every way. In his eyes, Chu Songfeng's sometimes uncontrollable hostility was completely non-existent. "I just think that the man looks more heroic. Does this hairpin look good?" The white jade hairpin is delicate and cool to the touch, as soft and exquisite as the moon. The unicorn on the hairpin is lifelike, half hidden by the auspicious clouds, majestic and domineering, and looks simple and elegant. "Sir, you are right. This hairpin is specially customized by our treasure pavilion. There are only 3 in the world. The jade was obtained from the western regions. Look at the quality of this jade. This is the best cold jade. Chu Songfeng ignored him and said to Yue Zhao, "What do you think?" Yu Zhao took a closer look and said, "It looks good." The most important thing is that he felt very comfortable and cool all over after getting close to the hairpin. Chu Songfeng picked up the hairpin, and the boss looked at him nervously. This hairpin was the treasure of his shop. He would be heartbroken if it got bumped or scratched. Chu Songfeng stretched out his hand and touched the back of Yue Zhao's head. He nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it looks good." The boss opened his mouth. What is this young man doing? His actions are as if there is a person standing there. He blinked and rubbed his eyes to make sure there was no one in front of him except the young man in white. However, the young man in white had a smile on his face and was still talking to the air. He subconsciously shrank back, his back pressed against the cabinet behind him, which gave him a sense of security. Chu Songfeng turned his head. Are you satisfied?" Chu Songfeng nodded. "Not bad. How much is it?" Every time he paid, Chu Songfeng would give Xiao a thumbs up. This unreliable system was still somewhat useful. He was the son of the richest man in this world, which meant he had no worries about money. The boss stretched out his fingers tremblingly. 3,000 taels. Precisely because it is too expensive, this hairpin has never been sold. There are many people who like it, but few can afford it. Chu Songfeng took out a stack of banknotes, took out a few from it, and put them on the counter. The boss immediately lost all his fear and stared at the banknotes. After putting away the banknotes, he smiled with teeth showing. "I will help you pack it right away." "No need. Can you bring me a brazier?" The boss didn't understand what he meant, but he still asked his waiter to light a brazier and bring it up. "Sir, this is the brazier you asked for." Chu Songfeng glanced at it indifferently, loosened his grip, and threw the hairpin he had just spent 3,000 taels to buy directly into the store, causing everyone in the store to gasp and some even exclaimed in surprise. "This is 3,000 taels. Are you going to burn it already? What a spendthrift this guy is." They all beat their chests over the hairpin worth 3,000 taels. Cold jade was difficult to burn, so Chu Songfeng cast a talisman on it. Soon, the hairpin appeared in his hand again, but this time only he and the dead could see it. He pulled up Yue Zhao's hair, tidied it up briefly, put the jade hairpin on him, and said with a smile, "It looks really good." Yue Zhao touched the hairpin on his head, and his ears turned a little red. He turned his head to cover up and pretended to look at the bronze mirror. But he forgot that the bronze mirror in the world of the living could not reflect the appearance of the person in the underworld. Chu Songfeng had a smile in his eyes. How could his wife be so cute? He wanted to marry her home immediately. He stood up and waved to Yue Zhao. "Let's go." As soon as he left, the boss rushed to the brazier and asked the waiter to bring water. How could such a small brazier turn jade into water? However, this throw will somewhat damage the quality of the jade. But it doesn't matter. Even if he sells it at a lower price, he will still make a lot of money if he sells it again. But after the fire was put out, he searched again and cleared all the ashes in the brazier, but he still didn't see any trace of the white jade. He looked suspiciously in the direction where Chu Songfeng left. Did he meet a real Taoist priest? So, was the Taoist priest really talking to a ghost just now? The boss shuddered and got goosebumps. Looking at the empty store, he felt like there was a ghost standing there. Even the guys were frightened. They looked around in panic, feeling a cool breeze on the back of their necks and cold sweat running down their foreheads. Chu Songfeng and Yue Zhao went shopping everywhere along the way. Fortunately, he had a lot of money and his cheap father opened a money shop. He could withdraw money anywhere, which made it very convenient for him to spend money. He bought things along the way, and people on the road were also scared. In the year before, he was always looking for abandoned temples in remote villages and towns. He was not very famous. As time went by, everyone started to spread the word that a real Taoist priest had appeared in the south of the Yangtze River. He's a real Taoist priest who can talk to ghosts. When Chu Songfeng arrived near Luofeng Villa, the topic of discussion among people in the martial arts world had already included Taoist priests, and they particularly emphasized that he was a real Taoist priest who could communicate between yin and yang. 30 years ago, Luofeng Villa was just a third-rate force. The most famous person in the villa was its owner, Yunidon, who was known as the most handsome man in the world and had countless female confidants. In the end, he also made Yi Zhener, the legitimate daughter of the Shanghu Yi family, fall in love with him. You should know that the Shanghu Yi family is not simple. They are not only royal relatives and have the same roots as the emperor on the dragon throne, but they also hold the Beiwen Xianjing in their hands. They may not be counted in the court, but in this world, they are definitely the largest family. By this generation, the direct lineage had died out, but the previous generation was still around, so their status was relatively stable. As the only daughter of the direct lineage, Yi Zhener was doted on. After falling in love with Yunidon, she insisted on marrying him. The Yi family was in an uproar, but finally agreed under her stubbornness. Yi Zhener married into Luofeng Villa and became Mrs. Yun. It was not until the 6th year of their marriage that they gave birth to their eldest son Yun Zhaoxian. It was another 5 years before they gave birth to their second son Yun Zhaowu. Unfortunately, Yun Zhaowu got lost while going out and was not found until he was 15 years old. When he was wandering outside, he had a name, Xingjin. After he was found, he couldn't get used to it, so he simply changed his surname back to Yun Xingjin. Originally, the position of the young master of Luofeng Villa should have belonged to Yun Zhaoxian, but for some reason, the position of young master was still undecided. Now that Yun Xingjin is back, it is even more unknown who will take the position of young master. It is said that after Madame Yun's child was lost, she began to seek Buddhist advice. Even after Yun Xingjin returned, she still had this habit. Luofeng Mountain Villa often invites monks and Taoists to visit and accompany the villa owner's wife in chanting scriptures and practicing Taoism. It was not difficult for Chu Songfeng to get in. Which Taoist priest in the world is the strongest? Go to Baiyu Mountain to find Mingxin. As the eldest disciple of Mingxin sect, he only needed to show his identity to be invited in. Luofeng Villa is full of red maple trees. In autumn, the red maple trees are fluttering in the wind, which is a beautiful sight. Master Chu, please come this way. The old steward respectfully led the way, apologetically saying, the owner of the manor and the young master have been out for something recently, and the eldest master is not in the manor at the moment. I hope the Taoist priest will understand if I fail to greet him properly. Nothing. Let me see Madame Yun first. Chu Songfeng shook his head and looked at Luofeng Villa. There was a little black air lingering above it. Everyone in the villa was slightly entangled by the darkness, so their luck was a little worse. The old steward who was leading him looked as if he was in danger of death. Have you been particularly unlucky in recent years, old sir? Your descendants have just experienced a bloody disaster recently. The old steward looked at him in surprise. He had been extremely unlucky in the past 2 years, especially recently, when his little grandson was walking just fine in the village, but suddenly fell and broke his leg. And the daughter-in-law, who had been sleeping restlessly at night for years, became a little nervous after a long time, and could only be taken care of by her son. Not only did he spend a lot of time on her, but her son was also too tired to take care of her and fell asleep at night, and the candlestick was knocked over, burning half of his face. Master Chu. The old steward was a little excited. How did you know that my family has been so unlucky recently? Chu Songfeng looked at his brows, his face almost turning black. I can see that. The old steward became even more excited. He said that the Taoist priests of the Mingxin Gate had real skills, and those who said that the Taoist priests were all swindlers. The monks and Taoist priests had not been able to solve his problem before, perhaps because they were just people who came to Luofeng Villa to cheat money, or they were not well trained. Look, what a powerful Taoist priest. He can see everything just by looking at him. Master, do you have any way to resolve this? Chu Songfeng looked at Luofeng Villa, took out a talisman, and handed it to the old steward. You should carry this talisman with you at all times. It is best to take your family to live in Anxia for a while. It is a place of positive yang and can get rid of the yin. The old steward took it carefully and thanked him. Yes, Master Chu, I understand. As soon as the eldest son comes back, I will ask for leave and take my family to stay there for a few days. The small talisman was placed in the palm of his hand, and it felt slightly warm. The most amazing thing was that while it was feeling warm, the old steward also felt a little more relaxed. He clenched the talisman in his hand. It was a treasure, and his wrinkled face smiled like a flower. Master Chu, our wife respects Taoist priests the most. She is kind and easy to get along with, but she is a little. He thought for a moment. Sometimes I like to talk to myself. You don't have to mind it. As soon as I stepped into the room, the strong scent of sandalwood hit my nose. The room was filled with smoke, and even my vision was blurred. The lady was sitting on a cushion. On the left was the three pure ones, and on the right was the Buddha. The main feature is that we have everything. Mrs. Yun is now in her early 40s, but her face is too old and there is no trace of the beauty she had in her youth. Yu Zhao didn't even blink. He looked at Madame Yun, sympathy and pity mixed with grief overflowing from his chest. What's wrong? Yu Zhao shook his head, not understanding why he was like this just now. It's okay. The old steward told Madame Yun about Chu Songfeng's identity. Madame Yun then opened her eyes and looked at Chu Songfeng calmly. Master Chu. Madame Yun. She stretched out her hand, the rosary wrapped around her skinny wrist. Master, please take a seat. Chu Songfeng waved his robe and sat cross-legged on a cushion beside him. The old steward retreated quietly. Madame Yun looked at the portraits of the three pure ones and the Buddha and continued to recite scriptures, this time Taoist scriptures. After a long time, Madame Yun looked at Chu Songfeng again. Master Chu, do you think gods and Buddhas really exist? As a fervent believer who has read scriptures and worshipped gods and Buddhas for more than 10 years, she asked a question that shocked people. If you believe, it exists. If you don't believe, it doesn't exist. Yes, it is true, but the three realms of this world cannot be affected. No matter how the believers on earth adjust their faith, the gods and Buddhas above cannot come down to solve their problems. Central Plains has always been a magical place. No matter in the past, present, or future, they only want useful gods. Useless gods are no different from non-existent gods. So, to Madame Yun, it makes no difference whether there are gods or not. Madame Yun did not react to this answer. She fiddled with her rosary beads for a while before continuing. Manager Chun said you have real skills. Master Chu, can you interpret my dream for me? Chu Songfeng waved his hand. Madam, please speak. I dreamed that. Madame Yun looked up at him, her eyes revealing some complicated emotions. I dreamed that my child died. Oh? Chu Songfeng raised his eyelids. Which young master? My child died. Madame Yun did not answer Chu Songfeng's question. She murmured as if she was in a nightmare. Mother. The young man walked in and looked at Madame Yun with a loving and gentle gaze. Mother, don't be afraid. My brother and I are fine. It was just a dream. After being comforted for a long time, Mrs. Yun finally calmed down. Xin'er, you're back. Yun Zhaoxin smiled and said a few words like a child, then looked at Chu Songfeng. Master Chu, I really didn't greet you well before. My mother needs to rest, Master. Please follow me. There was no warmth left in his eyes. He looked at Chu Songfeng coldly. Chu Songfeng nodded. Then let Madame Yun have a good rest. I will come again next time. Yun Zhaoxuan's eyes became even colder, like a sharp knife that was about to cut off Chu Songfeng's neck. In the corridor, Chu Songfeng was half a step slower than Yun Zhaoxian. He suddenly said, It's really strange, isn't it? Young master. Yun Zhaoxian curled his lips. What's so strange? Why would Madame Yun say that her child was dead? It's obvious that you, the eldest son, are alive and well, and the youngest son has been found, right? It's just a dream, Master Chu. You're overthinking it. Yun Zhaoxian said stiffly, and called the passing maid. Take Taoist priest Chu to the guest room. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for an answer. Yu Zhao exclaimed. The lady next to him is so weird. Yun Zhaoxuan's back was getting farther and farther away, and a ghost could be vaguely seen following him. It looked like a woman, but she was hanging far away, as if she didn't want to be seen by Yun Zhaoxian. Yue Zhao hadn't noticed it before, but Chu Songfeng had already discovered this ghost. He was at Madame Yun's place, baring his fangs and claws at her, as if he wanted to swallow her up. Yue Zhao, are you familiar with him? What? Yu Zhao didn't react. He blinked and finally understood what Chu Songfeng meant. How did you know? There really is a familiar feeling here. It's like what? It was like seeing Chu Songfeng, But the feeling brought by Chu Songfeng was a little lighter, but he felt very reliable. Chu Songfeng clearly said that he had never seen him before. So why did he have this feeling? So strange. He shook his head and drifted away. I won't tell you. Chu Songfeng couldn't help laughing, and the maidservant beside him was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She looked in the direction Chu Songfeng was looking, and her body trembled. There couldn't be a ghost? Your Majesty, what do you want to say? A Xiao suddenly asked, and Chu Songfeng told him to go back and read the original story. The god of death accidentally released the evil ghosts on the 19th floor, and the good man of 10 lives was implicated and fell into reincarnation. He was ordered to help the underworld capture these evil ghosts, but the ghosts captured seemed to be wrong. You say, is the good man of 10 lives really a good man of 10 lives? A Xiao took a deep breath. Your Majesty, you mean Yun Xingjin is a fake? If the real 10th-generation good man is locked up, then does that mean someone with bad intentions has a chance to replace him? It is really possible, because Yun Xingjin is not the reincarnation of the good man who has done 10 good deeds for 10 generations. He may even be one of the evil ghosts who escaped from the 19th floor. As luck would have it, in this life he met the reincarnation of a man who had done good deeds for 10 lifetimes. He simply killed the man, took over his place, and replaced him. And other innocent people were used to replace the real evil ghosts, and they were left at large. This led to the end that although all the evil ghosts were subdued in the later period, the world was in chaos, the dynasty was overthrown, and the people were living in misery. What was the ending of Madame Yun in the original novel? She died. The plot says that Yu Zhao appeared again and became an evil ghost with super magic power. He used Yun Zhaoxian to kill Madame Yun. Yun Zhaoxian courted disaster and finally suffered the consequences. He died tragically at night, and Yu Zhao ran away. Heh. Chu Songfeng sneered. I think you should strengthen the management of the small worlds. The stories created by these world lines are quite confusing right and wrong. A Xiao smiled awkwardly. Of course, I will react immediately and should be able to correct it as soon as possible. Chu Songfeng stayed in Luofeng Villa, and Madame Yun still guarded the statues of gods and Buddhas day and night and recited scriptures. Yun Zhaoxian was very filial. He went to serve her every day, serving her tea and water, and never asked anyone else to do it for him. Yun Zhaoxian is tall, with heroic eyes and eyebrows, and he is also a top master in martial arts, but he is a little cold in character. But once in front of Madame Yun, he becomes a gentle and enthusiastic good son. Mrs. Yun's frown would only loosen up in front of him. Master Chu. Mrs. Yun sighed. 2 years ago, I had a dream. I dreamed of a young man covered in blood, calling me mother and asking me to save him. I felt that he was my child. But, she tilted her face. My child has been found long ago. Chu Songfeng's eyelids closed slightly. Mrs. Yun, can you ensure that the person who was found is really young Master Yun? I can be sure. Madame Yun nodded. In order for him to practice the mysterious sutra of compassion, I have been soaking him in medicinal wine since he was born. He is immune to all poisons and has an indelible medicinal fragrance on his body. He still remembers his childhood, and he has never forgotten my habits. I can be sure that he is my child. Chu Songfeng smiled and said slowly, Madame Yun, sometimes appearances do not represent reality. Madame Yun clenched the rosary in her hand and said nothing. In fact, she had her own concerns. Otherwise, she would not have checked Yun Xingjin repeatedly to see if he had any characteristics of her child. But she has said all of them. What she hasn't said is that Wu has been practicing the Mysterious Questions Sutra since she was a child, and she had just started learning it when she got lost. The Mysterious Questions Sutra that she has just started learning cannot be said to be very powerful. It just makes people stronger. There is only one special thing. That is, they will have a red plum blossom with a missing patch on their chest, and the red plum blossom on Yun Xingjin's chest cannot be fake, and the traces of practicing the Mysterious Sutra of Sadness in his body cannot be fake either. Madame Yun's parents are the patriarchs of the Shanghu Yi family. They are naturally aware of the importance the family places on the Beiwen Xianjing and would never reveal this to outsiders. She could not forget that dream and thought about it from time to time in the past 2 years, but Yun Xingjin was undoubtedly her youngest son. He remembered what happened in his childhood, knew the little secrets between her, and and his behavior habits were exactly the same as when he was a child. She didn't know what to do now. 2 years of praying to Buddha had made the child quite disappointed in her. But, she knew that it was her own wooer, but she could not feel any sympathy for him. Reason told her to treat Yun Xingjin well, but emotionally she was reluctant to see him. Instead, I thought of the young boy whose face I couldn't see clearly in the dream, and I felt pity and anxiety for him, because the boy was saying, "Mother, save me." Madame Yun was stunned until Yun Zhaoxin hurried over. He looked at Chu Songfeng with increasingly unfriendly eyes. The two of them had just left Madame Yun. Yun Zhaoxin asked coldly, "What did you say to my mother that made her so unhappy?" Chu Songfeng shook his head. "I didn't say anything to Madame Yun. It was Madame who wanted to tell me." Yun Zhaoxin was a little angry, but quickly suppressed it. "Master Chu, you are the eldest disciple of Mingxin sect. It is really a waste of your talent for you to stay in our small Luofeng villa. No, I should thank the eldest master for giving me a place to stay temporarily." Seeing that he was unwilling to leave, Yun Zhaoxin said goodbye with a stern face and left. A faint voice was carried by the wind to Chu Songfeng's ears. "The Taoist priests don't look like Taoist priests. What kind of people are these Mingxin sect members?" That's true. Although the Taoists of Mingxin sect are famous all over the world, it is all because of their ancestor. Nowadays, when storytellers talk about legends about demons and monsters, they still cannot avoid that ancestor. In the eyes of the people, the founder of Mingxin sect is no different from a god, so his disciples will naturally be no different. But in fact, in the Mingxin sect, everyone knows the truth. They can scare outsiders, but their own family members should keep their distance. They are actually just ordinary people who practice martial arts. It is not wrong to say that they do not look like Taoists. The female ghost stared at Chu Songfeng with resentful eyes for a few seconds before she quietly followed Yun Zhaoxin away. Yu Zhao was puzzled. She obviously wanted to follow Yun Zhaoxin. Why did she hide so far away? Yun Zhaoxin couldn't see him. Chu Songfeng flicked his finger, and a golden light hit the place where Yun Zhaoxin had just stood. The dark red evil spirit could not be hidden. He has too much evil spirit, and evil spirit kills ghosts. That lady couldn't get close to him, so that's how it is. Yu Zhao tilted his head and couldn't figure it out again. Then why can I get close to him? Chu Songfeng chuckled, reached out and took his hand, drew a picture on his palm with his fingertips, and a faint golden light flashed. "Because I'm here." The palm of her palm felt itchy when touched by fingertips. The fingers were close yet not close enough, as if they were touching and yet not touching. Yu Zhao pursed her lips subconsciously, not daring to look at her palm. As soon as the talisman was drawn, Yu Zhao withdrew his hand. His heart was beating a little fast. He pretended to be calm and hummed, then disappeared in a flash. Chu Songfeng was a little disappointed. Why did his wife always run away? Ah Xiao frowned and thought that it was better to run away. Jian Zun had experienced 2 worlds and was no longer the green rookie he used to be. Instead, he was evolving towards being a veteran rogue. God have pity on him. Such an innocent little kid couldn't stand his constant teasing. What's even more pitiful is him. He is such an outstanding person and knows all the ways to pursue love, but he has never been in a relationship and can only watch others do so. He was afraid that he would die of starvation before he found a partner. On this day, the manor was bustling with noise, and the servants were busy making preparations. Manor Master Yun and his son Yun Xingjin, who had been away for a long time, were about to return, and it was said that they had brought a guest with them. The setting sun cast a golden light. Chu Songfeng changed the position of the flower pot in his hand. He stood up, with some dirt on his hands. Suddenly, a clear young voice came to his ears. The boy looked about 17 or 18 years old, wearing red clothes, and he was a gifted boy. "You are." He winked playfully. "The new gardener? Just look at his clothes, and you'll know it's impossible." Every inch of this brocade, which is worth thousands of gold, was hand-sewn by the top embroiderer in Jiangnan. One can tell its value at a glance, not to mention that it is a Taoist robe. The waist is decorated with the finest jasper, and even the jade crown for tying the hair is made of clear black jade, especially the jade pendant on his body. The transparent jasper is priceless, literally. His cheap father in this world is the richest man, rich enough to rival a country, and he favors his eldest son, so he always gives him all the good things. Anyone who knows a little bit can tell from his simple dress that he is extremely wealthy. Which wealthy Taoist priest would work as a gardener for others? Young Master Yun? Yun Xingjin opened her eyes wide in surprise, her voice soft and incredible. Do you know me? Could it be that you have seen me before, but I didn't notice? He looked at the brightly blossoming flowers on the ground and said, You are so great. The flowers you planted are so beautiful. Chu Songfeng turned his face away speechlessly. His wife's identity was replaced by such a thing? It was simply ruining his reputation. He was extremely unlucky. Seeing that he didn't answer for a long time, Yun Xingjin raised his head and blinked. Brother, why don't you say anything? Chu Songfeng's ears were polluted by this pretentious voice. He felt that the child of destiny in this world was more powerful than the previous ones. Just by meeting him, he got goosebumps all over his body. Yu Zhao just came back at this time. Chu Songfeng looked at him and felt much better immediately. Where did you go just now? Yu Zhao originally wanted to ask who the young man in front of him was, because he also felt familiar with him, but when Chu Songfeng asked him this, he immediately withdrew his hand guiltily. I just looked around. Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Yu Zhao's eyes sparkled like gemstones. He nodded. I'm hungry. As a ghost, he doesn't actually feel hungry, but he likes to eat delicious food. Sometimes he even thinks that being a ghost might be better than being a human, because as a human, he can't eat much, but as a ghost, he can eat forever. There is no need to worry about your stomach bursting due to lack of space. Let's go. After saying that, he turned and left. Yun Xingjin was left behind. He looked up into the void at the position where the moon was, and his eyes seemed to be filled with waves. When Master Yun returns today, he will naturally meet Chu Songfeng. Although they don't know why this eldest disciple of Mingxin's sect stays with them, they still have to treat him well. Luofeng Villa has developed well in recent years, but it is all due to Madame Yun's family. The Yi family in Shanghu cannot even catch up with Mingxin's sect. Master Chu. Master Yun was handsome, bearded, elegant as jade, and with an upright figure. It was no wonder that he won the hearts of countless people when he was young. Chu Songfeng bowed politely. Master Yun. Master Yun immediately smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. After a while, he frowned and looked at Yun Zhaoxian. Why haven't Jiner and his wife come yet? Yun Zhaoxian lowered his head and replied, Mother has been feeling unwell recently and has now gone to bed. Jiner took his guest to the backyard and should be here soon. Master Yun was a little impatient. All right, I understand. He invited Chu Songfeng to sit down and chatted for a while. Yun Zhaoxian stood behind him, listening silently. Daddy. Yun Xingjin came over skipping, followed by a young man in black. The young man followed Yun Xingjin with a gentle look. Yun Xingjin looked around but didn't see Madame Yun. So he pouted unhappily. Daddy, where's Mom? Your mom is feeling a little unwell and has gone to bed now. I'll see you tomorrow. Master Yun smiled gently, and Yun Xingjin grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, I just miss my mother. He looked at Chu Songfeng, who was sitting next to him, and asked curiously, Who is this? He smiled brightly. I have a good relationship with this brother. I just met him in the garden. Jiner even mistook him for the new gardener. He stuck out his tongue, and Master Yun smiled kindly and introduced Chu Songfeng's identity to him. He didn't notice the coldness in Yun Zhaoxuan's eyes behind him, and there was even a dangerous murderous intent hidden in his eyes when he looked at Yun Xingjin. The man in black who came with Yun Xingjin noticed it and looked into Yun Zhaoxuan's eyes. Yu Zhao hid behind Chu Songfeng. What happened to them? I feel a little uncomfortable. Being hit by the evil spirit, the little ghost who had no magic power naturally couldn't bear it. Chu Songfeng hooked his little finger with his little finger, and warmth spread from his little finger. Yu Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure he had just felt was gone. Yun Xingjin watched Chu Songfeng's actions and whispered something into the ear of Yun Manor Master. Yun Manor Master was also puzzled. What was going on with this eldest disciple of Mingxin's sect? His actions were as if there was someone standing next to him. He remembered that the manager at home had mentioned to him that the Taoist priest from Mingxin's sect was indeed different from those among the people, and that he was a true Taoist priest. Zhuangzhu Yun was surprised and doubtful. There couldn't really be a person standing there, could he? Taoist Master Chu, I have heard for a long time that the Mingxin sect has a long history and its Taoist skills have been passed down from generation to generation. Master Yun looked at Chu Songfeng's hand, as if he was holding it with someone else. In today's world, there are Taoist priests and monks everywhere, but they have no real ability. Most of them are pretenders and deceivers. Now that I think about it, it has ruined the Taoist sect's reputation. Yun Xingjin smiled and said, I wonder if I can see Brother Chu's skills, so that ordinary people like us can develop our skills and distinguish the pros and cons of Taoist techniques. He clapped his hands and a servant brought some utensils. Chu Songfeng glanced at them and refused coldly. No. No matter what Yun Xingjin's idea was, it wouldn't be a good idea if he didn't accept it. Yun Xingjin's expression changed. He probably didn't expect anyone to be so rude to him. He was stunned for a moment before smiling again. Okay. Jeaner is being reckless. How can Taoist magic be so good? Show it. He smiled and said, Brother Chu, don't be angry. Chu Songfeng looked at him with dark eyes. Don't call me brother, I don't have a brother. Young master, please call me Taoist priest. Chu Songfeng felt really uncomfortable when he called him brother, but if it was his wife who called him, he thought like this, squinted his eyes slightly, and glanced at Yu Zhao. Being treated coldly again, Yun Xingjin could no longer maintain his smile, and the man in black he brought looked at Chu Songfeng unkindly. Villa Master Yun was also a little displeased. After all, this was his son. However, because of Chu Songfeng's identity, he did not stand up for Yun Xingjin. Instead, he changed the subject with a smile, which relieved some of the tense atmosphere. Yue Zhao looked at them in confusion. What are these people doing? The servants had already placed the food in the main hall, not far away, and the aroma wafted over. Yu Zhao couldn't help but tug at Chu Songfeng. Chu. He looked over there, and Chu Songfeng chuckled. Master Yun, is it time for dinner? Of course, please move, Taoist Master Chu. There was a lot of delicious food on the table. Chu Songfeng sat down and the servant placed bowls and chopsticks for him. He was about to leave. Wait a minute, we'll put one here too. The servant was stunned for a moment and didn't know what he meant, but he quickly brought out another set of bowls and chopsticks and put them away. Chu Songfeng put some crispy bamboo shoots in a bowl and said warmly to the seat where no one was sitting, Is it delicious? Yue Zhao nodded. It's delicious, crispy, and fresh. But others couldn't see clearly. They watched Chu Songfeng pinching one after another, and the bowl was full, but he seemed not to see it, talking to the air. Master Yin hesitated for a while and said, Taoist Master Chu, who is this person next to you? He was actually a little scared, and there was a little cold sweat on his palms. People in the world were actually more afraid of ghosts than ordinary people. Really, because none of them had many lives on their hands. Master Yun didn't believe in ghosts and gods before, but Chu Songfeng's behavior today really frightened him. Either Chu Songfeng was crazy, or there really was a ghost around Chu Songfeng. But there are no rumors in the world that the top disciple of the Xian sect is crazy. Chu Songfeng picked up a pig's trotter and put it in a bowl, then put down his chopsticks and looked at Yue Zhao with a smile. He is mine. Yue Zhao paused for a moment and raised his ears, feeling a little expectant and a little uneasy. Chu Songfeng said slowly, Friends, the best and the best. Right, Yue Zhao? Yue Zhao couldn't tell how he was feeling. He seemed to be relieved, but also a little heavy. He lowered his head slightly, as if his eyes were fixed on the fragrant pig's trotters. Yeah. Villa Master Yun couldn't see ghosts, let alone hear lies. He smiled awkwardly and chatted with Chu Songfeng. Yun Xingjin, who was on the side, shrank his pupils after hearing the name Yue Zhao. He lowered his head and ate honestly throughout the meal without saying anything else. Villa Master Yun is still not used to why his son is so quiet today. Maybe he was embarrassed by Chu Songfeng. I'm sorry. Thinking of this, he complained a little in his heart. This guy came to him for no reason, and his wife even agreed to let him stay overnight. It's not easy for him to drive people away now, and he doesn't even dare to drive them away. If he offends Ming Xinmin for such a trivial matter, his father-in-law's family will have to call him a fool. Yue Zhao disappeared after eating. Chu Songfeng was a little depressed. What happened to his wife recently? The candlelight was bright. Chu Songfeng opened the window, and the cool breeze blew. With the cool breeze, Yue Zhao, who had gone to nowhere before, also came back. As soon as he came in, he met Chu Songfeng's eyes. He couldn't help being startled and subconsciously took a step back. Chu Songfeng was a little hurt and felt a little lonely. Chu, why aren't you asleep yet? Chu Songfeng closed the window. You haven't come back yet. How can I sleep with peace of mind? He tilted his head and said, Yue Zhao, where have you been before? You've been missing lately. Chu Songfeng led Yue Zhao to the bed and sat down. I'm very worried. Yue Zhao's eyes dodged. No, I just walked around. Wandered for 2 hours? Yeah. Chu Songfeng looked at him deeply, obviously not believing him. Under his eyes, Yue Zhao finally confessed honestly. I have made a new friend, and I have been looking for him these days. What? Friend? Chu Songfeng gritted his teeth. What friend was more important than him? During this period, Yue Zhao disappeared easily. When they got along recently, they didn't have that many friends. It was the first time in 3 lifetimes. In 3 lifetimes, this was the first time. Yue Zhao sat on the bed, her head lowered, her black hair swaying slightly on the side of her face. Under the candlelight, it was covered with a hazy light, which was amazingly beautiful. An unpleasant thought flashed through Chu Songfeng's mind. Wasn't that friend trying to poach him? His wife is so cute, so beautiful, so attractive, and when those guys see her, they have to surround her with hoes, hoping to kick her away and replace her. He went round and round to ask for news about that friend, but Yue Zhao blushed and refused to say anything. He hesitated and changed the subject far-fetchedly. Chu Songfeng had no choice but to viciously pretend that he didn't care. He lay on the bed and gnashed his teeth. That friend had better hide better. If he was caught, he would chop him into pieces. Chu Songfeng beat his chest and stamped his feet, tossing and turning all night without falling asleep. However, the moon shone into his priceless piece of jade, and he slept soundly. Early the next morning, he had dark circles under his eyes and had just touched the jade pendant a few times when Yue Zhao came out. Without even looking at him, he said he had something to do and went out. Chu Songfeng. That friend is dead. The moonlight drifted out of Luofeng Villa and arrived under a large locust tree. The man in red under the tree raised his narrow eyes and said with a smile, Yue Zhao, why did you come to me so early? Qingxi. Qingxi narrowed his eyes and teased. Could it be that your Taoist lover couldn't bear it so early in the morning? So you ran away. Yue Zhao's ears turned red. What are you talking about? It's nothing. He and I are just friends. The ghost in red imitated in a weird voice. He and I are just friends. He rolled his eyes, full of yin and yang. No. Yue Zhao retorted again. We are really just friends. Yes, friends. Qingxi said perfunctorily. I am a person who has seen the world. I have slept with countless men. I have never seen any friends holding hands all day long. It's just what you think. What's in people's minds, I very clear. He smiled narrowly, but Yue Zhao sighed faintly. Really no idea? Qingxi is the wandering soul in this town. Before Chu Songfeng took Yue Zhao to Luofeng Villa, he took him to visit the market. That's when Qingxi saw them. Man and ghost fall in love. He has been a human for more than 10 years and a ghost for 2 years. He has never seen them before. After all, dead ghosts like them cannot be seen by living people. Monks and Taoists are not good either. After seeing Chu Songfeng, he was very surprised. It turns out that there are real Taoists in this world, but also, there are even ghosts. But this ghost was nothing like what was written in the storybook. There were so many stories about people and ghosts having unresolved love affairs. After he became a ghost, he found that the relationship had not ended and there was no chance for it. Fortunately, he was still excited after he just found out that he had become a ghost, and he was eager to find a young master to sway him. Because of this curiosity, Qingxi followed and observed the ghost Taoist priest for a while. As a result, both of the Taoist priest's eyes were fixed on the ghost. The people passing by were male or female, old or young, human or ghost. He doesn't even know. However, Yue Zhao saw him and looked at him curiously. Later, she took the initiative to find him and asked him why he kept looking at them. Why? At that time, I wanted to see the end of this earth-shattering love affair. It's pity that I, Qingxi, are as beautiful as a flower, but I can't leave a vigorous love story in this world. The ghosts in red, who were indeed very beautiful and even coquettish, looked up at the sky and sighed. Now I can only play a supporting role in other people's love stories. It's a pity. It's such a pity. Somehow, the two ghosts actually became friends. Qingxi insisted that Chu Songfeng definitely liked Yu Zhao, which made the ignorant kid confused. But according to Qingxi's analysis, Chu really seemed to like him. Probably because of this idea, Yu Zhao has always been shy recently. As soon as Chu Songfeng approached him, he subconsciously wanted to run away, lest his thoughts were too obvious and Chu Songfeng could see it. What if it was him? If Qingxi thinks too much, it will appear that he is being sentimental. And the facts also prove that he was indeed overthinking, and Chu Jin only regarded him as a good friend. Thinking of the coquettish appearance these days, Yu Zhao was almost ashamed. What does it mean to be sentimental? Qingxi was speechless. Take a look at the appearance of the two of you. You can barely express your affection on your face. I wish I could even kick the dogs passing by and tell them that you fell into the trap. I'm in love. Brother, who am I trying to deceive myself? I eat more salt than you eat. I can tell with just one glance that you two are showing off your love. They talk about being brothers and friends, and at night they go to bed and become brothers and friends, sharing the joy of fish and water and sharing the same desire to fly. It's dark, and the moon is upside down. I'm drunk at the tortoiseshell banquet, but what's wrong with you under the hibiscus tent? Qingxi opened his mouth like a barrage of words, leaving Yu Zhao no room to interrupt. Seeing that he was going too far, he interrupted him forcefully and emphasized that he really didn't mean what he said. No? You don't like him? Yue Zhao blushed and shook her head, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. No, I like it. After all, Chu Songfeng was really nice to him, and he still had a very familiar feeling about him. In his only 2 years of memory, Chu Songfeng was like light, warm, and bright. How could he not be moved? It shouldn't be. You like him, and he likes you. How could you two not be a couple? Qingxi frowned and said, I, Yijihua, from Yunxia Town, have never looked the other way. The blush on Yue Zhao's face faded, and her voice was low. But he doesn't like me. Qingxi narrowed his eyes and said with a serious face, Zhaoer, are you serious? He doesn't like you. Why did he go to the temple to release you? It's you who said it. You didn't know him when you were alive, but I've only seen you twice. Qingxi snapped his fingers. Based on my experience, he must have fallen in love at first sight, fallen in love with you at second sight, and kissed you in bed at third sight. With a beautiful little face like yours, if I hadn't liked capable men, I would have. I like you. He is a good person and will help any poor ghost. And he is so good-looking and powerful. There are many people who like him. How could he like a ghost? He is just an ordinary kid. He doesn't even remember what happened during his lifetime. He doesn't know anything, and he hasn't seen anything yet. Yue Zhao whispered. Qingxi's face was full of colors. He twitched again and again, and finally he sighed helplessly. It's ridiculous that his new friend, who is so good-looking, would have low self-esteem. As long as he looked like this, he would have to walk with his head raised, and he would leave the door open when he showered, making the guys passing by jealous to death. 12 hours a day, he would walk on the street for 10 hours, sleep for 2 hours, and leave the remaining 10 hours for the world to see what it means to be beautiful. He rolled his eyes and said, Since you're not sure, I just have a good way to test whether he has feelings for you. Why not give it a try? Huh. Yue Zhao looked at him sideways. What way? Qingxi leaned close to his ear and said, I'll teach you a few tricks. You can see if he takes the bait or not. If he takes the bait, he definitely likes you, and is just a stinky man who talks about his integrity. Qingxi and Ran Yixiao. If he doesn't take the bait, it proves that he doesn't like you, and you can let go of the feelings you shouldn't have early. Don't worry, these tricks of mine are very subtle, and he won't notice. Yue Zhao was a little hesitant. He put his arm around Yue Zhao's shoulders and smiled like a fox. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Regarding this, no one has more experience than me. Chu Songfeng hid in the corner, watching Yu Zhao drift back to Luofeng Villa, and then stood up aggressively. He wanted to meet. What kind of friend made you Zhao run out every day? The white-robed Taoist priest walked by, startling countless ghosts. They were so frightened that they ran around. The real Taoist priest is here, everyone. Run away. There were many ghosts, and Chu Songfeng looked at one after another. None of them looked good. He touched his face. He couldn't possibly be less attractive than an ugly guy. The male ghost in red clothes quickly passed by in front of him. Chu Songfeng glanced at it and looked away. Although it looked good, it was absolutely impossible. How can they be together with the same attributes? In the end, he found nothing and could only hold his breath and go back. Halfway down the road, there were voices talking in front of him. The artificial voice among them made Chu Songfeng shiver. He subconsciously wanted to kick his right leg forward, turning the sound away. Master kicks farther. What do you think, brother? Yun Xingjin looked at Yun Zhaoxian. He had changed into blue clothes. He looked gentle and quiet like spring water, and his beautiful curved eyebrows added to his pitiful temperament. Yun Zhaoxian said coldly, "What does your business have to do with me? I won't care. You can do whatever you want. I don't care how the other party kills you." He raised his steps to leave, but Yun Xingjin suddenly stopped him. "Stop, Yun Zhaoxian. I know your secret. Tell me, how would my mother feel if she knew that you met your biological mother in private?" Yun Zhaoxian suddenly turned her head to look at him, with blue veins popping out on her forehead. "You are looking for death. Mom is really pitiful. She treats a child like you bought from outside as her own. Even my own son is getting better and better. Don't go." What would happen if she knew that the son she had raised so carefully secretly met his biological mother behind her back? She would be very sad. In that case, brother, you would really have no chance of inheriting Luofeng Villa. Yun Zhaoxian lowered his head. After a while, he whispered, "Parent and son? Yun Xingjin. Should your last name really be Yun?" Yun Xingjin's eyes flashed with panic, and he said calmly, "I don't know what my brother is talking about." He covered his mouth, as if a little surprised. "Jeaner knows that brother is determined to be the owner of the manor, and I have never thought of competing with brother." "Brother, why do you have to slander my background for this? I am the child of father and mother. This is a fact that does not need to be disputed." Yun Zhaoxian snorted coldly, and his cold eyes frightened Yun Xingjin. "Just this once. If you try to threaten me with this again, I will take you with me even if I die." After the two of them left, Chu Songfeng came out from the corner. Ah Xiao exclaimed, "Isn't Yun Zhaoxian the biological child of Mrs. Yun, the owner of Yun Manor? You didn't see it? Should I see it?" Chu Songfeng laughed, and Ah Xiao understood that this was a mockery of his IQ. If it was someone else, he would definitely curse back. But this is the Sword Master. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you provoke the Sword Master, you might be chopped like firewood. Tomorrow he will still be the top one in the system world for several consecutive years. Moreover, Jin Zun is being poached and is even angrier than him. Those who work on the system should be more magnanimous and not laugh in gloating mood.